yesterday.
squad.
I just realized.
That's
That's insane.
No, I already did.
No one drew squad yesterday.
True.
That was weird.
Maybe he's exiting meme status and he's a legacy meme now.
The Swart is like the elves leaving Middle Earth. He's going off to the Grey Havens. He's leaving the world of men. His time has passed.
He was always, I feel, above the world of men.
I think so too.
And he would never claim that because he's very humble.
He wept tears for the world of men.
Yes.
Hey, public and live. Question is, detectable by the average human being?
Yep, I have
Let
it open
me
right now.
Oh
Use my
God.
YouTube radar. Maybe I can figure it out.
Yep, I can see people in chat. They've discovered the stream. Found out.
Damn it.
Oh, that's too bad.
I just wanted to talk about a shitty little cartoon show for children. Peace. But oh well.
Oh well.
Oh wait, that isn't the correct chat.
Oh my god, how can you? Dare
What have you fucking done?
Look,
oh my
it's an
god, help.
accident, and I think that this show to a degree is about accidents, or rather, events to some extent. So maybe if you watched it, then you'd be forgiving of my mistake. That's what I think.
Maybe.
Unless
I
you were
don't
a
know
Hell, you fucking think.
There you go. Yeah.
Here we are.
Oh my god, there they are.
With the sound.
No music.
Wait, these people are giving you money. What's that about?
Stewie Griffin.
They want to know about our opinions, so they're like, "Here's money. Tell me your opinion."
Some people's opinions
That's
are
pretty weird.
really worth around here.
Oh, curious.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
are you
hey.
thinking that about, right? Who is it in this call you think?
Let me. How's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Random number generator.
Oh no.
Wait, what are we doing?
It's gonna be me.
I'm determining who has the shittiest opinion. All
Just
right.
check Twitter. It's me.
Number. Well, that one can't be right. All right, it's metal.
Wait,
Metal
was
is
it
the-
you?
Wait, no, wait.
Metal is absolutely the person with the shittiest
Hey,
opinions.
hey. You have to be nice to me.
Sam.
At least another 4-ish hours.
It's unbelievable.
I take
That's
the first,
right.
Number
the first
generators.
ad for the
Everybody in
scan.
When your
chat.
birthday starts.
Everybody in chat. So you got tell Meadows happy birthday. Even though it's
happy
not
birthday.
actually-
His
3
birthday
hours,
was
you've got to tell him
yesterday.
Yeah, it's
happy
still his
birthday.
birthday, right?
It is still my birthday, yeah.
Oh, it
Oh
is
my
right.
goodness,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Happy birthday, you
That's
fuck.
insane. Well, thank you.
That's
Happy
pretty
birthday.
wild. It's still your birthay.
Yeah, it's like a
Fuck,
24
Save
hour
some
thing.
birthday for the rest of us.
No, I'm gonna
Oh,
take it
really?
all.
You're really
Chav,
fucking milking this
Please,
all.
Phil.
Why,
Chav
why is
just
chat
let me
saying two
know.
Doomers? Do I have an
Yeah,
audio echo?
Chav just let me know I put Doomer twice in the title. Doomer.
Oh,
Double doomer.
Wow.
based.
Someone's popular.
Look, that's good for
Well-
SEO. I'm good in the algorithm right now.
I saw
Good
that Vosh has reacted to that debate.
Yeah, Vosh just made 2 videos about me, so you
Yeah,
might
I
want to type
figured
out my
that's-
full name.
That's
I
why
might
you're
help you
here.
out.
You're the topic of the town. You know, I don't care about your arcane
Right.
opinions.
You're
I
the
just want you
talk
here
of
for
the town.
Doomer.
Yeah, we lured you in. Get wrecked.
People will jump in and be like, "Oh, is Muller and Doomer gonna have a debate about politics? Oh, they're talking about gay little shit."
God, I hope not. Please.
No,
I need to mute my Twitter.
Dude, I want to talk
And
about
just make
laser
videos
beams.
We're going to be
Everything.
talking about a really cool, little, neat little show.
Wow.
Well, not little. It's
Way
a
to
big
give
show,
away
but-
what you think already. Jeez, there was a mystery.
It's
yeah.
little and neat.
We're
You
gonna talk
fucking
about an
spoiled the
okay show.
entire stream.
No budget
I've
indie
done
show.
no such thing.
Well, I
Hey,
was gonna
thanks,
say,
Chad, for all the birthday wishes. Thank you.
It's very nice of you, Chad. Very gracious, very generous.
Yeah,
That was
pretty
kind.
cool.
It's kind. They're all right sometimes.
Yeah, they have their moments.
Yeah, you're in for a wild ride, chat. Once again, we've done this before with many things. You're gonna have to wait until right at the end until any of us slapping numbers on it, so you can explode with anger or agreement. Either way, but
Yeah.
I
I
figure
love it when people explode with agreement.
I am so fucking okay with what you said.
That is so...
True. That's
Fine, I guess.
true.
Glad we enjoyed this together.
That was fucking awesome. So
You have a
anyway.
lovely evening.
Ah.
Oh my
your
God.
robot
Choo-choo!
is there.
I
That was
love
like a-
you.
It's like an
Distorted
android
robot.
who's-
It was very scary.
I know.
No, Jay's practicing the voice acting. He's gonna be a robo-toid in.
Oh,
in
man.
Arcane.
That was
I'm gonna
awesome,
be
Jay.
a robot. I might be a robot for like 20 more minutes because I'm currently uploading the thing. There we go. That
Oh,
helps.
the
I
thing.
hope-
The thing? That's a movie. That's already
the
out there.
thing
Don't
that
need
you
to
saw,
upload
Mola,
it.
the live stream that you were watching, that one.
Oh.
The bit that you were there for.
Oh.
Which part now? You're gonna have to fill in the rest of us.
Ew.
It was
I'm
a
gonna
it was
have
an
to fill you
air
in.
quote debate.
It was a
Oh,
what?
no, it wasn't debate. It was that was a different one. I'm uploading the one where I react to irrelevant.
We can mention
Oh.
Jay streams on Twitch
I was trying
now.
to talk to Irrelevant. He said he was going to have me on, and then he got busy, unfortunately.
Ooh, he got busy.
So lost and confused.
Oh, I'm not having you on anymore.
He probably is. We're friends. But
For now.
I have some issues with what he said. I can put it that way.
I
you
do
can-
as well.
You can tell people you're
Well, I
not
guess-
streaming on Twitch.
I am
happening.
streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/jxy. That's exactly what you'd expect.
Is it all one word?
Yes, it is.
There you go. Easy. You've got a regular slot, or are you just randomly womping in?
No, I just randomly womp.
All right, that's the way I like it. So
I
as you guys
stream.
know,
I stream for 5 minutes every hour.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that the people who are listening to
Impractical.
this on VOD, this is a 9-hour video, so we better get started.
Yeah.
You only
Oh,
9?
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good guess. We'll see. We'll see if I'm 100% wrong or not. I'm a little bit. It's unfair because
I'm
I
going
can choose
11.
to end it whenever I want, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
true.
make myself correct, but yeah, we'll probably do it the same style we always do: a chronological breakdown and then conclusions, but not before everyone giving a little blurb on what they think of the show. Yeah, Rags, can you do your random numbery thing again? And that's how we'll determine what order people will talk a little bit about what they thought of the show overall.
That's a great idea. Minimum 1, maximum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I will now generate a number, and that number is 4. Jay is first.
Go, Jay.
Oh, I liked it a lot. I was much more. I found it to be much more impressive than I found myself invested in it in points, though. There were in the first 3 episodes, I was saying this is really well written and executed and animated. I can tell, but the investment wasn't particularly there for me until the next few episodes. I was crazy invested in the middle. And then my investment slipped again towards the end, but I was still recognizing that it was a massively well-made show. The things that I am most impressed with, or I guess most invested with, the elements that I'm most invested in are the characters. Vi, Jinx, Victor, and Caitlyn being like my personal favorites. I am invested in the character relationships that we get, and I am very impressed with the show and the animation as well. It's just gorgeous the whole time.
Very well. Rags, who's next?
Let me hit the number generator button, and we shall find out. Generate. Number 6. It's metal.
Oh, that's me. I liked the show a whole bunch. It was really nice and good. It was much more mature than I expected it to be. At some point, you realized, oh shit, we're not fucking around.
Yeah.
I think I was no, I don't think I know I was pretty much invested the whole time, especially in my second watch through because I was just looking for neat little details and stuff. Because it starts kind of okay, and then we hit a certain point, and you're like, all right, I'm in. I want to see everything now. Looks awesome. Lots of well-written characters in there, I would say. Yeah, I think that's my little blurb. Go ahead.
Okie dokie. Let's see who's next.
Just one small
What?
thing I just thought was funny. Someone in chat was saying their favorite characters are the Professor and Vance. I also like Vance.
Vance is my. It's like
Next up, it's number 5. It's Mahler. Oh my goodness.
Ah. So, I originally watched this after about a month of people recommending it to me. And maybe I got the timeline wrong there, but me and Freya were like, this or Afterlife? Still need to watch that, by the way.
Yes.
I've heard it's very good. So we were like, I guess we'll throw this on. I don't know. And it was like first 2 episodes were like, this is a fine show. Nothing really that's stimulating the old heart and brain though that much. And then episode 3 happened. We've gone over this a couple times on different streams. It was just surprising, shocking. We'll get there in terms of bold storytelling choices, as well as a couple of scenes that are just fucking top tier for storytelling. IMO. And from that point, I was just hooked and watched straight through to the rest. I was pretty invested in a lot of things. It was only on subsequent viewings of the show that I picked up a shit ton more that was in it, and it constantly makes me think about the nature of actually absorbing stories and how much I pick up subconsciously before consciously, because of I think I liked this show more than I had picked up about it at first, but at this point I've got like infinite things to say about basically every person involved and the world, the plot line. It's absolutely better than it has any fucking right to be. It doesn't make any sense almost that this is this good, and it's a treat. It was a really wonderful thing to be able to watch, not just because I think it's pretty well written, but it's cool to have such a crazy fantasy sci-fi world that isn't absolute garbage, which we often get these days. Because, man, I mean, you know, I say that as if this'll change things. Lord of the Rings is on its way. Brace for impact with that one, and yeah. I don't know if there's any worthwhile special mentions rather than just we'll eventually get into the whole thing, but
Yeah.
got some great plot lines happening, some really fun uses of challenging characters, a villain that for all intents and purposes is scoring incredibly high with basically everybody, and it's been a while since we've had one of them, I would say, with new stuff.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I
cool.
was pretty much fully invested in everybody. There wasn't really a story where I was like, no, more of this, I guess. Which was really fun for me.
Next up, the number generator. I have to hit it until it, gives me what I want, as life is.
If you're
Theo is
getting
next.
repeat numbers, I know a different service you can use that doesn't do that.
I mean, we're only doing it's not that huge a deal. It's all
You
right.
say it was me next?
It is.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, I've been playing League of Legends for a very, very long time, since season 2, so that's like 10 years or so. I saw that this was coming out, and I thought it was going to be shit because, it's the League of Legends Netflix animated series. But I was intensely surprised by how much of a, I don't want to, I guess, mature as a story it is. Like, there's clear vision behind it, and it is trying to be something as opposed to being, I guess, a corporate sludge product. And there's some really stellar character work going on in it, and characters that I really enjoy from the game are treated exceptionally well, and it's really fucking pretty to look at. And it's got teeth. Like, it's willing to be very unpleasant with some of the subject matter it wants to tackle, and I really appreciated all of that. I really, really like this show.
It's amazing.
Wait,
All
what?
right.
Oh, I thought you
No,
meant who's next.
just everything Theo said. Everything that Theo said was just incredible. I was
thank
all
you.
for it. That was great. Next up, it's Doomer.
Hey, so I'm a really big fan of the show. Probably some people in chat know that I'm in the middle of like what's probably going to be at this point a 2.5, maybe 3 hour video talking about it. I think it is very good, and I need to get that out of the way up front because I'm assuming I will end up being the most critical person, and that's not because I don't like it. That's because I think it is good enough that it deserves to not be treated with kid gloves and taken seriously. Which is just saying that is very, very high praise coming from me. I think it's incredibly good. I don't think it's perfect. There are some areas where I wish it was better, but like if I had to sum it up in a very brief like sentence, like if this is the future of product placement and this is like, I would be very, very optimistic if we see anything even vaguely like this coming down the pipeline. If this is how you sell a product, is to make a show that's this good, that would just be incredible. It has the potential to reverse my pessimism about the film industry, almost by itself, which is incredibly high praise. So yeah, it's a very, very good show.
All right. He's spoken, and now it is. I'm clicking. Okay, here we go. Fringy's next.
Okay. I guess it's the same story in terms of watching it. It was getting recommended for a few months, and when so many people are saying that a show is really good, and that, you know, including like people who perspectives you generally align with, that's pretty interesting, especially considering that it's a League of Legends TV show on Netflix. So yeah, I watched it and I was very surprised. I don't think I was expecting, even with all of the recommendations, I don't know that I was expecting to watch a show that was so mature, clearly the product of passion, that someone had an idea for a story they wanted to tell and were able to execute on it. This show is really great. Putting to one side the incredible production values, great voice acting, incredible animation and art style, a really cool soundtrack as well. It's just really strong character writing throughout. And when you're writing like 8 or 9 really great characters who have their own stories, and their own journeys that they're going on, strong themes permeating a lot of those stories tied into a pretty sound plot. It's like, man, you do something really well. This show is really great, and I think when I first watched it, I think I just felt that it was good, but the more that I think about the show, the more it improves in my mind. So I think it's pretty great, and I'm looking forward to talking about why.
Very well.
All right. Here we go. We're down to the wire. Just 1 and 2 left. Let me click the button. Oh my goodness, it's me. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, I'm so
It's
excited.
Rags on deck. We're ready to go
forgot
to
it's
talk
Rags.
about Arcane. So, Arcane has been the most recommended thing to us ever. And we've been recommended things a lot. And not only was it the most recommended thing ever that we consistently were getting, it was getting praised by everyone. Everyone was talking about how amazing it was. So, before the CFAP, during the last week or so, in 2 sittings, I decided, alongside Mahler, to give the show a watch, and it's probably one of my favorite shows that I've seen. I am thoroughly impressed with it, back to front, and what we do on EFAP, we sort of have an unofficial uh, Olympic diving score that we give things, which is the more complex and complicated and higher that something shoots to be, then the higher weight that its number kind of carries. And the fact that there could be so many characters that and characters I think are the strength of this show. There are so many of them in a plot line that involves them all. It's thoroughly impressive that we don't just get a character or two that are good, or 3 or 4. It's difficult to choose who your favorite is. Um, I'm thoroughly impressed with the show. I really, really enjoyed the vast majority of it. It was a pleasure to watch. The voice acting was great. The animation was um, very well done, especially on the emotional side. The world was interesting and magical, and just a wonderful place, sort of. It was just always visually interesting. You always wanted to hear what the characters were saying, and I really, really like the show. Definitely gets a huge seal of approval from me. And now
May as well keep rolling
that
it until you
leaves.
get Das's number, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
let me go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and roll through. Okay, 8, 7, 7, 8, 5, 4, 1, 4, 2, 1,
And it really,
4.
it really
I'm
hates
gonna go
Damn
get
it.
a drink while you're doing
1,
this.
7, 4, 7, 3. There we go.
Yay!
Pass.
Hey, I'm
You
back from my drink.
can tell us what you think about the show.
Yeah, so I have absolutely zero experience with the League of Legends franchise. I've never played the game. Well, no, that's not true. I played it once and didn't think it was for me. But anyway, that was what concerned me when I saw the recommendations coming up about the show from everybody that I trust to have good opinions. So I was concerned that having not played the game, it was going to, cause a problem. But that's not the case at all. I think anybody can enjoy the show, and the word mature comes up a lot, and they're not wrong at all. It was because I was expecting it to be kind of like a sanitized product, because everybody was always like so jovial and just quippy in the game, as far as my friends seem to portray it. But it was actually, yeah, it was very mature in that regard. A lot of different characters, and what's interesting too is like I didn't really care too much for Game of Thrones because there were too many characters, and that's just a personal gripe for me. But then this show comes along, and finally, the one and only show with lots of characters that I actually really got into and had trouble picking a favorite. So I have a few favorites, but we'll just get into it later when we get into the synopsis. I really, really enjoy this show. I hope all of the seasons up until the end holds up just as well as this one did, because this one went up with a bang. So yeah, this is fantastic, and I'm really glad that I took the time to see it. I've seen it twice, and then a third time before the show, or before this show. So I was ready to talk about it, and I'm stoked. I was looking forward to this day all week. So let's fucking go.
Beautiful.
Nice.
People are saying that I'm quieter than everyone else. How do I sound
Well,
on you
you
guys'
w-
end?
I mean, you
I mean,
sound
you weren't
fine
talking.
for us.
to me.
You sound
You are
very
totally
fine.
fine.
There must be something to do with something else.
Something in OBS, maybe.
Does that make me louder or?
Maybe it's your mic output through.
I will be right
OBS.
back.
It's not.
See, in Discord, you're just normally at 100%, and you sound
Exactly.
totally fine.
Yeah.
I mean, seems that all of you are level for me. So if I just lower everybody in the call collectively through
that should be
OBS,
fine.
then you can
Yeah.
just boost the stream, presumably. So we'll try that. Hooper is quieter. Well, maybe I'll just try and get closer to the mic so that I'm louder.
Yeah, you
What if
sound
all the
fine
groups
for
just
us.
like mess with you, so that you actually are really loud for the rest of the stream? What if that's been agreed upon on the subreddit?
Damn. Mean.
Do you think they
Rude.
have that level of coordination?
Perhaps.
No.
No, it's
No.
a secret plot by Mahler. He wants to
Hello.
be louder.
Oh, okay.
He's
Yeah.
got chat plans.
I got so many knobs on my mixer that I don't even know what they do.
Yeah, I have that problem sometimes.
Does that make
I
me
don't
louder
have
or
a cool
quiet?
fancy mixer. I've got a
Mine's
little
small.
dinky mixer.
It's
I got way too many knobs on my mixer.
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Well, Thunder said it sounds fine, and I trust him quite a bit
Yeah.
in chat as an ear person. So
I
You know.
doubt he'd lie to us.
all right. Well, hopefully that's leveled it out a bit better. Regardless, I suppose it's time
Yeah, I am.
for us to begin talking about this show, like
Yay.
chronologically. Like I said, I think we're just going to try and go through the events. The way we tend to do this, and this is going to be one of the longest one ever. We did this with WandaVision, kind of. We definitely did it with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. We didn't really do it with Loki, but you kind of try and go through it. You try and go through it, but only using information we've been given so far, rather than connecting it to future events. And then instead, you would draw back to those past events when you want to make a point. It can be tough. But the idea with that is that we can put some people on an adventure who have no intention of watching the show. There's going to be at least one in chat who's like, nah, fuck that, it's cartoons, or that it's League of Legends, fuck. So we can give them a bit of that experience. And so all I recommend is that if you're like, you see the introduction of a character doing a particular thing, and you're like, ooh, that relates to episode 7 when they do it, and you're like, maybe put that in a note, maybe. I will, it's, just so that we can, it should make it so that we go relatively good speed through.
Congo dies.
Sorry.
Rango, no.
Yeah, I figure that's like the smartest way to do it. Who knows? But I wonder if
Yeah. Like it seems very similar to how we did Squid Game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's how we did that as well. So we'll just go as we go and flow as the flow flows. Now, I'll start by saying that when Fringy and I booted this up, I wasn't really that super invested or interested. I was just like, here we go, it's a TV show, let's do it. And I suppose the interesting thing is just like immediately I was like, oh, we're not doing like you'd further expect maybe just some character waking up in a room or some maybe event or something, but it's just like this dark mist flowing over this war-torn bridge. You're like, with a soundtrack that's like really haunting. Also, a little girl singing a song in a very like, you could call it juxtaposed, I suppose, but in a way that's familiar with horror. Where you're just
And
like
the really scratchy editing as well.
yeah, which is really cool and interesting. But I don't know, just immediately you're just like, what the hell? Like
I find
this
the
is
tone
so...
better how it begins. You
Are
know,
we supposed to be having fun?
no,
Is this about the toxicity in the
It's
game?
about-
What's going on?
yeah. This is a League of Legends game. We're
This is
going to
for
establish
Riot
very
Elite.
quickly we're not here to have fun.
Yeah, so I think to myself, like, what should I even say about this scene? Or should I just summarize it as one would when first seeing the show, which is, seems like some big battle has happened on a bridge. We follow two girls who are making their way across it. They bump into some guy who seems to point to someone they love being dead. And then he picks them up and takes them away. And so, like, obviously this is just one of those things where you're just like, I'm assuming I will gain more from this at some point in the future, but this is a big old event. And I think all the show wants you to take from it for now is that this is when Powder and Jinx... fucking hell. this is when Powder and Vi would have first, like, properly engaged a significant relationship with this guy who is Vander, but, you know, names aren't exactly spoilers for now. I say that ironically when there is one, technically speaking. Yeah, so it's just something for your mind to chew on, I suppose, this whole scene. I think we're going to have to come back to it to talk about...
Well, there's one thing to point out really quickly. Like, if you look at the faces, the facial, like, the expressiveness of the animation is incredible for basically the entire show. But
Yes.
this scene in particular is one of the best. Like, it's a bit odd because there's an animation problem we'll probably get into later, but like the expressiveness, like Mahler was pointing out, especially of the eyes, is just like spectacular throughout the entire show.
Yeah,
We got really good range and also a lot of just like realistic touches as well that are really impressive. Like the little things that you don't typically expect to, or maybe you do expect to see them now because of how much 3D animation has been improved. But I mean, I will say it's just nice to see more stuff doing styles that aren't just the standard Disney Pixar like general style. Feels like Spider-Verse is kind of I mean, this show was started production, I'm pretty sure, like, or at least it was being developed like around that point anyway. But I guess it's just nice to see that we got more stuff that's trying to be more experimental in terms of art style and animation.
And they're using all of the effort they put into the facial expressions to tell you things without actually directly telling you them.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
For sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It's not-
times. I was gonna say there's a lot of times where it seems more expressive than if they had like real actors, which is
Well, I feel like
pretty based.
Arcane is this is probably going to be a broader topic, but it might be. I don't know if it's worth mentioning now or talking about later. Actually, I guess about animation and like tone and like the benefits and drawbacks and yeah, we can save that for later.
I suppose I wouldn't mind reading out the song that Powder sang, but we can talk about what the song might mean probably by the time we hit the end of the show. This scene will definitely be something we come back to. But yeah, the song, she's singing it while covering her eyes, obviously, because Vi would have told her to, while listening to all the carnage, and that's part of what I think we go from her assumption of what's happening, which is why I think the first half of the scene is more stylized, and then the second half, which is just Vi looking at the actual things happening. Yeah, it goes, "Dear friend across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. I ask you without envy, we raise no mighty tower." Well, sorry, I'll just read it all out. It's obviously done in a tune, but my fortune it will be. I ask you without envy, we raise no mighty towers, our homes are built of stone, so come across the river and find. And she's cut off because they've stopped. But the song ends on "find the world below."
I never realized that's in the song.
And then the context becomes clearer later.
I would argue
sure
it
of
sums up the nature of basically the origin of all conflict, that song,
yeah.
for the
Bridges.
show.
Interesting to think about.
Yeah, just keep it in your back pocket for now.
All right.
The last thing
I
I'd
don't have
say
one right
is
now.
important about this scene is that, like, he's clearly taken them away, but the show, you have to think, when a show is made with purpose, so, like, not Boba Fett, you have to think about why.
Boba Fett has a lot of purpose. Take
Dude,
that back.
I mentioned Boba Fett so many times when I was covering this, just as the anti this.
It came up with me as well because every Wednesday we watch the new excrement that comes out
Yeah.
of Disney for the Book of Boba Fett, and then we watch this, and it's such a stark night and day difference that it's kind of jarring. It gives you mental whiplash.
It does. Like, especially after the last episode we watched, I was like, fuck, what are we doing? I mean, I think you went straight to bed because you were like, I'm lethargic as fuck now. I'm gonna go.
I can't stop. Like, fucking League of Legends is being less self-indulgent with its fan service and fucking
I mean, imagine that.
look at the thing.
The fan service is actually amazing because there's
really
more of it than I
Yeah.
realized, but it doesn't interfere with the story at all.
It's something
Yeah.
How
we'll
many
talk
people
about
here?
later.
Maybe we should start off. Who of the 8 guests that we have? How many have played League of Legends or are familiar with it?
We go
I
left
played
to
it for-
right, and then quick answers.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm somewhat familiar. I played it, but I didn't know very much about the lore, so I'm maybe like a 5 out of 10 knowledge.
I did play it, but a long time ago, and even when I did, I wasn't familiar with the lore that much.
I played it for like 20 minutes roughly 4 years ago. I forgot who I played, and I have no background in I have no background on the game whatsoever.
Yeah, I played it for roughly 20 minutes, probably a bit longer than that ago, on an account that I named after my friend's mum.
Yeah.
I feel like Theo might be able to. Oh, then again, I could have Googled it, but I remember joining when Shyvana was just released. So
Oh fuck.
yeah, it was quite a while ago. I played for a good, like, I was still playing it when I met Metal. So from when Shyvana released, at least to 2015, and then petered out, joined back, played for a couple months, and then stopped. And I've recently started playing it again because of the show. So I know a
Gotcha.
decent chunk about League of Legends, but there's plenty I don't know.
Oh, wait, it's me. Yeah, I played it a lot back in the day as well. Probably like 2013 is when I first played it. Man, that game has been out for a long time. Fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, I played it a lot. I was never good at it, but I enjoyed it. At some point, I just started playing only ARAMs because I took longer and longer breaks, and every time I went back, all the items changed, and I was like, "Fuck this." But yeah, no idea about the lore. But yeah, I'm very familiar with the characters and items and how the game works.
I myself, I have never played League of Legends, and I know nothing about it other than it makes you hate yourself.
True.
And your friends.
I was gonna say no. You like you just hate everyone else.
And I guess for me, like I said, I've been playing the game for in the vicinity of 10 years, and I'm also an avid enthusiast for the lore and stuff, because I think there's some good shit in there, even if there's also plenty of misses.
With that in mind, did you have anything? Did you have any foreknowledge about the events that were going to happen?
A lot, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would say that me and Fringy, when we were watching it, despite my knowledge being like 50 and his being even less, we were able to see a couple of things coming because of knowledge of the game.
Wow,
but
yeah,
nothing that would have
yeah.
spoiled the experience in any way.
But you certainly don't need to play the show to get anything out. Play the game to get anything out of the show.
You do
get
need to
more
play
out of
the show to
show,
get
of course.
things out of it. I would
Yeah.
say.
You do
I
have
would
to play
recommend
to
playing
get
the
stuff
show.
out of it.
Yeah.
I would agree with
Let
that.
me
Yeah.
take it off pause every now and again.
The EFAP memes is very good.
But yeah, we'll probably, with Theo being the lead on that, try and give insight on how it's done something that's respectful to the game at the same time as doing other things. Because I suppose all I'd say right now is that the track, if you will, of this is a show for the people who played the game is almost invisible to the show watchers, I would say. Which is pretty cool.
I think that's one of the like best things you can say about it is that like most people would think I don't want to watch the League of Legends TV show. I'm not going to get it. I think that's like probably the biggest reason people don't watch it, and that just does not matter at all.
Yeah, not at all.
It's funny because like,
Yeah,
I
'cause
feel
I
like
don't know
for people
anything.
who play, I feel like for people who played the game, were like a show about League of Legends. That's probably just gonna be wacky, dumb bullshit.
That's what I was thinking.
That's why I just never really had any interest in watching it.
So there you
And
go.
the only reason I
Anybody?
did watch it is because Maul and Fringy did watch it, and I was like, "You go watch it now." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, basically. So yeah, if you haven't seen it yet and you were worried about that, now's your chance to turn back. We're about to spoil the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Very slowly.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Very slowly. You have many chances to turn back. You can't complain.
So the last thing I was just gonna say about this scene, especially expressions, Vi seems at some level of just sad, but also with Vander at some level of peace. She looks over and she's got like this shot of the enforcers, which at this point just
God, it's so good.
come across as definitive antagonists.
Yes.
This is what the police are to these people.
And then we cut back to her, and she's like angry. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, they're the people who killed the people we saw there. And then the final shot, moving up and looking at the towers of Piltover, which to me just summarizes exactly what the base of this show's drama is going to be about.
They're leaving the pretty city. They're not going
Well,
toward
just
it.
having the city risen just over all this red smoke, death, and destruction, looking glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know. So yeah, excellent prologue. We're going to talk more about why it's so good later, but I think it's fair for a lot of people to watch and be like, I have no idea what's going on. It's like, that's
It's fine considering it's the first couple minutes of a season of TV, and it rarely will you know what's happening.
You don't know what's going on, but like the audio-visual experience is really good. So
I feel
like
like
this is in my opinion maybe the high point of this episode. This scene is really good. Like, it really hooked me.
I think it was
heard it
going
here.
for the kind of
It's all
reaction
downhill.
that Mauler and Fringy got of, huh, this is how we're opening up.
We're in for something that I didn't expect us to be.
Yeah, I didn't get any.
It's got to sort of shake off quite a few preconceived notions that a lot of people might have very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to expect with a show that was recommended like this. I didn't know anything about like what the art style would be or the subject matter or I had no idea. So
Pressure's
starting
certainly
off
high.
like this was a pretty good tone setter, and I'm glad it sort of laid things out that we might be getting a bit dark here and there, and
it wouldn't have surprised me if we had like an Into the Spider-Verse type of one where you have like one of the main characters commentating over the world of, you know, is it Runeterra, Theo?
I think it's still Runeterra, yes.
So like, you know, with like an encouraging like, this is my home.
I don't like that.
We're here because blah 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 blah, and you just kind of like I could picture that being it, and I'd have been like, all right, yeah, that's fine.
Can you
know?
imagine that coming from a Zorn character?
Well, that's the thing. That's what I would have. I never would have expected this show to be like living in Zorn is a fucking nightmare for a lot of people, and they are tired. Like, huh? Okay.
My name is Violet. You probably are wondering how I got into this situation.
Yeah, it's stuff. Yeah, so definitely tone setting. Now comes the first big old controversial conversation. The intro to the show.
Sucks. Oh, I thought you meant the music.
Oh boy.
All right, so I hate this music.
Really?
It's
I
music as
really don't.
well.
I do not like this song at all, and it's become a little bit of an earworm. Hate that. I really do not like this song at all, and very quickly muting the song, and uh, and that's the correct opinion.
Fuck
So
off.
I really
anyway,
like the
Oh,
aesthetics,
God.
I would
though. I
say
really
that
like
the
the
I would
aesthetics.
say I would like to say that I hate the song as an intro to a show. Like it's just I don't mind it so much on its own. I wouldn't listen to it, but like as the intro to a show, I don't appreciate its vibe.
I would go
I
as far as saying I
agree.
like
I
the
don't.
song. I don't think it suits well enough. There are elements of the song that I think work in this intro, especially combined with the visuals they choose. But there are parts of the song where I'm like, after that, after what we're getting, I don't think this works as well as you think it does.
Yeah, we established this tone, and then we got hit with Imagine Dragons, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
radioactive,
oh my
radioactive.
goodness.
Hey,
Do you guys like the claymation stuff or whatever the art style is in the
Visuals
intro?
are really
I
Pretty
you can say it's
cool.
like stone marble statues. I think that's
Yeah.
awesome.
I
Like
love it.
visually, I think the intro is fantastic.
yeah, visually
I
it's
like
good
the
because
song personally, but I do wonder if it clashes. Well,
I
it
don't
does, and it's a
like
I think
terrible
it does.
song, and Frank is
I
wrong.
think it's
However,
very
visual-wise, it's really excellent because
Rex,
as you
you're gonna
watch
be
the show,
fine.
they
You
are-
can get over
they
the
are
fact
I'm
that
not
someone
like-
likes a song. Okay,
no,
you're gonna
I
get
can't.
there.
It's not possible.
Well, I'm not like singing along to the song, but I'm really happy when I hear it because it's associated with the show. So like I don't know how I actually feel about this song. It's just like, oh, I'm watching this again. Awesome. So like
If
I
you
don't know.
sung along with the song, you would never be invited back to this show ever.
Well, I'm still here, so fuck
I was
you.
gonna say, I'm not gonna stop him. They can come right in and sing along with me.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
hold the line.
Oh shit! The owner of the channel likes it. I guess you're not
So-
invited
I
anymore,
already said
Rex.
that like 3
I'm curious.
times. I don't know why this
Rex,
is
Well, I
rude.
was.
Rex, do
shut
you
up.
disagree with any of the other music cues?
I just want to make it clear that I love the song Mauler,
Yay!
and I think we should kick out Rags and anyone else who doesn't
Right,
like
let's
it.
vote.
Oh,
We'll get it done
no.
pretty quick.
Oh,
Disgusting.
hang on. We need
Here,
we
I'll get
need
a
to
straw
darken
poll.
the room and raise our hands. Let's do it.
It will be darker once I'm gone, and my joy is sucked from this world.
Rex, do you generally dislike the music cues? Like at the end of episode 2, for example, do you dislike that?
I'd have to hear it, and I liked the music of like the stuff that plays in the episodes, unless it feels like it's a song that's pulled from something else and put into the show. I felt like a lot of those seemed really off and they didn't fit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I disagree dramatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Some of my
but
favorite
I
scenes,
didn't
yeah,
like
like
'em.
They've always
The-
felt like they've been picked for purpose, and I very much enjoy them. Enemy is the only one where I was like, I wonder if this is only here
Mm.
because of Imagine Dragons, which were
It probably
connected to
would.
League of
It probably
Legends.
is.
which one is enemy?
This, this one.
That's the title theme.
That's the
this
intro
one?
song.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like some of
Enemy
the
is easily my least favorite, though. I will say
track-
that. I
There is
would mute it. Didn't like
the
it.
very next track they use jars with me a bit, Playground, but other than that, like, yeah, most of it was completely fine to me.
yeah,
I
there's a
just don't
couple
like Enemy. It just it's really tonally off, dude.
I mean, yeah, I said I have a strong opinion about that. Like, there's some scenes where a song is very prominent, and some of those scenes are like my favorite scenes in the show. I think generally speaking, the music is used really well. I guess I just didn't think about the intro very much, but it certainly doesn't bother me nearly as much
I've
as it
seen
bothers Rex.
so many complaints, I was like, we're gonna have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, like some of these songs are like good on their own. I think I have to agree that like maybe they just weren't placed
Oh.
properly. I guess.
Chat has reminded me that there's a Sting song, and I like that. I think that one
That's
I
possibly
really
my
really like
favorite.
that one.
That song
Yeah,
is
that
the best
one I
in
just
the
wasn't.
show.
I didn't remember that one when I
Which
was
episode was
making.
that?
But yeah,
The
I
finale.
really
Last
like that
episode.
one.
Oh, okay. The finale had really good music, so I'm assuming whatever cue that is, it was good.
Yeah, that's the song.
But yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to go further than they don't like the choices, but I'll try with this is very poppy and action-packedy. When we've certainly at this point, when you just had that scene, it feels jarring and like, why are we doing this instead of much more contemplative? Which, if you listen to how the song starts, there's a couple of seconds where it feels like this is suitable, and then it like kicks in, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
What are you doing?
okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Misery.
I guess I feel I have a way to take it further in that pop music as the score, which is what that is, right? You know,
I think
pop
so, yeah.
music being used as a score is something that just generally by association, and a lot of music works by association, right? Just by association, I feel like it's more often used in sort of bottom tier trash TV.
Batwoman is great. What are you talking about?
It's used in Batwoman
often
a lot,
used
yeah.
in it is, yeah, like so you've got like it's well the show is going for, you know, this mature story, whereas pop music tends to be associated, I feel, with a more immature kind of story. It is associated, I think, with the opposite of what the actual tone of the show is.
Um,
If
You know
I,
what would have been
like-
kind of cool? Oh, no. What
Go ahead.
what I feel would have been kind of cool. I've seen shows do it before where they don't actually have their title opening on the first episode. They just kind of have the first episode walk on its own, and they'll have like end credits and shit, and then the title theme plays on the second episode. I feel like that would have been a pretty cool choice.
there are scenes where
I would have liked that a lot better.
Mm.
Yeah.
There are scenes where this intro can come after them, and it's mostly fine with me. I just think that specifically that prologue deserves something different.
The thing,
Yeah,
I
because
kinda
even
wanna
though I do
speculate-
really like the song now, like in the beginning when it played, I was like, I guess
Oh.
that's a song. And I heard it more and more, and then it got stuck in my head. And then and first I was like, fuck off, why is this in my head? And now it's on my Spotify playlist, and I listen to it normally. So, It's like, but yeah, it's a weird one to hear when you first start the show for sure. I remember that distinctly.
I feel like it bears mentioning that the lyrics are trying, like
Yes.
that they're trying to be tonally appropriate. But
I'm sure
it's
they
the
commissioned this song
instrumentation.
for the show. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
Oh, they did. I've mentioned this a few times, but it's why I always feel a little bit bad flaming this, because the Imagine Dragons guys, they're like huge League fans. They
Yeah,
really
and
like the game.
They want this to work. They're trying. I just don't know
Yeah.
why we went with this tone when the show
Yeah.
almost starts with saying, "Look, our tone is not what you're expecting." Pop song. You're like, wait, what?
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, but like I tolerated just fine, and it didn't ruin anything for me. But I just know that a lot of people are
Yeah.
upset by it. So, if we can talk a little about my favorite visual in the entire part of it, which you can already come to draw at least something out of it right now, which is that the two girls are being like nurtured by Vanda with this figure floating above the three of them. Like, it's so impactful immediately, and I actually think it matches a portion of the song that happens at this point as well.
Yeah, whatever these statues are awesome. I really like the art style here.
It's very impressive.
And
And as you watch more and more of the episodes in the show, you recognize more and more things about the intro that's been there all along.
Yeah.
You recognize the characters, you recognize some of the color schemes that they have going. You recognize a lot what's going on, a lot that's being referenced. It doesn't spoil anything because you don't know who these people are at the beginning, and then you start to fill in that knowledge as you go.
It's always something I get concerned about when I'm watching like an animated show. Sometimes the intro spoils way too much shit.
yeah, a lot of these are contextless, but again, to highlight the other track it's running on, you see this shot, and I know I did, I'm assuming Theo probably did, I don't know about anyone else here, but it's just like, is that Caitlin? Caitlin, right?
Well, I immediately assumed that's Caitlin.
Yeah,
to be honest,
I assume
immediately.
Which, you get these, like, things you almost try to suppress sometimes. You don't want it to infect your review of how good the show is, or how well written it is, but you're just like, Caitlin's gonna shoot a gun. It's like, yeah, she has a rifle and she shoots it. Like, calm the fuck down.
Shoot a gun,
Wow.
man.
Shoot it again! Come on, do it!
Because as well, she was shown earlier with the hat and in like a. So you just like, oh shit, definitely her. I'm pretty sure. This image had me confused for ages. Somebody is running.
Yeah, I
somewhere.
thought that was just a new character we're gonna
Yeah, it was
figure out about.
That'll
Mhm.
all make it'll
Yeah,
all
that
make
one,
sense
yeah.
eventually.
It will, yes.
This
absolutely
one
will.
I was just like,
Breaking apart.
Jace, oh my god.
Yeah.
It's the guy.
I clapped when I
Fucking
saw the
Jace.
hammer.
Clapped when I saw
Fake
I did not clap when he didn't have his big coat though.
fan,
Unplayable.
get out.
Yeah, and then I assume it's worth mentioning that a lot of game players who would have been funneled into this show knew going in that Vi and Jinx were going to be the main characters. Now, if you
Mhm.
are aware of the show, that's not like I mean maybe I'm different on this, but that's not exactly an appealing thing for me. But then again, I don't know who they could have chosen that would have made me think like, oh yeah, I want to see a show about those two. I was just like, okay, fine.
Yeah, because I'm not invested in the characters as characters, if that makes sense. Only for their moveset from the game. It's like, oh, I like this character because he has a gun, for example, or whatever. I like the moveset, and not
Hmm.
because, oh, I like this character because he has that and that story arc in the game.
Yeah,
So it
Jinx
doesn't
has
really matter
been-
to me who they choose as a main character in their show, because I don't know, maybe it's good, maybe it's not.
I would have assumed it was Jinx because Jinx has been pretty prominent in marketing for a while, and
Yeah,
like,
not to mention she's a thumbnail on the Netflix selection.
well, I mean,
so-
I mean, before I even knew there was a show, if someone was like, "Hey, there's going to be a League of Legends show," I would have said about Jinx. Like, it just would have. It's just the first thing I would have thought of.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's a
she's
lot of them
all
they
over.
regularly use because League of Legends is filled with like such impactful designed characters that can a lot of normies can get introduced to the game by watching amazing cinematics, and they're like, "Wow, this game looks amazing," and everyone's just like, "Well, not like the cinematic," which is a huge problem in fucking all over the gaming industry at this point. Which I think, by the way, thanks to this show, a lot of people are like, can we get one now for World of Warcraft? Can we get one for? I think you said, was it StarCraft? Rags, you reckon could work with this, or was it something else?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. StarCraft is the same kind of you have the same deal where you have gameplay that's a real it's an RTS, but the cinematics for it are just like insanely well done and they're super action packed and nothing like the game whatsoever, but it would make for it's very very excellent cinematics. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
it'd be the same thing.
doesn't Dota have a show?
That's what
Yeah,
I've
Dota
heard.
has an animated
it?
show.
Yeah,
Is it good?
I don't know.
I haven't played Dota and I haven't watched it.
Yeah, Dota's cringe.
Well,
I think
Based.
fast
I
forward like
think
5
I heard
years.
something about the people who did the cinematics for League of Legends. Are they the ones who did this show?
Yeah,
This
this
show was
show is
done-
made by Fortiche Productions, and they've done a bunch of cinematics and stuff for Riot in the past.
But this is like their first television show, right? Their big
Yeah, I
television
think so.
production.
MTV.
Which
Man,
is pretty
Imagine this
insane.
being your first show. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
God damn.
Exactly.
And
Well,
well, that's the thing. I think they cut their teeth well in terms of those cinematics. A lot of the time, they don't even have dialogue, and they have to storytell without it, very deliberately, because like you don't have scenes where characters sit down and talk. It's mostly like they're in fights, because that's really cool. But the thing is, how do you tell a story that's just a fight? You're like, oh well, we need to have some setup, and it's like usually characters going somewhere or experiencing something, but you have to do it all through facial expressions. And so then it's like, now make a TV show. It's like, well, we can use dialogue, but we know how to do everything else. Or at least, you know, I'm just impressed with them in general. But it's been fun because, like, as someone who's consumed a lot of the cinematics as they came out, you just join the rest of the fans in being like, why aren't they making a TV show? They should make a TV show. And then they finally did, and I was like, oh, that's cringe. And then,
Japanese made a TV show. God damn.
like, oh, but it's not
I think
cringe.
Destiny 2 is going to do a show or something, and I think
Well,
that the
apparently,
success of
yeah,
this
that's
show
what-
is
Sony's been talking about that now that they've bought them. They want to do multi. I mean, I get we have definitely entered into the era of video game adaptations are
Not being
like-
terrible.
well, so there's that, but I guess it's more so that they're more willing because we've having a lot. Halo's coming out, Uncharted comes out this like month. Sonic 2's coming out. They're doing a Mario movie
Detective
as well.
doesn't
Pikachu.
It's like,
surprise me at all. It's only a
Yeah.
matter of time.
there
Well,
are
and-
a lot of like films and TV shows based on video games because I think we have just very much reached the point of video games are just like mainstream and have been
Oh, yeah.
for a while, and we should probably stop pretending that they're not like incredibly significant in terms of culture.
I think it just took that first really big hit for a lot of people to get their plans together. They've been
Which is
tossing it around, they've been preparing, but nothing official. And then the first big one comes out that sort of establishes that it's super viable and it can be a big hit. And
Yeah,
then
it'll boost
everyone's
the
like, all right,
momentum
here we go.
for everyone else now because it's a
definitely.
proven concept. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a BioShock TV show at some point.
Mm.
Because that was in the works for so long and it just never happened. But with all this happening, it's like people like BioShock. But because we're nice and cynical here at EFAP, we want to tell you everybody that this is also bad news. Because we'll be getting a shit ton of bad things as well.
Yeah, that's the thing
Yeah,
is-
every time something is good, it's bad news for everything else.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Pretty much.
Well,
of the-
unfortunately,
Like,
well, you know,
All the
I saw
fucking
the Halo
lizards in the
trailer.
boardrooms. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
like,
I
this
don't
isn't-
know.
This isn't good because it's a League of Legends TV show. It's good in spite of being a League of Legends TV
I don't
show.
even-
I mean, like,
I don't know that I'd say it's in spite. I guess it would more so be that I didn't expect it to be
I
as good as it
assume
was.
the people who wrote
I don't expect anything to be good.
the
yeah, I mean, you expect things to be bad, but video game adaptations are like what 1 for like 36 at this point or something. I mean,
got a few
Hey,
zeros
Doom
there.
Annihilation was great.
Well,
Yeah.
Castlevania's good.
I've
like-
heard
not
it
anymore.
has- I've heard it has a
Yeah.
good season and then violently shits itself.
I watched
Ooh,
the
that's my
first
favorite
two.
kind of
I think
shitting
it'd still
yourself.
do that.
I remember
I
liking
watched
the
it-
first 2 seasons.
Yeah, I was about to
Well-
say I watched the first two and they were pretty good, I think.
And Jay, you're right, and that's my one of my big concerns is that Arcane season 2. I will be terrified watching that.
Oh,
Yeah, me too. Me
I,
too.
I instantly I was doing the super big concern when I heard there was going to be a second season, and
So-
Well, I
if
expect
it's
that there would be a
the
second
people-
season. I just do a concern for its existence in general. Compare that to like Squid Game, where I'm like, I don't even know that you need a second season. Arcane, we've got a shit ton of threads that are not finished off yet, so I'm okay with them
Exactly.
continuing
Yeah.
the story. I just worry in general. I would have. It's the same worry I had for watching season 1. I'd be like, this could be shit, but let's do it.
if it's the same people, I think it's going to be better. I'm way more hopeful than you guys.
Get out of
I would be
here.
surprised if it's worse than the
You're
first
called Doomer. The fuck.
Yeah, and look, I'll be shitty. I'll be the one who's probably the most cynical about the show. We're actually getting into it, but for season 2, I'm pretty hopeful.
I will say, being pessimistic and preparing for things to be shit has been a really useful tool for us. You know, it's
Oh yeah.
helps out a lot.
absolutely.
Our
Well, I-
dopamine receptors haven't been blown out yet.
Well, I've been in that mode for about 18 years or something, so watching movies. Let me be optimistic for once.
No.
Nope.
No, fuck you.
Every time I'm optimistic, it bites me in the ass.
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning that this is the closest I would say a visual comes to a spoiler. It doesn't take much for a viewer to guess a lot of things about seeing this image. I suppose there's no point in us highlighting it 'cause it doesn't benefit you in any way, shape, or form. But people who played the game love this shot because they're like, oh my goodness, they're going to end up exactly the way they look in the game and they're going to fight. But I don't even know what these two mean to each other yet. Because, yeah, we don't even have any names of characters yet. So it's really just, it just sits in the back of your head as like a thing. Though there's a level of interest in that. Out of all the visuals, I think most of them actually happen. This visual never happens.
But
Nope.
you could say that from a certain
Metaphorical point of view, it
does.
does.
I would still say no, probably.
I don't know that I would say, yeah, that this happens, even
Yeah,
metaphorically,
actually,
but that's fine
now
with me.
that- I guess
It
it's
ends
just-
with a vibe.
You
but-
might be able to try and do a very, we'll try and do an interpretation of it once we finish talking about the show. We'll see if we can justify why we'd have a visual like this. But yeah, anything else anyone wants to say about this intro?
I skipped it.
Rags is wrong.
I'm correct about the music 100%. But visually, it's excellent, and I really, really liked it. Let's get a whole show like this. We just little claymation guys,
Little clay
just running
people.
around, little clay
Um,
people doing
Yeah,
their
that
thing.
what is that? Halo Believe ad,
Oh,
but it's just a show now.
That'll be better
Um,
than the Halo show.
that
There,
would be-
there is a pile of Halo 3 ads on YouTube that will be better than the Halo show.
You know,
Halo
it
3
does
had
feel-
insanely good commercials.
Well, it does feel like when you have something come along like Arcane, which is a Western, adult, mature, non-comedy, or not trying to be anyway, like animated show, You would think
Yeah?
it's like, man, you could have done Halo like this, but you didn't. You just decided not to because
That
animation
show's
is
not
for
out,
kids, right?
Is the Halo show
That
isn't
show's
out yet,
coming
right? But
out
the
like
but
a
the
month, I
showrunner
think.
but the showrunner like quit before it came out, which is a pretty bad sign, right? Is that what
Well,
happened?
Well, I
That's
saw
a great sign.
also the trailer is out, and I saw the trailer, and
Yeah, when the showrunner
like,
leaves
man,
before it
I don't
starts,
know.
all that
Like,
says is that he has incredible confidence in the crew. He knows they're going to make a great product.
Oh,
He
yes.
doesn't even need to be there because it's going to be so amazing.
no, I think he finished the season and then left, or one of
Oh,
them left. One of them left
oh,
halfway, and then the other one left at the end.
nice.
He finished the
I will say
season,
though,
was just looking at the products like, oh, yeah, I have other things to do, so I'm gonna go.
and Halo works would translate really really well to this style or just an animation in general. There was the
Well, they did
Halo
the Halo
graphic novel.
Legends, right? The Halo
Yeah, there was
Legends
Halo
was like a little
Legends. There
animated
was the
anime.
Halo
Oh
graphic
yeah,
novel
that
that had
was
all
not very
kinds of
good.
different styles,
Yeah.
and they all look great.
No, but live
But
action
instead, we're
equals
gonna get
legitimacy in a lot of people's minds. I don't get it,
yeah, I
but
guess so. Kind of a
yeah.
shame because it means it's gonna look they're probably gonna cut a lot of corners and it's gonna look
No, well,
cheapish.
apparently they got a decently large budget. I guess it's just I keep
Think of all the
describing
Chevy
it.
Silverados we'll see and
Well,
AK-47s.
I guess I keep describing it as just like it ain't Mando money, but it's like not, I don't know, like a CBS TV show production money. Like it's somewhere in between, and maybe you need Mando money to do a Halo show. We'll see. We'll see.
A rich
We'll see.
sci-fi thing like that,
Yeah.
mate, we'll see. Yeah, it can't hurt, but I mean, Mando has Mando money, and that's shit. So,
And
Well,
Boba
yeah, but
Fett
at least-
has a third of that, apparently. Doesn't
Well,
get
If
that
we
I
get the
mean,
numbers, well, I feel like we really need the numbers on how much it took to make the show because I keep hearing conflicting. I keep hearing that it's like it's a low budget show, but it's also a high budget show. I don't know, so somebody's going to have to look into that at some point.
figures available. They talked about Mando for the
Uh-oh.
season.
uh-oh, Fringy,
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna stop
Oh,
right there.
no.
We can't hear a thing that you're saying.
Oh,
True.
why?
Your mic is all
Robot
flumpy.
Beep boop.
Doing a robot.
Let us
boy.
go
Yeah, doing a
to
robot.
Singapore.
Bam, ba-dum, ba.
Could at least help a little.
I lost you all for a second there.
Hello?
Bring,
Huh?
Okay.
bring make a
Pringle?
point. Whatever it was.
Now,
You know.
I think now everyone
We
was
heard his
roboting for
feelings.
me.
yeah, everyone was
Yeah.
kind of
Hey,
roboting for
nah,
me as well.
Benzo.
Bring it back.
Oh,
Bring it
boy.
back. Leave Singapore.
You all seem fine to me.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
no one
well.
sounds
to me.
roboty to me right
Huh.
now.
Everyone's
Thanks, man.
sounding clear to me.
Yeah, you're all looking fine.
I think it just. I think it fixed itself. It sounds
Oh,
fine now.
okay.
Oh.
I wanted to
Is
highlight,
it
by the
still
way,
We'll see.
Metal.
Yeah.
I watched your Arcane Forge. I like that it was a
Ah.
3-hour thing. We are 1 hour in and we've done the intro. That's
The first scene and the opening.
I knew we'd be
What are you trying
long,
to say?
but once again, I've surprised myself at how long. Like,
You said 9 hours, and I'm like, really?
well, now I'm
Yeah,
starting to
I
think
didn't
it might be.
I didn't even.
It might be
didn't
two
even talk
parts.
about
I'm
the
not sure
intro.
we can get this done in one anymore. If this is going to take this long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll-
that was
we'll
my
split
expectation.
it after. Exactly. It's like I was saying earlier. We'll split it after episode 3. It's all good.
Because we'll be at 12
Oh my
hours at that
God.
point. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I didn't even talk about the intro. Could have been 4 hours easily for me.
So
But I was also not going for a full breakdown, so there you go.
I guess we'll move in to the next episode.
Move in.
Because obviously,
go,
I think Fringy wanted to say something, but I don't know if he's.
I can't remember what it was.
Oh, there he is.
So,
Hey, buddy. We
Hey.
were talking about budget.
Mando had $100 million budget, and I don't know that we know what the figures are for Boba Fett. They're just not.
Just know it's
Out
less.
There
Well,
are
Arcane-
tens of that.
Yeah.
For Arcane, I heard it was like briefly heard that it was like a 10 million per episode, so it was like 90 million in total. That's all I heard. I
think,
that's not even
uh,
really from an official source. So
It
Man,
it had
that's
money
really
behind it
good
for
then.
Sure.
Imagine like
I don't know if it had that much, but
trying to budget on the books for like the season of Book of Boba Fett or the production, because they'd have to like put some numbers in different places, right? Because it's just like it's clearly not because they were packaged as probably 5 episodes, depending on what we see in the finale. But like the 2 episodes we just saw is like those come from a different production or a different idea. I wonder how fucking complicated and weird that has to be when like auditing and stuff. Because it's packaged as a season, but it's not. By the way, I saw some people saying, do you guys know, like, do you misunderstand what the title means, The Book of Boba Fett? Have you read a book before? There are chapters that go to different characters.
People who wrote this, the people who wrote this show can't read.
No way,
I can't
man.
read.
Did someone actually say
Oh,
that?
Yeah.
I forgot what the word book means.
No, I don't believe you. Nobody's coping that hard.
Have you been on Twitter?
Theo, come on.
No. I don't go to Twitter. It's crazy.
Books
Don't
have
go to
different
Twitter. Yeah,
characters.
don't show up to Twitter tomorrow.
Books have
Sometimes the
chapters
best
that
way
are
to
about different people.
Sometimes the best way to respond to an argument is just a clip where you read it out and everyone in the room laughs.
And then they're like, this is a great joke. And he's like, yeah, yes.
Yep. Thanks.
So, the episode begins with
Yay.
a little team of people climbing up some tower, looking to get to the top of it, I guess. And what the fuck? What's going on? I didn't sign up for this. Who are these people's names?
Climbing.
Terrible story.
In my show, I think not.
Yeah. Awful. But I guess immediately you got Vi's at the top, encouraging the rest to follow her. So she's just the leader, as well as being what seems to be the most ready and able. And you've got like I think Clagger and Milo and Powder are all like asking different questions about whether or not this is something they should be doing, and basically every time Vi will be like, yes, this is the thing we should do. They won't care. Vander would have done it. Let's do it, sort of thing. She's very, very driven. And to have the show begin with them climbing up and then like sighing as they reach the top, and that's the visual, and I think she says it's good to get above it all. Reinforcement.
She must live down below. Oh my
Mhm.
goodness.
God, just look how amazing this looks.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we'll take
the
opportunities.
landscapes are so good.
We'll take opportunities to try and compliment everything as we go, but absolutely, this shot is fucking gorgeous, and it helps the story because Piltover is glorious. But
Yeah.
I think
other
there's
places are
2
not.
of these shots too, right? Because we cut
There's
to the
another
side,
one
then we
for
cut to
Zon.
there's a Zeppelin, so we get like 2 of these shots, and they're both amazing.
Yeah.
This is a really pretty show.
It's what is the general way they do it? Like everything is there's 3D models and then on 2D backgrounds, but also 3D objects as well here and there, right? Like
There
which
are
could-
also
Yeah, and I
2D
think they're-
animated frame by frame effects sometimes as well. Like
Yeah,
sometimes
they
with
do a
smoke
lot of
and stuff.
particles
Yeah, yeah.
in. They do a lot of particles in 2D animation, and it's like it's pretty obvious in many points, and it's beautiful each time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well that we'll probably have to start talking about is that not much time is wasted at all in these just in telling story and giving you information.
Yeah.
Even so, this is something that's probably worth bringing up. I think we should treat this when talking about it at first as though these are our main characters. I don't see why not.
Yeah.
And so like you have Powder, like idealistically is like I can't wait to be on a blimp one day, and Milo is like I can't wait to shoot it down. It's like you're already going to be like okay. And then they get immediately their first challenge, which is as they're on their little adventure, or at least the ones that we see, which is to jump from one rooftop to another one, and it's not an easy thing to do. And there's an element of trying to slide down first and get a better vantage to jump the second place. Vi does it. It's a little bit like not perfect, but she pretty much nails it.
Leading by example.
Yeah. Then Milo is like, "Get out of my way! I'm gonna do it." Screws up a little bit, but like, and looks worried to some smaller degree, but still makes it. And he's like really happy with himself. But before he can even get praise, Clagger just jumps right next to him with a huge thud.
Yeah.
And eats one of the
He
cupcakes
is a
that were left
body-
on the
yeah.
windowsill.
Yeah, which implies to me that while Milo was like all about like, look at me, I'm doing it, Clagger was just doing it as well. Like it's just not a big deal.
Yeah.
And yeah, just making them in a simpler sense a lighter and then heavier character. And
Mhm.
we'll discover quickly that Milo's a lockpicker while Clagger's more of a brute. Like,
Yeah.
cool. It's almost like classes.
Yeah.
Before I knew
right
his
here-
name, before I knew Milo's name, I was just calling him Baby Junkrat.
Makes sense.
He does kind of. He doesn't set any traps for his prey, though.
No, not yet. I figured he was building to that.
Yeah, this,
Remember
This is-
Overwatch?
No, I'm
No.
I'm good. I'm good.
yeah, this shot of Powder's face is one of those times where the facial expressions are just incredible. The animation is very,
Well, it
very,
was-
very good.
Gonna say doing a lot of character work again because it's basically like Powder's the only one, and of course she is because she's much younger, who's hesitating to do this at all. And just something to note that I find neat is that Milo is like, ugh, she's not gonna be able to do it, and
Hold it.
Clagger's like, I'll help her, and then she's like, no. Again, just showing you what the two interests of those two characters are, and then Vi's, which is she can do it. Let's just encourage her to do it. And obviously, she has the most trouble doing it. She almost dies, technically, by almost falling, but she manages to get there with Vi's help. And yeah, as Duma just said, the expression. This is actually a shot that a lot of people have used in thumbnails and different points of appreciation for the show. It's just being very strong and telling you exactly what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it's easier to crop out a blue background so you get the character and put it in your thumbnail.
Yes. So you have to watch out for
Yeah.
her hair.
Yeah, a little bit.
And yeah, I think she just repeats back, I'm ready. All this shit's important for later. Yeah, she makes it, they make it, they start heading toward, I think they even discussed that they've got the tip from someone about this particular place, that it very likely will have lots of stuff in it worth stealing. But the thing is, they're also worried about Vanda, which we don't know who that is yet, but it's just an authority figure that's not going to be happy, and she says he would have done it. Because this is apparently a place that's very risky to be doing this shit in. There's not a huge amount for us to draw yet, but we just have to sort of keep these things in mind. But yeah, I like that Milo is trying to work at the lock while commenting on how sort of rough and I guess clunky everyone is, and then has the door burst open by Vi just kicking it. And the little expression he
He's
gives
like,
too.
animals.
Animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fun considering they're all stealing from somebody. And yeah, I think it's probably, I don't know if
That's the thing
now's
from filthy topsiders.
true.
Yeah.
Might be worth commenting already on the costume design. Everyone here has costumes that look to be made from like repurposing clothing that wouldn't fit them or is incomplete.
Yeah, they
Yeah, it
clearly
either
look like
doesn't
they
fit
haven't
them
ground
fully. It's multiple colors that don't necessarily like gel too much. It's just whatever they sort of got. Shoulder pads.
Yeah, and it's very clear that they don't. They're not from around here.
Yeah, they've wherever they come from, resources are low. They've patched together different pieces of different clothes,
Hmm.
like hand-me-downs and stuff. I bring it up because I'm so mean, but Book of Boba Fett has the poor people extravagantly dressed in clean, like, vehicles that look expensive as hell with body mods. They are the victims, apparently, of low income. It's like, I don't really like.
Wait, were the jets and scooters poor people?
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, they had to steal water because they couldn't afford it.
Oh yes.
Oh
They
my
all have
god,
their
that's so
expensive,
dog
like,
shit.
custom
What the fuck?
bikes.
And they have body mods that apparently no one else can, like, because the way that you get them is by paying. So nobody has them except for you guys, but you're the poor people. It just
Yeah.
doesn't line up at all because they just didn't really think about
Maybe
it.
like a grant or some kind of program.
Maybe, yeah. Mods for poor. Something I want to note is that Milo jumps in himself, so does Vi. But Clagger makes sure to help Powder in himself before he goes in.
Yep.
Seems to be a nice dude, just from the little bit we've seen.
Yeah.
Ew, characters. Gross.
It's just that
We don't even get to know his name about halfway through.
yeah, we've talked about
I'm
this
terrible with names.
with several just stories, but like all the tiny actions in the middle of scenes the character build, whether or not you want it to.
Yeah.
Like someone getting hurt and everyone just keeps walking and doesn't care. You'd be like, oh well, they're just getting to the location they need to get to. It's like you just had them not acknowledge or care about someone who's hurt. Like that means something.
Mm-hmm.
Simple
Yep.
stuff like that. Yeah, it seems like they're caring about this. So they break in, and I always thought it was interesting that Vi immediately goes for the books to see what she can find. Milo's just fascinated by basically everything, and it's clearly like an inventor or engineer's penthouse. I think they refer to it as a penthouse.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Yeah, and they're just pouring stuff into their bag to collect. And again, it's just you sort of appreciate, like, I just love the way that everything they're looking at, you get to look at their faces and appreciate the expressions, because it's just another source of being able to be told stuff. Because you were mentioning earlier about how it maybe even be better than having actual actors, and it's just like, well, it probably would be, in a sense that you've got animators who can spend as long as they want on just one expression, while an actor, they take several takes and then you choose the best one from a limitation.
Well, you know what's always kind of funny too. No, go ahead.
By virtue of it being an animation, you could sort of stretch maybe what an expression could be, or how people might be able to react to things, because it is not real in that sense.
Yeah, they can be a lot more. They can be larger than life, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in many instances, animators often will make the facial expressions themselves. They kind of act the character out, and they just kind of like pay attention to what happened to their own face and then apply it to the character. So a lot of acting really does go into animating a certain character's face and everything. And if you don't really know how facial expressions, gel with acting, then a lot of the times you're going to wind up with stiff emotions. So I feel like, yeah, acting is a big part of animation as well, and you without actual actors.
I'm just trying to balance copyright coverage as well.
Yeah.
Of course.
So my Discord is being a bit flumpy. I'm gonna restart Discord real quick. One sec.
It's a small little thing that Powder knows what she's talking about just a little bit in terms of the technology stuff lying around the place.
Yeah, she's fascinated by this
Yeah,
device. She's aware of it.
She's able to
She
name it,
knows
I
what these
think.
things are. It's a Valdiani, yeah.
Yeah.
It identifies the thing Milo pulls out as well. So it's like, yeah, making a start here on what she's good at, if anything.
True.
There we go.
So yeah, all looking around for things to steal, and then they basically say, like, better hurry and put things that matter in there, because Milo's going to fill it up with junk, because he just shiny is all that matters to him. But with it seems that Powder understands tech to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
But as they keep looking around, they find this. Will become important later, but
Sandwiches.
for now, not quite.
Sandwiches.
I'm actually not. I'm not talking about that bit. So they found a device of some kind with a little stone inside it. Don't know what this is. There's all blueprints around it and stuff. Interesting.
Looks special.
Just again, the expressions on everybody. You could just appreciate it. It's fun. It's just, there's always going to be something to look at.
Yeah.
But
And
okay.
looking back and seeing this little device now, and then knowing what will happen with it later and later, it's like, you can see where it comes from
Mhm.
this point and where it goes.
Something happens with that?
That specific not that specific one, but you could see how that is similar to the stuff they use later on, and it gets built on and it gets bigger, and
you call it a prototype.
you could call it that.
So yeah, oof. That's gonna get hard sometimes. Powder.
What you said? Yeah, Jay. What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah.
That's what you were saying, right?
What do you think about
what did you want to say to me?
Powder exploring? What do you?
Powder exploring. I love exploring Powder. There's this like big like powder area right next to my
You
city,
like
and
to-
I just
you
like
like
go
to
through
what?
journeys there. Explore Powder.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
She looking around at some stuff, and then we get another nice detail in terms of facial expression. I love as well as just expression of eating, but seeing just a sandwich is like gold to her, which again gives you an
Yes.
impression.
Bingo.
Real food, let's go.
Yeah,
Food.
so that means they probably don't have fantastic diets where they come from.
Yeah, their sandwiches are shit.
Probably.
And she's not even the least bit concerned as to whether or not it's stale. She just bites into that bastard.
Yeah.
Now's your chance, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not even the sniff test.
Yeah, and then the sandwich is near something else that looks a little bit
Hey,
spooky.
you know what they say? If it looks like a sandwich and tastes like a sandwich, it probably smells like a sandwich.
Yeah, that's
Maybe.
what they say.
That's something they say.
Sure.
That's something they say.
That's a hot take, I think.
And then Powder's like, maybe there's some more sandwiches in this chest. So she's trying to.
Maybe
the
this is a
sandwich
whole chest full of
chest.
sandwiches. Yes.
It's
That's why I came.
a neat little room too. I was trying to have a look around. It's like you can see a guitar, what looks like some kind of maybe shield, another chest. Obviously everything's pretty messy because he's just trying to
Yeah.
do an invention. That could be a bong, a sci-fi bong. You don't know.
That
A
could be a
scone.
weapon guitar.
Yeah.
A laser guitar. That's very true.
Yeah, she opens it up, this little boxy thing, and there's a lot of little gems inside it, which I think are a signal of value to basically anybody. Like, we
You
should
know,
probably...
there was one of them. Now there's several.
Yeah.
They're bright crystals. Now, how could that not be worth something?
But unfortunately, the apartment owner is here. Oh no.
Oh, it's the
Knocking.
shot from the episode thing.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's like the thumbnail on Netflix, I think, is the shot of her eye.
Oh, is it?
I think
I
so.
don't know. I thought the shot from Netflix was her sitting on a chair, or are there a couple of them?
Yeah, I was sitting on a chair. That's all
Really?
I've ever
And
seen.
why?
You're probably thinking of thumbnails again.
Maybe.
Maybe just obsessed with eyes.
Yeah,
They're the window to the soul metal.
Just grab these funny crystal thingies and go.
the owner is home. They gotta get the fuck out. And then I think Vi like commands Milo to sort out the door. I guess it's a regular thing that he blocks it with a chair, or it's the fact that he's just sitting on it. I guess there's just a little bit of unity, like because they've probably experienced a lot of this, like get out of there before you're caught, sort of shit. But unfortunately, Powder drops one of the crystals when she's trying to grab them up quick, and it rolls across the floor and slams into the wall, and that explodes. Which is very bad, because explosions do damage. PSA about
What?
explosions for
lot.
everybody. And what I like about it is that not only does it just look cool, and then we're always like, oh, stakes have raised, but the first thing we see Vi do is check to make sure everybody's okay, and then she starts to assess the damage. Instead of just running away, there's like a want to see what she may have done as a result of this, or what kind of has happened. But to be fair, most of them have no clue why this has happened yet.
Yeah, not even Powder, because she didn't even see that she dropped it.
Yeah.
Just
Something
pieces.
just blew up.
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but it was just like, damn, they really are trying to get that attention. I guess there's like bits of paper floating in the air from all of the papers in the room and the books and stuff. They're all burning, and so they're getting like smaller as the flame is like reducing them while the shot is flowing.
I can see the blue singe on the pages. That's really
Yeah.
They're burning through them as they move. Man, those are taking fucking ages.
That must have taken ages.
that
Yes,
is
you're
really
correct.
cool. Yeah, look at that.
And you know what? I think it was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot take right there.
Yeah, that's pretty. So, alarms are going off. They're kind of fucked now, and we cut to them running away from enforcers, who have little. I call it a bowler. It's the closest thing I know that exists that looks like this, but this is more of a sci-fi
Yeah.
one.
It's pretty much,
Wait,
yeah, it's like
isn't
a
it just a
sci-fi
bola?
bola.
Yeah.
Like I
Something like
didn't
that.
know what it was supposed to be because of the way it had 3 prongs. I was like, what the fuck is that thing? I don't know
Normally
that
you
would work
bolus.
with 3.
It's a bolus.
Haha.
Very well.
No, it's not a joke. That's what it's called.
I think I
What
thought
did
they
you
were
think the
called.
joke
Curious
was?
what it's called?
Well, there's probably more than one, but as far as I knew, they were always called bolas. BOLA.
I think a single is called a bolus. I can double check just out of curiosity.
That would make sense.
Bola, also called
A
bolus.
bolus, plural bolus or boluses from the Spanish bola for ball. So it's from the Spanish bola.
Primarily used for hunting, consisting of stone balls, usually in a group of 3. Oh, okay. I thought it was a group of 2.
3 is a magic number. Oh,
Apparently.
yes, it is.
So they just fucking run, try and escape. Oh god, it's the worst thing ever. 'Cause if them enforcers grab them, I would argue that the way that they run away in the little bits, like with stairs and moving past corners and stuff, is closer to who they like. The Clagger being heavy and there's this little run that Powder does when going down the stairs that's so dainty compared to everybody else's. I'm trying to get a shot of it. Yeah, because Vi, I think, does like a slide down the staircase. She does all the cool stuff. Or she, yeah, she
Last time I
bounces off it.
slid
Milo
down
goes on
a
the stairs.
staircase rail, I tore my back pocket.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah,
a
my
shame.
logo sliding down.
It
That
was
was
at Mount
super
Rushmore.
expressive. You're right. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, Vi bounces off the wall. He slides down the thing, and yeah, Powder's just going. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Paddle uses each stair.
And Clagger just like charges through. Yeah.
Yeah, which again, I just think is opportunities. Don't waste them. The bowlers are coming close. Spooky. I think Vi is aware of the. They even mentioned that they've done this before because of the exit they use. They've used before, but the bridge is closing up. They jump over it, and I thought it was going to be cliche and just have it so that it stops everyone else from chasing them. But no, like 7 or so enforcers still managed to get over. It's just like, yeah, it's not going to save him.
And one slips.
Poor guy. he could be in serious
Lands on a
trouble. I hope
boat.
he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can recover from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'd say here's another example as well. They all slam into the wall, and Claggers is like the biggest hit. Like Vi,
Yeah, just like,
Powder,
boom.
and then poof. It's like, yep.
Here's actually a
Would
question.
cause another
Almost walks through the wall.
So someone alluded to there being something especially dangerous about the water in Piltover Harbor. Does anyone know anything about that?
Yeah.
You
They
drown.
talk about that in like I want to say like 5 or 6 episodes in. So.
I think
Piltover
Oh no, you're
water
probably
is
thinking.
an-
You're probably thinking of the Undercity, honestly. So I don't think
Yeah, it
Piltover
was
Water
Undercity
is bad.
stuff.
yeah, and well, it'll be the beginning of episode 3. We can probably talk about that.
Okay.
Because it's much more overt. But yeah, she breaks like a gas main thing, and it confuses a lot of people, which gives them a chance to get to a drain, and they jump down into a trash compactor. What it is, okay. A reference to Star Wars, sure of it.
Yeah.
That's true.
No.
I'm sure that in decades to come, random objects in the trash compactor will not be brought back for sheer nostalgia points.
Rags,
Ugh.
they were tweets, people celebrating that.
I know
Being-
these people
being,
are fucking lame.
I know
Be-
what
be-
that is.
You do know what that is.
Yeah, being the hater I am, there's a bunch of stuff I saw in the first episode that I thought was a plot hole, and none of it actually was. So here's one of them: is that she has the let's say the unstable objects in her pocket, and they're like sliding down the thing, and then they violently land. But they first of all land on trash, which might be soft, and second of all, it's in her side pocket, so it's actually not a plot hole, along with everything else that I noticed, which is a really good sign.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty chill. They need
Hmm.
a lot of aggravation to explode.
I know it was
Yeah.
one of my concerns when I was watching originally, because when I saw the first Gungan ball roll and it hit the wall, they
Gungan
slow it
ball.
down, which which confused me. I think at first I thought that it just barely had to hit the wall in order to go off when they just had slow mode it. And so then I was like,
Yeah, that's,
shouldn't these things be going off all the time? But I was like, oh no, it's okay. This
I
one
had
gets
I had the
fast.
same thing.
Yeah, Jay and I are on the same page when it comes to the random slow mo.
True.
It feels like it might not have been the scene to slow-mo, just, for people like us who are a bit slower than everyone else.
Maybe or are we faster than
We're
everyone else?
faster. Yeah, we're too fast.
Yeah, we're too fast. We're
Too
like Sonic
furious.
and Shadow the Hedgehogs.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, we have to go fast. Slow-mo
Well,
throws us out of whack. Our bodily rhythm.
yesterday we saw
Unacceptable
Sonic
to
going
the-
medium speed.
We did.
True.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we did. We saw many versions of Sonic. Any blue creature Sonic is what I learned.
Yeah, I think Milo is like, I don't fucking want to go down. She just kicks him down, which, again, it's just
She
a
seems
rip-off
to
of
be
Star
dealing with
Wars when they kick Chewie down, or was it Chewie? I can't remember anymore. Who gets kicked down? Well, someone gets kicked in the ass. I remember that much.
Lumpy.
Lumpy probably gets kicked down. Yeah. But once they've landed, I think Milo is like, somebody's fucked this up, and Powder's like, it's not me, and he's like, yeah, it's never you. And Vi's like, we've got the shit. Let's just go. Like, whatever, it's fine.
I love how poor Milo lands face first in all this metal crap.
It's a
Well,
small
look at
thing, but
Milo's face. This is clearly not the first time he's been using his
I think he
his
says
fucking
that.
head as his.
It's like
Oh, does he?
I think he says like, you said last time that this was the last time.
Yeah, he said
It turns out he was just referring to him falling on his face.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why his face looks all fucked up.
Yeah, baby Junkrat, man.
I really enjoy how the shot is framed as well. How, like, Clagger is obscuring Powder from view until
Is mentioned,
everyone turns to look at her.
Yeah.
And then she's like the focal point of the entire thing because she stands out in terms of coloration as well.
A lot of great moments.
Yeah, that's
like
a great
that.
shot. Really, the whole show.
Yeah, you
Something
could,
I
you could
noticed a
say
lot
that.
are. Did you guys notice all the match cuts? There's so many match cuts in this show.
You mean like a cut where
I guess we'll get to them.
Match cuts.
looks
I
like
don't know what a
Yeah,
match cut
like
is.
Something that
a
looks like
cut from
something
one
else.
scene to another, where a cut from one scene to another where the location changes, but there's like very
composition
very
is the same.
strong resemblance.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it'll cut from a circular thing to another circular thing, but they're very
I don't recall
I
them
gotcha.
doing it way too much, but I can think of a few places that they
Well,
have. Yeah.
feel free to point them out.
I didn't say it
if
was
you-
too much. They were good. Yeah, I'll point them out if we see them.
Yeah, then we see they're on their way back, but some lads have spotted them. Looks like the local bullies, like Nelson Muntz and his friends, basically. Like, oh dear. Which again, it's funny how the shows can work. But when I was first watching it, in my head I was just like, that they fine though. What? But you find out that they were sent to keep an eye on them by somebody. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically are like, give us at least some of what you've stolen. And it looks like Vi figures that the only way that this is going to work is if they get into a fight. Which is, again, if you look at the lot of them, Clagger's already put himself in front of Vi. Milo is more just curious, and then Powder's looking very defensive straight away. Like, getting everybody to react quickly.
This is appropriate league group positioning. You get the tank out front and go take aggro. You know.
Well, yeah, if Powder's the support, she needs to move back. It's like, stay safe.
Yeah, Powder's too close. She's gonna get CC'd.
Oh no.
Wipe her out first. But yeah, Vi's like, all right, everyone, chill and have a taste. And then she fucking hits him with it. So she lied, or at least what was implied. That's just fucked up. Worst character.
Bitch. Liar.
Yeah.
Also, is this Deckard? What's this
It doesn't
dude's
make
name?
sense that she would say one thing, but then a different thing happened. Like, that's a plot hole.
Yeah, it was really weird.
That's an inconsistency between what she said and what she did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of why I hate Vi. One moment.
I think we should have had some internal monologue where she says,
I
"I'm not
hate her
actually
because
going
she's
to
a
give him
woman."
taste."
True.
Based.
I hate her because she's a lesbian.
Yeah, can I put the subtitles on? I don't know I don't even know that I have subtitles on this actually. So, but I don't know what VLC will do because I'm constantly skipping around, so it's probably gonna like that. Honestly surprised VLC hasn't glitched their faces up yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is something that normally happens.
Fight
They
breaks
wouldn't
out.
dare touch this show.
Mm-hmm.
I I like the ensuing brawl a lot because it's really scuffed.
Yes.
It's really
It's
scuffed,
just
yeah.
like
Definitely is.
Yeah, it's not clean. It's not, and these are characters beating the shit out of each other, and it really
Well, it
just,
looks like people are getting
Yeah.
hurt.
yeah, it
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like another sort of tone setter. Like we're willing to
On-
show some people getting roughed up in fights. We're gonna do it.
Hurt
Of
on
course,
both sides, we should
Clagger, because
mention. I think
he's
that's important to mention
huge.
these days, that both sides get hurt and not
Hmm.
only the enemies.
Yeah.
And
Of
yeah,
course,
just
Clagger, because he's huge, is just running the show.
well, I was gonna say
I mean,
this
it's really
image.
important to establish.
This
Yeah.
image of, this is your main female character that some people may have had concerns that she would have like, you know, because people especially with her hair, there was like comments about like, oh, she's gonna be shit. It's just like she's getting beaten the fuck out right now, and she's one of the like
Yeah.
stronger
Blasted in the
characters.
face.
I was very happy to see
It's-
this.
it's
I was like, oh
important,
sweet, we're gonna have actual like stakes instead of bullshit.
Yeah.
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 It's important to establish with your fights what kind of tone they're going to take on, right? Because you can have a world where the fights and like aren't consequential. Like I don't think like loads of cartoons have like fights. It's just like, yeah, we're doing a fight scene. It doesn't really. It's not gonna. It's not the kind of thing you're supposed to be invested in that hard. But the fights in this show, it's established right from the off that yeah, getting in a fight, it's not a good idea, and you probably shouldn't do it. This is a world where that's kind of realistic, in that if you fight someone, there's very likely there's going to be consequences to that for you. It's one of your options, and it is one that comes with the consequences that fighting someone in real life has.
Yeah, Vi gets the shit kicked out of her like most of the time, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
She
Like,
she
she
always
takes
really
a
does.
lot of
the
damage
bloody
in this show.
fight.
It's awesome.
Yeah. And it's clear that she's like really impulsive, and we'll see that come to a head. Milo with the
Yeah.
fucking hammer fist.
Absolutely wrecked. Yeah, and then we just get Claggers taking 2 on at once, which is pretty awesome. Clearly the tank at this point.
MVP.
Like
Yeah.
he's a big dude in a street fight, so this happens. Like
We just kicked him out of the
Such
air.
a good shot.
But yeah,
Sit nerd.
and I'm pretty sure we're supposed to draw from this that Powder is terrified, while everybody's in their brawl.
What a wimp!
I know,
A
right?
fucking little
Sorry, Jay,
pussy.
what was that?
So she's a coward, a
Mhm.
wimp.
Yeah.
Pathetic, disgusting.
Disgusting.
Yeah, we got some slow mo to just
Yeah.
appreciate how rough everything is. I would argue. And it's again kind of like the intro. Where you're just like, man, a bunch of kids fighting, and it's fucking
Mhm.
people getting things broken and shit.
I love seeing children
That's a lot of
punched,
shots I can have.
especially by other children.
Yep. Lots of spit, but with bits of blood
Yeah.
thrown into.
Spit and blood. Sploom.
Ew.
Oh, I love Sploom.
No, put the
I knew Jay
sploop
would
down.
love Sploom. Jay loves
Sploom is
Sploom.
my favorite character.
Hot
Sploon. That does sound like a J character.
Sploom.
And one of them chases Powder out while the rest are still fighting. Milo, I think, is only keeping up his end, sort of, and it actually looks for a second like Vi is losing. But then she like. I'm gonna have to get that on screen now. Ooh, what are you talking about? Stuff I can't see. It's way longer than it should. There you go. Now you can see the meme.
True.
Did my laugh not come through?
So good.
Good stuff.
Funny.
Think-
It's funny because it contains violence against women.
yes.
No.
But I love as well that we go from being a little bit unfocused to focusing up camera-wise on Vi after she's beaten the guy, getting it on screen. And she just looks like she had some trouble there, and she's bleeding, she's holding her chest, and she spits something out. It's just like, nice, you earned that. Instead of, just standing tall. We compliment it all the time. I feel like the go-to reference for everybody is Daredevil, the show. If anyone's watched the fight scenes in that, it's always so much better when your character looks like they've actually been through something instead of just standing tall and being like,
Yeah.
that was easy.
Well, it depends on the tone that you're going for, right? But yes, especially in this kind of, this show would be far inferior if they just stood up like, yeah, we won, and that was it.
Yeah, Clagger takes his
Almost.
first hit here.
Yeah, and he does a smart, throws dirt in their
Yeah!
eye like a certain
Fucking
Bully
saying.
Maguire. And then fucking does this move, which I imagine Metal knows the name of.
Boo!
Fucking awesome.
Clump.
Mel, what is
You're
it?
not coming back from that.
Okay.
Oh, what? Sorry.
What's the move called?
The
You
big
must know.
fat man.
Pocket sand.
Pocket sand.
I know it. Give me a
Ja.
second. The Spine Buster. There you go.
Well, it's a good name, I guess.
Well, 'cause that kid's fucking dead.
And yeah, Milo's
They're
actually
kids.
partially losing his fight, but then Vi comes in with a plank. A Brie Larson is on hand and fucks him up.
Super effective Brie Larson.
I just really enjoyed the one laugh in response to that joke.
Yeah, and I guess I'll try and keep on to it until later. There's a note about something small about this fight that's really cool that gets carried on to in, let's say, the future. Anyway, they've won, but they don't have the. Oh well, I guess it's worth mentioning. Yeah, Deckard, the leader of the bullies, pulls out a knife. He's like, "Let's fucking do it." Which, by the way, if anybody on this planet was going to highlight that as a fucking hole that he didn't pull it out to begin with, just going to tell you that the fights don't work that way. He's desperate now, and he's willing to kill them now. He wasn't willing to kill them before.
Not to mention,
In Civil War-
We'll see why that he didn't do that right away either later in the episode too. So
Well,
no worries.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it's a tiny little thing here, but it's just a bit of character for Deckard, in that he's the big man on campus, or he wants to be the big man on campus at the very least.
He has been emasculated.
Yes.
And what's just a good little character moment as well. Vi just puts her face right to it, and it's just like, do you want to see where that goes? Probably not. And I see it as her basically saying like, you're gonna fucking die if you try that. It's like, right. Probably
I mean,
not worth it.
it's the ultimate Giga Chat assert dominance, right? It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
do it.
With T-pose as well. Do it. Come on, do it.
T-pose.
While she's
Yeah,
saying it, just T-poses.
V-pose.
Does this, then does the T pose. It's like, oh, Ascension.
I tend not to like CT poses. They do scare me in media. It's so powerful that like, gotta be prepared for it. I need to. He fucks off. Great. And then they go look for Powder, who's having her own action scene.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, she's just desperately trying to stay away from this guy, and she opts to throw one of her inventions at him, but it just pops for
Full of nails.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was going to kill that
You wonder if
guy.
that without have killed him. Like, geez.
Yeah,
it-
nails and
it's-
everything.
it certainly could, and that's something that's interesting to think about. I would say, like, it's
I think so too. Like,
Powder does kind
oh,
of have like
she-
Ted Kaczynski vibes. She's like making pipe bombs and stuff. Like,
Well, I guess it'll be reincorporated later. The idea that she, if this would have gone off, it very well might have like shredded him and killed him, but it didn't work. But the next time she uses an explosive device, it doesn't.
Maybe it
It
will
also is
work?
like maybe it will. I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, and she
there's
has
lots
a
of, I guess.
she has an excited look when it's about to go off, rather than
She doesn't care about the
Yeah.
welfare of this asshole. She just wants to make sure the shit works.
Probably
Yeah,
doesn't even
that's why
realize that
she's
could
like-
I feel
possibly
like
kill him.
there's two angles to that. First off, okay, is she quite right in the head because of this? But the other perspective is this just life down here? This
Yeah.
is probably just how things
Mhm.
are. Like, especially with the way Zornites tend to treat death throughout the show.
something that
she's like Rutro.
She literally does here, and I think it's the first instance of it, but it's something that I definitely noticed. She bites her lip whenever she's in combat. And I know it sounds like a strange sort of detail, but it's just that it's something she does that nobody else does, and she always does. Little
I
like
didn't notice that at all so far.
I'm trying to get it.
That's
just
interesting.
Annoying because of copyright, but we'll see loads of examples of it going forward. But she, I guess it's her way of like on the verge of excitement with how things are going to go. Vi also has a tick that I've got a thing prepared for that can show you it much better. But yeah, it doesn't work. She's very sad about that, and instead of him getting the stuff from her, she throws it over the edge to distract him, and she gets away with the time that he spends looking for it. But nobody gets it. And yeah, and you hit the 20-minute mark almost at this point, and it's just like I think we're doing pretty well in terms of giving us information. I was already just like, all right. You know, it's worth me watching it rather than just as a lot of people will, and I don't even blame them for this because I do plenty of stuff, but playing a game while having it on a second screen, the way that a lot of people might consume content.
Yeah, you'll
You
miss a
didn't know.
lot if you do that, and that's kind of what I realized when I had first watched it. That I was doing work while watching it. I realized on my second viewing that I had missed so much, rich, subtle character development just by seeing their actions, and it's just kind of crazy. And so, we've
This
had a
one
couple
is
of people in
definitely
chat
worth
now.
the focus.
Yeah,
That's kind of the
absolutely.
difference
We've had a-
between sorry. Yeah, that's the
Oh
difference
no,
between
I
like
was.
cinema, like just sort of like content. Like it's like what monitor is it on, right? It's like
Mhm.
if you have to focus on it, it's like, that's
Yeah, this
really
is
what you
monitor
want.
one content right here. So,
There's a lot of.
and it was in.
Well, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying we had a lot of people going like, "Well, they're really they're really stretching for things to talk about here." It's like, nah, dude. Like all of
this
this
is just the
really
beginning.
baked in and very subtle. And of course, it just doesn't help that everything just looks so fun to look at too. It's just like, come on,
Well, and
this is beautiful.
I want to appreciate the earlier episodes. A lot of people say like 1 and 2 are boring or lame or whatever, and it's like you'd be surprised how much is going on in these episodes to
Absolutely.
inform future events. But yeah, they go to like a really dingy part of town, which apparently is where one of the main elevators for taking you down to the lanes is stored. And they're just arguing back and forth about how, wow, the whole job was for nothing. Powder lost the swag. And Milo says every time she comes, something goes wrong. She jinxes every job. People who've played.
As somebody who hasn't seen, as somebody like completely uninitiated with League of Legends, that went right over my head. And then, but then it didn't later.
I've seen people called out on the nose. I
No,
feel
fuck that.
like yeah, like you only say that because
It's
you
only
know
on the
it's
nose if
not.
you've played the game to death.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not unnatural dialogue. It's only on the nose if you know
It's
the
completely
meta.
natural.
I don't.
Stuff like that.
I knew the meta. I
Stuff
don't
like
think
that
it's
usually-
on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that usually annoys
Well,
the
then,
fuck
like-
out of me, and I didn't
as in,
bother
like,
me at
it's-
all.
As in, like, these people only think it's on the nose because they're so familiar with the meta, right?
But again, so I'd rather clarify.
Well, they can't.
My reaction was like, "Oh, nice way to slip that in." When it's on the nose, for example, like, look, Ahsoka. I'm like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there
they
she
could have
is.
easily screwed that line up by making him say like, "We should name her Jinx instead." But he chose the word "she jinxes everything."
Yeah, because that's a normal
is a
thing
word
people
people
say in real
use.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you jinx stuff by it's just like a superstitious sort of comment that you fuck everything up even by being here.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue this shot here incredibly important to consider going forward
Mm-hmm.
for reasons you may not even be fully understanding of right now, which is fine.
Which I only realized on my second watch through, almost at the end.
You grew up surrounded by water.
That's
Wanted to
not.
make sure that
No,
was
that's not what I was thinking. It's like episode 7 leak. I was surrounded by water. Goddamn.
It's just so you know that it's just so natural, I think.
Such a
compared to stuff like
retarded
that.
thing to
From
say.
Camino, is he?
It's just like, just can't stretch how retarded that sentence is.
He was born on Camino, surrounded by water. In the little tube. Baby tube. It was
I just want the character there when he says that who goes like that. What? What do you mean?
I grew up surrounded by dudes who looked exactly fucking like me. It was weird. Literally everyone I knew was either a dude who looked just like
Oh my
me
god, Jay.
or a fucking weird alien with a neck longer than their arm.
When Boba
Those are
finds
the only
out,
people I knew.
Is that
When
weird?
the first
Wow.
time I saw a person who didn't look like me,
Mask
I
off.
was like, "Whoa, are you a different species?" Because every time I thought humans just looked exactly like me, you know?
you remember so Boba Fett for some reason is just there in the beginning of Rise of Skywalker when Poe is explaining how the Emperor came back, and he mentions cloning, and then Boba just goes, "I grew up surrounded by clones." They're all just like, "Okay,
All right then.
Bubba.
Boba, sit down."
Just surrounded by
significantly
clones, and so did all of
devalued
my
my look at
clones.
life.
I mean, growing up around literal, growing up as someone who is like the only, like I guess accelerated growth, but surrounded by people who are like genetically identical clones. It's got to give you an interesting perspective on people and life, right?
No,
Oh,
Well, get fucked.
Tusken rights. So anyway,
maybe
they'll
that's where he learned Tusken rights from all the clones.
that makes sense. Their little almost fight is broken up by Vi.
Maybe if he was went to Camino, he would say these waters belong to the clones.
Well, no, they
Maybe.
belong to the Camino people, not the clones.
Maybe he thinks
How
the
long
clones
do the
deserve
clones
to
have
have
to stay
it.
there before they belong to the clones?
I don't know. I don't know.
How many generations of clones?
I don't have an answer. I don't know.
3.
Man, that's how long's that? Like 20 years? Because they grow up real quick, don't they?
Yeah.
Twice the speed, I think, something like that.
Yeah. Which
Yeah,
would be
the thing is
great
we can
for
do it in
getting him
half
into
the time,
war, but
so it is
man,
twice the speed.
that age development's gonna
Well, do they-
fuck them in the ass when they get to a certain
Do they? Is
level.
it? Do they not have a child? Is it just that like they have half the childhood, or does like their growth acceleration continue into like their aging? Because to me, like as far as like growing up and then aging, those are separate processes, right? Where one is you maturing and all that, and the other is the degradation of your cells with time.
Oh, I'm sure they
So I don't see why
have fucked
growth
up
acceleration would accelerate
views of
their
everything
aging.
because of the way that they've been. Yeah, because they were given like the kind of like simulations, and yeah, they've had a rough upbringing.
Yeah. They were well. I want to derail any further.
I was gonna say anyway, Arcane, if you guys remember.
Clone Army very ethical.
What?
What's Arcane?
Intro
I've seen that.
to
All right.
the lanes.
Zorn.
Well, this is the thing. It goes by a lot of names. You guys are welcome to call it whatever you want.
There's like 4 different names. Yeah.
The Undercity
Yeah,
Zone
the
and the
Undercity.
lanes. I
I
imagine
checked
that
multiple
Trenches.
times while I was making notes for this. Like, is it this? Does the other name just come later for something else? It's like,
It's-
oh
it's
no, they
not-
just call it different things all the time.
It is not officially called Zorn yet.
no,
Yeah, not.
that's what they
Right,
want.
that's what they want to call it. Okay.
But to be fair,
Wait,
I don't
isn't
think
it? I
it's,
thought
it's
they
not
call
a-
it.
As of
the
Oh, wait,
Undercity is
I'm not
probably its
gonna say
official
it,
name then,
no.
right?
pretty
Something
much,
like
yeah.
that.
That's what they. That's
Yeah.
what they call it. Only one character is calling it Zon right now, but not yet.
Which is a cringe name and is stupid.
Just like you.
Got him.
Hey, I'm not a
Why,
name.
why do you think Zorn is a cringe name?
I don't know, it just sounds funny.
Runeterra is way
like-
cringier than Zorn.
Runeterra is
They should
just
call it
Magic
Alderaan.
World.
Magic
All the
World,
way.
Yeah,
exactly.
Magic World. Welcome to Magic World.
It's better
Magic
than
World. With
You wouldn't
all of the
believe all the
fantastic
magic we
rides,
have.
all of the
Oh,
amusements
also
you can ride on
a
the
lot of-
magic
okay,
train. The
I don't
magic
like
bus.
Runeterra as a name either, but to steal man that's where like half of the names that we have for shit come from. Is it's just like old words for the thing that it is.
yeah, but it's
It's
usually
like
less,
our moon is
overt.
called the moon,
Well,
What?
sure, but what?
or we call it Luna, which means moon.
Yeah,
Um,
because it's our moon, and we define other moons. That's why our star is called the sun, but they're all suns.
It is
Yeah.
it is
Do you-
significantly more important to us than the rest
Is it
of
a
them.
problem to you, Jay, that like one astronomical unit is the distance from the sun to the Earth, that it should be some other metric? Even though this makes
No.
sense because we're just basing it on metrics we have, that gravity, like 1 bar, is the atmosphere pressure on the surface of Earth? Is that like a problem?
No. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
it's just an
You know,
interesting
let's move
point.
on because I'm not sure what's happening here anymore.
I don't understand the criticism that we called our moon the moon. It is our moon. It was
No,
the
it's not a
first moon
criticism.
about which we
It's
made.
not it's not a criticism.
What was it then?
It's a defense of the name Magic World.
Oh, but it's not a
'Cause,
defense
like,
though.
Well, because we call our
Well,
planet
but wait,
Earth.
but
It's
that
like,
at that point you'd be like, that's the equivalent of calling Wales, like, you know, country. That's
Well,
not
so-
what we do.
well,
yeah, a lot of places. The
Well,
Sahara
well,
Desert
well.
means Sahara Desert. That's the word Sahara means desert. Like, there's loads of names like this, which that's just based on a word for the thing that it is.
Like
I
ATM
guess
machine.
I'm surprised that you didn't just point out that like a lot of countries, literal translation is like middle land or middle kingdom or something.
Well, we're okay with Middle Earth, I assume, right?
Well, I didn't know that.
Isn't that
does,
what?
I feel,
Isn't
bolster
that
my
what?
point.
Well, it's the Mediterranean, right? It's the middle, like the middle sea, basically the middle points for a lot of societies.
Yeah, 'cause,
at the
like,
time.
for most like places, no one sits down and go like for places that people have lived for a very long time, right? Is places that don't get discovered, places where basically you already are and it's been there for as long as living memory. No one sits down and goes, okay, what will we name this? People just go, oh, you know, that place, the hill place, right? And that's how it gets its name. Also, oh, you know, that the sea in the south, and then it's just called South Sea.
Well, I guess it makes. Yeah, I mean, who knows how name? Well, I'm sure somebody knows how names work, but
Well,
me.
I was gonna say, are we about to get to the point where we say, well, to be fair, any name can be based on anything and still be awesome or cringe, and then we're just gonna go by how it sounds, and at that point, Runeterra is
Yeah,
that
because
this is.
me, Zorn sounds like someone went, "Give me a name, quick!" and they went, "Zorn."
I don't think so. Zorn.
It has the right feel.
It
to
sounds
in terms
strong
of
to
the way
me.
it sounds.
Like I don't know. Like I just disagree with you on this one, Jay. You're a flume.
Well, I think Zorn is a better name than Runeterra, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Zorn
not
is
even close
definitely
as far as
better
I'm
than
concerned.
Runeterra.
Runeterra sounds like crap, but
Yeah.
Runeterra sucks.
Zorn
Runeterra
sounds
sounds
cool.
awful, yeah.
Anyway,
Sound cool.
even this. So people make this joke a lot. If you freeze anything in Arcane, you got yourself a pretty cool background. This is a pretty cool background.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Green tint as well,
And
which
really very clearly shows
darker
the
and
difference
glowier.
between Piltover and Zaun.
Yes, very easily.
much
yeah.
more
Which is called the
grungy,
Undercity right now.
rusty,
People
older.
staring at each other, looking at each other.
Yeah, leering, yeah. Obviously, just absorbing facial reactions all the time. She's not happy about returning here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it goes, and she puts her hood up as well. Like, yeah.
Not to mention, she's
Bad
obviously very disappointed that everything that they just went for on their first job was for nothing. So while she's sitting there trying to like console Powder on the fact that she pretty much cost them the job, she's still pretty fucking disappointed.
Yeah.
Apparently, thievery is definitely about the destination and not the journey. As it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The real bounty was the friends we made along the way.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Not to mention, by the way, that they know what's going to happen next, which is that explosion is going to be. People will find out about it, and
Mm-hmm.
the man we've heard of, being Vanda, is very likely someone that they're going to have to deal with.
Wumbo.
But yeah, this is a little montage moment to just give you a big blast of the lanes. What kind of?
More pop music.
I like this song, so it's fine. This is one of the ones that Theo said you thought didn't work, right?
Not quite didn't work. It jarred with me first time, but on like subsequent watches, I think tonally it's right on. I think it's good.
Problem is, I feel like the music makes this place seem like a fun place to be.
I
and
don't think
just-
so.
I don't think that
I
really.
don't.
No,
wouldn't
I don't agree with
at
that.
all. It's the even like the title "Welcome to the Playground" seems like ironic, I guess.
Playgrounds are fun.
Yeah, I think they're gunning to make a point about what life is like here. Probably pretty free and liberal, but also dangerous as fuck.
Mm.
Stuff.
And you
Yeah.
even get
Like
some
Saudi Arabia.
whores, some wonderful, wonderful little. Maybe I should call it a burlesque
Whores.
house.
Burlesque house.
Even the expression.
Ladies of the night.
Yes, and this lady of the night particularly, look at the expression changes she has. Like first you see her, she's just like,
It's like,
ugh, I hate my fucking life, and then, ooh, a prospect. Hey baby, how you doing?
yeah.
I think she's looking at Clagger too, and he's just like, no, I'm right.
I like him fat. I like him juicy.
And she's like, ah, whatever, fuck you. And some guy getting kicked out as well. Yeah, you just see like
Throwing up fisticuffs.
food getting made, like just creatures boxed up, all kinds of different stalls.
That
And
little creature thingy is a Krug from the video game.
is it? Oh,
yeah.
is it a jungle creature?
Yeah, Krugs. It's one of the
Yeah,
it's one of the
jungle
creep
creature.
camps in the jungle.
Oh,
So there you go.
there you go. That's
Video. I think Rags, was it you or someone else that was like, oh Jay, it could have been you actually. I can't remember, but someone when I was watching it was like, that's probably a game thing. I'm sure you're happy. Something like that.
Wait, what?
Wasn't me. I think that was someone else. I made basically no. I think I made a single
Yeah.
maybe comment that related to it being a game, and that was Jace later on.
I made a few comments about that. I don't remember it at this part though.
I
I-
can't
I-
remember.
I
I could have
understand
sworn it
anything
was.
about
I
this.
would have put money on it being you out of everybody. But yeah, someone I was watching it saw the little creature in the box and was like, "I'm sure that makes you happy." And I was like, I'm not sure what it is. But yeah,
I said that exact thing about lots of things, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't the creature that I said that about.
very well. I'll take it
Because
to court.
I looked at that creature and I was like, I don't recall even like registering that thing was there.
Yeah, underappreciated shot probably. As they walk in, check this out. Got Flagger just looking at Powder. Then I think she realizes. Then they both look kind of forward. Like there's an awareness that she's being judged.
Yeah.
Of course she knows that, even by the nice guy. He's like, yeah, this is all happening because of her. Be interesting.
No.
But it all leads to the last drop. The bar. When everyone seems to be heading there. It's almost like a little sanctuary, or maybe the right word would be like a beacon. It's like at the end of the, or maybe even the center of the place. But a lot of people seem to go here.
It is the last drop. The first drop
Hmm.
is on the other side of the street, and they're fucking not doing that.
Well, yeah, it's like the
because-
world's end. It's you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I just got here. I don't need to. I just got here.
No,
I
I'm
don't need
not. I'm
first
not here for
drop.
the last drop. This no.
Even in Zaun, there's a Starbucks across from a Starbucks.
Probably.
Okay, it's worth noting that they're not
Last
calling it
bucks
Zaun yet.
on the first bucks.
No, the lanes, yeah, or the Undercity, yeah.
The Undercity, yes.
So, whatever the opposite of a neckbeard is, this guy's totally it. His beard's climbing up all the way to his eyes. It's almost gonna stab him.
beard.
Look.
You can have a neck beard that goes up to your eyes as long as it starts on the neck, right?
I guess, yeah, I can't
I
quite
didn't,
tell.
I
where
didn't even
this one
notice that. What
stops.
the fuck is that?
He's
He's
It's a creature.
more beard than man now.
like metal. I don't.
Metal is
No.
more beard than man.
He has a lot of beard, but I don't think it goes up that high.
Yeah, it's right
I,
on his.
I can confirm my beard did never go up to my eye.
Does it take over
Your
your
beard
cheek?
is your beard is pretty close to your eyes, though. It gets up
Um,
there. Your
It's up
beard and
there.
your hair. Does your beard just extend backwards on the back of your head and come up over the top?
I just don't have normal hair, just all beard, even on the top of my head.
Yeah,
It's
this
just
whole
all
time
beard.
Metal was bald. His beard took over.
Yeah.
Whenever someone talks about Metal's beard, he has to ask them to clarify, do you mean my top beard or my bottom beard? No, not that
Yeah.
bottom beard.
No.
Yeah, the bottom.
Bottom beard. Eventually, we got there.
I need to grow that one out a little bit.
So we see socially awkward, nerdy guy grabbing some beers and going over to people who are apparently conducting a good old deal, but they tell him they're paying less. He's like, but no, we agreed. And I kind of like this immediate dynamic of like this big guy who's like calling the shots, but in the like there's a bit of shade because the light source is pretty limited. Of just this spooky looking girl to his right, and just like what's the deal? What's going on over there? And They go over it, but to the point where the guy like refuses outright, and then she puts he throws it back to him, and she puts her knife through the center of a coin that's got a little hole in it. Terrifying.
Wow.
So accurate. And I think she puts the knife down and says like, "Make your choice," meaning the money or the
The
knife.
coin, or you're gonna fight. You're gonna kill me for it.
Yeah. And
I have
Then
a
he takes the knife
question.
and kills them both, right? That's what happens.
mhm.
In the popular video game League of Legends, is that like what the money icon is, or is there a money icon of sorts? Does it look like that?
Yeah, answer the question.
Theo, help.
What? Sorry.
I don't think that
in
looks like
the
gold.
popular smash hit video game League of Legends, is the currency or money icon in the game the money in the show?
Well, in the game it's just gold. Nothing really beyond just gold. I
Does
feel
the
like
icon
it-
look like it looks in the show?
We don't have a visual
No.
representation.
not really.
Oh,
What a
That's
cheap
fucking
piece of shit.
shit
I
show.
don't
Wow.
know that the show is ready to tackle the
Plot
issue
hole.
of coinage in pre-modern societies
Wow.
because
Yeah.
that's
But it has to them.
yeah.
They have them in bags. And look, the bags even like
Yeah, what you're doing is
stitched
coping.
together.
When will she be in the game,
dude.
Theo?
Tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
When
Yeah.
she went to the tattoo parlor, she was like, "Give me a butterfly." You're like, "Where?" On my face.
surprise me.
Surprise
Yeah,
me.
surprise me.
In the middle of my eyes.
And she
Okay.
wakes up with that on her face.
It's like,
I thought this was
okay.
Katarina, by the way.
No.
What?
This is. I said I thought this was Katarina, just to show you how little I know about League of Legends lore.
Katarina?
Just because she has the
Katarina.
knife.
Yeah, that's basically the only reason. I was like, oh, that's the thing with the death thing, Spennies.
It's been easy.
But yeah, then the bartender drops in, and this was something me and Fringy watched a review of this, and I'm going to reference it here and there just with thoughts I'm aware other people have had about this show. But that person said he hated the idea of everyone wants to defend the bartender. It's such an annoying cliche. I don't know that
What?
that's on its own at
I don't
all a
even think
bad
it's
thing.
a cliche.
First of all, the bartender's
that
going to know
cliche?
everyone there probably better than most people will know each other there, like
Yeah.
Hmm.
in general. And then
He's
yeah, I
the
mean,
one person there that probably everyone knows.
and if you threaten to hurt him, I imagine there will be people willing to defend him. I don't see there being a problem with that. But I think that when you find out the context of who this man is, more so than just a bartender, it makes complete sense that people would stand up to defend
Yeah.
him.
He's like
Yeah,
a
He's
de
just
facto leader.
downplaying his own status. He's not going to sit there and run a spiel of what he's accomplished. He's just going to say, "Yeah, don't fuck with the bartender, dude."
Well, yeah, I
As
really
a
like his
general
dialogue.
rule,
I'm the
when
father
someone
of dragons,
starts a
breaker of
fight-
chains.
As a general rule, when someone starts a fight or like goes to start a fight in a bar or like similar establishment, their friends there will get up to defend them. Like that's just how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And the bartender is probably gonna be the one who's familiar with most people there.
Yes, but isn't that cliche?
Well, you know, it's cliche for characters to die if they get stabbed in the face.
Well, then we got to avoid that. We got to subvert it.
Knives in my head, my only weakness. How did you know?
No, how did you figure that one out?
It's very
no.
cliche that he's capable of lighting his pipe here with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that pops
Fire
up in a lot of
again.
shows.
It's cliche. It would be cliche for Leia to die in the vacuum of space.
By the way,
doesn't
was
pipe
this
in his pipe?
this actually brings something up. So there was a big controversy in League of Legends about removing Graves' cigar,
Ugh,
and then in this show, tobacco is featured very prominently in this show,
among
along
other
with
drugs.
So is
among
murder.
other drugs. Yeah, like did anyone else find that weird? I found that pretty weird.
Graves has his cigar back, so
Oh, he does.
like-
Oh, okay.
He deserves
he
his
does.
cigar. It's awesome.
Were they
Yeah.
afraid that the player base would be encouraged to pick up the habit of smoking?
Well,
Because
it is a thing, Rags. I'm pretty sure that like all Marvel films don't have anybody smoking, or I'm pretty
God
sure that
forbid.
there's no Marvel movies where they're allowed to smoke. Like that is just a
Well,
broad
I mean,
thing.
I do wonder if statistically, if that increases, if showing it in that kind
Well,
of context would increase the rate of
I wouldn't be
smoking.
surprised if it did, but I don't know that that's reason enough to remove them from media when you're telling stories.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on the kind of story. It depends on the context. It depends on what's going on.
And I wouldn't
'Cause
want
I
Peppa
think it's
Pig
like
Bag lighting up one
No,
every
apparently it's
episode.
Well, yeah,
Disney.
well, like-
overall, Disney has a mandate.
um,
There's no smoking.
So if
Okay.
like fucking because like it is a net good for like fewer people smoking, right? So if you're gonna be if you're writing a story and it's like, hey, we could give the cigarette like we could give this character a cigarette, right? Or we could just not, and like it really doesn't matter either way, then yeah, I don't see any reason. Well, you could have them smoke,
Well, yeah,
but
just questions
I'm
like
fine with the decision to have them not
if
for
we
that reason,
remove
right?
all of
Character
But
murder.
if
ever
you're
smokes is weird.
Yeah, if you're removing if what you're removing is like a big part of the story, or if it's important, or if it's meaningful characterization, at that point, yeah, of course, I would have a problem with that.
Very well.
Someone pointed out Ross smokes an Incredible Hulk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Disney bought Marvel the year after.
I was gonna say that's not a Disney product. Yeah. Is Obadiah? Oh well, yeah, because that would be before as well.
Well, that's yeah, because they bought Marvel in 2009, and a lot of people point out, I guess Wolverine ain't smoking cigars. It's like, yeah, probably not.
But he's in a bar having the drinkly drankle. Can you fucking believe
No,
that
you
they would
can
do
still
that?
do that. That's fine. Yeah.
That's horrifying. People might drink more.
The horror.
Apparently, you don't even care. But
Really
anyway,
don't. You're right.
Anyway,
Damn
let's
person.
press on.
fucking timing. I'm like, yeah, give me 1 sec, because I gotta add some guy who's just stumbled in. Despicable.
Oh, I see.
Alright, you can join whenever. But yes, this
Alright.
is a great introduction to Vanda, and I realize I've been talking a lot. I don't know if anyone else wants to take the reins on why. Okay.
Well,
I
we
think
certainly
almost
could.
we're going chronological, whereas a lot of the things I want to say are just like more broad observations. It's
Right,
just
but
kinda hard.
Yeah.
so just
to
what I
figure
mean
out
is
whether-
do with it what I've done with anyone else's. So like what do we know about this guy from the scene? Would you say?
Well, by the end of it, I think the main thing that we establish is that like he's got a reputation, like a good one broadly with the people in the city.
Well, it's
Yeah.
also like
Um,
he displays confidence. He seems able to read people. He seems to be kind of a mature and somewhat level-headed, reasonable person.
He's diplomatic. I think that's like a big thing that we
Yeah.
immediately pull away from the scene is that he is conflict resolution.
Yeah,
is
looks
the
like a
name of the game
peacekeeper.
with
No
him.
way.
It's sort of
Combined
like
with-
a peacekeeper, yeah.
Combined with the prologue scene, we get a very clear
Y-
image
yes,
of how his
that's-
priorities have changed.
That's another, because I don't know that anybody would be confused as to whether he's the same person. So it's like
I
to see him
suppose-
again in this context.
He has hung up his gauntlets.
It is possible that you wouldn't
right.
realize he's the same person, but it's pretty interesting to see him
Possible, but-
beating the fuck out of someone, and now he's like, guys, don't fight, chill, okay?
Mhm.
You-
Also, I
What
think it's
happened?
kind of.
Yeah.
I feel like
They
it's kind
already
of funny. That,
assassinated his character.
thank you.
This show sucks.
Oh fuck.
Bye.
Well, there goes my joke. I was about to say, like, I think it's kind of funny that Drinker shows up once we get to the bar scene.
Yep.
That is pretty interesting, yeah.
I just like that
Drink,
Drinker still has his Halloween profile pickup.
That shows you how much he uses Discord.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is my third time this year of being on Discord.
Oh, wow.
It's only been like a few days since then. It's totally chill. But yeah, how you doing? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Uh, We've
Uh,
gotten to
sorry for being late.
Vanda's introduction in 2 hours.
Wow. Okay.
We're racing through the show. It's intense.
This is going to be a long one.
But I suppose
By now, I summarized everything on the show on Metal's Forge, I think. So-
wow.
Well, let's just go ahead and
Clearly
let's play
rushed.
that, and then once
let's
it's
just
done,
play
we'll
that.
Get back to
Yep.
we'll
Yeah.
just go back to the scene.
Yeah,
Let's-
let's all
let's-
switch to chair icons.
Oh.
Yep.
Just
Nah,
put on
and
just put on
just,
Metal's Forge, put the EFAP thing over it so we don't get content ID struck. And
And then once
we
it's
don't
over,
want,
we'll
don't
just
tell
read super
Metal. I
chats.
don't want him to.
Metal
yeah.
sues
He's
me.
a small YouTuber. He doesn't have icon ID. You don't get that until you get like a certain number of
We're like
subscribers. though, I
manual
think.
claim by who? Oh,
But I was gonna say we all kind of did it, so I feel like Drinker should get his shot as well. We're trying to. It sounds weird, but trying to go kind of spoiler free, even though a lot of the stuff we say is only meaningful if you've seen the entire show. It's one of those weird balances we're trying to strike. But Just overall, what did you think of Arcane in a couple paragraphs? However much.
I thought it was an excellent show. I thought it dealt with lots of pretty complex character development. It developed the world fantastically well. League of Legends is not something I knew anything about, so I came into this totally blind. But I had a pretty good sense of the world and the people in it and the different factions. I loved how complex and nuanced the characters were, how complex their relationships were, and how they were, in a lot of ways, all deeply flawed people. Some trying to do their bests, others less so, but yeah, they all had something about them that you could at least empathize with. So that's pretty damn rare in a show nowadays.
And that, combined with what everyone else has been saying, man, show got a lot of praise.
It did get a lot of praise. I'm glad that it deserved it.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a lot of other shows get praise, and they definitely don't deserve it. Some people just clap at anything. It's apparently the case.
That's
What do you
something
mean?
Boba
Why
Fett
the
deals
Book of
with.
no-nos
Boba Fett doesn't
guy.
deserve praise?
The Book of
Yeah.
Boba Fett is no, that one definitely does. I was referring to something else.
Mhm.
Book of Boba Fett
I was-
deserves the opposite of praise.
What?
It deserves to
Scorn.
be thrown off of a bridge.
Scorn.
It deserves scorn.
I
The
tried
Book of
to
scorn.
play pause like 3 seconds at a time while we're just talking about it, so it's kind of like there's just something to see. I love this image right now of how these two feel about this situation. Vanda's so chill and in control.
Yeah.
This guy's just like, oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
I'm gonna die here. This is my
Huck is,
last
Huck is
day.
freaking
This is-
out.
But yeah, Vanda basically squashes the tension. He makes it so that everyone's calmed down and whatever was promised by either party is sorted. Okay, cool. And he sees our little kids coming in through the door, and it's like, I guess a useful sort of, we've come to learn a decent chunk about them at the same time as quickly learning about him. We'll start getting already like good old character conflicts because they end up having a big old discussion, and there's a line that is delivered during the sort of him chewing them out for, he doesn't know what they've done from their own mouths yet, but he just does a standard
He can
sort
already
of,
tell that they've done.
well, yeah, and he's
something.
heard already that there's
Yeah.
been an explosion.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Um,
Vi is like turns toward him for just a moment, and then the moment they catch eyes, Vi turns away, like, yeah, something's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a line where he's sort of, like I said, chewing them all out, but she says, how did you get so comfortable living in someone else's shadow? Which, very representative of, again, Piltover is the casting the shadow over the lanes.
Mhm.
Even the way that they sit, there's something you could say about it. Yeah, I imagine that Powder's pretty scared at this point as well, because not only is she just as culpable for having done all this as they are, well, Vi is the most culpable because she's the leader, but at the same time, they all went, and Powder's actually the one that fucked everything up as well, so...
Yeah, and she's he's younger than the rest, so her,
Yeah.
I guess, that'll affect her a lot. Just doubly nervous for her.
But it's a, I guess, fun instant dynamic of this guy seems to be very in control and mature, while these lot are clearly like young.
What has he learned? What might be the difference
But he's
between their lived experience?
and it looks to be what you can draw already is that they actually live here with him, and you combine that with the earlier prologue scene. You're like, oh yeah, he's probably literally like their dad, or functions
Yeah.
as such. But when she says that line, he sends them all out to have a more specific conversation with her. And you get through the conversation that Piltover is the rich, Dawn, or the lanes are the poor. And if you push too hard, the enforcers will come. Vanda is warning against that, and he says, like, they aren't supposed to do jobs up top, is what he says.
Yeah. They are weighing in on a very, very unsteady piece right now.
And what's I think you can draw from a lot of it is that he understands exactly what they're feeling, but it's complicated. Like, he doesn't just say you're grounded, bad move. He's trying to reach her, which is already quite like, we haven't even gotten that far into the show, and it's already like, I like this guy.
Yeah. because you can see he knows what's going on. He knows what they feel like. He's not just like strict dad who's like, "Oh, you dumbuses," because right
He's
after
been
he's like,
he's been there and done
right,
that, hasn't he? He's,
Yeah.
The
yeah,
comment about living in
but
Piltover's shadow, he doesn't take that well still, I would say. You know, he sends everyone out immediately afterwards.
And
Yeah.
and right after when they're done with the stern talking, he goes like, "Yeah, but you're right," and gets like some disinfectant or alcohol to just treat her wounds a little bit,
yeah, because he spots
showing
her
that
hand.
he clearly cares about her, which is also really nice.
Well, if you remember,
Yeah,
we complimented Underwater for this.
Yeah,
When the captain was first talking to one of I think it was Kristen Stewart's character. A couple of things. The first thing he says is like, "Are you guys okay?" When he's trapped in a room or something like that. And when he's freed, he starts gathering medical equipment to help them with the wounds they have, while asking them the state of the station. We were just like, "This is all great to show that he's like where his concerns are." And yeah, Vander sees her hand, grabs it, and I think he says, "This won't solve your problems. It just makes more of them." Which,
yeah, it's just more of this.
closer to as overt as we'll get in terms of what's changed him as a person since prologue.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, Vander and Vi are almost the same character, but at different points in their life. Like a lot of these conversations basically feel like Vander talking to a younger version of himself and like giving advice and being like, because it seems like he had done a lot of the same stuff. There's also sort of a leadership mentoring thing going on where they both serve leadership roles. Like Vander serves as kind of the de facto leader of the lanes, right? And Vi is at least the leader of, the group of siblings, I guess.
Yeah, I think
Um,
a line he has is something like, as the person that they'll do whatever you say, so whatever they do, you're responsible for it. And the second he said that, I was like, you're talking about yourself, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
They do that a lot in this show, and it's very enjoyable. It's like food for the brain,
Having
because instead
subtext.
of the line being the line, and you're like, right, I get it. It's while other lines are still happening, you're like, oh shit.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
it
and
when
there's
the things that characters choose to say are informed by their perspectives.
Yeah, we don't
That's
get
just-
that.
oh, it's
Yeah, like when Boba Fett says that he grew up surrounded by water. I went, "Oh yeah,
'Cause
that's
he-
right."
that's
Because
right,
he
'cause he
grew up
did
on
grow up
Camino,
surrounded
which
by
was
water.
yeah, there's lots of water where he grew up. That it really informs that thing he decided to say.
I feel
When he
like this
said,
was a,
"I never worked with Bib Fortuna," I was thinking, "Oh yeah, right, because he's stupid." That makes sense that he would say that.
Because he's stupid.
I think this scene is probably a strong example of what is at this point becoming an often cited sort of standard for dialogue when you can achieve more than one thing with one line of dialogue. Not
Yeah.
just what's being said, but what they've chosen not to say, or the underlying meaning behind it, or what that tells us about their history. Achieving more than one thing at the same time, just you love to see it.
Yeah, because like I don't think that
Absolutely.
he's deliberately there thinking. I don't think he's deliberately there making like an analogy about himself. I think that he thinks this about himself, and that's why it's occurred to him to say it about her, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
yeah. Well,
It's something that wells on his mind, it weighs on his mind a lot, is that he thinks this, and that this is, so he's giving the
Well-
same advice that he has come to the conclusion based on his own thoughts about himself. He's giving that
Yeah.
advice to someone else, right?
And I
It's
guess,
not. He's not making a deliberate metaphor, because that would be. Yeah.
It's also
Yeah,
like
exactly.
there are a lot of times where you could explain something, but when you're young, it's like people could tell you exactly how you're about to fuck up, but nothing anyone says is going to change anything. You just got to go fuck it up.
Nope,
But if
I'm
you,
having
if you
deja vu again. Fucking hell. But continue.
but yeah, like you know, I've had those conversations from both directions, right? People telling me things that they had done as mistakes, and then I went and did the same thing, and then telling
Can't skip
people,
character development. Like the
yeah,
character development of your own life. You can't just skip ahead just because someone tells you what you ought to do. It's not
yeah,
that
precisely.
simple.
And there's a lot of choices in this show. It's what part of why I think it's pretty well written in terms of plot is there are a lot of things that are justified but probably bad decisions. It's like it's not as though there isn't any reason for you to do this or any reason to believe this might be a good idea. But if you were to consider all the things that are relevant, there are predictable consequences, and you sort of reap the consequences of the decisions that you're making. And I feel like Vander has been through a lot of that, and Vi's about to go through a lot of that.
Yeah, she hasn't been through it yet.
Precisely, yeah.
She's at the early stage of this journey.
She's saying
Yeah.
the kind of things that probably brought Vander to that bridge to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
We see that Milo is trying to listen in with a little, like, I don't even know what you call those. Think of it as a funnel, but for your ear. I don't know what they're called.
Right.
A funnel for your ear.
An ear
It's the Mozart
phone.
thing.
Funnel.
And Clagger is just, I think, sitting on the stairs waiting while acknowledging that he's got a black eye as well. He looks pretty sad, and I imagine it's because of the fact that he's just, Milo seems like someone who's much more self-driven. Clagger's just sort of here and willing to help with whatever everyone's up to.
Yeah.
So thus, once it suffers for that, it just sucks. But yeah, and I think Vander takes that little device off him, and he's like, "Hey, what the hell?" Then he's just like, "You should know better than to return from a job empty-handed." Because he collects up a bunch of random shit from his place, and I think he's gonna go deliver it to Benzo. When in reality, he's much more looking for information, I think. But as they walk out, we see that Powder is collecting bits and bobs that can eventually be a part of her little inventions. But when she puts it into her pocket, she realizes she still has the little what is it called? Is it gemstone?
Gemstones, basically. Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Well, there's specific names.
Well,
I could.
that's-
Well, because the
thing is that
stable
that's
version
just
is called a
what-
gemstone, right?
The
Yeah, I think this
gemstone
one
is the
is just-
stable version. I
I
forget
think
exactly
that's
what
just
the
a
other one's
Hextech
called.
stone.
Okay, well,
I think.
Well, it's not okay.
yeah, she wants to tell Vi about it, obviously, because it's the one thing she's still got from the job that proves that something came of it. But she catches... This is something that can happen commonly in a lot of stories. She catches the worst part of the conversation where Milo says he's like, we were twice her at half her age, and that she keeps fucking up, and then Vi says, yes, there's a lot of things she can't do. And she stops listening at that point when Vi moves on to say, and then she names all of Milo's flaws, implying that, yes, Powder's flawed, but so are you. Like, you do a lot of things that fuck everything up. For example, he's the one that gave information away to people that they were doing this job because he wanted to boast about it, which is likely why the bullies turned up, if you will.
Well, it's probably lost the stuff anyway because of the fight.
Exactly. That's, and she rips into him for that. And we get what I'm gonna highlight specific ones. I think the expressions are fucking fantastic throughout this show. But there's one here. I'm gonna try and A/B repeat it on like 5 seconds so I don't get hit for copyright. But just reminds me of the best kind of hand-drawn stuff we would get as well in the top tier stuff. So here we go. Please don't be long enough to get me the stream banned, alright? But yeah, just keep an eye on her face for this little bit. It's so expressive.
Yeah, it is.
All of the animation in this is superb.
It makes me feel like it's modeled after someone actually doing it, but I assume it's not.
Well, can it not be mocapped?
There is no mocap.
So it wouldn't be necessarily mocap. You sometimes see it get posted. I saw it for that new Disney movie Encanto where it's like they show that the animators had references that they had done, where they'd done the framing and had people perform the movements, but then they would then, using that footage, they would animate it. So that may well be what they did here. And they may well have done it for other things too. Yeah, just references.
I think it's so many of the movements are so just like the random movements that real people make when they're in intense situations like that you just feel like a computer program would never pick up.
I know,
they would never think to animate that.
There was this thing that was going on during the fight. Sorry, Drinker, I'll get back.
No, go for it.
I like this part where during the fight, when the bully was about to basically pounce back onto Milo just kind of like, he just kind of brings his leg out to just maybe try to block him to like absolutely no avail. It's just something you would see somebody who's never really been in a fight before or very often would do just out of habit. And it was just kind of like a funny little thing that I had noticed along the way. So it's like it just kind of plays into that. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think it was it's one of the things I noticed throughout is
Oh.
like these little like ticks, and it was kind of mentioned before, but yeah, there's just like a lot of things that are just really subtle that you didn't have to do, but it just elevates it so much more.
The one that really sticks out to me is the micro movements of the eye, where it's just little
little
dots back up
cheeks.
down. It
Yeah,
just
yeah,
makes
yeah.
the eyes feel like
Mhm.
they're so much more alive. What was Drinker gonna say? There was something.
No, I
else.
think I think I just literally made my point there. I was just finishing speaking, so
Oh, okay, good.
yeah, I'm good.
But yeah,
Really,
I was just gonna
I was
say
gonna say really
parts like
quick there.
this. I'll try and highlight here and there as we go. But seriously, like there's so many of these that I'm really impressed with.
Very good.
Yeah, and they're called hex crystals and hex tech gemstones. Those are the
All
names.
right, there you
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Crystal versus
Well,
stone.
Sounds right.
The stones would be the refined proper ones because
Yeah.
Hex Tech
Yep.
isn't a name yet.
That makes sense, yeah.
And someone in chat wanted me to mention, I was going to a little bit later, but the fact that she overheard them saying that isn't something that leads to something big plot-wise. It's literally like Vi clarifies it a scene later, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It would have been annoying if that didn't happen because it is a very annoying.
I'd forgive
thing,
like
but
I'd forgive smaller things like that, but you're right. It's still like a.
Well, it's just such a common thing of like, ooh, I'm just walking past with a smile on my face. I'm so happy. Oh yeah, what a prick, right? Oh, they're mean to me. No, no, no. That's what I would say
Well,
if I wasn't me. But I
I would
think they're
argue
great.
the
They run
element
off.
you've missed there is that they say what a prick, you run off and crying, and I go would be what I would say
Yeah,
if I
well,
was being mean to
yeah,
Fringy.
Exactly, exactly. But
I
I'm
think
not.
it just it does give you an indication, really, or just a slight inkling of how easily these relationships can fall apart just through misunderstandings, or how tenuous she sees her own position as within the group. You
Yeah.
know,
I
that
learned a
she
new
kind of
word.
knows she's a fuck up, and she knows the others don't like her particularly. And you can clarify this, which is fine, but like ultimately, it's still that general sense that she'll have that she's not particularly wanted by the others.
Absolutely, she's got a lot of
that's
paranoia with how they feel about her.
Well, yeah, that's probably the
Mhm.
important part to qualify here. Is it's not that she had no reason to believe that these are things that would be said about her. Like it's not like she was totally blindsided by the observation that she's got problems in terms of competency.
Yeah, it's confirming
It's-
insecurities that already exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, also, I learned a word from the chat. Saccade, a rapid movement of the eye between fixation points.
That's man,
There
what a
you go.
fun
There you go.
fact.
God.
Well,
What a fun fact.
They-
Suck hard?
they
Yeah,
totally do that.
Saccade.
Nice.
So that's what you were seeing when you were mentioning like the small rapid eye movement. There's a word for that. That's pretty cool. Thanks.
I'm
Super
never
Chat.
going to use that word ever.
If you
Probably
keep an
not,
eye,
but in so you better not become an animator.
Here's a pointless fact for you as well. Your brain doesn't actually take in new information when you're making one of those rapid eye movements. So if something should happen to move while your eye's doing it, you won't actually pick it up.
Really?
There you go. Pointless little fact for you.
That's interesting.
just doing some I was actually going to say that the if you keep an eye on it, you see those micro movements like all the time. And I almost do want to, because like I think some people are like, man, you just overpraising it, but it's like I don't know how else to explain it. The expressions blew me away in the show, so like I think something's going on here more so than is going on in other stuff I've seen.
Yeah. Well, maybe if everything else wouldn't be so shit.
Well,
this
I
wouldn't be
will
so
This
say,
was-
shit.
yeah.
I will say that I think it is a situation of, I think we often, probably shouldn't say we, because it might not be everybody, that 3D animation has improved substantially from like Toy Story. But I think that because it's been such a gradual like development, that you really need to see like the beginning to where we are now to notice like how much better 3D animation has got in terms of capturing expressions, because it's not like a lot of stuff now has really good facial animation compared to what they used to be able to do before, where it's like very little touches, and instead of just like, you know, sort of like default happy or default sad or default like scared, there's like minor variations in those now that they're able to capture. yeah, I think a lot of stuff is getting really good at doing facial animation now.
If you check out our coverage of 101 Dalmatians, I think we very quickly start saying like, "Oh, these expressions, everything
Oh
is
yeah,
so."
yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
we do pick them up. It's just like I don't know. I think Arcane is helped dramatically with how much you can get invested in a character by being able to read their face very, very well.
Yes, there was never any confusion. You were getting a lot of information from the expressions, a lot. I think it helps.
Oh, we'll go ahead.
As well, that because it's animation deliberate. Oh, I think I wrote it there. Because it's animation, you know that it's all deliberate. Someone did this on purpose. So it's like you're almost kind of you're going to read into this stuff more so, maybe, just by virtue of the fact that you know that it was on purpose. Not that like acting isn't on purpose. It's more just that when it's animation, it's like this was planned, storyboarded, and animated like to the like frame, to the smallest details.
So Vanda enters Benzo's shop, and they treat it for a second as though they don't know each other, and it's fun for the audience because they're like, "I'm closed, get the fuck out!" Piece of shit. That he's like, "Well, good, because the owner's a piece of shit." And they're like, I imagine just to give us the impression, oh, these guys probably quite familiar with each other. Okay, cool. And I'm just gonna say this: there's no reason to do absolutely anything with this information. No need for anyone to comment on me saying this. Echo's working on a clock. Moving on.
Just a quick thing. The thing that Benzo's looking at through his magnifying glass thing, that's a heart of gold.
It
Used to be
is.
an item in the game.
It was removed from League of Legends. I'm still salty about that.
Yeah.
What did that do?
It gave you a bit of health, and it was a gold generation item, so it just made you earn more gold passively over time.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, I remember that one.
Hey.
It's
Cool
useful.
because he's
That's
the,
a cool
he's the pawn
reference.
shop guy.
It's a really cool reference. I remember being like, there she is. Poor item.
I miss it.
So Echo is sent outside. He's just a little kid who works with Benzo.
Can we just point out also his first line in the show is "Give me a few seconds."
Yes, yeah.
Also, I think I don't think is his name Echo like right off the bat.
Yes,
because they refer to him as Little Man.
Well, that's just like a nickname, right?
Yeah, I think
Because
I
he's
imagine
small.
I like that. 'cause
Sure. It's
it's
just that I
sort of-
wasn't sure if they were calling him Echo right off the bat. Did he call him by his name Echo when he was sending him off?
I think so. He
Yes.
said, Echo.
Okay.
Because he got
Apparently
quite a voice like that.
They try and insinuate the job came from a shifty background, like someone going by the name Little Man, and Milo gets a reaction of like, "Oh, Little Man." So you start to think maybe Vi picked this job up from someone of ill repute. No, it's just a kid they know.
Which, by the way, we get a little more context on how that job started, which he says that a guy came into Benzo's shop and paid double for basically everything. So Echo concluded that he must have a lot of shit to be able to steal in his place, and so followed him back to his house.
Yep.
Which
You
is
can call
neat
it a
as a piece of information, because that tells you that whoever was in that penthouse has been searching for all kinds of materials all over the place to build things.
Yep.
And he's rich, or at least richer significantly than the people of Zorn. But yeah, something I quite like is that Benzo and Vanda are talking about the potential repercussions from all of this, and they talk about the enforcers coming down, and then Vanda says there are worse things than enforcers, and looks to his arm and puts his hand on it. That's pretty interesting for later stuff. And I like that when we go outside, great little moment, it's nice and small. Echo is asking them how the job went, and because of the black eye that Flagger's got, like, oh shit, you guys got into a fight? Did Vi kick their asses? And Clagger says we wouldn't be here if otherwise. Like, implying that she's the one that got them through the whole thing. He's the guy who took on two at once.
Quite humble.
Yeah, he's one of them gentle giants by the looks of things. But he'll fuck you up, though. He'll break your spine. Yeah, and then Echo just starts, like, miming lots of punching and shit as fighting. Seems very exciting.
He said that this is a few moves that Vi taught him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It seems Echo, Vi, Powder, a lot of them, they all hang out at a decent. But then the enforcers come. Oh no. And there's this line, I think, where Grayson says the things involved with like what the explosion was make this place look like a candy shop. Just trying to like the gravity of the situation. And if you remember Benzo's expression when she says that, it's funny. I'm trying to get to it. I suppose it's worth saying first the two enforcers. They're quite the characters. Would anyone like to maybe talk about the difference between them just from what we get from this scene, if you memory serves?
Grayson and Marcus?
Sure.
Those two? Or Benzo and
No,
thingy?
Grayson and Marcus. They're the enforcers.
Grayson is I think they call it sheriff.
She's the sheriff, yeah.
She's the sheriff of the enforcers, which I guess like the commanding position
sheriff of
them all. And yeah, she clearly needs someone to blame in order to keep the peace between the two cities, because Vander and Grayson are both aware if we don't do something, at least a little bit, the higher ups in Piltover will be very angry, and there's going to be a lot of enforcers down here, and it's going to get ugly. So those two are pretty much like, yeah, we need to keep it low, need to do something. We need like a scapegoat, basically. So give me someone, and we can settle it. And Marcus, on the other hand, is like, oh, you're all pieces of shit. I had every single one of you. I'm gonna beat you up. You're nothing. And he basically hates the Undercity. Like, he's very antagonistic to everyone down here.
On them.
And I'd say this is probably the first big commentary on, I guess, the world. Like, in terms of this is when it comes more into focus of the dynamics here. Because the conversation is mainly about the broader implications of the explosion and everything, rather than specifically like, oh, the explosion was bad or stealing is bad. It's like, they're not going to be content with nobody being punished for this. There are politics at play, and Grayson is very aware of that, but she's more diplomatic. She's more like Vander. Grayson.
Yeah, she's very much his opposite number, isn't she? Like,
yeah,
very
for the top,
pragmatic,
exactly.
and less driven by like the sort of idealism of their job, and more just like, yeah, this is what we need to do to maintain the peace.
And I think it's also worth noting the voice actress has been in a number of video games. Does anybody want to take a stab at pronouncing that name?
It's
no.
I'll do it.
She was in The Expanse, and she was pretty good in that.
She was also
Her
Ron
last name is
in...
a sneeze.
I just flew.
She does have a very distinctive voice.
Extremely distinctive voice, and I think it lands her a lot of roles.
I love it.
It is very good.
She has an awesome voice.
I could listen
Is
to her
she
read
a
a phone book,
smoker?
and I'd be cool with that. I think so. Yes.
I mean, that is the kind of voice that, yeah, you've lived a life if you have a voice like that, I think.
Yeah.
But I would say you can already run a parallel at this point of Vander and her are like two sides of a coin, while Marcus and Vi are the other two sides of a coin. Marcus seems to be very aggressive against anybody from the Undercity.
He's got a very coloured view of the Undercity, and he's very impetuous, so he's not good at like putting that aside to just get the job done. Because he insists that everyone down here is like it's in his attitude. He calls them fucking trencher trash. He's like, he thinks he knows for sure that Vander and that he thinks they're in on it. They know what happened, and they're just hiding things because they're trencher trash and they hate Piltover, and yeah, that sort of thing.
You've got to admire the sheer balls or stupidity of that guy to be throwing around insults like that when you're down there with very little protection.
Yeah.
Like they could quite easily, that could go badly wrong for you.
Well, I feel
Of
like
course,
that
I
does
think
take
I
the
think
it's
he
how
knows
stressful it is.
exactly what'll happen if somebody fucks with him. Like basically, the piece is over, and the Undercity's going to get wiped out if they were to attack an officer. And I think he
Well,
realizes
he's
that.
looking for it.
I-
He's
I don't
looking for a
think-
reason.
Basically, yeah, he's trying to antagonize them into doing something shitty.
I think he's got a big chip on their shoulder.
Yeah,
a chip on his
big
shoulder
time.
with respect to them. Like 'cause he knows they don't respect him.
And I think it's neat to
Let's
note
showcase more in a later scene.
the gas masks as well that they put on to move through the Undercity when everyone we've seen so far doesn't need them, and so it's
Mhm.
you can get a sense that it's they're not used to, but also that it's a very clear separating line in terms of the classes, I would argue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to breathe your air. But they obviously bring it down knowingly that it's not necessary. At least in the buildings, I've noticed, because Grayson's wearing it when she comes. But yeah, she sends him out, and so Grayson and Vanda can have a very mature discussion about what happens next, which is essentially somebody's head has to roll for that explosion. It's too significant. And she said it regards the Kinnemans. They're apparently a big name, because we don't know a lot yet. And she says people were hurt. So Vanda's like, I'll deal with the people who did it, but she's like, it's not good enough. Yeah, I think this is what I was talking about, right? So she says it would make this place look like a candy shop. This is what Bedzo looks like when she says it. Even doing it. I fucking love that expression.
It's like, fuck, hey. It's like, I'm right here, man.
It's like, what the fuck?
Hey.
Candy shop? What do you mean?
I have a heart of gold over there. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, Kiraman.
Why are
Sorry,
you gonna
not
be so
Kinnaman.
mean?
Yeah, Kiraman.
Just great little reaction, like you said before, like things that they didn't have to put in, but they chose to, and it just gives it so much humanity and personality.
Yeah.
I think that was entirely unnecessary.
I feel like it almost runs contrary to the idea of diminishing returns, right? It's so small, but yet it's so meaningful.
Well,
When you
I-
just
Yeah, I
keep
love
doing
how-
crap the show.
Yeah, I love how they could easily have said something, but they choose instead to speak it through just
Well, it's just
expressions.
show don't
could've-
tell.
Exactly. He could have said "Hey," but instead they
Yeah.
just chose to make him speak with his eyes, and there's just something great about that.
Yeah, because you can draw so
Well, I
much
think-
about that expression. Like he's almost like, "Fuck you." What do you mean? What?
I think I'd also say they did that deliberately that way. Talking is hard, okay? Because he probably realizes how important that conversation is, and also the writers knew that this is an important conversation.
Right, he's not
So
going to
doing
interrupt.
this,
Yes.
so doing this weird interruption with like a "hey" would be like super out of place. So they just
Yeah.
instead did this. It's like,
And it makes the show very rewatchable. There's a lot of things you'll be like, "Fuck, I didn't even see that the first time around." You're like, "Yeah, I know." It's
Yeah.
quick.
I'm already seeing a bunch of stuff I haven't seen in 2 watch
Yeah,
throughs.
there was There was a great joke in episode 4 that I had missed until I had watched it the third fucking time, and I realized that we'll get there later, but like I'll just point it out later.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
And the conclusion of the conversation, she gives him a one of them. I don't know what they're called. They go into the pneumo tubes, right? Like little messenger bottle
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, like the capsules or whatever.
Basically, use this to tell me who I'm gonna take into custody because someone's gotta come. And he's just like, "Fuck's sake."
Mhm.
Yeah. And again, you realize like we're at the half-hour mark now. It's just like doing pretty well for a first episode. And then
Absolutely.
we go back to Powder, who's fooling around with some of the things she's collected. And it's I think a pretty interesting set, even though this comes with the character if you grab it from the game, but just all the mechanical and engineering stuff, and then a box full of crayons. Like
There
to
is
combine
one
them.
more thing. I'm not sure if it was mentioned that Echo eavesdropped on the whole meeting.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that's definitely worth it plot wise. He not only eavesdropped on it all, but it just I guess shows a little bit of ingenuity on his part, like the tools he's using to do it.
Well, it's super relevant. It's like a necessary plot point.
No, yeah.
This couldn't be cut out.
I realized that when I'd gotten to where that's going to be really important, I would have just said, because he heard the conversation, but it's worth mentioning. Sure. Definitely finds it shocking, because it is. And there are some masks in the background. That one of them
also
looks like a mask from the intro.
Also, Young Echo is incredibly cute. His hair is awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, Vi comes to like just comfort powder now that we're like the aftermath of this drama, and she just feeds back to her the quotes she heard, and Vi tries to just calm her down and stuff, and she says, "I'm not a fighter." Vi says, "You don't have to be." And I really like it when she says you don't have to be. I think Powder has an expression of frustration. Like, that's not reassuring to her that she doesn't have to fight when she's a part of a group of people that's what they do to survive.
Well, yeah, she doesn't want to be told, yeah, you're not good, and that's okay. She wants to hear, no, I can do this. I wonder if that's going to be a thing. Just a persistent
I wonder if
thing.
we're dropping lots of things that wish to be considered. Yeah, I love it. Vi says you don't have to be, and then she looks like it's like anguish, like that's
yeah.
And
It's not
she
what you're
hitting her head on the little device as well. And so Vi realizes this ain't working as reassurance, so she takes her up to a rooftop. Says when she was she explains first that a lot of people have fucked up. A lot of times, Milo, Clagger, she explains some stories about how one of them has slipped while trying to paint like a giant middle finger, while the other one was almost caught by enforcers, but they found it so funny that he caught his leg on something that they just left him there. Which again gives you a sense of like, damn, enforcers are pricks.
Yeah, the enforcers are pricks, and we've all had our weak moments, just like you.
But then her last story is when she was a kid, someone threw a toy up into like this little set of wiring, I'm not sure, and it stuck there. And she said she hoped it would be knocked down one day. That we've all had bad days, but we learn and we stick together. Just good old standard normal things for a supportive sister to say. But saying we always learn and we stick together is gonna be something that's remembered quite a bit. And she shows her the gem stones. Sorry, that is yes, no, was it gem?
The hex
crystals.
The hex crystals.
Oh, sorry, right,
They're not
okay.
stones yet.
The crystals and
Wow, crystals are stones, but
she shows
neither
her
here
them,
nor there.
and she says, "Let's show Vanda." And Vi's like, "No," because after everything that's happened, you'd assume that that's going to be a bad move with everything that's all the repercussions of everything.
Yeah, well, not to mention Vander had said, like, so where's the loot? And it's like, we lost it all. And Vander said, good. That means that it can't be traced back to you. So with that knowledge in mind, she realizes, wait, this can be traced back to us. Let's just not tell anybody.
Yeah, she doesn't really know what it is, but she would rather not tell Vander about it. Which, honestly, when I was first watching this show, I thought we were just going to get... Because some TV shows, I don't know if you guys have noticed, have, like, huge credit sequences. Like, you get the WandaVision ones really surprised us, if you remember, because we had the outro credits, but then the credits, and they were really long. So I thought, I think this is the show ending on a shot of them looking over the city. It makes the most sense. But the thing is, we haven't had an introduction to a main villain yet. Which, it sort of reminded me of how a lot of the structure in a lot of stories goes. A lot of the time with TV shows, that the last scene is actually saved for, like, there's something brewing that's going to be a problem for our heroes. What is it? Yeah, I feel like it's just time to introduce. We meet. I don't even know if we know his name at this point, but it is Silco.
Whoa.
Woo, Silco! It's a little bit of cheerleading for him.
Woo, bad guy!
Such a good character.
I quite like as well that our intro to him is through the POV of Deckard, who's like panting and panicking a little bit and thrown onto a chair that honestly looks like it's either had a bite taken out of it or someone got their head blown off while sitting on it.
Yeah, it could be either.
the immediate contrast of like the petty gangster with like the real shit kind of criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
And-
funny too because he gets shoved around this cat, and the cat just doesn't care. Like this is a very common occurrence.
Shit,
Yeah.
the giant fish in the background.
The-
Like,
I just wanted what Daspolja just said. You're very right. He's tossed into the cat with the chair to the point where it's almost dangerous. The cat yawns. Just like,
that's
yeah,
a good point.
Yeah,
killing someone
another
else
one.
again. What were you gonna say, Theo?
I was just mentioning how like the huge fish framed behind them, like when in one of the shots, kind of alludes to the scale of things here as well.
Yeah.
Like,
And
these are not petty criminals, and the big looming shot of the big tattooed guy.
Yeah,
like, where
not
he's
to
fucking
mention
Someone
jumps
said,
and he takes up the entire frame.
so was it? I love how Bowler assumed that someone ate the chairs. Like, I mean, did you see what they create at the end of this scene? There's a chance there's some creepy monster they made that ate a
And who's
chair.
that standing there in the background? Who's that?
We don't know.
Ooh.
We don't know yet.
There's
But,
some guy.
yeah.
Well,
keep an eye on him.
I was gonna
Weirdo.
just appreciate the frantic camera work in this scene, and I just feel like it's supposed to be, again, it's obviously new to us, but it's also Decker's POV. You're thrown onto the chair with that visual of it's a chair that apparently people get killed in, and then you got this guy in the background with this giant potion thing looking very weird. He's scanning around all these thugs surrounding you with weapons. You're just like, this isn't fun. This is very not fun, actually.
Just good visual storytelling and communication.
We've got a
just
good
like-
use of the old tilted camera looking at this thug. Very good.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
guy's fucking
And
huge.
I
Look at
don't
him.
think a lot of
The old-
people
the old
really
Dutch
notice.
angle?
Yeah, the old Dutch angle that movies tend to not
What you see
realize
versus
why
what
they're
she
using
sees.
it.
It's so weird that the movie probably
Uh,
most famous for Dutch angles is Thor. Like,
It's Thor
they
because
shove
it's
them
used
in
all the time.
everywhere.
Well, because
Everywhere, dude.
it's famous for using them badly, though. That's the whole thing.
Well, so the big problem with that, they just don't know when to not use Dutch
They're
angles.
everywhere, yeah.
Like, it's constant.
It's like someone just rotated the entire fucking film.
Well, I can imagine this feels like, what if someone for a laugh just chopped off one of the legs on all the tripods? Like, just all of the tripods.
They're
they
like,
had
"Oh,
in
well,
the film.
fuck."
And it's just like,
Shit.
shit, is it in the budget for more tripods? No, it's not. All right, we're just going to have to make do with all the tripods.
We spent all the budget on catering.
Whoops.
Man.
Chris
So
Chapman.
I'm curious, the character in this scene who's holding a beaker, did anybody figure out who that is without looking at the credits or looking it up?
Yes.
I
I knew him when I saw him.
I think people started to figure it out fairly quick, but I think it took us a
Me and-
little bit longer.
So with me and Franny, this
I
was at the point where my League of Legends knowledge was at its least remembered because I hadn't
Yeah.
looked into it again. But when I saw Silco, I was like, "Oh, is that like the version of Singed?"
Yeah, that's
Because
right.
of the eye and the side of the face. When I saw the other guy, I was like, "Oh, I guess he's just scientist guy." But of course, as time went on, and then I
He
was like,
looks more like
I thought maybe that Singed's name was Silco or something. That's what I thought. I was misunderstanding.
That was exactly my experience. That was my exact experience. I thought Silco was Singed, and then I had no idea Singed was in it. And then on my second watch through, on like episode 6, I was watching the credits and I was like, "Wait, Singed? What the fuck? Who's Singed?" It was
Well,
like,
I think there are a few things at play. I think the fact that we have the name Powder, but I think most people already knew who she was. Really, it's like, oh, so there may well be names that
Yeah.
we've never heard before that are actually the names associated with the more known ones.
Is
and
is
of course as
Silco?
well-
Sorry.
No, well, go for it.
Well, I was just going to ask if Silco's not in the games then, right?
He's
No,
not in the game.
That is correct.
no,
He's not.
he's in
There
TFT
are-
now.
Yeah, they
There
put
are
him
a
in
few
the
characters
Ultra
who
Chess
aren't.
spin-off, but he's not in League of
Okay.
Legends.
Well, because there are a few characters who aren't in it. There's
Yeah,
one
Mel-
we'll get to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And I'm blanking as well. There were a few other people and like family members as well, where it's like, yeah, they're not.
Well, and
Or I
any
guess
of
it's
the
not as
Kira men.
clear.
someone's pointed out, which is what confirmed it for me when we were watching it on Netflix, is that they'll give you the names of the people who are speaking. So I can't remember
Yeah.
what point it was, but I was with Fringy. I was like, "Oh, that guy's Singed." Okay, because it said it. I was like, "All right, I follow now."
Oh
'Cause,
yeah,
I think I had to
I
ask.
was so no idea.
I had to
He
ask
didn't throw
Theo
anybody-
if Silco was in the game or not, because I hadn't played it for so long that I didn't know if maybe he was new or something.
I don't know if it's worth commenting on now or later, but I think Singed is a very interesting example of how do we do fan service in a certain sense.
I agree. It'll be episode 6 that you're gonna want to bring that up again.
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly. So next week.
Probably. Well,
Yeah.
since we're at 3 hours, I'm starting to think we might have to split this into 2. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it goes.
Christ. All right, well, let's press on, shall we?
Well, I love
I
this
like that.
shot of Silco, which is the first
Oh, it's
proper
awesome.
look at him.
Yeah.
Nice
Silco.
imagery.
He immediately ties
Best
up, I
boy.
guess, a bit of
Best
babysitter
boy.
interest.
Well,
Well, yeah, we'll
Yeah, so
try
there's
and go ahead.
I was just gonna say that there's a movie called Barry Lyndon that probably a lot of people in the audience haven't seen, but I'm assuming most of you guys have. It's a Kubrick film. One thing I love about Barry Lyndon is you can just go through and pause at basically any point, and it looks like a painting. It's like almost every shot in the entire movie just has an aesthetic quality that is above and beyond the best shot in most films. And that's literally every shot. And Arcane
Yeah.
is close. Like you can just go through and pause at basically any point. Everything is very, very meticulous and beautiful, and in a way that's really quite shocking.
Yeah, I
I got
believe
a-
Jay had
I did a little-
actually.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Jay made this very point. He was all like, "Check out these 4 gorgeous shots." Just kidding. These are all random shots. This fucking show is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I knew that it would work. I scrolled to 4 random points of the episode, posted them saying that they were my favorite shots from Arcane. It's like, nope, psych, they're literally random ones, but the entire show is gorgeous.
Yep.
Said every frame is a painting.
Mm-hmm.
You could say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I just
Yeah,
want to make sure you
holy
guys know I
shit,
agree.
dude. Earlier someone said the budget was 10 million an episode, and I was like surprised that it was that little. And someone in chat was like roasting me, but just look at the quality. I mean, I don't know.
10 million an
90
episode is a good amount of money per episode for a television
Yeah.
show.
Well, the thing is, it's better than the vast majority of movies, and like, I mean, $90 million isn't that much for a movie, and this is 6 hours of content.
From
No
what I
kidding.
have heard, don't take this as like gospel or anything, but I've heard that a lot of the money didn't even go to the animation. Like it was going to other places, like these high budget songs and that sort of thing.
I can believe that.
Okay.
A lot
I
of these
remember
songs,
reading-
I'm going
these
to take
are
that as
all
gospel.
unique songs.
That is gospel now. What I think is
Useful.
a neat little thing as well is after all that, like the intensity of what the fuck's they're gonna do to Deckard, you see him tooling around with this device, and it's just like, oh god, is this a penis snipper? What's gonna happen? And then it's like, no, he uses it on himself, and you're like, oh, it's just
Snipped his own peen.
It's really uncomfortable every single time it happens.
Well, he doesn't get to use it in this. He's going to use it by the looks of things, but then they give away that it was Vanda's kids that are responsible for the explosion, which Silco is like very interested in immediately because he sees it as an opportunity, and he even says, "You don't even realize, but that one piece of information has probably saved your life."
Well, I think
even gets a
I think
meal
the
out of
sound
it.
effect implies that he does use it.
Oh, was there?
There's a little sound effects of the little shooty shoot in his eye. I think he does use it.
I thought he didn't get to because he was interrupted by the information, but maybe, yeah. But just look at this, look at him. They're like, God, what's this guy? He's so spooky. He must be a bad guy.
He's evil.
But yeah, so you know, the conclusion of the scene is that the information that our intrepid heroes, this guy is aware of it and is very happy he knows about it. So we're just sitting here like, and then I think the credits roll. That's about it for the episode. Oh yeah, because
they
he
show
asks
off
if
Gemma.
he asks if it's ready,
Yeah, and they show it off a bit.
which, yeah, this is interesting. They feed Shimmer to, or well, I guess I should just say this drug to Rat, and the cat is about to have itself a nice little meal, but then the reverse happens. Subversion.
The rat
This
just goes
stuff is-
straight
The
for the
cat
bottle.
pukes up a rat.
Pretty rough, man. That poor cat, you know.
Yeah.
Like Tom and Jerry.
Mm-hmm. Where Tom is like the victim of Jerry's constant harassment.
Yeah,
and
that's
abuse.
yep.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate the theory because it doesn't go beyond this. That's Twitch in that cell now, which is
Well, yeah. I mean, it feels like it does feel like that could be the case.
There's no reason to think that Singe doesn't just work on that creature for a while, and
Yeah.
it'll eventually
I think
become
even Singed other projects.
a champ
Is
we
it
know
a
and
piece
love.
of lore that is Twitch a creature that's created by
Which
like
is
Singed?
He's just a weird mutant sewer rat.
rat with a crossbow.
So yeah, it's
Oh, he looks
I'm
cool
curious.
as fuck.
All of the
Theo-
legends in League of Legends look cool.
Hey, I
Theo,
googled the original Jinx designs. I wasn't thrilled with them.
I think they're fine.
Arcane or
I
for
way
League of
prefer
Legends?
how she
I
looks in
do
Arcane.
prefer how,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked. She was like, "Oh, I guess they improved her." Was my reaction when I saw her
She
original
is.
design.
She is a lot more comedic in the game.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He's straight like comedy kind of character.
To the point where
Yeah.
it's like
Did-
a
did,
Harley
uh,
Quinn kind of.
That's
kinda
how I
thing,
would
and-
describe her in the show. To be fair, she's
Yeah.
very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah.
But that's episode 1. We did it.
Yay.
Gotten
We
through.
Did it!
We did it.
I'm going to take all the credit for getting you guys to the end of episode 1.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Showing up in the last
Wouldn't have
5
done
minutes.
it without you.
3 hours.
That was part 1 of a 9-part series.
That's 3.
Yeah.
I guess we
That's
should just.
reassuring.
So hang on. At this rate, it will take us 3 EFAPs.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this point, like we have
don't-
gone over like a
I don't
lot
know
of
that
the
we'll get faster,
animation.
Das. I don't know that we'll get. 'cause-
Well,
don't
I
think
mean,
so?
we
Might
have
get slower.
Das is right. We've talked about animation. We've talked about a lot of production stuff. So it may well be that we just start getting hyper focused on plot.
I
character.
still. That's going to take a while. There's just so much to say about every scene, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Same
I
thing
know.
is though we've not got to like any of the payoffs yet. We've got what we've
Yeah.
covered is like the we've covered the
Well,
setup
you know
episode
what?
where not much really happens.
We will make a lot of progress if we stop talking about the amount of progress that we plan on making and begin to progress.
Nothing
Good
wrong with
idea,
talking
let's
about
go.
the meta for a little bit, and it changes the pacing of the conversation, especially because I'm just gonna jump right. Like I
It's
don't know
not
if
that I
this-
don't value the observations about the meta. It's just, we got to be time conscious.
We're already gonna be
Yeah.
maxing out this EFAP, so I don't think it's fine
What
with
if
me.
we play our stream on 1.25 speed?
There you go.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I saw someone in
Just
chat
everyone
say,
talk faster.
I hope this releases on Blu-ray. I agree. I hope this EFAP episode comes out on Blu-ray. I don't
Yeah,
know
it
if
would be
they're gonna
epic.
do it. I'm gonna have to talk to the Blu-ray people, but yeah.
Yep.
So was it EFAP? Episode 3 could be an EFAP of its own. It's like, yeah, when we get there.
Oh,
So
boy.
anyway,
Oh boy.
the next episode, it opens with what is a neat little thing of, oh my, the alternate perspective of that initial explosion. We get to see the people who are actually trying to come into the room, which is... It's funny because I'm like, should I refer to them by name only when they've actually gotten their names? And I was like, well, I guess it doesn't matter, right? It's... Die.
Yeah,
No,
it'll
it's
fine.
not a
It's
spoiler,
chill.
just whatever.
It's Jace coming into his house with a young Caitlyn. I suppose they're both technically, everyone's young technically, younger anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure if
young.
I'm not sure if the idea
Jace
here
is like
is that
17.
they've come from I don't know how old he is exactly, but I don't know if they're trying to imply they've come from Benzos, and that's how quickly
But we
that clue
Don't
was
know
given.
that yet.
No, I'm saying with what they're holding, I don't know if that's where they've come from or if they're coming from somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you look
I
at all that
imagine they're coming
crap,
from
it
somewhere
does
else.
look like stuff that benzos would hold.
It does. That's why I
It
was
would
saying
make more
it might
sense
be...
that it takes more time though, because like they had to.
Oh, it
like,
totally
you had to
makes
get
sense
the tip and then
for those
distribute it.
two to take ages to get back home from the Undercity. They have no fucking clue. Or rather, Jace. And that means Jace would have visited Caitlyn after going to the Undercity first, because he wouldn't take her there.
I mean, like, I mean, it would take a while to get the tip and then plan the heist and then actually
I don't think
do
so.
it. Like it, really.
The
Okay.
better
'Cause
evidence
you
would be
remember-
that Echo followed him home, which kind of cancels it out. So there you go. I think so. If they knew where he lived, and then just after he visits the store, Echo tells them, and then they rush on the job knowing it was quick, that would work. But yeah, we know that that Echo followed him home to find out the location, so it can't be that they were just at Benzo's. They must have just been somewhere else collecting shit. I don't know. I thought it would have been an interesting observation.
Well, Jace has been out like buying some more shit. Apparently.
Yeah, because he's obviously collecting what he
that's your
can
parents' money
from
you're
wherever
dropping.
he can. Yeah, the explosion knocks him delirious, and we get that as a sort of framing device for why we're led into him having a bit of a flashback, or we're just seeing a part of his history. But something that they add to this through his POV that I very much appreciated when I saw it is Vi checks on him before she runs off. Makes sure he's okay. Good girl.
That guy isn't dead, right?
Yeah. But then we get one of what are, I think, I want to say 5 like fundamental flashbacks that serve very specific purposes for each of these characters that they're given to. He's in the middle of a crazy snowstorm blizzard thing, and nobody wants to be caught up in blizzard, you know? Not these days. That's bad.
Yeah, I'm in one IRL.
And it
looks about like that.
Getting real bad. He's desperate. His mum's knocked out, and I feel like I should hand this to Metal because he pointed it out in his stream, and now I feel like it'll be just what's a detail about her hand, Metal?
Oh yeah, you can see on Jay's mum's hand, she has frostbite. I think it's 3 fingers.
It's like 2.5 or something.
Or
But yeah.
2.5, yeah. So you can see this frostbite. Because the first time I watched it, I thought it was just shading, just shadows or whatever. But later you see she has like stuff on her fingers, and then you go like, oh shit, that's what that was.
Yeah, it's another example of like it's not used in any overt way in any way. It's just a consistent element of what happened to her in this blizzard and what's happened as a result. It's just neat.
Yeah.
And point that out again when we see it. But someone turns up. Everyone's gonna want me to refer to him as Rise, so I will. Rise turns up because it's
Is that Rise?
Probably.
Yeah, it's gotta be. I remember when I first asked Theo about it, and Theo was like, well, considering he uses his ulti, I would assume it's Rise. I was like, yeah, okay. Rise's ulti in the game is he can teleport everyone in a big circle to another part of the map.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
To be fair, I thought he was Rise without even making that connection. And I'm starting to wonder why I thought that, because he doesn't quite look like him. And Rise doesn't use like a staff. At least I don't think he does, right? He has a book. Or is that different now?
It's a book, as far as I know, yeah.
It's probably like gone up from the staff after several years now, so that's...
Book better than staff is what you're saying, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, he gets him out of there to a nice little place, and fucking hell, the visuals.
Yeah, this is one of the. There's a bunch of surreal sequences in this show that are just absurdly good. This was, I think this was the exact point where I was like, wait, what the fuck is this? Like, this isn't just competent storytelling. This is like visionary filmmaking. Like, what the fuck is this? It looks so good.
This is so good, I'm angry.
Stop being so good. I'm offended.
This is the first time I was watching it. I literally said out loud, "What the fuck? This is so good!" Like, what?
I was.
And there's like, there's 2 more of these sequences too. They're all very, very, very good.
Now people are like, it's not Rise, and then someone had the correct take. It's Rise until it's not Rise, okay? Like,
he motherfucker showed up and cast Realm Warp. He's covered in runes. Shut the fuck up. It's Rise.
Well, I feel like
it's not.
an important thing to point out is that there are certain characters who we eventually going to meet, who don't quite look exactly as they do in the game. Not yet,
feels
anyway.
so powerful not giving a shit who rises right now.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not super
I can
invested
move
in
on.
that.
you know, well, so I was impressed with the visuals, but I didn't even say this to Free at the time because I just thought it was a bit too funny considering the tone. But we'd watched Smiling Friends, and it immediately made me think about when God throws Charlie into the planet. Like this visual.
Oh, right.
But
Well,
this is one of the match cuts, by the way.
So gorgeous.
Yeah, you see the planet cut into an eye, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Anyway, so the conclusion to make from this is that some guy used magic and it made an enormous difference to Jace's life, including but not limited to saving his him and his mum's lives.
Yeah.
So
Not to mention, he drops the stone right in little Jace's hand for safekeeping.
it'll-
Not even really safekeeping, but it's like, here you go, kid.
well, yeah,
And there's almost it's in response to the question of like, what did you do, right? It suggests like that's what you can do with this stuff.
it does feel that way. There's like it's not only you could even argue it's like a reminder this did happen.
Mhm.
Because it seems like it's lost whatever power that had. When he gives it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a scene. They do this a lot in Arcane, and I appreciate it. They spend very little time, and it's the version we talked about this before with like shitty writing, but it's the version of writing where the writer has something to tell you, and it's like, all right, what do you want to tell me? And it's like, well, Jace is invested in magic, and I'm like, okay, like that's what a lot of shows would do, but instead, it's this traumatic experience where he almost dies. This mysterious man does something incredible. And Jace is just looking at him fascinated, and I'm like, all right.
And they really go out of their way with the visuals to convey how.
Yeah, this was not a rush job.
Like, I think here more than in a lot of places, it's very important because magic is fucking spectacular, and that's how Jace sees it, and he wants to use that because of how much good he has seen and experienced it doing.
And how much it can help people.
I didn't even notice this before. The moon comes over, covers the part of the planet, and then turns into a pupil.
Yes.
Bro.
Fucking awesome. We all had our say on it, but now Drink is here. Drinker, what do you think of the intro? Really?
Just that.
Awesome.
Yeah, just that little section that you get in every episode. So this here. I'm fine with it. Like, I guess it's not really something I spent a huge amount of time on.
Well, I guess to be more pointed, what do you think of the visuals and what do you think of the music?
Yeah, I mean, visually it looks great, as every aspect of the show does. It's obviously showing you a lot about the various characters, the two sisters and stuff. And yeah, I don't remember the music so much. I don't know if I'm just blanking a little bit on this at the moment.
Oh, we had a whole back
you were
and
probably
forth
a
about
skipper
it.
like the rest of us.
Passionate hatred for a lot of people, but also tolerance from a lot of people, and some people who I think like it a lot. I don't know, but it was a point of contention. I was just curious what you thought, but apparently you didn't. Really
I think it's
much
one
of
of those things where I kind of skip past the intro with
Mhm.
each episode just so I could get to the actual, meat of the
Meat and
episode.
potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. And yeah, so episode 2, we get a lot more Piltover than we did in episode 1, and I assume that's very deliberate because it's time to introduce the other half of the characters in a sense. And yeah, so the explosion, and I can't remember, it could have been Metal, it's somebody I was watching it with. They were happy that the explosion's having consequences for him because, yes, you want to get the people who are responsible for it in the sense that they kind of made it happen. But what the fuck are you up to in here that makes it so that the entire building can explode?
Yeah.
And so they have this inspection going on, and it's just satisfying to see.
The world
Sense.
respond
It follows.
realistically to events.
It's like,
that
hold on a
happen.
minute.
Yeah.
What's all this bullshit you've got? You don't have licenses for any of this.
Yeah, and I think he says like, "Oh, science stuff," and then she's like, "Really? I don't really like. Like this is. I don't think you can explain this away with that."
I love science.
Penthouses explode all the time. What are you talking about?
And
You clearly don't know science.
we get I think I mentioned this on the open bar actually, but she's obviously taking control of the situation, Grayson, but there's this snooty guy in the background who says this isn't all approved, and then Jace.
Whoops.
Well,
Second time to stream.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry, my brain is crap. Like it just connects.
That's not much of a spoiler, to be fair.
I know.
I was hopefully gonna do something else with it, but it's a bit late now. Anyway, he said that guy says this isn't all approved, and Jace, who's like just frustrated that some guy is saying that, she's just like, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm assistant to the head of the academy," which I think is a really neat way to avoid giving his name because it makes sense. The guy is smart enough to recognize that Jace cares about his station, not literally his name.
Yeah, I mean, you
Mm.
don't. That's not the kind of. If he said, oh, this was my name, Jace would go, well, okay, cool, but who are you?
Well, yeah,
So it's like
exactly.
if someone like if I got home and found like a guy in overalls in my house, and I was like, oh, what? And it was, who are you? And he said, oh, I'm Steve. I'm like, okay. I feel like you've missed the spirit of the question.
Yes. But I like that. It's again, track wise, it wouldn't bother anybody really. It's a perfectly normal answer to the question, but it does allow them to avoid him giving his name, at least for now. I'm curious, Theo, did you pick up who he was before he said his name?
Who?
Well,
Victor.
Victor. Oh, the accent gave it away straight away.
that's
me.
fair. I was more so, I think my brain didn't connect it at all because of the fact that he doesn't look anything like him. I was like, no. And then I was like, oh! Which I think was hopefully what they were gunning for.
He
Yeah.
doesn't look like a robot or have his grabby hands yet or anything like that. So
Nothing wrong with
he
some
doesn't
grabby hands.
look like he looks in game.
True.
It's also the fact that he was talking to Jace because, of course, their thing is their thing in the lore.
Yeah, at that point you'd be able to. But that must have been really fun for you then, because like I got a couple fun surprises, but it sounds like you would have gotten all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they basically conclude you're gonna have to go to prison, ready for the council to talk to you, because this not only was unsanctioned, but it was dangerous, which like that's the way it should be. And he's just staring at his
What I
little
found
gem in prison. Go ahead.
what I found kind of interesting was that, like, when Vi and the gang ripped this dude off, the first thing I thought of was like, oh, here we go. It's just going to be we ripped off from some rich guy who doesn't care about anything. So, so we were just going to ignore it. But then second episode comes along and they characterize the quote rich guy, and he's actually not just some douchebag that gets brushed off as a rich douchebag. So that was nice.
I think it's a theme that carries over through the whole show, where no one is, fundamentally just an asshole or evil or even good. Like they all have like different sides to their characters, and like a lot of the assumptions that you make about a lot of these people aren't borne
And
out once you learn more about them.
Yeah.
exactly, and that was kind of a concern I had at the start of the show. I had said like, oh, I thought a lot of it was going to be sterilized, but it looks like nope. We are keeping things good and gray.
I was definitely in the realm of
nuanced.
I was definitely in the realm of like that seems to be what we're going for, but it was episode 3 where I was like, yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. We're definitely doing that. I love this introduction to Heimerdinger. The shadow and the steps. They cast this huge person that's coming, and Jace even looks up like, oh, what is this now? And then he just pops his head in from the side. Hello.
Yeah.
I am a fan of Heimerdinger in the game, so I was like, "Oh, there he is!"
Whoa, there's a guy.
I feel like
Donger.
they did a great job with the voice acting as well.
Mhm.
Because he
Yes.
sounds like the same from the game, but it's not the same guy. So that
And I love
surprised
how
me.
it's all like he's even kind of top heavy. I love how like he leans in and then he has to take several corrective steps to the right to kind of balance his old big head out, and then he comes walking in. It's like, oh well, there goes the intimidation factor. It's our boy Heimerdinger.
Even the see the way the camera reacts to him. It is as
Yeah,
though the
there's
camera
that.
is expecting a big person.
Mm-hmm.
Like because it's lined up the whole door and has to go down for him. Yeah, he's adorable.
Well, that's almost that's got to be Jace's POV really that you're seeing there.
Oh yeah,
Or
for sure.
not-
I just think it adds to the scene.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just I'm saying you're seeing it from it's not necessarily where Jace's eyes are, but it's helping to capture how Jace feels in this situation, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
I've got to be honest, like not knowing anything about the game, like when this guy first made his entrance, I had a pretty uneasy feeling about where the show was going.
Oh, just because you worry about how far it might go with fantasy elements and stuff.
Yeah, and just obviously visually he looks a bit ridiculous, but then the more you get to know the character, yeah, you would never think a guy like that with that kind of intro would then have like some really like pretty serious heavy scenes.
Yes.
But yeah, they do it remarkably well.
I think the first thing he says is something like, curious, we lock people up in cells physically, but their mind is free, or something like that.
We imprison the body, but the mind is free.
But yeah, which is just a fun quote to think about for the first thing you hear from this guy.
Yep.
And he seems
Little-
very positive about this situation, and he says, like, he comments on how he found Jace, how science is all about, like, improvement and the betterment, but also that you don't want it to hurt people. Like, that's the point.
Yeah.
Which is always a possibility, so you gotta be careful. And Jace is obviously depressed as hell right now because he was on the verge of something, but he might lose it all. And Heimerdinger is just like, own your mistakes, admit your faults, don't mention magic. You'll probably only get a slap on the wrist. Very, very optimistic about it. But already with him, you're seeing these like expressions as well, and you're just like, sweet, it's going into the weird alien characters as well. Taking advantage very much so of his mustache, his ears, and his eyebrows.
He is so expressive. What the fuck is he, by the way?
That's a yordle.
He's a yordle.
Oh,
He's a
that's a cute name.
Timo's a yordle as well, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The yordle,
Yes.
the yordle I want to see
Wow,
is Viper.
Jay, look up
They're,
Timo. Just Google Timo.
Timo? Is
They're
it
good in
T-I-M-O?
T-E-E-M-O. Look him up.
He was in the show. Did you see it?
Yes.
There was a reference to him in the show, yeah.
He was in
I
a
remember.
storybook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's cool.
Yeah.
Captain Timo on. He's like a little scout.
Nasty little.
Yeah, he's
Nasty
fucking
little-
hated in the
I
game, Timo.
He's probably the most hated character in the game, yeah.
Might be, yeah.
Why,
Oh, not even
why
close
is that?
anymore.
Wait, who's the most hated now?
Oh, there's people that are
Oh.
worse than Timo?
Shitloads. Let me go and find.
What,
the
Silas?
most hated character at the moment is Yumi. It's a cat.
Fuck,
So-
cat.
Oh, you mean,
Crap.
okay.
Oh, is that the
reason
support
people hate the
thing you
character,
can
yeah,
put
it
on other
attaches
characters?
to you and goes untargetable and just
Yeah.
provides passive buffs and has actives that heal and stuff, and you can't target or damage the cat while it's attached to someone. So it's fucking infuriating to play against because it just goes and finds whoever's doing the best, sits on them, and makes them like impossible to deal with.
That sounds like fun.
That sounds like great game design.
Like,
Unanimously the most hated character in the game's history. It's honestly like really impressive because there's some very hated characters in that game.
A lot of people saying not Nar, sorry, Yasuo. I remember Yasuo being hated quite a bit.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yasuo, and now his brother Yone as well.
Well, it
Oh.
depends. You hate
Yone?
Yasuo when it's on your team because they're terrible, and you hate him on the other team because they're like a fucking god.
Yeah.
If their team had Yasuo mid, like just fucking pack it in. Go next.
GG easy.
I want to bring up quickly the negative reaction to magic. I don't know if you guys go into that too much because they do it in the show.
Yeah. I did mention as part of his quote. He says, "Don't mention magic." But
Yeah.
obviously that's more indicative. I can't remember if it's this scene or if it's a bit later that we discover his reasoning for being so averse to magic. I think it's a bit later. Right?
It's
I think it's a
later.
bit later.
Yeah,
I don't think it's this episode. I feel like it's a bit later.
I think so. Yeah. So we move back over to Vi and our team of kids who are currently laying low as Vander has told them to, while the enforcers do whatever the enforcers are gonna do. And Vi is boxing with this machine purpose built to, I guess, test and, well, just do boxing with it. And fucking hell, the
Reflexes
animation
and stuff.
already. Look at this
Yeah.
shit.
I love the reactions you would have to be able to dodge this. Like, it would have knocked me the fuck out within like 3 seconds.
So apparently, that's what I heard. I didn't double check it, but apparently one of the animators did 3 years of boxing just to figure out how people would move so they
That's
could animate
awesome.
it
Holy
properly.
shit.
I've heard a
Yeah.
lot of compliments to her form. The quick version being
Yeah,
it
me too.
it resembles a particular style of boxing, but streetified.
Mm-hmm.
And so
It really is worth noting. Fight choreography in this whole show is just really good.
Fantastic.
It's actually amazing. It's and there's a lot of action in the show. So I cut up a bunch of different like segments of stuff just to see. And like I cut all the action together. And it's about 2 hours of action. It's like almost 2 hours, which is a lot for a 6-hour show.
Hmm.
I love the different points of view you get as well.
Yeah.
The,
I know
the
you
sort
guys
of-
have probably
Go ahead.
spoken about this before. Like one of the things that jumped out at me, the very first like street fight that Vi gets into, like she kind of gets her ass beat. Like you see her
Mm, yeah.
properly take hits and really
Oh,
get
yes.
bruised and cut up. And I was like, wow, I can't believe they actually had the balls to do this.
Some cool
Yeah,
as well.
that
I've
was exactly
noticed
what we said. It was fucking brutal.
as you've slowed down is that they have a lot of the 2D animation effects of like motion lines and
Oh yeah,
integrated into the movement.
there's lots of different 2D animation that really sells mini visuals. They do mini particles in 2D animation. They do motion blur, light trails, fire, explosions, lightning. Eventually, in one of the fight scenes that we'll get to way early on or later on, it looks like they have a lot of fun in that fight scene. The 2D animators, they just go all out.
I mean, look at
yes.
look at this bit. Just and keep an eye on your eyes doing those micro movements.
Mm-hmm.
The super living as a shot, and yeah, just super intense as well. Also, the quick flashes we get of this leaderboard in which she's got all the top scores except for 2 from Clagger. So just the that's what I'm saying is like it's a splendor to look at, but it's also telling you something pretty clearly. And you've got on one of the main point scoring sort of elements, it seems that Powder has drawn a more monsterfied version of Milo as the target. Interesting.
Kind of interesting. Well, is this skipping ahead to talk about?
Yes.
Okay, I won't say anything
Milo
then.
just picking his nose.
Yeah, so this is another just great scene to give us a lot of information while justifying it in terms of why they're all doing this. They're just doing their thing now because they got to wait. With Vi obviously doing the boxing really talentedly, and then Milo complaining that their little sort of arcade shooting game is like he could be playing it, except Powder keeps fucking with it. Which is probably just commentary on the fact that she's super interested in tooling around with all different gadgets and stuff, but also improving it, I imagine, each time.
Kind of took it Vi using the boxing machine as well as like she's got all this like nervous energy in her that she's trying to expel. That like she's on edge about everything that's happened, and it's just like her way of dealing with it.
Absolutely, yeah. And if
On Powder's face when she lights up the arcade thing.
Very
And she's
excited.
staring at Milo.
And if you look at the drawing she's got on there as well, very animated and pointed, and monstery. But yeah, and again, just look at it; it's gorgeous. Gorgeous
colors.
Milo the fucking dick holds the gun sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he basically, I think he misses basically all of his shots, right?
Yeah.
Like fucking
Yeah.
awful at it. And it becomes clear pretty quickly the reason Powder's so excited is because this is the one thing that she can annihilate Milo in.
Yeah.
She's a good shot with a pistol.
That little reaction after.
Foreshadowing.
Well, and I'll say it. I feel like you gotta fit in the criticisms wherever we can. I think it's a little silly that she hits every single
It's a
shot.
bit much.
Yeah, I was about to mention that too.
I think it would have been
It's one of the
cooler if
things
she
that- where
missed,
was-
let's say 30% of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's really fucking good. And then you get this little expression that, again, these little touches, they're so awesome. They feel like real human expressions. It's like, yeah, fuck off.
Expression, get fucked.
Yeah, it's all done really quickly, and it's just telling us stuff. Putting things in your brain.
Like even though she like she still goes off to like sulk on something else, she's still displeased by Milo.
Then they
Yeah, 'cause
realize
he keeps laying into her.
they realize that just outside, some people are getting interrogated as to whether or not they know anything about the explosion. And the guy spits on Marcus's shoe. And so I think at first we're supposed to believe, like, oh no, there's tension brewing, but then this happens. And I quite like that as well.
Just gets thrown through the window. It's like, oh shit.
And
Very Marcus of you.
that having happened
Yeah.
makes the enforcers aware of these kids, and then
Mhm.
and just like I wasn't very impressed by that. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
how unfortunate. But
Bit
okay,
unlucky.
see how it goes. Vi quickly realizes that them being searched is bad because Powder still got those gems on her. And so
But then Milo doesn't know that. He's like, you can search me. We got nothing.
yeah. But obviously, I think she signals Clagger to turn the lights off, and then she throws part of the machine that had Milo's face on it at the enforcer, which is a fun joke because Milo tries to get in cover and use the little pistol-y thing first, and they just have this. I'll try to show it now. Yeah,
The reaction, dude.
Just like, the fuck.
like here he
Fucking
goes.
kid.
It's beautiful just because of how hulking and buff they look, and they're just sitting there like, why did you even try that?
Ah, stupid fucking child.
But then
He
they
did
get,
hit though, so that was cool. He actually hit something, so there you go.
but then he gets knocked the fuck out by Vi throwing the thing, which is awesome. And so they start running, and possibly one of the fucking weirdest moments in the whole show for me in terms of cause and effect. They're running away, and they realize that behind they're being chased, and in front they're being chased. Echo is just there.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wait, what? And he lowers a ladder for them in the exact place they are. It's not a ladder that he got and put there. It's a ladder that's like set. It's I was just like, Jesus Christ, holy convenience, Batman. What the fuck? Like
Yeah, absolutely.
it's yeah, because it's like a built-in ladder, if you know what I mean by that. And they're standing right next to it. It's just like, oh. And to be honest with you, since it's so close to this place they hang out all the time, you'd have thought Vi would know about it.
Yeah, actually. If
yeah,
Echo knows, she would.
it's all very close, but they just escape. And I think we could all argue, I think this is here to just make a tension scene for a moment. You know, like it's because it's not going to time. But I think, well, there's things you can draw out of it that are important for character. I just mean, like, why have an action scene right now when you don't have to? And it's like, I think it's just to stimulate the audience's thing. But big thing that I take from it, yeah, this is a huge important detail. Marcus pulls a gun on the kids.
Yeah.
I think it's clear that he gets pretty desperate, but doesn't have the shot to take. What we can tell.
He hates the crap out of the Undercity, it seems.
Definitely.
To the point where he'll shoot kids.
So I think the reason the scene is there is because in the meta plot, the most important thing that's going on is the tension between the enforcers and like trying to solve the exploding mystery. But there isn't really that much that needs to happen between like the end of episode 1 and the end of episode 2. So I think they just kind of needed to make it more present in the audience's mind that yeah, this is still going on. I mean, that's what I assumed. Anyway.
I assume the thing is, I think that's achieved by having the kids watching people getting beaten for information and stuff. Having them get chased and all that, I think is a little bit unnecessary, and more so an indication that they were like, it would be useful to have an action scene here. So someone in chat said you're really stretching this, Mola. It's like, what? I just don't think
this again. Jesus,
it's a television show with a lot to talk about.
I don't like. I think this is interesting that they.
Wait, what is stretching it?
I to be fair, I don't actually know. They could be talking about how it's not actually a flaw, but I think it's a bit too convenient.
Oh, by the way, Mahler, here's one of the like very obvious match cuts. If you go back like 10 frames.
I suppose it's a nice comparison as well of like a structure like that in the Undercity versus.
Oh yeah, I see. I didn't even realize those.
Yeah, I only noticed it because I was doing all this editing in After Effects. I'd be like, oh, And it just keeps happening. There's like 5 or 6 that are that blatant.
That's pretty cool.
Was it new here? And I'm like, I don't even know if that's fair this time around. We're like, we're barely past an episode. And it's fine. It's fine. I we're getting there. So yes, this is the symbol for the council chambers, I think, right? Oh no, sorry, it's the
that's
Noxus
the
symbol.
for Noxus.
The symbol of Medada family.
Yes, and I think she says, I don't know what you think of this dialogue exactly, but it's definitely trying to get an idea straight away. Someone just announces, "You are the richest person in Piltover," and she says, "Yet the poorest Medada." So, like, that sums her up pretty quickly in terms of a motivation. And then she says, "We need something to put us on the map."
This entire scene annoyed me the first time I watched it, and like by my 5th watch, I was like, no, actually, like everything that happens here is fine.
I was
I'm
actually going to
kinda
make
fine
that
with all this
point.
stuff.
I think it comes across as a little clunkier before you understand fully that this is on her mind at all times. And that it makes sense that her little helper would want to tell her, like, the good news. You are the richest person in Piltover. And then we get immediately, it's like, that's not really important to her. It's about what she means to her family.
Yeah.
Always compared against something else. A different step.
And she's toying with some devices, and she says, like, is there anything happening in this city that comes close to innovation? And then she says, well, someone fucking exploded their apartment recently with some weird devices or whatever, and he's on trial this afternoon or something like that. And she's like, oh, look into that. And she picks up a children's puzzle device. The guy is like, you don't want that. And she's like, oh yes, it's perfect.
It's a children's toy. What the fuck?
I guess before because I Mel's design is like fantastic.
I pointed that out when I was talking to someone. I was like, it's so good.
It may well be, I don't know if I want to say favorite quite yet, but it's one of my favorite character designs in the whole show. It's pretty wonderful.
She's one of my favorite character designs in any show. her character design is incredibly good.
The gold integration into the color scheme, it's so fucking good.
She does look pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
We get our reintroduction, or I guess it's an introduction because we've seen her, but we haven't heard anything from her yet. To Caitlin Kiraman, right?
Kiraman.
Yeah.
And I like the way that they do it. They show a painting of the family, and then they zoom in to the subjects of the painting as they talk. And I don't know. I see it as more representative of their how prideful and important they consider themselves. And then she's sitting there as a little girl with a gun, which is a nice little juxtaposition, I suppose, in a sense. Yeah, I think they're talking about the fate of Jace. Yeah,
they're talking about Jace because they're his patron.
Yeah, she intends. So Caitlyn's mum is on the council, and she intends to defend him at least somewhat because they've been patrons of him some time. And then we find out tensions are rising in the last drop.
The Undercity.
Obviously, after what we just saw with the kids, we're getting a little tired of enforcers beating everybody around to get information they want when it wasn't anybody's fault down here. Like it wasn't them specifically; it was someone else. Blah blah blah. So like they shouldn't be able to do this. Banda's trying to keep them all calm.
That guy through a window.
They did, which is way too harsh for Spit, IMO. And that seems is just the violence is getting a little bit more out of control. Banda's trying to chill him out, but there's a lady who's like, I think she implies he's afraid, and he says, "Do I look afraid?" And she says, "You look weak." This lady's name is Savika.
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the coolest names ever, Savika?
Savika is a cool name.
I like it, yeah.
And I wonder when she's going to get added to the game.
She's gotta be. She would be my first pick for people with potential to be added.
Well,
there's no way she doesn't make it in at some point.
Yeah, especially given that seems to have gotten a really good Then again, basically all the characters in this show everybody likes, so...
Well, there's one
Very
exception.
nice little contrast with
There's
in
one.
the first
Oh,
episode, the
what's
thing
that?
Vander sorts out with the bartender and stuff, where the people ease off like relatively easily without needing much threat from Vander, and then but Savika, like, she doesn't give a shit really.
That's
Even
right.
though
Yeah.
it's getting all up in her personal space.
I would argue, yeah, that this is supposed to represent a form of a change. We've seen him
Yeah.
dissolve problems, and when he spoke to Grayson, it seemed like that's his really good at it, but it doesn't work this time. Savika
This one's
leaves
not
with
going
her
away so
people.
easy.
Yeah,
Hmm. This is a problem. It's a problem.
very much so. And what I found interesting as well, I can't remember which watch through, I'll just say subsequent, is that watching this unfold, it's not worrying any of our kid team. In fact, Powder says, oh, come on, like, the 4 of us could take on the Enforcers. The Undercity could, like, nail them. It's just like, damn, nobody's really seeing, like, how this is gonna... what can happen as a result of this. Instead, we're very much, like, egged on to do it. And there is... Echo looking incredibly suspicious. Like, he's holding on to some kind of secret. And I want to highlight another expression here. Powder walks off, and Vi is about to, but she catches him doing that look in the corner of her eye. So she takes a look, and then Powder just pokes out from the side. Check this out. Like, those eyes on Vi, they're really suspicious, and then, hello, I'm also here. But yeah, Echo tells them that he watched what happened. There's a deal. There's a nature of the deal, and that with that information, then what's gonna happen next? Who knows? But we'll cut back to that. We got other scenes to do first, which is
More scenes? I thought we did all of them now.
It's weird guy who's one of the councilors'
Blood Elf guy.
birthday. He's quite interestingly designed as well.
Oh shit, I'm on a council. Nice.
And yeah, he gets given that gift by Mel, and he's like fascinated by it. We'll come back to that eventually.
Only for the sharpest of minds.
Mm-hmm. And one of the other counselors eating nuts. He's just like, I got you this for your birthday. And he's like, I'm fucking allergic.
I got you nuts.
It tells you a little bit. Like, it's mostly a gag, but it does tell you a little bit about the whole favor currying thing going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how they
absolutely.
don't actually care about each other.
Yeah.
They're just doing it so they
It's
can
all
have more
pragmatic.
leverage.
It's already shown that Mel is better at it than that guy, for example.
Hmm.
But yeah, another thing I love about this is when Jace is entering the room, they're all like, right, here we go. But Heimerdinger is excited to see him. Just happy.
Yeah.
I wonder what that tells us about Heimerdinger compared to the rest of the counselors. I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
I really like Heimerdinger.
I love Heimerdinger. He's such a great little addition to the like. Just having him there, it's so wholesome.
Yeah, the thing of it was, like, having never seen the games or anything like that, I liked him from the very moment that he set foot in that cell and then left. He didn't say way too much, but he was always a very upbeat personality, and he wasn't like always too over scolding. He was reassuring, and he was a comforting little dude. And I liked him from the very start, and he keeps going throughout.
Doesn't seem like he has the ability to be two-faced.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
No. What I like
He is as honest as they come.
what I like about this scene is that they have a problem to solve as a writer team. And that is, we've got to get Jace to talk about the magic, even though he's explicitly been told not to and probably believes in that advice. So how do we do it? And it's like, well, they have him say, I'm sorry, standard. Then you have German confirming he's a good guy. And then him saying that prompts a response. He destroyed a fucking building. Well, he's a good guy. And then Heimerdinger, to counter that, says, well, you know, a lot of things get broken in science. That's how it works. And then they go, well, yes, but you usually make something. Did you make anything? And it's just like, well, no. And then she goes, so it was meaningless then? He's like, no, it's not fucking meaningless. I'm trying to crack magic. It's like,
Yeah.
He's having his work derided.
And then Timerdinger's like, "You motherfucker!
Well,
What did I just tell
it's
you?"
I feel like it's like the core disconnect between like a scientist and somebody who doesn't really understand. Like it's a process. You're working at things. You're working at new problems. You don't necessarily know where you're going with it. That's the process. That guy doesn't care.
what I was trying to highlight specifically, though, was just that they managed to get him to
Frustration,
say, "I'm making magic," without it being arbitrary and causing trouble for him. He says it
Yeah, well,
defensively.
he's pushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pushed, isn't he? And you know, it's enough to stir his pride and his ambition for what he's trying to accomplish, and you really feel his frustration in that moment.
He's passionate about magic. That's for sure,
Yep.
and we know why. We know why.
Yeah, and the moment you call his shit worthless, it's like, nah, dude, I was about to make a huge ass breakthrough here.
What ain't worthless to him? It's really not worthless to him at all.
How infinitely frustrating that he had it under control, but some idiots broke into his house and blew it up. Like,
Yeah.
So of course he's just mad at this entire scenario, especially with the repercussions of it.
You could say he's coping and seething.
And yeah, so the scene takes an interesting turn when he starts advocating for the importance of his project and how magic can be used to benefit Piltover, and the one that he's cut off by is Heimerdinger, shouting enough at him.
Heimerdinger is very severe.
Yeah, the rest of them are outclassed in this portion of the conversation by Heimerdinger's frustration, which is he says that magic corrupts, consumes, and lays waste to civilizations. And
Heimerdinger's a hater.
He is.
It's a nice change.
Yeah.
Fucking like whimsical attitude.
Yeah,
He's
which
very
is
gravitas. Like, do not
Heimerdinger-
fuck with this shit.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that might be worth. I think it is just a strong sign of good character writing when you establish a character to have a certain temperament, and then you suddenly change that with the mention of a specific topic. It's just immediately going to communicate to basically everybody. Oh, like, you know, it's kind of the thing of, right, when someone defies an expectation that's been set, you pay more attention.
Look at his face. Sorry.
That is anger right there.
Serious dinger.
It is
He's
anger.
got his little fist clenched.
Yeah, that's as angry as this kind, gentle soul can get.
Yeah, and when a kind, gentle soul gets angry, everybody pays attention.
Exactly. It's the whole thing of the character who, man, a few words. When he does speak, you pay attention. Just you set an expectation. When you breach it, just calls attention to that. And we don't know why at the moment. He gives us reasons why, but we don't fully understand it.
I find him frustrating because he has a habit of saying this is bad, don't do it, but doesn't elaborate at all.
He absolutely elaborates.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So this scene, he says that the danger of magic ultimately leads to civilizations being completely razed. And then in later scenes, because I don't think this is a spoiler, he just says like uncontrolled and untested science, whether it relates to magic or not, is dangerous, which is true.
It's true. We know it's true.
It's also worth pointing out that there's a plot line, we don't need to go into too much detail, but it has to do with science and magic, right?
Yes.
And I don't think the magic is ever really understood. Like it doesn't seem to be an element that's completely under control, even when they create technology that it is more controlled, but I don't think they understand exactly how it works.
I
Not to
guess
mention
I'm
it's
gonna
got a
point.
go into this a little bit more now. In the League of Legends universe, in Runeterra, magic is fucked up. Magic has nearly destroyed the world like multiple times.
Yeah,
Several,
and not to
like,
mention,
at least one city-state like completely bans magic and is intensely afraid of magic because this shit you don't fuck around with magic essentially.
yeah,
in this universe, it is playing with fire, basically.
Well,
You
look
are
at the
playing
image
with
we're
fire.
shown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the closest analogy seems to be nuclear technology, right?
Yeah.
I think you could say so. Yeah, it is the idea of when you are tapping, like science is you're exploring sort of underlying parts of reality. Or I guess the. Damn, I am explaining this very badly. Someone else give it a shot.
Well, it's just the examples that were brought up. It's nearly destroyed the world multiple times. Yep, nukes have done that, and it's well, it's not got to the stage where actual damage has been done, but we've been very close to the brink of nuclear. No, I can't actually say the word. Nuclear annihilation was like a button press away, and it's like two guys' decisions save the world on like occasion, right?
Yeah.
So
we've
and
got
there are city-states that ban it in its entirety, right? That's
Yeah, Demacia.
There's
there
tons of
will be no
stories like
magic.
this.
If you're a mage, you're taken away.
yeah.
There's
so
there's
essentially,
stories like this. Sorry.
Oh no. Well, it was saying that so they've got several different points in which magic fucked up everything, and Heimerdinger's over here talking about how so few can actually wield the damn thing in the first place, so they just don't have a whole lot of test beds for this for good examples. So obviously everybody's freaked out.
I think there's a quote
Yeah.
later that Piltover was created to escape the Rune Wars or the Magic Wars or something.
Yeah, the Rune Wars are the conflict that really fucked the world.
Which I imagine we'll get more on as the show goes on, because they don't give us a lot of detail about in season 1.
Mhm.
And yeah, so after that, obviously, the leverage Jace had pretty much gone, and so his mum pleads for his life, and to be, instead of banished from like Piltover entirely, to just be sequestered to his family and to work on their like business and to just
And not be allowed to
don't
be
pursue magic, science.
a
Great.
scientist anymore. Kicked out of the academy.
And yeah, that's they vote in favor of that. He is never to set foot on Academy grounds ever again. Which is some of the
Dun,
worst
dun,
news he
dun.
could possibly have.
Well,
This is his
I mean,
life's work.
from his POV, might that actually be worse than just exile? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you
It's
can stay here,
close
but you
to-
can't do your life's work. It's like, man, that's
Yeah, that sucks.
Cool.
Yeah, it's close to Jaime Lannister losing his hand, just a little bit less permanent, but
Yeah.
it's of a similar
Also,
magnitude.
people are mentioning in chat because it was the point that Metal brought up about the frostbite that his mum's fingers, that a
Right.
couple of them are
Yep.
artificial.
Yeah.
Get a shot of that. Sick.
That's so great in terms of just the little touches.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh man, my birthday is over.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That is
Happy
so
birthday.
based.
Yeah, that is based.
That is based.
It's really good. It's a really good detail. They just use it's like I said, if this is Monitor 2 content for you, you're gonna miss so much. That's why
Yeah,
we keep
I watched-
pausing so often to comment on so
Well, I
many
mean-
little visual details.
Look how much praise we've delivered. We've not even gotten to the good ones, according
Really
to like
great.
most
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally think episode 1's probably the weakest episode, and that's not. I mean, it's still good. It's just
Well,
not as good.
It's slow boiling right now.
We're
That's what's
doing a
going
lot of
on here.
work.
It's a
We're doing a
slow
lot of-
boiling.
Yeah.
Also, it's
Important.
worth noting too. Mel gives the glare over to the guy she just gave a toy to, which shows that her sway over many of the council members is in effect. So a lot of what she decides will influence a lot of other people's decisions.
Yeah.
So I love the
Yeah.
glare that she makes over to Bearded Man.
She saved
So-
him.
something-
if you notice, because she turned it from a 3-4 to a 4-3
Mm-hmm.
by giving that glare.
Something that's worth pointing out is that a lot of the council stuff didn't make sense to me the first time through, and some of it I was convinced was just like bad writing. And after watching the series 2-3 times, all of it makes sense. But I think it could make a bit more sense on first watch through. I don't think everything is communicated super clearly necessarily. I wonder if you guys agree with that.
Well,
No, I think
Specifically
that
with the
there's just a
council
lot
stuff.
that's easy to miss. A lot of it is explained, but you really do have to be paying a little closer attention because they're not going to just explicitly tell you what's going on. You can miss things, and that's not really poor writing. It's just subtle, more subtle than we're used to.
But like there is a distinction between like stuff that you can miss because it's subtle and stuff that you can miss that because it was just not communicated effectively and it should be communicated to an audience more clearly, right? There is a distinction there.
Sure.
It's a blurry line, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that they're each raising their hands pretty sternly, but Heimerdinger raises it with like a smiling face. Like, there's a good repercussion.
This is a good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then we move over to Marcus has been called to meet with Silco. Silco this is the first scene again. Well, it's second scene with Silco, but we're just getting more lines from him. He has a lot of good lines. Says to Marcus, "You carry your chin so high, you fail to see the opportunities below."
Yeah, that was a really
Yeah, that's a
line.
great line.
He's got loads of. They just cut straight to whatever point he's making and dressing down other characters. Silco is overrated. You can get banned for things like that. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
No.
Oh, it's you.
See, you pushed you pushed Mauler with a single sentence. That's good character writing.
Oh yeah. Consistency. Then we cut back to Jace basically like head as low as it can be in his room, and I think the scene opens with a shot of like a photo of him and his dad with a hammer, or it's one of the shots anyway. But it's just like it's nothing. Well, it's something to consider as a watcher of the show. But people are already fans of the game, being like, "Oh, little Jace hold the hammer."
Don't you know? I grew up surrounded by hammers.
Yeah.
The hammer.
I can't believe he hasn't said that by now. It's such a fail.
No, I know he should say it because if he doesn't say it, how do I know it? You know?
Yeah.
What, I have to look at the screen and see and figure things out on my own.
I want to look at the screen. I'm playing a video game.
That's right.
I have to wait for them
League
to
of Legends
explain it
right
to me.
now.
What?
Is this the scene where he scolds his mom?
Well,
don't think-
it's one of the things I forgot to mention. Her defense of him is that he's basically out of his mind.
Yeah.
Which sucks for him because he's not at all, and he has to be saved by his family saying he's crazy.
Which sucks, obviously.
Fucks with
if
his
you're in that
mind, and
position.
even he appeals to her. It's like, magic saved your life. Like, I know, but it's not gonna save yours now.
I just feel like this is a particularly brutal scene of him like telling his mom off.
Yeah, it really sucks to see.
Yeah, obviously
But
she's
you
just
get
trying
it.
to save him.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is one of those circumstances where I don't think either character is necessarily wrong, but it's perfectly understandable why there was this like massive tension.
They're both well informed in their motives. And
Yeah, and I think
what they want.
Yeah, he says, if my own family won't help me, I'll find someone who will. Damn, dude.
Yeah, which is just like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Again, from her POV, she just saved his life. And
Yeah.
what's interesting is he says something like that. Who do we see next? Victor. And Heimerdinger.
Fuck you, Heimerdinger.
They're packing away all of what remains of Jace's research to be destroyed tomorrow. And Victor is just like picking up pieces of it, and he's like, "This is actually this could work."
Very interesting.
Yeah, and then Heimerdinger's like, "Yeah, well, it's just fucking unstable. Someone would have to like really refine it." And then he's like, "Why don't you do it?" And he's like, "Me? The fuck? Like, why would I do that?" Yeah, and he says, no, magic is far too dangerous in the wrong hands. Which wouldn't be
from
enough to
Heimerdinger's
deter.
perspective.
I was going to say quickly, that wouldn't deter someone like Victor or Jace, because as far as they're concerned, they are the right hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from Heimerdinger's perspective, like the more likely it is to work, the more justified it is in being destroyed.
And they don't
And he
even.
seems so sure of himself. So clearly, he's been around. Like
Yeah, Jason
given his little
Victor.
beard for how long?
Jason Victor don't have that context. That they haven't seen firsthand what magic can do.
Yeah,
Exactly.
POV.
it's almost like
This is kind of
POV.
a theme throughout this show, isn't it? Like
could say that.
the older generation are the ones who have
Mm.
made the mistakes and are always trying to rein in the younger generation to try and caution them. Don't make the same mistakes that we did. And
Yeah,
the younger
Vandersher
ones are
started
always
that.
the idealistic ones, the ones that think they can fix everything, the ones that think they can succeed where the previous generation failed. And obviously, you learn that they don't.
I wouldn't be surprised if every warning Heimerdinger gives in these episodes is going to be very relevant as the seasons go on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it already kind of is, right? I mean, there's a particular
of.
scene that's pretty brutal.
Give it time.
Then we move back over to Silco, and he's like looking at some big fishies. He's like, "Beautiful, aren't they? Yet no one knows they exist," which can very much be interpreted And then, especially with the response, which is they're monsters. There's a monster inside us all.
His name is Derek.
Yes.
His name is
Derek.
the Shadow Self.
And he's trying to convince Deckard to take this potion, and he's like, nah, man. And I think he says at one point it'll kill me or something like that, and he says, real power doesn't come to those who are strongest, fastest, or smartest. It comes to those who will do anything to achieve. Definitely getting
He
inside
is,
Silco's head a little bit.
Yeah, not to mention, he ain't just talking about the purple stuff.
So the last we saw of oh well, he takes the thing at that point, Deckard. So suppose we'll see of what comes of that. But coming back to Jace, when he said he was going to go and find someone who will help him, he ends up at Caitlyn's house, and he's basically banned. He manages to talk to Caitlyn briefly, and she says, like, "What are you going to do?" And he says, "I guess I'll join the hammer business." He says, "You can't do that." He just looks down and says, "No, I can't." And when the mum comes out, he's just like, "I just want to explain what's happening," and she's just like, "Get the fuck out."
You did enough or something along those lines. Like,
So it's fair to assume really running out of options. Because not only is his career dead, but his reputation is probably dead now too, to the point where he's not even allowed to speak to the counselor or her daughter. And it's raining.
Raining. Fuck.
It's one of them class things again, where the societies that Piltover is modelled after, the sort of, I guess, pseudo-Victorian almost, they're very, very concerned with appearance. So now that he's tangled with this shit, no one's ever going to touch him again. No one's going anywhere near him, because he's the guy that was trying to do magic. He's the crazy guy.
Yep. This was a very has been already a very bizarre way to approach talking about a subject. So I don't blame the fact that Drinker will now have to go.
I am sorry. I wish I could stay longer, especially because like you're getting to the good bits now.
The best one.
Oh yes.
I know. Damn it.
Everyone's excited. About
yeah,
that,
it's all right.
actually.
If I'll come back in tomorrow morning when I get up and
When we're
you guys
still
will
at
probably
it,
still be
yeah.
going.
Yeah, no worries.
Probably reached episode 3 by then.
Well,
Yep.
the awkward thing
Totally.
is, like, I would say, like, well, do you want to get anything out you want to say about this show now? And I was like, well, it's probably going to be stuff that I'll want to talk about in about 8 hours from now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I won't spoil anything, but yeah.
If you'd rather, because like I was
Fantastic.
going to say, people are going to want to hear what you think of Arcane in maybe a little bit more detail than the video. So if you want to do a stream about it, I'll happily join you. If you want to do a quicker conversation regarding like the characters or the main plotline and stuff.
I think we could do that. We're going to be doing a bit of a stream tomorrow night anyway, so I don't know if we could segue into that at some point.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe.
work something out anyway.
Absolutely. Well, thank you anyway for joining us, and I'm glad we could talk about something that we really like. We do it every once in a while, and it's
See, we do like things. It's great.
yeah.
Yay. You can do
All right,
it.
cheers, guys. Go away now.
Boy.
See you, dude.
Go away now.
Later on, dude.
Man, there's only 8 of us. Do you think we'll be able to do it?
I don't know, man.
no.
I think
8
that's
brains.
one of us per
Oh.
per hour, I believe.
That's probably worth mentioning, actually. People like, what the fuck, Rags hasn't said anything. He's currently dealing with something. I'm not sure what, but we can't guarantee how much he will be saying, I'm afraid. Here and there, you may see a certain doggo. Where is Rags? Is he safe? Is he alright? I'm sure he's fine. Anyway, moving on. We get to see a scene where all the counselors are appealing to the current sheriff plus her like right-hand man, being Grayson and Marcus. And there's this wonderful little bit where Grayson sort of introduces the problem, which is we still haven't found the thing. And then the counselors are like, fucking fix it, do whatever you have to do, you losers. And you can tell Marcus is getting more and more frustrated with Grayson's answers. So he says like, oh, we'll fucking tear the place apart, we'll turn it upside down, we'll find him. And it shocks Grayson, obviously expression-wise. And then as she gives her answer, she like moves to sort of be in front of him and counter what he's saying, which I think he says he's gonna like turn it upside down. But then she says, we've conducted several investigations, frozen half of their commerce. With respect, have we not pushed them hard enough? Like, the two different mindsets being so clearly illustrated.
Yeah.
De-escalation versus escalation.
Yeah. And of course, I think she's described him earlier as being someone who is like green or needing to just is young, foolish and stuff. But the Techno Union leader. Does anyone get? No, I figure Theo's probably the only one that's gonna get that. He like demands a more like a fist to be done, and Marcus is clearly inspired by what he says. Like, yeah, that's the correct approach. Couple
What's his
people in
name?
chat get it. What did you say? Sam?
Theo, what's his name? Rob, what's his name?
What's Rob's name?
Yeah, does he have a
What?
name, or is he just a side?
He's Techno
Like, is-
Union, man.
Techno Union.
That's it. That's just it. All right, that's fine. I'm gonna
Yeah.
call him Rob though.
I don't really know what his deal is.
Okay, I
Right.
just wasn't sure if maybe he was a character that I wasn't privy to because I'm not a League
No,
player. So
I don't,
yeah, I'm just gonna
I don't
call
know
him Rob.
I
I'm
don't
cool
know
with
what's
that.
going on with him, other than
I
what
love
he
the
says.
design, but so Techno Union is a
3PO?
faction in the prequels, and there's a robot man who this reminds me of who leads them. That's all I got for him. that's my insight on this character.
Thought you were
I call him
calling
3PO in
Rob,
my
like
notes.
Rob the robot from like fucking Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Mahler, we also skipped a scene that's actually kind of important, in my opinion. The
Oh,
Caitlyn thing.
did we now? Which one?
Basically, Jace walks up to the Kiramin estate.
Oh yes,
And
we didn't
Caitlyn's
talk
sitting
about
outside.
that. We definitely did not talk about that. Go ahead. What did you think of it?
Wait, did we talk about that?
Yeah, we talked
Am I-
about that.
Am I stroking out? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, we basically said like, yeah, now he can't even talk to her friend, to his friend Caitlyn, because his mom's like, "Fuck you, get him out of here."
Yeah, Theo talked about how
So,
it's representation of the class divide and how reputation is very important in Piltover.
Yeah.
We said all kinds of things. You fuck.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't say what I was going to say, so I can say
Go ahead.
that anyway. So Caitlyn's probably Caitlyn's main motivation or arc or whatever is sort of trying to resist nepotism and become her own person. And a lot of that is
Therefore,
resisting the
we don't know anything
influence.
about Caitlyn right now.
Well, that's why I'm saying it, is because this is the first time you start to see it established. This time she caves, but in the future she fights back stronger and stronger as things go on.
We're not in the future yet. We're in the present.
Yeah, so just
Sure.
for FYI, the idea of the way we're trying to do it, I don't care hugely. It's just, I think, beneficial. So you'd be like, it seems like Caitlyn gives in to the instruction despite the fact that she's invested in Jace. But she
Okay,
seemed
fair enough.
hesitant at the time, which is interesting.
Sure, my bad.
Okay, it's one more time and I'll boot you. That's the way that we do it.
Yeah.
I think we skipped a scene. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, when you said it, I was like, really? I'm going through just chronologically. It's gonna be hard for me to miss one, but yeah. So Marcus has been inspired by that little scene. Goes straight to the last drop and inspects the fuck out of it because he's pretty sure, with the information he's had from Silco, that this is the place to find what he's looking for. But Vanda plays it cool. And I do like he's such a little dweeb when he's like, give me the strongest drink you got.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
Give me the good shit or something along those lines.
It's funny because, like, Marcus is so, I guess, ignorant of how a lot of things work, is that I would be like, dude, be careful, he's probably gonna give you piss. Like, why would you?
Really
He's
strong
so fucking impetuous and tightly wound, and
Yeah. But Vanda has a thing set up where he presses a little thing and it activates a little toy and it works as an alarm for everybody in the room so that they can hide. Is smart move, Vanda. Character did the smart thing, everyone. Look, you don't see it very often. Highlight.
the way that the scene opens on Vanda, like rolling the scroll thingamajiggy back and forth against a ball,
Oh yeah,
pondering it.
that is
Like he's
one.
really considering this at this point.
Well, absolutely, because his people are getting more and more restless, and so are Piltover. So someone's got to give.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go and inspect it. Luckily, everybody's hiding. Someone said from Silco. Spoilers. So they've already had a scene where he and Silco made a deal of some kind. I don't think it's spoiling anything at this point to say that he's probably gotten information from Silco. Otherwise, why would he have directly come to Vanda other than a sort of vague assumption. I guess that works. It's just that I assume it's because Silco has pointed that direction.
Yeah, Silco pointed him in that direction because he got that information from Chadwick or whatever his name is, who's a monster now.
Oh,
Yeah. In the first
Deckard.
episode, Deckard mentioned that the kids were involved because Silco sent Deckard to monitor the kids as they were doing their heist. So now Silco mentions it to Officer Man. I'm bad with names. I'm sorry, but
all right.
so now Officer Man, having dealt with the kids by running into them in the arcade, knows who they are and that they're with Vander. So when all those turn of events and everything, now
Yeah, and he thinks he's
officer is
won.
very convinced.
But they all have hiding spots. One of them almost doesn't work out. He slips, but it's okay. And even Vander, Marcus takes his pipe and drops it into his drink. He has to be like, he's a big old dingus.
I'm a shitter.
Yeah. But Vander keeps his cool. Still.
Nearly loses it when Marcus alludes to the fact that he's been talking to Silco.
Yeah, because you weren't always the something. I can't quite remember. You weren't always the peacekeeper. Yeah, that's it.
Like, Vander gets all up and fucking fist on the table.
Well, and he says,
Nearly comes close.
be ashamed to put those on again. Cast iron, hard to clean. Like, Marcus gets pissed because they don't find anything.
Oh,
and he's
he
like,
loses his shit.
Oh, he smashes the bottle across the table, and he says a couple things. One of the ones is that we all know there's a crime behind every coin that passes through this place, which is a really interesting thing for him to say.
Just starts being really unhinged at everyone
He's such a
present.
fucking penis through and through.
Yeah.
Whoa. Penis, dude.
Yes, can you
can't
calm
say
the
that.
fuck down?
Jesus, man. Fuck.
If you're concerned with spoilers and change the thumbnail, no, that's just a character from League of Legends as far as you're concerned. Don't worry about it. It's just
Wait,
a
what
character
did you
from
make
League
the
of
thumbnail?
Legends sitting on a chair. That's all.
Oh, that's literally the Netflix thumbnail.
Well, then, yeah, that's fine. It's Jinx, the character from League of Legends. You'll be okay. You'll make it.
That's literally the cover of the show. Like, you can't watch the show on Netflix without seeing that image.
Well, then
Yeah,
Netflix
spoilers,
is
Netflix,
spoiling
what
it
the fuck?
all. We hate them. God, I've lost my place.
No.
To be fair, though, you can't watch Midnight Mass on Netflix without seeing the. I guess because I don't want to spoil it. You can't watch that without seeing the antagonistic supernatural thing being. And that feels like a spoiler to me. It's like that creature is what the antagonist is.
Yes.
Get out.
So sorry if that was too much of a tangent.
Well, you just destroyed the flow. No one wants to speak anymore. Look, they're all silent.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go now. I don't want to
Well,
be here anymore.
I
Thank
hate
you.
flows.
Your penis,
Anyway.
Jay.
But yeah,
Next scene.
everyone's
Your
getting
penis.
pretty,
Whoa.
rustled and hustled and bustled and crustled. And Vi is like,
Strangled.
"What the
Look at the
fuck are we
strangled.
doing? Can we kill them now?" And Vanda's like, "Dude,
No killing. I told you.
how many times?" And yeah, and she says something like, "If you're not gonna do anything, then I will." Like, all right, time to give you a big ol' life lesson. Being a bitch. He takes her out to the bridge.
Beats
from
her
the,
the fuck up.
takes her to the prologue bridge. And she says, "How can you work with them? We saw what they did. I grew up with less than them. I want Powder to have more than that." Obviously, very, very motivated. And then I think he just like pretty harshly explains, "Your parents would be alive if not for fighting the Topsiders. Who you willing to lose? Milo, Clagger, Powder? No one wins in war."
when the scene opens on the characters as well, like the first shot of Vi, I'm pretty sure you can hear her remembering explosions from that thing, or that might just be the thunder, like giving that impression.
No, I think it is.
Which one of the two? Which one do you think
Either
it is?
way,
No, I mean, which one did
I
Duba
would
said
go
I
with
think it is?
memories.
I'm pretty sure it's explosions.
Yeah, I would go with that, but
Mhm.
the thunder, like, yeah, it could just be triggering the memory, you know?
But yeah, we've also got this shrine for all the people who would have died sitting here as well. It's a bit like, it's not like glorious, almost rudimentary, but like that's exactly how you'd expect it to be. It's been so long, and it's just something that people want to respect. I suppose all the lives lost. But yeah, that's the major point he gives her, is that essentially like what you're advocating for is what I did back in the day, and it's what brought us together in the first place. Like your obsession with wanting to take them out, who are you willing to sacrifice for that exactly? And I think it's just stuff that Vi hadn't properly considered. It seems that a lot of the people on both sides assume immediately that they'll win, and it'll be great. But definitely something for her to think about, and it's just a really good Vanda scene. Vanda's neat.
That is a cool dude.
Then we get this arguably pretty heavy scene. Jace is basically not very happy. He's lost his whole reputation, standing with his like friends, his ability to study, conduct scientific stuff, as well as exploring magic, like with a lot of backing. So
He's even that cuff that he's been wearing with the stone embedded in it that guy gave him is sitting just dismissed on the table, which means so much to him already. So
yeah, he's gonna throw himself off his own house. Gonna kill himself. There's just not much else to it anymore. It's lost what gave his life meaning, sort of thing. But turns out, just before he would have done this, someone who was interested from what he saw with Heimerdinger has arrived at his house to ask him further questions. Am I interrupting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah, obviously Victor's just intrigued by everything that he's seen. And I think Jace even questions motive, or at least his interest, and how it relates to everything. And he describes himself as like I think he gives him a sense of motivation. He says he's poor, crippled from the Undercity, without any benefits of a patron. He simply believes in himself. And he says, "I think you're onto something."
Man, what a great, fantastic character we might have here.
yeah,
maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Really, we've seen so little of him, but I mean, the future is interesting to say the very least.
He might push him off in a few seconds. We don't know.
Yeah. And yeah, I think Victor, Jace is like, oh, what are we gonna do? And he's like, because of all the restrictions I have, and he says, if you're gonna change the world, you don't ask for permission.
I really enjoy
quite a line from Victor.
From Victor, yes.
I'm a big fan of the back and forth between them at the start of the scene, where like Victor mentions, the fact that Jace signed all of his notes, and he's point of that being a little bit egotistical, because that's drawn from what their dynamic is like from the game's lore originally, and it's represented well here. And that Victor, like Jace asks if he's here to insult. Victor seems almost like surprised by that. He's like, "What? No, I'm here about the work," because all that matters to Victor is the work, as opposed to all of the extraneous other shit that comes alongside.
Yes.
When you're involved with a project like this.
Key difference between the two of them. And yeah, so for just show fans, the scene ends normally with him being like, man, if we're gonna be working together, what is your name? And he says, Victor. Easy. But for games, people who haven't picked up who he is yet, like, blah, 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 blah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess not to spoil anything for people who don't want to care. You look at him and it's like, that's him.
I would argue that since it's going to be like 2 years until they get more content from this, they may as well join the train of what people who played the game know. Victor in the game is very different than what you see in the show.
Yes.
But he's not different in the sense that they've adapted him to be a different character. He's different in the sense that, oh shit, we're seeing him when he's really early on.
Yeah.
This man has places to go.
I looked up how what he's like in the games. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Dude, the way he looks in the game, I think when you've only seen the 2 episodes, you'd be like, huh? I don't understand. Like, what? And honestly, for those who are just, like, trying to figure out how many different ways they could do it, it's just exciting, because you're like, oh, maybe this happens, oh, yeah,
I have my theories for what's going to happen, I guess, well, immediately at the beginning of season 2 for him.
Well, we've talked about
one
it,
day.
a couple of times. This is the thing. I think a lot of us, from what I understand, will be very excited to watch this as it is the second season. And because it's Netflix, we get it relatively quicker than a lot of other shows would be. At least in release, not in production.
I love waiting a week for every Boba Fett episode. It really lets me savor the series.
You know what? It's nice actually that we can just calm back down from the cringe. It's just like,
And look, it's nearly over. Home stretch, 1 more week.
yeah, that's it.
And then never again, except until season 2 comes.
Well, no, until the Obi-Wan show.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's next, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe they would make a Book of Boba Fett season 2. I guess we'll see.
Who knows? Yeah.
They don't know fucking to do with him, so they'll just be like, book of someone else, maybe.
It's
Starring
the
Boba.
Star Wars variety show.
Whoa.
Everybody's showing up. Everybody's here.
Just Book of Boba Fett season 2 with no Boba Fett. Just like he's not
It's
even there.
experimental.
So, kind of like a third of season 1 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. What a bizarre show. That, like, it's called The Book of Boba Fett, and he's just, like, basically absent for 2 out of the 7 episodes. They have nothing to do with him. They're all about Mando. Whatever.
Anyway, Arcane, please.
The most
Please.
I don't know what it says about us that we randomly tangent for talking about how good Arcane is to how bad Book of Boba Fett is. It's like...
I think it says more about Book of Boba Fett, to be honest.
I think it says that we see them as a representative of a scale. A little bit. But yeah, when he says his name, that's the beginning of a relationship, potentially.
Yep.
So the next scene begins with Vi going to see Powder, which is interesting considering what we just saw in terms of, like, I wonder what she's up to. She's holding the bunny that she talked about before that was stuck up on those wires. And the first thing I think she hears from Powder is, I made these for the enforcers. 2 are filled with smoke, 2 are filled with nails.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, calm down, you psycho.
And
Jesus.
the thing is, after the conversation she just had with Vander, it's just like looking at her face when she announces that, she's like, oh, okay.
Good job.
Important. Obviously, she's impressed with the ingenuity and the passion, but she's like clearly starting to accept the fact that it's like, oh right, yeah, you're like a little warhawk because of things that we've probably been talking about.
Also, like, I mean, she's sitting there and she's making a pipe bomb. They're just acting like it's no big deal.
Like, oh, you're so cute.
And yeah, she says, Powder, what makes you different makes you strong. Something that's definitely gonna stick with her. As she's walking off though, Vi Powder is picking something up. Like something's wrong. I would have thought that's worth pointing out with the fact that she's got the bunny. It's like something's happened then. Meanwhile, Grayson is shouting the fuck out of Marcus for screwing up big time by doing what he did in the last drop, and he's like, "No, it was good. We did good. Because fuck you. It was important to do." And as they're arguing, I think she says like, "You may have made this like impossible to fix now," but then old Tube arrives, the one that we know Vanda was given. Like, wait, Chungus, what's going on?
Wait a Chungus.
Maybe it's not too late.
And then they play the song. I really like this one. I don't know if anyone has any different thoughts to give.
I'm a fan.
I never remember the songs, so I don't actually know which song this is.
Is this the one where like Imagine Dragons appear on screen?
No.
No.
No, that's later.
Like episode
This
4 or something.
Oh no, yeah, this is the
5.
one that's like
I think.
it's quite a modern song and it's like actually diegetic in the setting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They show
they
the
do that
jukebox
with a few
playing
other
it, yeah.
songs. Playground was
Yeah.
diegetic technically as well because it fades into the background and it's just coming from the scene.
Yeah, this is one of my 3 favorite scenes in the show. I think it's like spectacularly well made. The incorporation of music and like sound design and pacing, it's just brilliant. Like narratively, it isn't that important to need this much of an emphasis, but I don't know. I've never
it's-
once watched this scene and not gone back and immediately rewatched it.
The name of the song Our Love or something like that.
Yeah, it's our love.
Yeah, so Powder's pretty depressed. I think she's aware of what's happening. Vanda figures it out after getting her a drink, but like everything seems pretty chill right up until he realizes that, and it's intercut with someone breaking into Benzo's, and then the enforcers coming. And I think a lot of people will be able to put it together that Vi has taken the little capsule thing, and she's giving herself up, which, to be fair, she is the most responsible, in a sense, for what happened. And she obviously believes if she gives herself up, goes to prison for this, it'll solve the tension, taking responsibility, which I think is also incorporated through her describing the bunny being up in the thing as a bad day, and thus her taking it down is her taking responsibility to create a good day. Or at least undo the bad day, and like this is what needs to be done, is the right decision, sort of thing. Shows a lot about it. Good. And then the final thing that happens in the episode is the people come through the door, and she's shocked. Now, if you know that she's expecting enforcers, you'd be like, wait, but why are you shocked?
What happened?
What happened?
Yeah.
What was it?
My God. Yuki has his
He
ult.
blinded her.
God, I would kill to have them add him into this. It's so funny.
Mhm.
You just picture he's always talking about taking over the world and stuff.
Like, there's a series or like people talking about actual events related to the show, and he's just in the background trying to get them to listen to his evil plans or something.
Yeah. And, it's not until seasons later that he actually gets some level of power. At first,
Yeah.
it's all about he just wants to take over the world. So that's episodes 1 and 2. I guess we'll stop the stream there.
You wish.
Yeah. No, fuck off.
Oh, the aggression.
Oh, that would be fucking
Look,
off
man.
if you stop the stream. That would be the way to fuck off.
Episode 3 is
True.
real shit.
See, Fringy already fucked off.
Yeah, he's gone. Rags is gone.
I mean,
Yeah.
not much happens in episode 3. It's just
Drop
kind of a
them.
down episode. Right?
Hello, it's.
I was gonna
hello,
say-
hello. Metal and I, we're the B team EFAP hosts.
You're going to be talking about episode 4? Because nobody wants to talk about episode 3, okay? As
Yeah, just skip
Episode 3
3.
isn't like a
Yeah, let's just skip
masterpiece of
it.
filmmaking or
to
anything.
summarize, they all are happy and stuff.
Yeah.
Who wants to see that?
Yeah.
The
Turns
song
out
from the previous
Grayson
episode
came with ice
playing.
cream.
Hey,
Yay!
hey, Jay, someone said you mean the Bay team. Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Woo!
Wouldn't it be like the cum team or something with you two?
Oh, that's even better.
Hello, it's.
It's the
It's
cum
like, I'm just
team.
imagining like someone calling out for the cum team to help come and like
I feel
arrive
like
and
you don't-
help.
You don't call out for the cum team. I think you start like barring your door when they're on the way.
Oh,
don't
they're
want-
here to
you don't-
steal your cum.
Oh no.
So I'm curious. You don't have to specify, but does anyone have a favorite episode that isn't episode 3? It
I
seems to be
like
sort of the consensus.
the second to last episode, number 8.
Really? Okay.
7 or 9.
I was about to
I don't
say
know.
7 and 9 are my backups to 3.
Mm.
Yeah, I would say 3 and
I'm a
7.
big fan of 4.
Nobody likes you,
Really?
Jay, for choosing 4.
Interesting.
No, I like a lot of what's in 4 as well. That's the problem for me. I really don't
I mean, I
think
like
of the
all
show in terms of episodes, except I'll give it to 3. I do think of it like that, but I think of it in
Yeah.
scenes. There's so many scenes I adore, and sometimes I forget which ones they're even from.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about 3 is I think 3 and 1 are the only ones where it's basically like one plot line is very cohesive, especially like the last, I want to say 25 to 30 minutes is basically one unit of action. Maybe that's wrong, but it feels that way. It's very, very well put together.
So anyway, you guys want to talk about episode 3?
Fine,
I
if
would
we
love
have
to.
to.
No.
Sure, why not? Sure, why not?
So
For the sake of complete.
we don't open on Vi or Vanda or Powder. We open on Silco doing a monologue. Very
What? That's bullshit.
fucking deliberate.
God, it's such a fucking. Ugh.
Drowning, a story of opposites. There's a peace in water. Let in, and all your problems will fade away. Then there's this thing in your head, and it's raging. Fight, survive. The question lingers. Had enough. It might be a little bit unclear for people who are just watching the show that this is even Silco, because you know, sometimes you're not even remembering exactly who and what everything is. You're just sort of taking it in. But obviously, he's our bad guy, and he's talking, so it's likely going to be about why he's a bad guy.
No, he's morally grey.
Sure.
You can pretty much get the idea that it's Silco based on the fact that his left eye appears to be gone in like a quick blink.
Yeah, he's got,
Those-
well, it's really well done. He's got this, it's a more idealized version of himself, I guess, falling in this vast ocean alone. But then it,
Mhm.
like, intercuts,
There's this thing.
raging, and his eye is cut and there's blood going all over the water. Oh, Christ. Yeah, it's the point he's making about juxtaposition of drowning. At least from his POV, I can't imagine taking much solace at all in drowning.
I really, really love it because I feel like you can fit everyone around him into this analogy he's drawing. Like, I think through Silco's eyes, Vanda like drowned. He just closed his eyes and let it in because he didn't give up. He didn't fight.
I was gonna bring that up about halfway through, but sure.
I think all the pieces are there, right?
Well, yeah, we just set them on the table, right? And then you point to them.
Yeah.
So that's what he's talking about. And it looks
Never
like
apologize
someone's
for not being weak.
someone slashed his eye, and the water itself looks a lot more discolored than would have been caused by just blood. As in, something's up with the water. Is my assumption. Yeah, I think the last thing he says is, "It's funny, you can pass a lifetime without facing a choice like that. For that, I thank you, old friend." So this scene, incredibly fucking important. Silco, at least that's what we're drawing. It's like,
It's
someone big is doing it to him. When I was watching it for the first time, I was like, that's probably Vanda, because they're obscuring him quite a bit, and we've got a couple of hints already that Vanda's history was very, very violent. And Silco's interest was raised when Vanda was mentioned. I was like, I feel like there's enough here to gather that's probably him that's doing it.
Marcus saying he spoke to an old friend of Vanda's and the way Vanda reacts. Yeah, they probably knew each other, which leads you then, yeah, that's probably Vanda.
And I remember it was this image, because obviously it's the third episode I was watching, and I was just like, this show ain't fucking around, like, imagery-wise, is it? Like, this wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be so much more chill. But, yeah,
It's
like,
quite dark.
Well, having that image alongside the "thank you, old friend" when talking about what it means to drown, I was just like, what are we... This isn't at all a League of Legends TV show as I would have expected it, but I'm not...
Yeah, I expected like some like too much Marvel-esque like lightheartedness out of this when I was first thinking about it. Nope.
That's the thing, man. I think one thing you could definitely say that's in this that isn't in a lot of mainstream stuff is just the best kind of edgy, and I think we describe it as having teeth, is what Theo said earlier.
Yeah.
That's apt. Marvel, Disney products do not have teeth. They never will. they can't make anything happen that can shock an audience with how well it was created and how realistic or raw it can be. It's always going to be chill.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually, because like the main comparison I draw from the series is to Marvel films, and the only Marvel film, in my opinion, at least of the ones I've seen, that even comes close to Arcane is Infinity War. I don't know whether Arcane's better than Infinity War or not. I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but
it probably is. Infinity War's got a lot of stone problems.
Yeah, but this is basically what I want from Marvel films that you just are never gonna get.
Agreed. So we begin with realizing it's actually Benzo and Vanda that have come for Vi, and her decision has pushed Vanda to make a decision, which is to lock her in Benzo's like basement while he gives himself up, which should solve the problem and also protect her, which is his main concern here. He's the stability of the Undercity will likely be threatened with him gone, but he believes Benzo should be able to at least account for most of that. The fact is, he can't choose that over Vi, which I think is very important to think about as to what it means for his character, and I think it's informed by the prologue. He feels responsible for them and the lives that they've lived.
Yes.
Yeah, and so Grayson's like, what the fuck? Like, you can't be serious. And he basically says that this is the only way to protect the others. To Vi, sorry. And he says, you've got a good heart. Don't let the world take it from you.
Gay.
Super gay. The best kind of gay. And yeah, the way he gives off what's happening, too, because they just can't resist using subtext, is they ask for like Vi, and then he says, you'll oblige a doomed man one last smoke, won't you? And like he says that, and Grayson is like, what? Because she knows exactly what he means. I think him saying it is even confusing. Yeah, look at her fucking face when he says it.
Yeah.
Because him being gone means a lot, obviously. Probably the fact that they're probably on good terms just in general. I imagine they're friends to some degree, but him giving himself up is huge.
Because they have their goals align. They're of the same mind above and below. So, but without him here, down below, who the fuck's gonna fill those shoes?
Exactly. But he makes it clear that that's what's happening. So they eventually run with it. And then I think we switch to Vi's POV, where she's yelling. Obviously, it won't make a difference because they're all aware she's in there. There's a different deal happening. But then blood splatters across the window, which I don't know for anybody else, but for me, I was like, "Whoa, what are we doing?
Yeah,
What the hell's happening?"
I was like, Jesus Christ,
Mom.
And so already, because I was aware of episode 3's reputation, so I was just like, oh shit, I guess this is what people mean, is that people start dying then. Which, to be fair, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the way that you thought. The blood being this was pointed out by actually the video, one of the videos that me and Fringy watched, but it's just something I didn't think about before having it pointed out. The blood splatter makes the whole room red. For the remainder of the scene when it was tinted different. It's just a nice lighting choice that they made.
Oh yeah.
A bit spookier for Vi. Though, unfortunately, Grayson has been killed.
Yep.
Which
violently.
is yeah, and it's a shame in some ways, just because I really liked her and she was a really cool character to have in this world. But narratively, this serves a lot. And, well, rip the sheriff of Piltover, and I'll have to see what happens as a result of that, too. But yeah, we see all that's left is Marcus and Benzo and Vanda. And I think we even see Vanda sees that she's dead and does a big old no, letting us know he did care about it. He's not happy she's dead. It's just good to make sure you take care of that. Otherwise, I would be annoyed. But Silco arrives, and they can't resist having him arrive in a way that's much more interesting than just him being there, can they? Look at that smokiness. Org. F for Dommy Mommy. Goodness. Grayson was fridged. Oh my god.
God damn.
Grayson was definitely a gaslight girl boss.
Totally. So Silco's here. Like, oh god, what are you up to? Which is literally what Benzo says, I think. He's like, what are you up to, you little bastard?
What are you doing?
You
here?
little son of a bitch.
Goes to try and give him a big old conk on the head, but he's fucking killed by what I actually thought at first was gonna be Dr. Mundo.
I mean, yeah, I could see that with the whole.
Well, so I thought it was
drug being purple and stuff.
Being completely honest, at first I thought it was gonna be Warwick because of the violence, but then when they showed this shot, I was like, oh, is that Dr. Mundo? It looks kind of like Dr. Mundo. I don't know. But no, it's neither.
Yeah.
This just Shimmer Bro. Is that what they're called? Shimmer Boss.
Bro.
Yep, Shimmer.
Shimmer's the substance, yeah.
Yes. So they're Shimmer demons. Called.
Shimmerman.
Wipes out Benzo. He's dead. And then Marcus is like, what the fuck? This wasn't the deal at all. Then Silco says, deals change, I think. Literally vaded him.
I'm altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it further.
That line is so awesome in Empire.
It is.
Empire's a cool
Perhaps
film. I don't know
think
if you guys
you're
have seen
being treated unfairly.
it. And one of the coins drops out, which, beautiful. Look at it. It's got blood on it. Money.
The blood money.
Money, blood, money. That's how it works.
Congratulations, Marcus. This is what you won.
Yep. Bought. And the Shimmer Monster knocks Vander out. And they drag him off.
Marcus is still just there.
Yeah. Which obviously, like,
Powerless.
there's a lot happening at once here. It's worth mentioning that Marcus is incredibly fucking unhappy that Grayson is dead.
Yeah.
I don't know that he would have cared that much if Silco had killed everybody, like, that's not enforcers, but obviously this was... The point is that Silco's... I would hesitate to say double-crossed him. He's changed things, but he's still on board with Marcus. They still have that relationship. Marcus is just, like, hyperventilating as this scene is playing out as well.
I think the fact that he's left standing there powerless by events outside of his control is very important to him going forward.
Yes. So that's a scene. Definitely changing up things. And there's just so much that's not quite understood yet. Like, why? Why is everyone getting killed? What do they do? What's going on?
What are you doing, Silco?
We've already got all this struggle between Piltover and the lanes, and now we got Silco fucking everything up. What's happening? Another one of them. You pause and look at that composition. Yeah, as you can imagine, Vi's unhappy. So anyway,
Trying to fix stuff, but everything just got worse.
That's what's going on for that side of things, which we're gonna get to what it means, I suppose. But for now, in his ruined apartment, Victor and Jace are working together with shit tons of notes and a blackboard to figure out what it is about Hex Tech, or rather, the stuff he has already. How can they control it and make it useful in some way? And I think
stabilize it.
Yeah, I think they believe they've cracked it, but it's very different to have it cracked on paper than it is to have it cracked IRL. And I think there's a line I appreciate where Victor implies they'll go and break in to take it, and then Jace is like, what about you? Because, like, this is, you know, I don't think Jace feels like he has much to lose, but Victor's got his whole career.
Yeah, because Victor is the assistant of Heimerdinger, so he's a pretty high position, I would say, actually.
And then Victor says,
Heimerdinger prediction.
Your Hex Tech dream has the potential to help people. And then he says, our Hex Tech dream. Which is using.
Wow, what a cuck.
That-
I
Mhm.
mean,
What
what a
He
good.
said,
What a
he says,
communist.
yeah, he says it to the Russian too.
Oh my god. But no, good shit. Good shit.
I will say, this isn't really much of a point at all, but I do really like the vibe of just Jason Victor working together on science stuff. That could be a whole
Yeah.
show, and I'd happily watch it. Jason
Yeah.
Victor's adventures in Science Land.
Watching
Standing
people,
Science
watching
land.
just good characters work together on science stuff can be so rewarding.
Well, I think it is emblematic. When your characters are good, you can kind of have them doing anything, and as long as I understand who they are and what they want, and it's all lining up, I can be really interested in what they're what they're working on. Even if it's like them stuck in traffic, you could have like a
Yeah.
story that's interesting if the characters are well written enough. That feels like I'm gonna write that down. Work on the stuck in traffic model episode.
Good
story.
God! Thank goodness you wrote that down. Imagine forgetting the great idea of two people in traffic. Like you can.
Hey, well, I say, look, you can make it work, all right?
I didn't
And,
say
hey,
you
could
couldn't.
forget it.
Like even like
I'm
two
just
people
saying,
walking
that's-
down the
well,
street, I can make that work.
Fring,
Yeah,
I can tell you
okay.
there's an episode of Outnumbered based on that premise.
Fuck.
Too
That's
late.
okay. That's okay. I'll make mine with blackjack and everything. That'll make it more impressive and cool. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Well,
Some Arcane shit or something.
Echo saw the whole thing, being that he's Benzo's lad,
Mhm.
gets Vi out of the room, and
No, it's not the full episode, Fring. It's just like the first half. Sorry.
Okay. Alright.
tells her that he followed where they took Vanda. If anything, it is useful for the writer in that we already know that that's something he does, and that means that they'll know where Silco and Vanda are now. And just expressions once again. Or Mr. Echo, who has lost someone who I think it would be safe to assume is a father figure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's pretty much all he had.
A rough beginning. But yeah, obviously it's just it's real tough, but there's no time really to be doing the grieving. Gotta get in action to help Vanda. Oh yeah, so now we're at the point where Silco and Vanda have a conversation that is super important to understand a lot of stuff. And I think it opens so that the name of this episode is The Base Violence Necessary for Change. And I think
One of
he
my favorite
says,
episode titles.
yeah, because I think he says to Vanda at the start of the scene, the base violence needed for change, but Topside won't listen to anything else.
Mhm.
And I'd probably take this opportunity to point out something about the way they filmed this show that I can't remember who it was that I was talking to. But this was the scene I was looking at when they said it, and so now I've associated it with a scene that has evidence of such things. But the camera's far from flat. There's loads of techniques being used, such as following particular people and changing the angles, or unfocusing and focusing, depending on what the action is following. Quick camera movements, ones that connect to other events, and then just like a subtle shaking. Like all of these different efforts, when it gives the impression that this wasn't, you had a frame you drew and you had another frame you drew. This was like everything was created and then the camera was everything was thought about in terms of what we see, a lot more than a lot of other sort of shows / movies would do.
There's a lot of vision in it.
Yeah, there really is a ton of different techniques, and the camera is never in a boring angle. Everything is really well thought out in terms of this stuff.
Yeah, because the depth that's created through doing what they've done, which I'm assuming wouldn't just come with, like, it's something that you have to force with the work that they're doing.
Mhm.
So anyway, they have a talk. Got a lot of. I think Vanda says people are gonna die, and why? For pride, and Silco says for respect.
The way, the tone with which he says that, I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like offended that he thinks it's as small as just pride. Like, no, 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 no.
Mm.
We are not a respected like division in this society.
Yeah.
Like, we are trodden on. That's what's at issue here.
And then
Like he seems insulted that he thought it was just pride.
yeah, and with how the dialogue often works in this show, it's characters are actually listening to what they each other say and respond accordingly. So Vanda says, "You had my respect," but I think he says like that wasn't enough for you. You had the respect of like all the Undercity, but that wasn't enough. Then he says, "We shared a vision for the entire Underground, united, the nation of Zorn. Betrayed me," and then Vanda says, "I've never forgiven myself," which prompts him to talk about what it like means to Silco. But this is what I was talking about earlier. He says, "Can you imagine what it's like as the river toxins mix in with your blood and eats through your nerves?" So I assume that's what's happened to his face. Explains the eye and the scarring, I suppose, because a lot of people I saw questioning they never explained Silco's eye. And I was just like, I don't think it's that complicated. I think it's literally just, it's infected, and he bleeds it every once in a while. Seems
Yeah,
to
it's
be
because
it.
of all the shit in the
river.
water they have down there. It's
Yeah.
like toxic and everything, so it gets in there.
Well,
and
I
then
don't think
they just
he's bleeding it.
drain
He's injecting a small dose of shimmer into his eye.
Yeah.
Is it?
mean-
I thought he
Yeah.
had to let stuff out because it goes down his face.
Nah, he has to shoot it with shimmer.
But why is he wasting half of it then?
We see a visual representation of it in, I believe, episode 4 or 5.
In 4, he does
I
it,
know
and
it's
then
in
there's a
4.
little bit of the stuff goes down his eye.
A
Yeah,
little bit of
like
purple,
little
yeah.
Little goo.
Exactly.
Little
Yeah.
bit of goo.
Hey, look, all right, it's not goo, okay? Just because it's liquid doesn't mean it's goo.
You don't
all right?
own all
Oh, well,
goo.
you get to.
I don't own all goo. I'm just stating the fact that
The
not all
fuck outta
liquid is
here.
goo.
Are you the
I
goo
don't know why
police?
you get.
I'm
Why
buying
are you
up
so
shares.
angry?
I'm protecting the goo from you. You're trying to take it.
Fringy is the goo fighters.
Are you associated with German Goo Girls, Springy?
The goo girls.
I'm not.
Oh,
No, I'm just stating the fact that just because it's a liquid doesn't mean it's goo. You're trying to say that shimmer is goo. I'm just saying it's not. It's not that simple. And then you got really mad for some reason.
I mean, you would have wanted to have been defensive immediately because we
Yeah,
said
I was
it
just
was
gonna
goo.
saying. Well,
So we know
I-
who's actually mad. Pretty clear.
Yeah,
Fringy is
you.
paid by the goo lobby.
Yep. Big goo.
Yeah, you
Springy is
stupid.
coping and seething right now.
Oh yeah.
There is no cope or seething here. The only people seething are the people who said something incorrect and then got really upset when they got.
Hey man, we
corrected.
could
No,
have
you-
easily just moved on
Yep.
saying goo, but you couldn't let it go, my friend.
I
It
just
was
think
you
that
who halted
I-
everything.
Look, it's not my fault that I think that accuracy is important. Okay, I just think
Look,
we should be
if-
accurate in our terminology.
Wait, what is the distinction between goo and whatever it is?
Yeah, define
well,
goo for us.
So I feel like the simple way to think about it is goo is a liquid, but not all liquids are goo. If you get it.
Well, sure, but why is
Nope,
it?
sorry.
Okay.
That didn't help at all.
How does it not help? I'm just saying.
It's a subdivision of liquid.
Okay, goo.
Goo
Yes,
is
goo
goo,
is a
except when
subset
it's
of
not
liquid. But
goo.
what's the distinction?
I think when we talk about the properties of goo is a little bit I feel like firm isn't the right word to describe a liquid. Like it's denser.
Viscous?
Yes, I think that's probably the word I'd be looking for.
Cream.
So inadequate viscosity. Okay.
Essentially, yes, I would say that shimmer has inadequate viscosity to meet the threshold of goo.
It's not
that's a really-
shimmer.
Oh, wait, what? Which we're talking about the stuff that was going
Comes out
down
of his
his
eye.
eye.
Goo.
No, that's
Almost
shimmer.
said goo. I
Not
heard it.
shimmer.
I thought it was partly shimmer coming out of his eye. You know, the
Which isn't
when
shimmer.
you put the thing in. Well, I guess it's it's composed of both shimmer and whatever's in his eye.
Well, it's just river
it's-
toxins. I don't know that we should call that shimmer.
So
No.
sort of-
I'm referring to he's shooting shimmer into his eye with that needle.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then the liquid
I
go
thought
down
he-
his face.
It
yeah.
comes out of him though. I thought he was bleeding it because I'm assuming it's an infection that gets worse and worse until you like in the same
that's
way
what I
that
was
you can do
thinking as
that with a
well.
tooth. You know.
Well,
But
sure,
you think
but
he
it's what
bleeds shimmer?
Yeah, because I think that device doesn't have anything in it other than a needle to bleed.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I'm pretty
well,
sure that the whole point of the device is that it does have shimmer in it, because he goes all
Yeah.
floopy whenever he gets injected, like everybody does when they take shimmer.
I assume that's
yeah, he
because
gets
he's
really floopy.
stabbing himself
What?
in the
No,
eye.
no. He's doing the shimmer floop. That's what he's doing. He's definitely
yeah.
doing the shimmer floop. His eye
He's
goes
definitely-
purple whenever he injects it into there,
Yeah,
and
and
his eye
not to
is simply
mention,
orange. Yeah,
not to
Wow.
mention, like there will be a scene later on that makes it even more obvious that he's
Exactly,
shooting
yeah.
shimmer, and
Yeah.
we'll get to it. We'll absolutely get to it, but we're pretty sure he's shooting shimmer into his eye to basically keep his eye together.
from not going crazy. Exactly. Yeah, it's not like he's just releasing liquid. He's injecting it into his eye in a small quantity.
Yeah, my
Mhm.
assumption was that he's got an infection. It gets worse and worse until it builds up, and so he has to bleed it.
He injects shimmer. No. He's injecting shimmer into fix his eye,
Yep.
and then he has to keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't make a difference, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it does to the discussion that we're having about what's coming out.
Nope.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't make a difference to the story.
No, I know it doesn't make any difference to the story, but we were talking about the
If
properties.
we're going to
of
be
goo.
accurate.
No, that's what's
Exactly. If we're going to be accurate.
absolutely. But I'm just saying it doesn't change my view of the story at all.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
That's
I
fine.
wasn't trying to change your view of the story, but
That's
I
fine.
was just correcting you.
I didn't
on
say
it.
you were. Why are you so defensive? You're okay. We're gonna be fine.
I don't know why you're getting. So you have to keep stating that it has nothing to do with the show. It's
Fringy,
like, yeah,
he's
we all know
stealing your
that.
goo.
I'm stealing the
Fringy,
goo.
He's gonna
It's
steal
mine
your
now.
goo, Fringy.
Red goo.
Nobody's gonna steal it. It's mine. It belongs to me.
So
Fringy has some kind of
Bola
goo-related
cope. It's
trauma
like,
that
what's
we're gonna do on
happening?
Tumblr.
See, look at that cope. Look at how
Cope with
upset
what?
you
What's
are.
happening? What is even happening?
I don't know.
You're coping.
I don't know,
That's
but you
what's
get
happening.
really upset about it.
Says the
Sees
big
Bola.
goo
Come
associator.
on.
Like, wow, everything has to be
Gaslighting
goo with
thing
you.
is-
Can we
I
talk
can't-
about the
I-
person who went to Trungos?
No, well, I don't have
experiencing
the
it.
photo. If you have it,
I can't wait to
got
see
my
the
idea.
timestamps.
Gaslighting
The
thing
timestamps
is
are going to be like,
about?
Freaky freaks out about goo.
well, yeah.
Well,
'cause-
someone said that goo to me is what Hextech is to Jace. I wouldn't describe it quite like that, but it's an important part of my work, among other things.
Ringy, stabilize the goo.
Oh, is
No,
goo
it's-
important to witch doctors?
I need goo tech stones.
Plague doctors, but yeah, no, it's not. I don't know if it's important to all plague doctors, but it's definitely something
Important to
I'm
you.
working on.
Yeah.
But we don't need to talk about that. So what scene are we up to?
Newest super chat, or one of them says, if you have an eye infection that's so bad you have to regularly bleed it, why not just remove the eye? That dude's a 0 out of 10 character.
Arcane destroyed.
There is, I would say that's the major hole with his character, but yeah, everything else
Yeah.
seems to be
Yes.
working pretty good.
The hole in his eye.
The major hole is that he puts
Yeah, I
a
mean,
hole.
there
Yeah, a hole
definitely
in
has to be a hole in
it.
his eye.
Right. So, he says, I was left with an understanding. The only way to defeat an enemy is to become what they fear. Which, yeah, it's quite a lesson that he believes in, and it informs a lot of his decisions. And what a way to live life, to defeat someone, just become what they fear. Like, right?
And to stop at nothing.
Yeah. Because we can finally realize our dream, brother. He says, kill me if you have to, but spare the lanes. Because you'll die for the cause, but you won't fight for one. Yeah, it's just an interesting thing to think about. A lot of the stuff he says, you just sort of sit there for a moment like, huh, yeah, oh. And he says, I'm not that man anymore. I think he says something like, I'll show you who you are.
You'll die for a cause, but you won't fight for that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, then they reveal a big chair, and they're gonna put Vander in chair. I don't know what that means yet, but it's scary.
nice.
No, chairs is horrifying if they strap you in them.
I'm on chair
Remember
right
Clockwork
now.
Orange?
That's offensive to Charlie.
They're gonna
I
make
won't
him
have to
watch
say that.
Book of Boba Fett.
Take that back
Oh,
about chairs. You piece
Just
of
when
shit.
looking through this bit again, just after Silco stands up and walks away and the music kicks in, I noticed something about the music that's like a real deep pull from League of Legends, but I can't really talk about it, at least until the episode is over.
All right,
Hope
hang
and
on to
seethe.
that one. Cope and Seethe. Theo
Mold,
hoping.
perhaps.
What I appreciate is that as he's being dragged off, the Vika is in the background. So one, just confirming she's working for Silco fully, but also she doesn't look very happy. I'm sure she's a bit conflicted about all of this. But
she very rarely looks happy.
True.
Always
True.
scowling.
Yeah, there's a photo of someone having been to Trungo's, yes. Show that at some point.
Yeah, someone went there
Not just
yesterday.
somebody, a fucking Chad.
Mega Chad.
That would be necessary.
Fully went to
Looked
Trungo's.
delicious.
Mel catches Victor and Jace trying to break into Heimerdinger's fucking lab. I say break in, they're using keys, but you have to do 4.
Yeah.
Fucking, wait a minute, this isn't my bedroom. Fucking,
This
Nice
isn't my
try,
bedroom.
Victor.
Yeah.
Such a stupid line, I love it.
But yeah, this is playing in from she has an interest in Jace, likely kept an eye on him, and so she's to a degree already under her notice. I wouldn't say control, just and she says if you get one night, you can make something happen. That's the time. And she distracts a guard for him. Like, Mel seems to be kind of on their team. And she says to the old man, another late night, so I assume that it's not uncommon for her to be here. I think it might be fair to be like, why didn't the security guard suspect something? They see each other here and... Which brings us to Vi getting home. And obviously, it was interesting for me because like it's opened as a chill scene where they're all just doing their thing, and then she walks in, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, of course, because she's just seen all of that shit from the opening. How do you tell them about it? And obviously just wants to get them set up. Let's talk about reactions again. Look, I'm trying to resist, alright? It's just that they're that good.
You're not trying. You're a liar.
But she comes in looking to, like, you know, be leader bro, and just get everyone moving and set up. But Powder hugs her. And that reminds her of the reality of the situation. Look at expression. Gives... Completely broked by seeing Powder.
Yep. That's good shit.
Trying to form words.
Oh, that's so good.
So they start setting up. They've got actually like a little pack of things. I think that involves the lockpick, Vander's gauntlets, some other stuff. And while that's happening, they're like, all right then. Powder starts packing up her gadgets. And I think Vi realizes, and she's like, not happening, because this is like a real situation. This isn't one that we have the room to fail on, which kind of, in a dynamic sense, puts Powder's belief that Vi felt strongly about her abilities at rest now. It's like, well, no, because when things are actually mattering, he says, no, you can't come because you're not ready.
The look on Powder's face when she says, you're not ready. Like, she's destroyed.
Yeah, because all Vi has ever done was build her up over and over and over again, despite her mistakes. And now this is the one time she's like, okay, you know what? You're not ready. Stay right the fuck here.
Yeah, and that's pretty rough. Really, now of all times, you bring that up?
I just found it. I scrolled so far through the EFAP podcast chat.
Yeah, because all I'm trying to do is get the reaction up for chat. See, because they don't have the clear view right now. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to make clear how much this means, and it's you can even tell from Vi's reaction to Powder's reaction that she may have overstepped a little bit there. And she wants to try and make it calmer, but the point is, like, she needs to know she cannot come because this could fuck everything up. She makes mistakes. She's not ready. It's important to take that in, but Powder would have seen Vi as her rock, so this is a lot for her to consider. But yes,
There's
let
the
me.
nicer side. She just doesn't want Powder in danger as well.
Absolutely, yeah. This is way too serious, and everyone could get hurt. You know, to be fair, she probably wouldn't even want to have to use Clagger, Milo, and even herself. But like, it's just what's got to be done because they're the ones that can make the difference. This is the Trungos picture, everyone. Look, food in a glass.
Not only did this person go to Trungos, apparently they also got one of the waitresses to join the Discord server, the EFAP Discord server.
I don't know how that would have happened. Like, hey, so Trungos waitress, this is podcast called EFAP.
Well, I imagine that they mentioned it was why they were there, right? And then you start talking about it.
I can't picture
Did you
that
guys
going
give an
any way other
endorsement?
than unimaginably awkward.
Did you guys endorse Trungos? Or what is Trungos? Let's start there.
A restaurant.
I guess it's a restaurant.
Famous restaurant.
It's a restaurant in Virginia.
That's incredibly popular because it's called Trungos.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
It has a
And
stomach as an icon.
It's like,
did you guys endorse it or something?
Well, yes.
Not if it's shit, but kinda. I mean,
not for money. We just found out that there was a restaurant called Trungos and spent 20 minutes talking about it at the beginning of the last EFAP.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about this image?
Oh, it's fucking beautiful. It's. I mean, Trungo's wine list. The food looks great.
Sounds like Jay does not have anything else to say about
all right,
Trungos.
No, I
move
don't
on.
have
That's
anything
fine,
else to
Jay.
say about it.
There's another little bit in this scene in terms of camera work. I think it's when Vi is trying to describe what happened. She like clenches her fist and Powder spots it. And I'm trying to. Oh yeah. Eh. Gosh, so much fun finding ways around copyright. Am I right?
Yeah, it's great.
Great.
Yeah. Like it almost seems to me that they're showing that Powder knows what's going to happen, so she wants to help her. But precisely that means she shouldn't come. So, yeah, she gets told to stay behind, and they all set up to go and get Vander.
Yep.
But she does give her a flare, I want to say. What would you call that thing?
Yeah, like a smoke.
I'd say that's a smoke
thingy.
flare, yeah.
Yeah.
And to light it up if anything should happen to her, and Vi will find her. Meanwhile, Jace and Victor, they're just working on a newer version of that same device we saw in the beginning. Try and crack the gem thing. X-bombs.
Hex floms, yeah.
I remember some of the dialogue. I think, yeah, something about... It tells you a little bit about the nature of how far each of them are willing to go. I think Jace says, you know, like, is it chill? And then Victor says something like, the resonance will stabilize it. Trust me. And Jace isn't, like, that convinced.
Doesn't he say, like, are you sure? And then you get, like, a little reaction from Victor where it just shakes his head. Well, Jace isn't looking. He's like, so, I don't know.
But then once it starts going, he's just, we're good.
Then we get a scene that is quite interesting to talk about, I would argue. All the kids are gone, and Powder's on her own. And there's something about the way they present her emotionally in this scene that gives off several impressions at once. Just paying attention to how they've done her expressions. She's obviously sad that she's been left on her own and out of whatever this thing is. Obviously sad she basically has to acknowledge herself that she can't help. But I think a big thing would be that Vi has confirmed a lot of what Milo's been saying that she also said wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's just
was going to say,
full blown panic attack mode.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's like super pissed, super sad, panicking. Like she doesn't actually really know what to do with this situation that she's in. And it kind of alludes to the fact that she's got some serious abandonment issues.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was incredibly impressed by this scene because they
Yeah.
deliberately avoid giving her a "I'm just sad." They present this as she's also losing her self-control. Like the emotions are so heavy on her that she doesn't know how to express them.
Yeah, they're all just sort of coming out all at the same time. And so then you end up with an incredibly well animated and performed scene where it's just like very realistic crying. Like
Mm.
for a animated show. It's probably the best crying scene I've ever seen in
Yeah,
like
if
an
you've ever
animated
seen a
show.
child just flip the fuck out and throw a tantrum, this is basically it right here.
I feel like I probably have had moments like that when I was much younger. There's just stuff you know that you're too young to fully understand as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely
feel like this is
losing it.
also really important in establishing a degree of instability beforehand,
Yes.
before the big thing.
Yeah.
It didn't come out of nowhere.
No, this felt very suitable.
Especially considering these doubts had been going on since before we started following these characters. Like we get the thing like every time Powder is around, we fuck something up. So that happened multiple times where Milo is shit talking her and putting doubts in her mind. So
It's very clearly an established relationship between these characters of this dynamic already existing.
yeah.
Breaking
One of the
and
things,
throwing shit around and it's unpleasant.
Yeah, and she hits her own head with a fist as well,
Yeah.
which another sign that's just like she's having a lot of fucking trouble here. But drops a box of things. The gems come out, rock things, and she realizes that with the way that they react when she drops them, that it matches the explosion. And so she figures with enough force on them that she can recreate that explosion and help the kids save Vander.
One could say that the thoughts going through her head right now is, I'm not weak and I'm gonna show them. You'll see.
Specifically, she says, I can help. I think
Yeah.
very motivated by the fact that not only are they unaware of how good she is, but that she's going to save them. It's going to be great.
Yep.
well, she was in a moment of panic about not being able to do anything, and then all of a sudden she knows what to do. Right?
Yeah, it crystallizes, I think, because she's free falling, but then it all comes together. That's it. Got to use them.
I think that instability is also accentuated by the really discordant strings they have going in the background of the whole thing.
Yep.
Check out this.
A bit more than just a typical child's tantrum.
Check out this scene transfer, by the way.
I will.
Fuck's sake! I thought it was quicker. Right, pause. Hang on. And
Oh,
now,
I remember this one. Yeah.
Boom. Like they're not even close to the same objects, but man, that lines up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Also, Jay, would you like me to exit you, even though we're very close to a certain event?
Yes. Well, that's the thing. I'm now functionally tired enough that I feel I would have nothing really to contribute to talking about that event, which
Very
is
well.
unfortunate and feels bad, but I'm not gonna stick around being dead weight for any longer. So I'm gonna hop out here. Been fun.
Very well. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you sleep well / do whatever you end up doing excellently.
I will be
skillfully.
sleeping immediately.
Sweet. Okay, bye, Jay.
Good boy.
Bye, Jay.
Boy, Jay, boy.
And there were 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Six-ish, yeah.
Yeah, the Jason the vicar are like, oh my god, Heimerdinger could I can't remember if this is the scene where that starts to happen, but yeah, I think they activate it to the point where it blows out a window, right? And they're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
schnizzle. And a bunch of people notice it. So it's like, now you're on a timer. Because people know what you're up to. Or at
People
least
are
that you're up to
crewmen.
something. Which takes us to the scene where Vanda is discovered by the kids. And it's kind of a fun, the best version. It's not even lampshading, it's just the best version of doing this sort of thing. He's like, how'd you get in? She's like, it was easy. There was just like an open window. And then he goes, you have to get out of here. And she like realizes what that
Yeah.
means. I love that.
It's visible on her face the moment she says it, which is so good. Oh, there was just an open window. Oh.
Yeah, because at first I think it'd be fair to be like, wow, nice stronghold, bro. But
Yeah. Maybe this is going to go easier than we'd hoped. Maybe we can, get out of this unscathed. Not really thinking about it from that perspective.
Yeah, and then Silco, just with introducing himself, makes it clear what the idea here is. He was hoping to draw them in, and he's going to kill them all and tell the Undercity that Vanda ran away with his kids and basically just gave up on the city. That's the plan. Which I really wish people would keep in mind when deciding that Silco isn't a villain. Very fucking strange conclusion to reach.
Wait, is that a popular thing?
Dude, Jay put out a tweet, like, I guess you call it appreciating Silco, and some people responded with, like, he didn't really do anything wrong if you consider a lot of what of his... It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Jay gets some interesting responses from people on Twitter.
Then again, yeah, maybe I should say, well, it's Twitter's, though.
Yeah. Bunch of lunatics.
The entire plan here is, I'm going to kill 4 children and this guy.
Yeah. Man, he's not a villain. He's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a drug empire. I mean, he's like directly or indirectly responsible for lots of violence. Like that's an interesting theory, I guess. I don't know. Pretty weird.
I got it. This is the realization expression, by the way. It's just... You don't even need the dialogue. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Because she cuts herself off to, like, she was just talking, like, we just found an open window, and then just trails off and eyes widen.
Doesn't Vander also mention that there's, like, lots of guards here? And then she says
yeah, he's legitimately confused as to how they would have gotten in. It's just like, because he wants them in. So yeah, that's apparently basically Silco's plan. But then it's like, all right then. In response to that, Vi tells Milo to get Vander out of the chair, Clagger to look for an alternative exit, and she's gonna take on the thugs. I think as she's starting up, I really like the lockpick like fails and he drops it, and then Vander's just like, Milo, you can do this. It's just like, oof, the stress. Because if you don't... I saw this scene as you have to get Vander out of that chair. He's the only one that's going to be able to save you guys.
Yeah.
But obviously if you stress Milo out, he's never going to be able to break him out. So it's just like a nice moment. And I think it encourages the idea beyond... Like, I think it's easy to interpret it as Vander is the father of Powder and Vi, and then Clagger and Milo are there. It's nice to see more sort of fatherly moments between him and those two as well. So yeah, Vi puts on those gauntlets and tries to take on the thugs, which I suppose is going to be something we should probably get out of the way first, talking about the viability of that.
They gave her a decently better chance than she would have in other situations with the placing of a bridge there, which is forward thinking.
Yes. It's clearly, like, what is in favor of it versus what is against it. It's like, the easy one for against it is that she is very young, she is a girl, and she's against a team of male thugs that all look psychopathic as well as strong.
And there's a lot of them.
Yes. But what's in her favor...
Established.
Well,
yeah. She's like, box.
I mean, to be fair, she trains a lot, right? Being young isn't completely a disadvantage. There's advantages to being young. She has a weapon, and she kind of gets her ass kicked. Right.
That's what I think they do a pretty decent job, all things considered. Yes, people noticed the viability. I thought that was...
Also, the first big thug
completely underestimated her.
Yeah.
She's just going like, "Ah, look, the little girl," and then
That's the thing,
he
man.
just
Like,
gets this.
I look at this fight, this one, for example. He goes for a simple lunge. He deflects it off, which again is just like, yeah, then what? And she just delivers the hardest uppercut she can with a coated fist of, like, it's iron into his jaw. Like, that's gonna do significant fucking damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not exactly coming back from that. His
Those
feet even left the
weapons-
ground.
Look at the blood.
Yeah.
Those weapons are a big thing that actually helped to give her a chance in the fight, which was
Yeah.
because they let her block bladed weapons.
Mhm.
Which is used, well, weapons in general, really, which she uses time and time again in
Yes.
throughout the choreography.
Also visually, I fucking love it. Look at
It's a strong keyframe. That's for damn
Yeah.
sure.
The action is just fantastic. It's really mesmerizing.
But I like that they show Silco is shocked as hell by that. It's like, what the hell?
Like, oh, all right then.
Shocked by Silco standards. Yes.
Yeah, because okay, like you just knocked out the biggest guy I had.
Huh.
And yeah, a lot of her strikes are her taking advantage of. They're like are they called like counter riposte? I think is essentially the format. Like she's getting them in weak spots because she dodges their attack initially. Which obviously the training robot thing she's been using is very specifically, like, a lot of it is about dodging incredibly fast attacks. So yeah, you just have to acknowledge she's been training for stuff like this for way longer than any of them, who are more than likely not training. They're probably just thug people who are like working for Silco.
It's a situation of skill outplaying like just sheer strength.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
She's
think it's
still-
important that we can understand what the power levels are here. That's probably the most important part for the show, actually.
Mhm.
Like,
There's a
There
certain
is-
detail I
yeah.
like where she overswings like quite a lot, which is just the weight of the gauntlets following through. Like,
Yeah.
I remember one of the thugs takes him out with like a huge like punch to the face, and even in the next like shot, the momentum is still carrying through, and she's like, I think she stumbles off to the side a little bit, almost even.
Well, tension's rising. You got one of you've got 4 main restrictions for Vanda. One of them's broken off, and Clagger finds an opportunity to create an exit. And then the second one
Yeah,
is
he's-
broken off, and Powder's almost here. So, like, with Vi being quite successful in the fight so far, there's definitely a like, we're doing okay. We're doing all right here,
Yeah.
actually. There's a chance here. And now I want to show off one of my favorite small pieces of animation here. I've already gone over this with some friends before because I'm just so fucking impressed by it. But let's hope copyright doesn't ding me. Decent chunk. So again, compliments to the fights, but just play it
absolutely.
out. So
Fucking amazing.
Or is it this? Yeah.
fucking phenomenal work. So
Look
where do
at
I
it. Yeah.
where do I begin for complimenting this? Like, I remember when I first saw it, I was like, "Fuck me, that was fantastic." So the dodging the knife was. Theo just mentioned on the bridge that it means that she should be able to take these on one by one, which is a problem in a lot of like plot armory situations for shows where they'll have you surrounded, but for some reason everyone attacks you one by one. It's like, oh, I know the reasons, because they wouldn't survive if they didn't do that. This is a bridge. I love the focus she has in dodging that knife, but it costs her a punch to the face because the second person comes in. How dynamic of a little sequence there, but then
So
for her to
fucking frantic and scrappy.
yeah, for her to retaliate with a wide swing and a scream, like, because she's just been punched, so she's getting to desperation. She's not doing fantastically here. And then obviously just the sounds, how fluid everything is, the expressions, just like this sequence is tiny, but it's fantastic. And yeah, Vi is just trying her darndest.
You can also see in between that her arms go like down, so she's almost like a little break because the gauntlets are so heavy.
Yeah, you can see her muscles relax after being punched for a second, and then they back up.
Yeah, but then straight back up. Like, damn, good shit.
And I think having her portrayed this way in fights where she's desperately trying to win makes you a lot more sympathetic to rooting for her and believing it's hard
it's
won
the,
versus her being really strong.
that
Yes.
every frame of painting video on Jackie Chan fight scenes, one of the things that's so engaging about them is that he's not trying to present himself as totally flawless and indestructible. Like, he gets hurt. Seeing people get hurt, and we talked with Daredevil before, seeing people get hurt in a fight, I think it
Yeah.
just does so much to ground them. It's like, oh, this is, like, they're not like some super duper awesome special, like, they're trying their hardest, and they make mistakes, and they don't, they're just trying their hardest. It just goes a long way to helping ground the character.
If
And
you
they
want
didn't have to airbrush her knife away either.
No.
like, if you want there to be suspense, you have to be able to conceive of them losing the fight or of there being
Mhm.
alternative outcomes. I mean, if it's just Dr. Manhattan walking into a fight, there's not going to be any. I mean, it's
Well,
the outcome is presupposed,
yes.
and like that is what happens a lot of the time in action movies. You know, I mean, people are going to say Marvel, but not just Marvel. Lots of action movies, you just kind of know what's going to
Well,
happen, so it's not
Another
interesting.
thing-
One of
another
the
thing.
Go
sorry.
for it. Go
Oh,
for it.
okay. Another thing action films do a lot is they fail to do justice to the fact that there's any sort of force behind attacks.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
when someone gets punched, they like don't really respond, or they'll like flinch a tiny bit, but then it's right back to what they were doing. Whereas you look at fights in things like this, or well, I guess better action stuff, and when a person takes a hit, sure they will like recover from it, but it'll be a process of a few steps back. Like the attack does carry through and cause some semblance of physical damage. They'll end up scuffed and they'll get hurt. And it really sells that there is actually attempts to harm one another going on in the fight.
One of the best jokes in Smiling Friends is when Charlie punches that, I can't remember his name, the guy.
Yeah.
Punches him and totally knocks the wind out of him.
Yeah,
The
it goes
joke
like-
is so funny because it's like, yeah, getting punched in the gut, like, that hurts. What I
Yeah.
was going to say before as well is I feel like one of the reasons why Die Hard is such a great film and why everybody likes it so much is John is not invincible. He gets
Yeah.
hurt. He gets his ass handed to him. He is like constantly on the back foot, always having to fight his way up, because like in that film, it's like I feel like the clearest example in my mind was when they shot the glass, and in order to escape, he had to run across the broken glass.
Mhm.
Many people
get
want
out.
you to
Jeremy.
know his name is Jeremy.
Jeremy.
I like how many
Jeremy,
people.
that's right. Yeah. Hey, look.
Dude, stop it. If you do it again, I'm gonna punch you. I swear.
That's right.
If you do that again, I swear to God, I'm gonna punch you. My favorite thing about Jeremy was the eye expression change when he starts to look after the little devil person. Like, oh, don't worry about it.
Yeah, get out of here, go.
It's, I almost want to bring it up because I just love it. He's frowning hardcore at I forgot his name.
Charlie
when he's leaving. The second he's out of like frame, he just immediately has the sympathy eyes. He's like, oh man. Okay.
Smiling Friends is another good example of little touches. I remember I keep saying one of my favorite jokes. There's so many. It's the one where the boss is telling him to not go. Like he's like, wait, one more thing. Whatever you do, don't go beyond the rickety bridge. And then Tim's like, why? Look, he disappears. He's like, because you get lost. And then he like sort of slides past him to get through the door.
Yeah.
He like does a little shuffle past him to get inside. It's just, you didn't need to do that, but you did. And it's great.
Jeremy punching Charlie back is a great payoff. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah. They have a lot of good, great setups and payoffs in Schmile and Friends.
Anyway, back to Arcane. That's a nice. We did turn into a different show that wasn't cringe, being Boba Fett.
Awesome.
So
you not even mentioned it. Damn it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of the like I think Savika is like, I'll do it, and then Silco is like, no, I'll just give it to Deckard. Shimmer him out. And it seems like I don't know how long Deckard has been taking the potion at this point. I'm guessing it's still, but like
saying it, okay.
He's already addicted.
Already addicted. Yeah.
It looks like all it takes is once, because
think
we've only seen this ever happen once.
Mhm.
All it takes is once. Your body's lethargic and everything like that, but the addiction in his eyes when he looks right into it, he's like, "Oh, gimme!"
Yeah.
And this shit is like not good for you. Because do you remember
Nope.
when
No.
Vander and
No.
Silco were having their conversation? There's a shot of him just like vomiting purple, doubled over.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, you're right.
And
Hmm.
they just want to get back to being what it is when you have it. Also, check out this. Vi gets knocked down by this dude. Oh wait, hang on.
I'm sorry, Mutely.
Help, Metal.
I cannot.
Look at this fucking kidney punch. Boom. Oh.
Oh. Imagine getting punched in the kidney with these gloves, dude.
Yeah, you're fucking.
dead.
That thing is just blown up.
What I mean, she gets these important strikes in, and you're just like, oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, but she also topples over immediately again, so she's
She's-
clearly fatigued and
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
beaten
getting
These
up.
tired.
things ain't light.
Yeah, I think a lot of effort goes into the fight scenes beyond just she fights them and wins. It's like, no, it looks like they've really planned out the moves, at least to some more degree than we usually get.
Yeah, they don't have idiots just swinging clearly over her head, so they don't hit the actress or nothing like that. It's just, yeah.
Well,
they've
you don't have to
clearly
worry
thought
with
it out.
animation. People can get hurt because they're drawings and
Oh,
of
No
course,
actress was hurt during these fights.
Also, a lot of people
Yes.
saying that's more of a liver shot, and it's like, oh yeah, fair.
It's so satisfying that she's visibly exhausted by the end of it.
Dude, I
It's
fucking
just-
love the expression where she's like, really? After all that, I gotta
Yeah.
fight the Hulk.
It is just
Well-
one of the best moments in the hallway fight scene in the first season of Daredevil was when he and another guy just take 5 seconds to catch their breath and then
Yeah.
start fighting again. They're
That happens
both
here
catching
too
their
later.
breath. Yeah, it's just
amazing.
It's a really good.
I
It's a
think-
really good touch.
I think that happens
They
in the
also
old
keep
boy
breathing.
fight as
Go
well.
ahead.
I think so, yeah.
The old
I
boy,
always think
Yeah.
I gotta watch that movie.
yeah, the old boy fight is pretty
There's a
famous.
couple.
For the
There's a
same
couple
reasons.
moments like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I was
Do
going to
not
say. This
watch-
reminded me of.
I'm not gonna watch the American one. No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
No.
Okay, just check.
the Korean
Just-
one.
Don't.
just checking.
There is no American one. Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just pretend. You know what? What was that?
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
I really like she raises her fists anyway. She's ready for this fight, and Vanda sees that, and it's the most panicked we ever see him.
Yeah.
Like, he's not ready for her to fight that thing. And for good reason. I very much appreciated that she didn't even really have a scrap with it. She goes in for a heavy strike.
she is good.
And by the way, what another wonderful pause screen. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
This show knows how to use slow motion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I gripe at a lot of things for being really bad at using slow motion. I really appreciate how this show uses slow motion.
The most common use that I'm aware of is that it allows us to stick with a moment that is quick for a little longer. Which is, for this, her anger and his indifference. Like, it's not even really engaged, but she's like, this is the biggest shot I'll ever take. That is...
This is the bastard that killed Benzo. So clearly she's pissed at this thing. So
And
It doesn't
comes...
linger too long.
there's a contention here a lot of people bring up. So I'll see what you guys think of it. She's incredibly lucky he didn't kill her here.
Yeah.
yeah.
No other commentary?
Yeah. I feel
Yeah,
like
that seems right.
that trope is in, well, even a yeah, I guess it's a trope. It's in
Considering
everything.
how quickly Grayson got annihilated, yeah.
I don't know. how
Killed
much
Benzo in a
Mystic cares
single
for toying
strike.
with people.
I think it's totally fair. The only counter I've seen, and I give it like a... It's like, is that he would likely want to get some level of revenge on her for being beaten by her before, beyond just killing her.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe,
think-
yeah.
I give that the little
Oh, yeah.
handshake. I'm like,
It's just like
That's kind of true. I had forgotten about that issue, and it's clear that they're still in there to some small capacity. It's not like, oh, they're just a big old Zambo now, you know.
it's
I'm so
it's 50-50 for me. I accept that that's a possibility, and I suppose that eases the plot armor, but I still, I don't know. But
I'm
anybody
really
claiming he wouldn't
jaded
want to
now.
take any form of longer revenge, I don't think you can claim that.
I don't know that you can
Mhm.
claim that. It would just be that you would cite that the last time that we saw what he could do, he annihilated 2 people pretty much instantly.
One hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have that on one side, and on the other side, it's like he has a personal grudge with her, surely. And you're like, yes, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I
don't know.
guess at the very least we have that as an element to,
I
to
think
rely on.
it's worth bringing up. I just don't think it doesn't feel very satisfying, and it's the first instance of, okay, well, a bit lucky.
I feel like it would be worse if he just straight up said, "You
What's the
want to see
second?
how that goes?" And it's like, okay.
That'd be a bit goofy.
It's just frustrating to me because this one's in everything.
It is,
Like,
and Arcane tries to not have that happen a lot of the
I'm gonna
time.
throw you instead of snap your neck.
Yeah, we've
There's
highlighted
also
many times. It's in
there's also the
Boba
bridge
Fett, it was
thing,
in
right?
Mando, it was in Terminator
It's in
Salvation.
Terminator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of
I
stuff.
would be
Salvation.
super irritated if he did it twice. Like throw once, throw again. Because like a lot of
That
baddies
far,
will do
yeah,
that. Just
yeah.
throw over and over again. He only did it once. So
Mhm.
it's like, okay, all right. You had
I
your
do really
one.
like that Vice right after crawls into the cell and closes the door because
Just
she immediately
slams the
realizes
door and-
she's
yeah,
outclassed
that's enough
heavily.
of that.
I like that. Don't know how much of a fan I am of, like, Silco Buddy. They've got a really strong defense built into that room that you haven't done anything to stop. Had they simply, because that door is incredibly difficult for the souped up Hulk man to get through. So imagine, like, if the scene was they didn't even intend to fight, she just closes it and locks it up. That's a lot of time they have to free Vanda, and I just don't know why Silco would have, like, I can accept that room has that security in it. It's just that, Silco, did you not think about that? Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, letting them get into, because I was about to say it would make sense to me that you have a door to lock someone in, but why would you let them in that area in the first place?
Also,
You know what'd be
didn't it
kind of
look
cool? Oh, go
it
ahead.
looked like it's completely locked from the inside. Like there's like a handle and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if that's a cell, shouldn't that be on the outside then? If it's specifically used for a cell. I mean.
Oh well,
right.
this place is.
I don't know that this place is meant as a cell. It's got a chair in it. I don't know
I
if
think it's an
Yeah,
interrogation
that's why I'm
room.
specifying. I'm not sure if it's specifically designed to be a cell.
Yeah, it seems to be like an interrogation room of some kind.
Like I said, I'll hand it.
Well-
I'm fine with the room having a lockdown scenario, like system equipped, but I don't know why Silco would have let it. Like, that's an obvious, like, I'd be like, you might not want to have them grab him in that room because they can just close that door and lock it up, and that gives them a lot of time.
Yeah, especially if you plan for them to be here.
And that's assuming, generously, that Silco does not know there is a thin wall in that room that leads to exit. I hope he doesn't know.
You know what
about
else
that.
would be kind of a would be cool, like really quick and added detail. You know how we were just talking about how he throws Vi and doesn't kill her right away. It'd be kind of interesting if they pan over to Silco just really quickly, giving him like the what the fuck look, like why didn't you kill her right away? That'd be kind of cool. Just
That
a quick
could
little
have helped.
glimpse.
That could
And
have
that could have helped. That could have helped the plot armor just a little bit extra.
As long as Vanda's
Like-
weak, Deckard can wipe them out, and Silco believes they don't have anywhere to go. So he's just like he knows they'll lock the door, and then he'll just have to break in. That's like part of the plan. It's like that doesn't seem right, does it?
I think I think we should get some visual reaction to the thing walking so that Vi has time to get in and start shutting the door. Like he goes, dude, what the fuck, go. Something
Well,
to
yeah,
that
like it
effect.
like almost vacantly looks at Silco, and Silco's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Like, obviously, stop them from closing the door, sort of thing. Still, it's just it's a regular wall, not a thin one. What I mean is, it's a wall between an open space and an open space. I know that doesn't necessarily mean it's thin, but I mean, Clagga breaks through it. I don't think it's as strong as walls can get. And it's just like, again, I'm willing to believe that Silco was unaware of that. But obviously, it would be way worse if he was aware of it. It's not plot armor. Seems like armor to me. The thing
I'm happy
is,
to call it armor.
it gets a little bit counteracted soon enough. Now,
It's almost happening.
A little bit.
So yeah, we get the final Jace and Victor scene. They activate and control the magic to the point where they're just floating happily, and Heimerdinger just breaks in around about the time they do it and says, no, 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 naughty, this will not stand, this is not what science is meant for, or something like that. But then Mel is still there. He says that's for the council to decide, which, knowing she already has pull with them, I think, like, Spring, you and I were already talking about this at this point, right? We were like, he's going to get overruled, and we started talking about where that plot line might even end up in a more extreme sense.
Yep.
But yes, magic, or as he corrects Mel to say, Hextech, has been born.
The interposing of the mage rise as they're like getting it to work was really cool as a visual.
Yeah, because, well, Jace is reaching his desperation. This is, like, the flashpoint of everything. He has to get this to work, and it represents, like, everything since that moment with Rise, so it's a good way to just incorporate it as well. Jace suddenly understands calling it magic is a bad idea. If only he knew that before. I genuinely think he calls this Hextech. It's a combination of magic and science called Hextech.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah. He's giving it a name. His discovery, he's giving it a name, but he understands he's still wielding magic.
Absolutely,
and it's
yeah.
important for the council to know that.
This is still regarding magic. That's why Heimerdinger says it doesn't matter if you call it Hextech or whatever. He's like, it's gonna be under the council's approval or not.
It's not magic. I am levitating at the top of the room right now.
But...
I love how Mel just strodes in all confidently. She's all like, yeah, the council's going to decide this shit's good. And she already knows that it's going to be because she's got so much pull already.
Which...
It's actually it's less that she has pull, and it's more so I think that she understands the motivations of the people on the council. Like there's a she understands this sort of selfish motivations that lead basically everybody except Heimerdinger. And like there's money to be made, right? I mean, that's basically what happens is there's anyway, we don't need to get into all
yeah,
that.
we can go that'll come up later. But so he should have drawn that distinction earlier. So there isn't necessarily that distinction doesn't help him in the council. It's still magic. So saying this is Hextech, not magic, would be a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like saying
it's magic.
It's a pizza. It's a pizza, not cheese. Right.
Yeah, this isn't Ruby, okay? This is magic. You Ruby fans will appreciate that, I think.
So we're here. Did it. We're at the part.
It's time.
It is time.
Oh shit, boy.
I don't know how to go about it. I guess we'll just start with how it starts. Powder pops in, I think, 2 stones in the back of the little device, with one getting blasted by spikes on a on the symbols smashing together.
Yeah.
The idea being it keeps hitting it over and over and over until I guess it reaches critical. This scene is quite tense if you're immersed, because we keep flashing between everyone doing different things, like Clagger getting further and further through the wall, the lockpick just struggling to get that last lock off, the door slowly coming apart as he's punching it. The thing at this point is that you don't exactly know how everything's going to work out, who's going to die, who's going to live, how's it going to turn out. But I think I've said this to so many people as I've talked about this scene. I had a thing in my head where I was like, please don't do the thing where he's about to kill them all and then the bomb goes off and saves him, and then we have drama later about how, yes, you did save all of our lives, but like you shouldn't have tried that or something. I was like, it just feels like the more generic option. And I would complain in terms of I would have been unhappy that the bomb would have affected the big creature so much, but not really anyone else. And I remember thinking to myself, if anything, it should be the reverse.
They build up.
So
Stops.
This scene is fan-fucking-tastic. The monster man, Deckard, he sees the creaturey Wimbly the Womble, and he's just fascinated by it for a moment. Which I think anybody would be. He'd be like, the fuck? Who sent this?
Like, what's this?
What the fuck is this?
I'm not gonna
Am I hallucinating? What is this? What was in that shimmer? Was that cotton volley?
Must have been a bad badge.
just before the last clap of the cymbals, it stops.
Well,
and then
even-
we get this.
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
Obviously, this one's complicated in terms of just, I guess I should just keep going. And then we'll stick. I'll try and do the summary. You guys can just do commentary. So, the
Alrighty.
Powder has got like her hands on her head, and then it doesn't go off, and she's like, "What?" And the scene starts to calm down. The final lock is released. The entrance is opened, and like all the characters are smiling. Like they've got it. We're
We've
good.
got it.
And they realize like this thing's working out, and then there's one last tick, and it hits the thing and explodes. Now, where do you even begin with how much you want to
You
praise this
follow
fucking
this
shit, man?
explosion a few different ways and two different directions.
I imagine that they had
Yeah.
stretched out in front of them I think it's 5 or 4 or 5, whatever, but they were like, how do we order these? And it reminds me of how they did in Squid Game, you know, how they ordered the payoffs of each of the dice games. They ordered like the first one is the one that's going to be lowest stakes, and then the last one will be likely the highest regards the main character, and then you sort of try to judge how you should throw it. But the first one is Powder. She gets knocked into what I already assumed at the time was she's got water to fall into, and they play it off as quite peaceful, and she's even really happy to see like the colors and stuff. And so I think
She's so very happy
Kind of
that her
wonder.
bomb finally worked. Her first bomb worked.
Well,
and
she thinks this is like the culmination of her like life, basically. It's like I did it. I saved the day, right? You know.
well, yeah, and
Yep.
I think for a second you can be lulled into a sense of like, wait, like how, what do we do? And it's more so because we're a little bit in her POV, which is excellent. We did it. But I think as a reasonable audience member, you're like, what did it do to the rest of the people though? Like, because that was big enough to blow her off the edge, and she was relatively far away. And they do this thing, show you the explosions, like effects one by one. They keep rewinding time and doing it again, and it's really fucking cool because the second one regards the bad guys. Meaningfully, that we show it did knock Deckard off the door, but it also spread really far across the catwalk into Silco, but Savika tackles him out of the way, and very quickly you see it vaporize her arm.
Yeah.
Nicely
And
done.
then
Well, and so I think it was Jay that I was watching it with. It wasn't that explosion. It was the one where it cycles all the way to Singed. That's where Jay went, oh no. Because it's like, if it got that far, or at least its effects, it's like, why haven't they shown us the ones that they have? Oof. But yeah,
shot just up, the singed slab goes up in flames of powder falling. It was really good.
but yeah, this scene is like, it knows what you're going to be thinking about, and so it shows it. Yeah, that shot's fantastic. Look at it, it's gorgeous. And so I think for a moment you're just like, wait a minute, what about them? And
then here we go.
yeah.
Yeah. What about them?
Well, this explosion, it shows that the door gets blasted off its hinges, I think, and one of the stones gets blown through the wall, like through the door. And hitting the door, it sparks into loads of pieces, which means like that's incredibly fucking dangerous if you could just consider what's going on here. And yeah, both Vi and Vander are getting hit by pieces of debris. Trying to worry about copyright here, but
How
old
fast this thing is
slow-mo.
moving in the slow motion
Magic
is
shrapnel.
a good testament to how fast it itself is
And then in
going.
the blink of an eye,
yeah, it slams into the ceiling, which causes a lot of things to happen. I think I can do this with next frames, yes, but Clagger, he's hit by something, and it happens so quickly, but you see his goggles fly away with blood on them.
Yeah.
You just get winged immediately.
yeah, he gets just
Slammed
gets
into
blasted by door shrapnel.
Yeah, right in the face.
That's a thick door, and it just got popped into pieces.
And then Milo.
And well, the Clagger, I remember just being like, oh, because I was like,
Yeah.
But yeah, a pole just gets thrown into what I guess I can't quite tell exactly, but it looks like it could be near Milo's heart. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
And
Um,
Milo's reaction to this, he's so in shock. Everything happens so quickly that it looks like that hasn't even set in yet. That probably really fucking hurts otherwise.
There's that
And
one
then
moment of horror as
before
he looks
exactly,
around.
and then before anything can set in,
well, and Clagger's not even moving.
And like,
yeah,
he looks at Clagger is the thing I wanted to like get to. Is he's like he has just this briefest moment to look at Clagger and you can see it on his face. He's like, oh god, is he dead? Oh fuck. Oh jeez.
And before you can really acknowledge that, the roof falls on both of them.
Yep.
And then back to Powder.
Yeah, and the music, like, it almost feels like the show is just telling you, it's like, this is what was gonna happen. That's just how it works.
Mm.
yeah, Powder's still here. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Just how quick and violent it is with Clagger and Milo. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's absolutely rough.
Yeah, they don't get any
Talk about-
last
talk
words
about
or nothing.
teeth.
There's just bam, dead, bam, dead.
Yeah, these two children, one of them just gets winged by debris and killed immediately. The other's impaled by a metal pipe and then has just enough time to see that his friend is dead before they are both crushed by falling debris. Like, Jesus Christ.
One last use of the explosion to show that since the initial thing, Marcus hasn't even gone back to Piltover yet. He's just sitting, staring at his bloodied coin, and then he sees the explosion because he wouldn't have been far away.
And that's a big explosion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which
There were 3 of those stones involved.
look at that thing, fucking hell. But obviously, I think that's going to have been boosted by it like caught Shimmer on fire, or it seemed to react with the Shimmer
Yeah.
stuff for Singed. Yeah, but it's such a like what? As a viewer, you're just like, I'm not used to this. Like,
Yeah.
the good guys just lost big time.
Because Deckard isn't even down for the count.
Nope, Deckard's kind of okay,
Nope.
to be honest.
Silco's
Yeah, the Shimmer stuff
alive,
is
Deckard's okay.
pretty rough. Incredible.
The music in this next bit is fantastic as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really do anything but say it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing for it.
But
Yeah, it's
it's
really
just
really sad.
tragedy, the soundtrack, basically.
Yeah, my eyes were about to fall out of my head seeing Milo's dead arm right there on the floor. I'm like, they fucking killed him. I liked that kid. He's fucking
wanted-
dead.
They wanted you to know those two are dead.
Yeah.
They really were like, yeah, no, we did that. They're not coming back.
And
We have Vi just like crying under
I'll
the
get
rubble
a
as well.
yeah, there's a few of those shots that are really good, but Silco just commands fucking kill them. Jesus Christ. Not even like, I don't know what the fuck that was, just killed them. Like, what the hell? The 3 thugs are on the way. Vanda spots that like he's the only one that can do anything about this. So does himself a Spider-Man. Gracefully lifts that debris off. We have what is a pretty awesome moment here. Just, you know, you're pretty immersed on the fact that everyone's fucking dying, but a guy goes in there to be like, I'm gonna fuck you up, and just get booted right back out.
The other guy just gets knocked out and tipped over the side.
And yeah, Vanda's been pretty chill up to this point, but 2 of his what you could call sons were just killed. So you could argue he's probably a little bit unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
I actually might play the audio on this. Well, but like he just
These two.
easily beats the 2 thugs. But then he's got to take on Hulkman. And it's a pretty neat like counter sort of fold the arm around, and then the sound he makes when he wants to do his punch. Holy shit. I'll just play it for the audience. Let's just say the passions are raised.
Fucking raw.
Oh, fucking VLC are useless.
Oh yeah, this
It lags the audio, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this
so
now.
good.
Not gonna work. You
Oh, well.
frustrate me, copyright gods. You know what? This'll be after I'll do it. La 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 la. You can't hear anything from the audio. There you go. Okay. That. Fucking angry.
Yeah.
And I suppose it's worth highlighting that when he's doing that, like this could represent like Silco could be in trouble if he loses them, but Silco doesn't seem. Silco's almost like there he is, like the one
yeah.
that would have fought for Zone. That's the expression I think that he's giving off. But yeah, Vanda's already exhausted and gets headbutt pretty hard by Mr. Hulkman. And picked up and dropped. But it seems like Vanda ain't giving up. Oh well, I guess we'll come back to that in a second. But yep, Vi's slowly trying to, I guess, make her way up, and she's just staring at Milo's arm, like, ugh. Got express.
And then
Damn, son.
catches sight of the monkey head.
Mm-hmm.
I actually
And this
thought.
giant door is right on top of her. She can't get out of there.
I actually thought when they showed that the monkey head was there that would be the way that she eventually finds out what happened. But no, that's not how she finds out. It's just,
Yeah.
it just feels like this one element among all this death that reminds you of what's just happened.
'Cause it is just a heap of like rubble and the unmoving like bodies of the two of them. It's really, really unpleasant, and she's trapped under this fucking door with a broken arm from the looks of things.
And the fire's
Or
rising
otherwise.
as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of very human reactions in the show that I kind of appreciate. Of you're a person, a child no less, who's just like had the entire world explode around you. You're trapped under a door. Your arm's broken. You can't move or get free. Two of your brothers essentially have just died. So yeah, you're just lying there sobbing. There's not much else. There's not much else for it.
Tragic as hell.
It gets worse.
So
It
Vanda,
gets worse.
Woo!
Vanda picks himself up, and he like seems to be revving himself up for round 2, but Silco stabs him in the back.
Yep.
Theming.
Yeah, and look at this face. He's not happy.
Yeah. He was a little bit angry, just a little bit.
And it like flashes to that opening scene for the episode.
Silco's like stunned for a moment, and then
Well, and it shows us
remembers.
the second
remembers,
half
yeah.
of that opening, which is that Silco grabbed Vanda's knife while he was strangling him.
slashed at his wrist area.
Yes, and did enough damage that Vanda was more concerned about probably stopping the bleeding than going after him, and they connect that to him stabbing him again in the present. At this shot as well. Look at this photograph. Like, yeah, pretty much the whole show.
Grab.
And yeah, Vander eventually loses his drive. Silco just pushes him off the edge.
Before saying, "I knew you had it in you."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that was Vander fighting. Specifically here, though, he's fighting for his daughter. Not necessarily for Zorn, but the fight is still there. And Silco says, "Get the girl." Vander overhears that as he's surrounded by shimmer vials, which I've seen people say is convenient he dropped on it. What do you guys think?
Isn't this where they're producing a whole bunch of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The I guess thing to consider is it didn't go up in flames like a lot of it did.
True.
And that I mean, it's
Which-
not
Well, I
like
mean-
it's all
And also,
over the
it's
place.
not everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not crates all across the ground.
Explosion ignition is not omnidirectional, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
not everything's going to catch fire.
Why would Silco have these things in the warehouse? Why are they producing it? Oh, well, we can. That's partially what this whole story is built on, is the production of Shimmer.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, that'll become evident as we go along, I guess. But Vander takes it, and Silco's minion takes the door off Vi in prep to probably kill her. Vander grabs him, and there's no fight. He just crushes him, like his head up to the ceiling or something. It's not quite clear because that's probably going to be the kind
He's
of violence.
just slamming him into the doorway, just crushes his head.
Yeah, and even Silco looks shocked seeing it happen, but
Yeah.
just
Doesn't seem to have a much stronger reaction to Shimmer than the other subjects before him.
They're just looking
Yeah.
a little wolf-like.
Is he? Would you say?
He's looking a little bit like if you the Wolf Among Us, that Telltale game, when Big B is like kind of going super crazy, he kind of looks like that, and he's the big bad wolf.
Right,
Oh, I thought you were going to make a Warwick example or something. I don't know.
What? But
No,
Yeah,
he-
that's where I thought you were going.
So I was kind of confused on where you were going with that.
He is clearly a Chemtech.
yeah, Fringy, why didn't you use that as an example? Yeah, Vi sees him and she's scared, and then he like has this moment of what looks to me like he's ready to fight something else, spots her, and then like has a bit of a freak out in his own head.
Yeah.
Like, because of all your motivations are probably flibbly flabbly when having taken that shit. Or rather, I guess he was, Vander himself was just ready to fucking brawl.
My interpretation is that the Shimmer is like just stoking the rage to the point that there is actually a decision to be made there, because of course Vander would be unbelievably mad, and the Shimmer would probably only make that worse.
Yeah, he has his chance. He can kill Silco, or because the building is falling apart and there's fire everywhere, he can get Vi out of that situation. He makes the right choice.
Yes.
He does. Pulls through right to the end.
And yeah, particularly intense, that whole scene, especially with the soundtrack. Can't do it justice just talking about it. But my god, it was impressive. They cut back to where Marcus was and he's gone. And then they show us this scene again. But that was Vander's last act, from what we can tell. Says, look after Powder. Or I think even his head hitting the floor, they make like a sound that would if you hit like a puddle because of all the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the colors fade as well. They're not purple veins anymore. They're just dark.
Cool.
Rip Vander, at the very least for the
I
season.
really liked him.
Awesome.
Super cool character.
Yeah.
So when you mix Shimmer and blood, is it viscous enough to be considered goo?
That's
Oh no.
we can table that discussion for now. We're about to talk about one of the best scenes in the show.
I almost feel bad
Yeah.
trying to begin talking about it because I'll just be like, gosh,
What are you supposed to say?
what do you...
Stupid fucking
Well,
copyright.
I think,
I wish we could just watch this whole scene like from start to finish and just not say a fucking thing. How great would that be?
Would.
Yeah, but
Right from the
unfortunately,
beginning.
there are people who decide to watch MasterChef in its entirety. So now we're not allowed to just watch one scene in full and then talk about it. I think what I would say is that this was the scene where I basically felt, oh, this is going to be a good show. Like I think it was the point where my confidence in the show rose dramatically. And the main reason why I felt that way is it's like, dude, this was ballsy. The decisions you made here, that the kid does the little explosion to save the day, but it actually makes everything much, much, much worse. And then we're going to meaningfully deal with the consequences of that decision, which is that Vi is very, very angry. Very, very, very angry. and in that fit of rage, she just expresses basically like a raw, like, what the fuck have you done, you idiot? Like, you've destroyed everything. Milo was right. You're a jinx.
Because how do you
You ruin
not?
everything. Yeah, and
Well,
I
just
mean, the fact that Vi punches Powder as well. When I saw that, I'm like, holy shit! Like, oh my god,
She fucking hit her.
she
Like,
hit a kid.
it's
Yeah, this kid that she's been building up for so long, and then she hits her in the
Her
face.
sister, her sister
Yeah.
punched her while screaming at her as tears are rolling down her eyes, and she's covered in blood and dust and dirt. And having a complete breakdown because of the gravity of this situation. And you know, like, as I guess we're skipping ahead like by 10 seconds or something.
can I
But it's go for it. Go for it.
gush about some facial animations quickly?
Wow. Yeah.
Really
Well,
proud
We
of
need
this-
them.
to.
I mean,
We need to.
let me just sort of say that's what happens, I guess.
Fair enough.
So, I mean, it's fine for anybody who's seen it, obviously, but so because there are people who have not seen it who have been finding this conversation interesting. I have no idea what that would be like to listen to people talk about a show from start to finish without watching it at all. It
Yeah.
must be strange. But hopefully it's working out. We've just reached what you could call the aftermath. Vi is getting up, everyone's fucking dead, and then Powder just pokes herself out in the gap between her and the wall. Again, just the cinematography. It's like. Because as an audience member, you're like, no, I don't want to, I can't deal with this. But it's not arbitrary. She's here to celebrate. Her device worked.
What?
Wants to tell Vi about how excited she is that it finally worked. And that, combined with seeing the monkey head, is confirmation. He's the one that did this. It wasn't even Silco.
Yeah, and the way she asks Powder, like, you did this? And then,
Mhm.
like, just this look of pure, like, what the fuck did you just do? And then it quickly registers on Powder's face, like,
It
did I
registers
fuck up?
before it registers before
Oh.
Vi even says anything. That's what's so impressive to me.
Yeah.
Like
Uh-huh.
in the shot with Powder, like just after she finishes talking, her expression immediately falls because she can see, oh, this isn't right.
Why isn't she
This-
happy? Something's
Yeah.
something's
Yeah.
gone wrong.
Then Vi says, you did this, and Powder, like, there's a nervous glance to the side, and then she looks past Vi down to Vanda's body, and her eyes widen like a tiny little bit. It's so fucking good, dude. And then, of course, she glances off to the side and Clagger's goggles, and we go from there.
Yeah, it might be the best scene in the whole show for expressions. They clearly worked their asses off on this one because of how important this scene is.
Yeah, this is like as pivotal as it gets. The all of the buildups are paying off right here. And I gotta say, like, when I was watching this episode, I found, like, I didn't even realize the stupid position that I was in watching the show. I was basically hunched over my desk with my fist against my mouth and my eyes wide, just like leaned over, staring at my fucking monitor. My friend pokes into the room to ask what I want for dinner, and I must have looked like such an idiot. So-
And yeah, Vi just again having to deal with all of this. Like, what do you do with this? You just like the amount of emotion you have to feel and how impossibly hard it is to control. And yeah, the first thing I think she says is just like, "I told you to stay away." Like, that's what else can you draw from this scenario other than had you not come here, this wouldn't have happened, and I told you not to. Like. And it's way too much for someone of Powder's age to be able to understand.
Comes back to the cause of it all.
Yeah,
Why did you leave me?
We'll probably get into this a bit more later, but the show actually psychologically is a lot more realistic than I think people probably think it is. There are consequences to this shit. Shit like this happens to a kid. It leaves an impression, right? And like, I mean, this in particular, I'm assuming that for most people, this is probably like most people's favorite scene or the most impactful scene for a lot of people.
God, yeah, dude.
How
could it not
It's
be?
one of my favorite.
It's top
scenes,
3
but
for me.
There's a particular one that
I have
prefer
not
more.
sat there like physically wide-eyed staring at a screen because of a piece of media much, but
I mean,
this was one of those times.
this scene is good enough that I mean, it survives any comparison. I could compare it to Kubrick or I mean, literally anything. It's just amazing. It's one of the best scenes I've ever seen in film. Period.
Hmm.
And like Powder is my favorite character in the show. I find her to be incredibly relatable, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but it's partially just because she legitimately is a fuck up. Like I don't know. I just feel so fucking so bad for her in this situation because it's not as though I mean she did things that are wrong, but she was sincerely trying to do the right thing, and there is a perspective from which you could think that she might have saved the day, right? Um, but obviously that is not that is
I think
not how things went.
there are multiple factors at play at once. She has made a big mistake that has had significant consequences, but she is also a child. She's also not totally sound in terms of her opinion of herself or just her, mental health. And she also exists in a really shitty world, that hasn't been very kind to her. It's a lot of things mounting at once, but the big thing is like ultimately what she has done here is bad,
Very
Yeah.
bad, yeah.
and there's not like
Oh god,
there's not
dude.
really any
For
way out
fucking
of
sake.
that, like there's not really any way to avoid that part of it. That something bad has happened, and she is going to have to find a way to deal with it. But in this particular situation, it's just incredibly stressful.
Yep.
Everyone on the show has lost credibility for failing to acknowledge many disastrous flaws in this episode. Damn.
Do you remember the super chat you got a while back about someone being salty they were banned because of bad Arcane opinions? This is that person.
I mean, like okay, maybe you could point out some things that are wrong, right? But
I
in,
was
in any
trying.
piece of media, there's a balance of like how high of a high does it hit? What emotions is it able to evoke in the audience? What is it able to make you think about? How is it able to develop characters? And it's like, okay, maybe you can point out some problems, okay? But the fucking highs this episode is hitting, like what the fuck? If you're not acknowledging, like I don't know, dude. Yeah, this is it. Okay, if someone was trying to make an argument that like fucking season 8 episode 6 of Game of Thrones is good, I'm just I'm just not having it. In most things okay, but no. This is kind of the same for me. It's like if you're not willing to acknowledge the merit of this episode, okay, you don't like it. Fair enough, right? Sometimes people don't like things. But if you fucking watch this episode and you don't understand why other people like it, I don't know. There's something not connecting, right? I just how would you make that argument? Can anyone
I don't
conceive?
Hang
I
on,
don't
so
wanna
someone
be
said, did
like
someone on EFAP really just say there may be problems, but it's so emotional? So someone you've got to understand from having watched us, and I don't know why this has to be repeated over and over again. Plot armor, has it been acknowledged? Yes. Is it a problem? Yes. So the scene's broken? No. We've got loads of other threads. We have to talk about every
It's
thread, not just whether or not there's
exactly.
plot armor. That is not the
It
only
isn't
thread.
as simple. It isn't as simple as there is a aspect that is flawed in some way, therefore fucked. This is not how
We've
it works.
never been advocates that if you can find one problem in a scene, the scene's done. That's not how it works. And this scene has an
Well, in much
incredibly
the
large
same
amount
way
of
that-
things happening right now.
Well, much the same way that when we're talking about how stuff is working, there are degrees to which a scene works. Something can be good, and something can be great, and something can be like amazing, depending on the variables at play, how well it's executed. Like it's not a binary here of
Yeah,
just
because
good and bad.
what causes an
Totally
event...
fine or fucked.
So this is a good example, actually. Everybody, pretty much everybody, absolutely adores the payoff that Vader chooses his son over the Emperor. But then if someone says, yeah, but the fucking Jabba the Hutt scene at the beginning, man, it made no sense. Like, okay. That's true.
like sure, but
That's true.
But that's a different thread. I'm talking about what these characters have said and done and how that relates. There's through lines there. Plot armor doesn't actually get in the way of a character's thoughts, feelings, and actions, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
it's a separate track.
It's
It's a
always
track that's
the thing
important.
of-
Still.
Well, it's the idea that plot doesn't like a problem with a plot problem doesn't necessarily result in a character problem.
Yes.
It depends.
We talked about
Like
that
a
with
plot-
Suicide Squad. There's a lot of plot
Suicide Squad is a
problems,
great example.
but they don't
Yeah.
affect the character motivations very much at all. But they
Whereas
can.
Endgame, the plot
Mhm.
problems seep into the decisions that the characters make
Yeah.
about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Like, it's not the way in which problems affect other aspects of a show is complicated. That's the whole point of the discussion, right? Like, you have the discussion to try and figure these things out.
Well, a lot of the time it's like someone will have a scene like a writer will have a scene they want, and they will take a path to get there that's like profoundly against the previously established characters or requiring like an absurd coincidence or something like that. I mean, like what are the plot holes here? It's like basically if Deckard hadn't grabbed Vi by the neck, we would be fine. Okay, I like we can all acknowledge, right? Like, okay, Vi could have died there and didn't.
Mhm.
But I don't see that action scene as being plot armor tier. At least not when compared with other action scenes. I mean,
I
she
think
was
it's easy.
for the most part getting
Just
her ass kicked.
make
It's
splits.
just really
Say
inconsequential. to
that.
solve.
I'm happy to call it consequential. I just want to split it and be like, so that event is not very well constructed compared to the others that are very well constructed adjacent to it. The fix I would suggest is that he barges her when she's in midair. Add a little bit of speed to it as well, so that she doesn't expect it, and she gets flung across, and then realizes there's no fucking way I'm beating this guy. I get it's
guess the
really
question
impactful to
here,
have her
though, would
grabbed
be-
in midair, and I get why they chose to do it. The problem is that I don't think the audience has enough reason to think he wouldn't have killed her there and then.
Yeah.
However, that's I don't understand what you know. A Mandalorian is shot at, and every single fucking shot out of like 100 hit his armor. It's like that's one instance every time. However, could that happen in the show and the show still be considered pretty great by me? It's like actually yes.
Of course.
That's
It's-
what I'm.
Yeah.
The thing is, Mando,
Yeah.
and Batwoman, and all these other things, they don't have anything happening for character. If anything, it's assassinating somebody or giving the kind of characterization that's like, I don't like droids. I kind of like droids now. Like, what?
Incredibly thin.
Mm.
Incredibly thin compared to what we've been doing here, where we've been deliberately building up over the course of 3 episodes and will continue to pay off for the next 6 episodes. A thread about, or just a specific character inner conflict, a path, a journey that's being set up, the flaws all feeding into their actions, and then the consequences and how they feed into it even further. It's just impressive character writing. And I mean, yeah, you can cite plot armor, but what does the plot armor have to do with specifically the decisions that the characters are making?
Yeah, the
or how they're
character
reacting
writing.
to the situation as it arises?
Character writing is still present and to be praised or criticized, irrelevant of the plot armor, but then they're all under the umbrella of writing, storytelling, if you will. Unfortunately, Theo's already mentioned this. This is something that many bigger writers just don't really care about. Even the ones that I love don't really care about plot armor a lot of the time. They just let it go. So we'll highlight it, but we cannot ignore all of the praiseworthy elements of the writing here as well. We can have both.
Yep.
I don't see... We're going to Stannis Baratheon this shit. A good deed doesn't wash out the bad, nor the bad the good. Now...
Yeah, like I wouldn't call it a perfect episode, right? But it's doing some amazing stuff, and like the fact that Vi got grabbed by the neck and didn't die. I don't know.
We're reaching some incredible highs in terms of character writing here.
Yeah, it feels a little desperate to me, because a lot of the time when you try and bring a show down to like 1 to 3 tier, we've gone over like 1,000 flaws. Meanwhile, with this show, we've highlighted, I want to say, what, 5 to 10 compared to how long it's taken us to praise everything that we've found to praise. Continuity is pretty good right now, as far as I'm concerned, for this show.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing. I don't think I've ever sat down and given a serious analysis to something and not found any flaws. So like, if you're setting the barrier of like, oh well, it's dog shit if I can find an error, well then everything's dog shit. I mean, literally everything would be dog shit.
Well, there's something to be said though as well about like flaw. It could be that there's a scene where you think you might have been able to do it in a different way that could have yielded better results. Like it's hard not to think about any story where you can think about minor tweaks that can just be changes. Like I don't know what it means for something to be perfect as a story, you know? It always feels like there's a discussion to be had about the choices that you didn't make, or things that could have been tweaked or made more expeditious, or could have been expanded. It's I'm not interested in like perfection though. When we're talking about storytelling, I'm interested in seeing like the highs that you can hit and how well you can avoid the trappings that a lot of other stories can fall into. I mean, in this case, it's just really bold storytelling, like executed very well.
Agreed. We are at the point of watching a child have a mental breakdown because they've killed many people they love.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
I'm
rough.
disappointed her sister, her hero.
Yeah, and
I mean,
it's worse than her being ineffective. She is very effective in the complete opposite direction, which is her nightmare, I would argue.
Yep.
Yeah.
I-
Her first
I would be-
successful bomb killed her friends.
I would be surprised.
Yeah. Go for it.
I would be surprised if I could find 10 scenes in the history of film that affected me as much as this. Like maybe,
boy.
but
High
I
praise.
don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, and she's repeated a few times, I told you to stay away, and then she keeps saying, Vi, please. And what's happening here, as far as I'm concerned, is Powder needs someone right now, because she knows what she's done. Needs help. But this is no time to be asking Vi for emotional support.
Not gonna get it here.
Because Vi herself is currently
Could
dealing
use some
with it
right
too.
now.
Exactly.
Even though like the care for Powder is still in there, like the look of horror on Vi's face as she looks at Powder's blood on her hand after like Powder's nose bleeds onto it, and then she compares that to her bloodied knuckles.
Dude, every piece, frame, dare I say, I have something to say. This is finally we've done it, everyone. We've reached something that I can do that with.
Yay.
Punches her down, shocked, scared, and then the desperation.
Why did you leave me?
If you had me with you the whole time,
Look at her face.
this wouldn't have happened. Why did you leave me? Like, it's like we're drawing it back further and further. The fault is with you for having decided to come here. No, the fault's with you for having not let me come with you. I wouldn't have done this if you had let me come with you. When it's
We're
just
getting
like
a bit more to a base problem here, aren't we?
The abandonment thing is coming back.
There's like an irreconcilable conflict that exists like present within the souls of the characters, and it's like if it didn't play out like this, it would have played out some other way. But it's kind of like a lot of times when you look at really good writing, you can see like the seeds of what's going to come in the future absolutely present early on. And I think this is one of those cases. Like you can see lesser versions of this playing out beforehand. And it just, I don't know, it all fits together perfectly.
I think when we talk about really powerful moments in stories, a lot of the time it is the door has been closed. There is no going back. There is only the path forward. There is no return to the normal that we established at the beginning. There is no going back. Like this is a pivotal. We are progressing from this point onward. The decision cannot be undone. The consequences can't be undone. We have to grapple with them. There's a change. We're moving forward with that change. It's important.
Yeah, I mean, she just basically killed her family. Like,
and it's their family. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And knowing that there are going to be many episodes going forward, the immediate thought is, well, there's so many places we can go from here with this having been established. What's in their future?
Something that just hits hard is she's still absolutely tumbling when she's on the floor, and we're like trying to sort of acknowledge that, understand what she's saying, and before you can even, her fucking jaw is grabbed by Vi, which is like, Jesus, like
she's furious.
Even like after the bit I mentioned with looking at the blood in her hand, when she looks back to Powder, like just look at her
she's
expression
still angry.
again.
Yeah.
Fuming.
And well, she's answering her, why did you leave me? Because you're a jinx. You're gonna fuck everything up. And you did. And it's like, oh shit, man, you've just confirmed her greatest insecurities at a point where she's the most vulnerable.
Because you're a jinx. Milo was right.
Yeah.
And it's also like I said, quite realistic. I mean, children who are orphaned in particular struggle with feelings of abandonment and inadequacy. Those are like two of the main things that you would expect. So like it's not even that it's just this is her character. It's like if we had no idea of her character, we only knew her circumstances, it would imply this. It's like remarkably well written.
I just got this kind of I guess in a way mirrors the earlier little bit when Vanda had Silco by the throat.
Yeah, it's a parallel everyone likes to highlight at this point, so it would be wrong of us not to. That'll become more important, I think, when we learn more about the relationship between two people in particular.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, lots of stuff's being done, and then the anger has all come out. Powder's barely even able to say particular words, and then blood starts coming out of her nose from the punch.
Yeah.
Which gets on Vi's hand. Just flooding with tears as well, which is enough to make her realize. But like, you can't at all blame Vi for having this reaction. How could you not? And it's just like, yeah, but she's so
Absolutely not.
young. And it's like,
Powder
yeah, but
just killed everyone.
Vi's
Yeah, I
pretty
think-
young too, you know?
Yeah,
Vi's
I was
like-
gonna say.
Yeah.
when,
He's just-
I would guess
teenage.
Vi's about 13 or 14, and Powder's
Yeah.
like maybe 9.
Something like that. Yeah, it was kind of weird because I think I spotted a few people in the chat say that like it was contrary to Violet's character to strike Powder because like oh she loved her loved her sister and everything like that, but it's like come the fuck on, Powder just killed all of her friends. Not to mention Vi, you know, based on like you know the subtleties and how she was dealing with Milo constantly saying that you know Powder was bad luck. As much as she would like you know shut Milo up, there was also just the part where she wasn't exactly disagreeing with him either, but you know she would just shrug it off because she would just keep trying to boost Powder up. With enough patience, Powder will overcome it. So it's not
Yeah.
like oh she completely disagreed with Milo or anything like that. She just was shielding Powder and just not you know saying like yeah you need to work on being better luck, you know, Powder, but you know. So it all just kind of bubbled over when it's what got her friends killed, and that was just it was insanely good, you know, just subtle acting and how that turned out.
So someone said
Whether
this
those-
isn't Luke Skywalker, this is a reasonable lapse of judgment. This is what we needed to justify what you wanted to do to Luke Skywalker. You have to work incredibly hard. You have to create a scenario. Because if you just said, Vi is going to violently, intentionally punch Powder in the fucking face, I'd be like, yeah, okay. I hope you don't fucking have that happen. But when you have all of these events, you're like, right, yeah.
People making complaints along the line of, you know, it's out of her character to do that. I'd like to see you keep it together when your younger sibling comes to you and says, comes to you responsible for killing your entire adopted family, essentially.
And
Like,
just,
it's like imagine being in a house and like the house gets hit with like 3 bullets and your family dies and you walk outside and see your sister. I mean, like that's basically what just happened.
rough.
What a visual.
And this is the thing,
Yeah.
you know, like, could you make a scenario that leads to what we saw in TLJ? And it's like, I think we've said historically, it's like, it's going to be really fucking hard to get to that
But you
point.
could. It'd be really
Theoretically
hard, though.
possible,
You
yeah.
can't
There's a
You
lot of...
can't just say he had a bad dream. so
No,
then he
you
told-
have to give
Yeah.
us the context for that, otherwise you may as well just show a different character. I don't see what the point is of trying to call that guy Luke. Clearly Jake.
Here we go. Hurting a child is out of character for Vi regardless of the reason. Vi is a
the fuck up.
fucking hothead.
Just
Brad.
shut the fuck
Vi is a
up, like-
hothead.
And
What a
I'm sorry, the
stupid
F they put in.
opinion.
So this reaction particularly, this to me is two very specific emotional states fighting each other at once. I am incredibly angry. I can't be here because I'm hurting someone I love.
Yeah. So just walks away. Not too far
She
away,
does
actually.
Possibly one of the
And
most
just
mature things
steps down.
possible, removes herself from the situation because she's
from the
out of control.
situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Detail.
unfortunately, that's just not what Powder needs right now.
I think you're about to highlight the same thing that I spotted when I watched it with
Is
Rags
it
too.
Powder?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Should we let
like-
them see it first?
Sure.
So
Put
this
up on screen.
this one moment here. That's for. I'll get the right loop so that we can. But yeah, Rags is the latest person I watched it with, so it's like one of the last playthroughs, and I was just staring at it and I was like, how the fuck did I miss this so many times? It's quite quick, but there it is. Can you think of what we're gonna highlight?
You see it?
Goggles?
No, but I could see why you might.
Biker's goggles.
I think that's probably why I might have missed it, because the focus switches to the goggles.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's powdered cowards.
Powder thinks
She
she's
thinks
going to be
Vi's
hit
gonna
again.
hit her
Oh,
again.
Yeah.
fuck.
Oh yeah, she thinks she's gonna get hit again. Yeah, I remember that.
That's
Um,
fucked up, dude.
Damn.
She's begging for her to help her, and she still believes, though, that she could get hit at any moment. You've traumatized the child at that point.
Yes.
Excellent fucking work. Because that is so
Damn.
easily missed.
Just in the background, blurred out while the focus is on the goggles.
Also, I do believe that those goggles are on Violet's character in League of Legends.
Oh.
They are.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Excellent shit. Yeah, she walks off and sits down in like a tunneled area, and I think it's just a matter of Vi's trying to calm down, because she's got a responsibility, and that is for Powder, which, by the
Yeah.
way, the last thing Vanda told her.
Yeah.
But how fucking hard is it to keep all
Take
of that
care
in
of
your head
Powder.
alongside the person who killed them all?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Look at that
Face
fucking
that
image.
shot. Look at that
that.
shot. Look at it.
Yeah.
Oh.
God damn.
Begging her to come back.
Yep.
Stop with her age. Nobody but a saint could deal with that. This thing, I don't think Vi needs to be that young to justify that response. You could be.
But when
Yeah.
but you just
I would
add on
react that
top
way,
that she's
most
young
likely.
and she's a bit of a hothead as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Exactly.
you-
She
add
has
those
been
on top.
established as an impulsive hothead, and Vander's been the one to keep her, in check. He's dead now.
yeah,
Yeah. It's also kind of funny that
I was
people
gonna say
like
quickly.
complaining about plot armor.
You don't have to be that age, but you have to consider it because it's a part of the character at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It's somewhat amusing, but people are complaining about plot armor in an episode where, like, basically the most conceivably bad things that could happen all happen.
I know. Like half the cast just died.
Yeah.
And we're talking about plot armor because another one didn't die in the process.
She's beat half to shit right now, basically contemplating either whether to beat the shit out of her sister or go sit next to a building and wait to die. We're talking about plot armor.
I mean, I'm telling people, I can acknowledge it, but it's not the only thing happening. So what do you want us to do? Keep talking about plot
I know.
armor? Like, I don't understand. It's been talked about. It's done. Yeah.
Also, I
as she-
believe, like,
Go
oh
ahead.
no, sorry.
I was just gonna say.
So
go ahead.
Powder. Okay, no, sorry. So yeah, Powder is like really. This is basically her last scene, and it's done a stellar job. Apparently, Mia Sinclair, who played Powder, was 10 years old at the time of filming.
No
this.
way.
Yeah, I saw it
She
on
did?
a little interview.
He did
and
this
it
at
was,
age 10?
She absolutely fucking killed.
That's
it.
what
I
she
thought it
said.
was
Well,
an
When she
adult
showed
that did
up.
her voice, because I was so convinced that it's like, you don't
Yeah.
get that
Well-
kind of performance out of a child.
You keep on voice acting.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, keep you got a pretty damn good start there.
Next opportunity I got, I was gonna just make a note quickly of how the voice actors were absolutely killing it. 10? Sorry?
Yeah.
Especially this moment I've got on loop where
Yeah.
begging
She's
for
currently
Violet to come
16
back,
years old.
and the screams for Violet are like disjointed at some certain points. Like she's an unstable beg, but at the same time a desperation that I don't want any of this to happen, and then a fear of Violet. It's so hard to
Yeah.
deliver that in a performance, but I think she does it.
Yeah, she does really good. And like there's her abandonment issues coming back again. She's just freaking the fuck out. She just
Yeah.
does not know what to do.
The last thing she
that's
probably
her.
wants right now is Vi to walk away.
Yeah.
Then, just from this, it's coming in exactly where we just saw Powder come in, Silco.
And Silco.
There's Silco.
Which, again, I don't think this is arbitrary. Of course, he would have wanted to see where Vanda blew out the back of the building. But why not go see what happened?
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Which, all right, well, we got to talk about more, because this is there's more things that happen.
We're not done
It's
yet. We're
going.
not done yet.
Silco finds her, and he's still pretty fucking furious, and he has plenty of reasons to be, considering who he is and what's just happened. He sees Powder just crying her eyes out, and he, like, readies his dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, just like, yeah, fucking kill one of Vanda's daughters, the form of
Sever the
revenge.
bloodline.
Absolutely. Not even just
Blew
that,
up
but
all my shit.
it'll hurt Vanda, because I don't even know that he's looked at, acknowledged Vanda's corpse yet. But Violet starts to spot it. Again, look at that fucking imagery. Oh my good old gaggle god. Know what they're doing.
Yeah, so despite being absolutely fucking furious with her, enough to hit her, she still clearly loves her because she's about to run straight back to that and stop Silco.
Again, it's a matter of she removed herself from the situation because she's in danger of hurting Powder more. She needs time to calm back down. We're talking probably minutes. She would go get her. She's in range of her, she can see her. Marcus is, however, in the area, as we know. And he sees this as an opportunity to save a life. Which isn't hard to...
Well, because she's running into certain death here.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna need to cite, like, future episodes to justify this. The character clearly feels intense guilt regarding the people who have died with his deal.
Marcus, he's a complicated one. That one. And
he specifically says, you go over there, they'll kill you. So he's, as far as he's concerned, he's saving her.
Yeah.
Someone in chat just said for his own credit. I'm not sure. So he's not getting any credit for this.
He's not getting anything for this.
What does he get out of this?
As we know from episode 4 and 5, he's not getting credit for this. This is a Marcus makes this decision because he believes he's saving someone's life when she could just be another trencher who's killed in amongst all of this.
Yeah.
Essentially,
he is responsible for a lot of death already.
Yeah, this is a problem for him.
If anything, it's a problem for him, yeah. But Marcus is already now complicated, not just
He's not okay
a giant penis.
Yeah, he was nothing but a penis up until now, and now he's like, he's actually trying to save a life just out of repentance for the shit that he just caused.
Unfortunately, all Powder's gonna know is Vi left, didn't come back.
Never came back.
He gets the credit of capturing the terrorist who bombed Piltover. Her name and records are scrubbed. I don't think he uses her that way.
Yeah, I think she just gets thrown into...
She's not on file.
What's a place called?
There's no
Water
record
something.
of the crimes. Stillwater.
In Stillwater, and everyone thinks she's dead.
Caitlin specifically says that there's no record of her crimes.
Yeah.
What?
Just a funny comment in chat. That's all.
With sharing or no?
Nah, it's okay. Let's move on.
I love this image as well. It's, to me, it was the bad guys are like, oh, that was rough. We need to, like, you know, and they're trying to recover. Even the big dude's holding Savika. It's just like...
That's a huge... Hang on. That's a huge plot hole that she didn't get tried for their crime. She's in prison for 7 or 9 years, whatever the time frame is.
What do you mean didn't get tried for the crime? She's not even known to be the one that did it.
Yeah. But she's in prison for 6 months, not like several years.
The only person alive who could, like...
6 months? What?
No, she's in
I
prison.
think it was 6 months?
7 years, isn't it?
Was it 6?
She's like this whole time.
I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly the number. I'm pretty sure it'll come up.
Well,
later.
I would argue she needs to be in prison the whole time, otherwise she would have gotten to Powder.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the entire point.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it was just like the bad guys are also licking their wounds. Like, fuck, that was a nightmare. Like, it's not just for the good guys. Like, the whole thing was a fucking mess. But
yeah.
Now they're all pretty curious. Silco hides the knife. I think, isn't he like, he's a little bit distant at first. He's just like, what's wrong, little girl?
Where's your sister?
Yeah.
Where's your sister?
Says I don't have a sister, right?
Yeah, she says, she left me. She is not my sister anymore.
That's all after the interesting thing.
Yeah, she fucking tackles him like, she just has to hug somebody now, and she hugs...
Do you need more of an overt example of her abandonment issues? She's literally hugging onto the next person she sees.
Yeah.
The very next person that spoke to her.
Yeah.
And all the bad guys are literally like, what is happening? What is going on here? Because, of course...
And I really...
Bizarre.
Go ahead.
Just it's
Uh,
a
someone-
bizarre scenario because they know that like the plan was to kill this girl. What is happening? She's jumping onto you. Like what? And even Silco, he's
So-
more shocked than ever.
He's shocked, and then
Yeah,
his expression.
and
means
I
he's
love
abandoned.
the expression on him as he's basically piecing this together. He looks up and sees Vander's corpse nearby, and then looks back to Powder, and then like the words that she says, "She's not my sister anymore," really kind of resonates with him
Oh, completely. Yeah.
as he looks back down to her, like, "Oh my god, Vander fucking left me, and now Vi left her. Oh shit, we're kind of similar in that regard." But rather than resorting to saying, "Oh, we're the same, you and I," or anything like that,
No, it's
he
just done with
brings
a
his
look.
arms around her
Just a
very
softening of the
reluctantly
expression.
and then hugs her back and says, "It's okay. We'll show them. We'll show them all."
Oh yeah, he connects to her immediately, and they even do a thing of like he raises his arm. I don't know if anybody thought for a second he was going to do anything other than put it on her. I was just like, oh yeah, but I guess it's a big decision for him personally to be making that he's gonna take
Yeah,
her
it
in.
is a very, very powerful show don't tell thing.
People in chat earlier were they took issue with Powder saying that Vi wasn't her sister that quickly. Kind of interesting.
I don't have any issue with that considering the scenario.
It's a
Yeah.
child who just got abandoned.
It's a very deeply
in an
disturbed child who just went through like the world's most fucked up event.
She's in an
Yeah, and
incredibly
she really does
emotionally
believe
fragile state.
she really does believe that Vi has just left, like she's done and she's gone.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you keep in mind, it may not have been this enormously sort of philosophically beated out position she holds in this moment, but it certainly is going to be if Vi doesn't turn up within the next day, week, year. Obviously, you can still reach Powder, potentially. This is just all we're being shown here is that one possibility as a result of these things has happened. And it's such a shock. Like all of it's such a shock because you're just like, I don't remember stories doing this. I haven't. And you sort of realize because I think I said this to Fringy after having watched it with another friend. I was just like, it's making me lament storytelling. This is one of many cool things that we can do. When I say many, I'm talking trillions upon trillions. Okay, like. Stories have the potential to do all kinds of stuff that can make us talk about this for days on end. We end up instead, look at all the Disney TV shows that have come out. Fucking hell. I'm trying to think, like, WandaVision. The best moment in that whole show was that one thing that Vision said to Wanda in a flashback. It was like, grief is love persevering or something like that. You have to talk about that for about 5 minutes. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Good line. And it follows from what they've been through and Vision's understanding of humanity, I guess. It's like, anything else? Well, a few bits and pieces here and there. Jokes. An idea that looked kind of cool. And that's like the best one. Fucking Falcon the Winter Soldier is a nightmare. Loki just destroys everything. And then, like, dare I even mention Book of Boba Fett, which is not a story at all.
I'm being told to make you play the fade out of the episode because the way it
Oh, well, we're not there
fades
yet.
out is like Silco's eye.
Yeah.
We're getting
it's a good,
there.
good
Going
little bit of
chrono-
imagery, but yeah, we're getting there.
Logical.
Just
I
relaying
was
what
gonna say because that skips over. First of all, look at that menacing Silco face when after he puts his both arms around her. Like it's such a, it's you and me against the fucking world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's the softest we've
says it
ever
as well.
actually seen him before. Like
And-
you're not thinking like, oh, there's some fucking, yeah, the eye, a little bit of foreshadowing there. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's the last shot of Powder, arguably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the way this show fades out, I'll try and I guess we'll just play it until it gets to that point with the shield up. This stream's gonna take a while for me to get uploaded again. We are gonna be hit at least with like 3 different things, but I want to save the visuals. There's so much to show. Unlike a lot of the things we've covered necessarily. Like a lot of the praise we've had comes from the way things are shown to be.
And you remember how we were talking about how the starting tune is like really jarring in its tone and everything like that? This is the complete opposite. I would say that this song that plays, "Goodbye,"
Nailed it.
Perfect.
they nailed it, and they let it and then they let it go right into credits, and then it just doesn't stop or anything like that. And I really got to praise the show for not going for a like a standard mandated ending theme, you know, because then it could have easily just been one that would just ruin the whole. It would ruin the tone here. And I think Full Metal Alchemist had this problem, and I think everybody could remember, like, it was the the infamous scene. I'm having trouble with it, but what happened was it was the Chimera scene. That's what the Chimera scene. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. The Chimera scene happens. It ends on an extremely like sad note and everything like that, and all of a sudden it kicks in the J-pop. Yeah, it's like, oh Jesus Christ! It was
Anime
so
endings
jarring.
be like that sometimes.
Yeah,
Well,
it'll happen.
Oh.
Without
But then here's Arcane not ruining the moment at all.
without spoiling anything, funnily enough, Theo and Fringy both haven't experienced a particular episode of Buffy the way that it's supposed to be or was intended to be, because I cut the intro out. It is so horrible. It might be the worst example. It's worse than Arcane as far as I'm concerned. It is so fucking rude to play that intro after what's happened.
I can only imagine how unbelievable that shit would be.
I think rude is the right word.
Well, yeah, and
offensive, I would probably say.
Having the knowledge that even the creator didn't want it there, but legally you got to, so he tried to like work it in. And I'm just like, can you please like change the goddamn track, if anything? Because that show gets really dark as it progresses, but it keeps its goofy fucking intro throughout the whole thing.
Yeah. Apparently people like it. I don't know why.
They're lying. So anyway. Now, let me propose something radical here. We're almost at 7 hours. We've got super chats to deal with, and we're only at episode 3, which I think...
part 1.
It was true!
I think it dovetails nicely to have the first 3 episodes packaged. And some people saying, like, so there's gonna be 3 episodes. It's like, I think we may be able to get through all 6 in a second part. Maybe. I don't know.
I would say so. I would say so. It was just, there was so much build up to this point, and it just blew up, you know?
I mean, I've
really
thoroughly...
hard to end up this way.
That 7 hours went quick for me. I thoroughly enjoyed talking about this show, because I really do like it.
Yes,
absolutely.
I have like 3 words for this, just quickly. League of Legends. This is the League of Legends animated series. I need to like keep reminding myself and others of that because I find it so fucking funny.
You know what? I feel like there may be at least 1 or 2 people in chat who be like, wait, so you're not going to talk about the rest? Like, I might just watch the show now. We've given you in-depth, hardcore coverage of the... I guess it's not a spoiler to say, that's the end of this era. The show skips forward now by... the 7 years? Did everyone...
Like 6 or 7 years, yeah.
Something like that.
You move 7 years forward, which... it's like the reverse TLJ. TLJ skips, or rather the sequel trilogy, they skipped over all of the events we needed to see to understand the future ones. This show basically gives you all of the things you needed to see so that they can skip 7 years, and you can draw on, like, you know what would have filled those gaps for the most part. That's how it works. So...
Can I bring something up quickly? Because I remember there was something I wanted to mention at the end of the episode. Well, I guess I should ask first. Is it okay to talk about Warwick?
I think now, yeah, because we're in you got the ending for... That's the end of Vander's story as we know him. Speculation involves the assumption. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a thing I need to go and find. It was just after Vander and Silco's conversation. I noticed this the most recent time I watched through the show, and like I'm fairly confident in this one now. Just after Vander and Silco's conversation, when Silco's walking away and Vander's being dragged towards the chair, there is a specific musical cue Have you played against Warwick since he got reworked, Mauler? Or...
Well, even if I have, I'm
I
not going to
haven't.
have absorbed that
Yeah.
probably.
Okay.
Gonna
You
rework
know how his
Warwick?
blood hunt mechanic works, though, right? The thing where he like senses when you're low on HP and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I kinda remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm
Well,
sorry. This
you're
is
going to
just
have to
hard to get
explain it for other
across.
people anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Warwick's a big werewolf man. He has a mechanic where he can sense characters that are low on health, and he will like gain move speed towards them and stuff. But that's unimportant. The important part is that while a character is low health and Warwick is sensing them, they get this foreboding music playing in their game for as long as that persists. That music matches up almost beat for beat with the music of playing when Vander's being dragged off towards the chair.
Oh.
Well,
That's a
Yeah.
pull.
Well,
Is there speculation that Vander is Warwick?
It's,
it's
I would argue it's all but
pretty much-
confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's in-game dialogue that Warwick has that you'd only assume Vander would have. It's non-specific enough to leave it up in the air. But one thing I didn't mention in his intro scene, which I think Theo was the one that actually let me know because I didn't even realize when I first watched it, but when he sits down and everyone makes it clear that they would defend him in a fight, the girl he's talking to says, "Oh, so you're Vander, the Hound of the Underground."
Mm.
Hound.
I don't.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Hound.
Did anybody play League of Legends back in the day and read the League of Legends lore before the lore rework?
I
Theo
did.
What was your impression of it?
I thought it was a really interesting setup, but I sympathize with the writers and why they changed it, if you know what I mean. I was sad to see the old lore setup go because it was pretty unique and I'd never seen anything really like it. And I liked that it grounded the game within the lore.
Yeah, I read some of it. I thought it was pretty bad, and
I
like
mean, a lot of the character stories were. Oof.
yeah, if you wanna try not to cringe compilation, go read Shaco's initial lore, and if you don't cringe, you're lying. But like I'm just imagining going back in time, and like I'm sitting there like reading the League Wikipedia, like reading the lore, and then like myself from the future shows up, and it's like, hey, by the way, one of the best TV shows you'll ever see is based on these characters. I would have bet against it 1,000,000 to 1, literally 1,000,000 to 1. It's like, no,
Yeah,
no,
like,
you're being ridiculous. That's silly. There's no way.
their character
like,
writing
well-
was nowhere near as developed back then, but it's like it was the basic premise of the setting that I liked because I thought that was fairly interesting. In terms of characters, they've got much better.
Someone in chat said it has been confirmed. I don't want to speak on that anymore because I have no idea. Theo, is it just true or is it still?
It has not been explicitly confirmed. That is not true. It is all but confirmed, but it has not been confirmed. That music I was talking about, by the way, Warwick's Blood Hunt music, played in the tiny mini teaser they put out for season 2. So I think he's coming.
There's another clue in the show that he might be coming. I would argue.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it makes the most sense to do some more super. And well, the only thing I'll say is that will a lot of you be free next week to do part 2 of it?
I will make it happen.
Unfortunately.
Oh wait, Metal isn't. Yeah.
I won't
Also
be. I'm doing
Well,
IRL
fortunately,
birthday stuff. Oh shit.
fortunately,
Wait, what's fortunate?
if Metal has done the whole Forge episode talking about the whole show.
It's
We
true.
want to know what he thinks about the rest of it.
True. But yeah, well, because we'll probably that'll be the plan now.
Yeah, don't wait on me. It's all good.
I will do my best.
Okay. Well, because this thing, if everyone can't make it, I'll move it to a different time, I suppose. But what about you, Theo and Duma?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't have a life, so whatever.
Oh, okay.
I cannot presently think of a reason I wouldn't be able to make it. I'll let you know, but it's probably
Alright.
a yes.
And I will say, we took this long, and Rags wasn't actually here. So imagine, like next time when he is here, I'll just be like, well, I think it's almost like trading Metal for Rags, I suppose.
Maybe I'll be here for round 3.
I wouldn't. If we completed episode 6 at 7 hours, I would be like, yeah, okay, we'll split it to 3.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to
It's
see.
a nice split as well at the end of 6. So they did that on purpose, I think.
Act 1, 2, 3.
So,
Yes.
someone in chat said it's not that bad. Do you want me to read Shaco's initial lore, just the first sentence?
Oh boy.
First sentence.
Oh,
Let's
go
go.
for it. I wanna hear it.
All right. They say that death isn't funny. It isn't, unless you're Shaco. He is Valorant's first fully functional homicidal comic. He jests until someone dies, and then he laughs.
Oh man,
It's great.
Wow.
what a character!
He jests until someone dies and then he laughs.
He jests until someone dies, and then he laughs. I could keep reading, but it doesn't get better.
Wow.
Whatever you do, don't tell him you missed the punchline.
Oh god.
Oh,
Ew.
that's awful.
Oh boy.
Terrible.
Yeah. And
but yeah,
it's this now. It's this show. What the fuck? How?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I just yeah. So obviously this is going to be where we move into super chat. So if any of you need to do life things or run off to the caves of yesteryear or whatever, you're welcome to right now if you need.
Tell you what, let me get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll be
chill
AFK
a
for like
bit.
5, but I'll be back.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Mel?
Oh, I'm just chilling. I'm
All
just
right.
chilling.
Here we go. I'm not even gonna play a game this time because very chill right now.
Wow.
Feels weird, man. I wouldn't have called that 7 hours have passed, but I guess they did.
Same here, actually.
I'm clearly engaged in this show quite a bit. Good. Means my
Oh, yeah.
brain is running, it's doing a little sprint.
Where's it
So
going?
pleased at how much there is to talk about.
Yeah. To the point where I don't even remember what hours Drinker came in on. It was somewhere in there, and he like, but anyway, the first one says Molly, you're gay. Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, sweet.
Next one is, are we absolutely sure that Aussies can cook bacon?
Yes.
I feel like Fringy's gonna be the authority on this one, so if you want to counter him, you're gonna have to come up with some evidence.
Wow, appeal to authority. What a cuck.
Fringy's a good authority. He's a plague doctor, and he's Australian.
Right.
Like
Okay,
two whole
fine.
things.
Right.
I've been looking forward to this. I've seen a lot of people talking about how much they've wanted us to cover this for a long time. Hopefully it was everything you wanted us to be. Obviously it's only the first 3 episodes, but hey, it works as a package. Disney was brave to make the Book of Boobenfeet. Alright.
I don't know that they were brave.
I don't...
Feel like it's the antithesis of Brave.
Well, isn't it funny that we would have considered it a really safe choice to make that show, and it ended up being, like, absolute garbage?
Yeah.
Because we assumed, like, yeah, you'll just kill people.
Yeah. It's worse than Mando as far as I'm concerned.
I think
Which
that's
is funny, because at the beginning I thought it was better.
I think that's fair. I just like my view of Boba is so fucked. I was telling Fringy about this. There's a reference from that season that I want to use for something else, and so I wrote like a note down. I described the quote to myself from Mando season. I think I wrote Mando season, and then I was like, no, it's.
Oh yeah. I remember I wrote a tweet where I wrote don't tell Mauler I wasn't working on Mando episode 6, and then I caught myself while I was writing.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, no, it's Boba.
And it's insane because I was like, well, it's a Mando quote I want, but in his episode, yes, Boba's episodes, because like I was thinking in retrospect, like, will I be confused by that? It's a Mando, and I'm like, no, I think I'll understand. It's so fucking strange that they did this.
Yeah.
It's never gonna be not impressive to me how insane the degradation of Star Wars has been. Like, I've never seen a series manage, or like a franchise, I guess, manage to like kill itself so hard so many times. It's very pleasing to watch.
Lord Longbong of Mublington Abbey, have you given any more thought to a Kong Fap of Peter Jackson's Long Kong? It'd be hilarious. Historic movie fap. And it'll show where movies made with so much love can go good and bad. Oh, that sounds like a new thing they've added. There you go.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be lots for us to talk about Kong Fap.
But I'm also 31 now, so I could have just forgotten the other part.
Mm-hmm. Gilva Sunna deleted his channel yesterday. He used to upload video game music primarily from Nintendo to YouTube, but got a whole bunch of copyright blocks, seemingly from Nintendo. We will miss you, Gilva Sunna. You are outstanding since 2010. I'll never forget you. I hear there's a wave coming in against anime YouTubers as well. I'm not sure how
about that one?
True that is or not, but I know that Nintendo was it like 2010 Nintendo did a whole thing.
I think it was about 2013, 2014, because I remember that pretty well.
That whole
the new system that they implemented personally for like how they were going to handle copyrights. It was just like Nintendo, and I think it was a year later or something when Nintendo basically had a thing where you had to sign up to their like YouTube network.
It's like a partner program or something.
Yeah, so you basically had your own MCN, and then you had this system. So you basically, it's half and then another half, and then
to do Nintendo, to play Nintendo.
Oh,
games.
and I think you had to exclusively be a Nintendo channel too. I could be wrong on that, but I think in order to get in, you had to specifically cover Nintendo.
I don't think that lasted very long though.
No, well, I mean, it lasted a few years until Nintendo finally decided to, well, this isn't working.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned, by the way, that Riot put out tweets that confirmed it, but they ended up deleting them. Theo, I don't know if you know anything about that.
I got pinged in the Discord by someone saying that apparently when a writer was talking about the rework for Warwick and how Arcane influenced the voice lines they made for the character. So
I suppose that's
I'm
still
putting it in the territory of all but confirmed because nobody has explicitly
I would say that's all but confirmed, yeah. That's what all but confirmed is used for. Basically, it's confirmed. But not really.
There is no reason to assume anything else, and there's shitloads of reason to assume that he is. So, whatever.
But yeah, the Nintendo stuff is like this weird thing again, where they just strike everything down without mercy, but also don't provide a way to just listen to it on a streaming service from themselves. Like instead of just monetizing the YouTube videos that upload those songs, they just decide to nuke it all and send out like over 3,000 copyright blocks. It's just yeah. Because to this day, you can't listen to any of their OSTs anywhere. You just can't buy them.
I can't remember if I have any Nintendo tracks in my videos, but Rags, what's your Twitter? He got banned and never went back. Twitter, as far as I know. Don't think he will go back.
That's right.
I finally catch you live, and I can't listen until I'm off work. Yes. Mola, will you move your streams to an alt platform like Odyssey? I know if you're over like 500k subs, they just copy a YouTube library. I think we talked about this. If I were banned on YouTube, there's a lot of things to consider about what my next move would be. But I would still want an archive, absolutely, and it might be Odyssey. I would just try and find out what the most viable one is.
Yeah, there's like no way in hell you wouldn't be able to do your format without it being archived.
Yes. Oh, hi, you go Zanas. That means, Ragson, good boy gets scritches. So, Rags isn't going to be saying hi to a lot of these. I think you're just going to have to... Have to just rotate everyone saying hi, you know?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Good. Did dude just say belch as he burped? Yeah, man, you must be new.
That's his thing. Welcome to EFAP.
Yeah, Rags possibly have done that over 1,000 times. I don't even know if that's a conservative estimate or not. I don't know. All das Beste zum Geburtstag, Moodle.
Oh, Dankeschön.
Wings quote of the day. I'm a 450-pound man that can barely walk. My life can't get much worse. Oh.
Jesus.
I just like that's the way how you decide to identify yourselves. That's what I am. I'm not gonna change it though.
Quote like, ready for a funny quote? My life sucks. Ha ha ha. Oh man.
Damn, dude. Bonus quote. I was in perfect health at almost 500 pounds. What?
Yeah, sure you were. I'm sure you were. Jesus
Perfect health
Christ.
of 500 is what is like the human cap? Is it like 800 or something ridiculous like that?
I don't know.
The
There have been
cap.
some
Oh boy, I don't
ridiculously
know.
heavy people on the world.
The cap of
I have no
when you're
idea.
so fat you've lifted yourself off the ground where your feet can't even get there anymore. That sort of thing. It's kind of like the I was gonna say like the Wally people, but they're
See,
like
that imagery is just really funny in my head right now.
the Wally people are like 350, 400. I think. I don't know. Happy Green History Month, Fringy. Can you say time to drop an M-bomb? If you want the goo, give me the host job, double the money. Rags, where's my goo? Do you want to do all that? Or
Wait, what am I meant to be doing?
well, I'll
You
post
have
it. They
to
wanted
say a
to say
line.
this.
Clearly, you're being memed.
Okay. So I need to read this line out, basically.
That's what
It
they
sounds
want.
to me like he wants a voice line for a meme, so you best put your heart into it, boy.
Okay. Time to drop an N-bomb if you want the goo. Give me the host job, double the money. Rags, where's my goo?
I guess in this story,
Wow.
Rags has stolen Fringy's goo.
Bastard.
That's why we call it fan fiction. In order to celebrate your birthday, Metal, I'm giving Mauler money. Aw.
Oh, cool, a classic. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Today's animal of the day is the Magnapina squid. Look.
Magna penis.
It's the bogfin squid is what it's being corrected to.
Magna Pina.
That's terrifying and shouldn't exist.
It looks like a fucking spaceship. What the fuck?
Like most things out of the sea, then.
Yeah, it looks like one of those creatures where you just like that's inspiring some horror thing in a movie, isn't it?
There's like
Oh,
the
you
shit
just know
people
it's
put
like
in
some
their
kind of
ARGs.
facehugger.
Like Lovecraft
That's
saw
dark.
you and got really upset, and that's the extent of your existence.
Mm-hmm.
It's like stuff you see is like that doesn't exist on Earth. That's bullshit.
You're
I don't believe you.
Kick JJ the jet plane. Done.
He picked himself.
Nice. Good job. Proud of you.
Love all characters in this show. Favorite moments are Echovis. Should I like read these out, or does it count as something we're trying to avoid? I don't know.
They're allowed to
Just
say it. Maybe
going
we
through
just couldn't
spoilers, I'd say,
confirm.
yeah, assume that people have seen the show if they're watching. I don't know.
Maybe I can do it vague enough that anyone who's seen the show understands. But favorite moments are that fight on the bridge, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The conversation Jace and Victor have that parallels their first interaction. That's good enough. You probably get that. That part they like that.
Yeah.
And what is said after basically
stroke. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's hard to, the
I
finale.
know.
Basically the finale. Call it that. But yeah, those are all
Cannot wait.
great moments, and we're going to talk about all of them.
I'm excited to gush about the finale.
I know, as you can see,
Me too. Oh,
it took
wait.
us like 7 hours to gush about just the first 3 episodes. It's just not.
When
Yeah,
you're having to
I
pause
joked
every
that it would
couple
go
of
that way.
seconds,
You did joke it would go that way. It did go that way.
It
Yeah,
did
when
go
you-
that way.
when you're having to pause every couple of seconds to account for character expressions, yeah, it tends to inflate.
There's so many.
And there's so many
It's
more.
like-
Funnily enough, when I
Yeah.
was first clicked on to like collecting expressions, obviously that ending of episode 3 was the main one, but most of them come from later episodes, not these ones.
Hmm.
Can you
It was
imagine
that
like next
one, and
week
then
when my friends
someone
come
snapped
over for my birthday stuff, and it's like, yeah, you just do birthday. I just go to my bedroom and do EFAP.
Weird.
Just go out sometimes, get some more drinks. Like, you guys all right? Yeah, cool. All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Just a thumbs up and disappear back in. Yep, cool.
Who is your favorite character, and why is it not the Apex Chadette Ambassador Madada? Obviously, she's the only right choice. Uwu. Well, we can
Woo me, you piece of shit.
we
Well,
can
we'll-
each
we'll
say
get
what our
into that
favorite
in more
characters are,
detail.
right? Or no? Like just the name.
Oh, should we save that till
Okay.
the end?
That is a great point to
I'd
make, 'cause I think
say-
people would be interested to know. I think Dumas has already implied who his favorite was at one point, but that's fine.
Yeah, we don't all have to, give in like that. We can wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to.
I think wait it out.
That can be a payoff for you in chat to find out who it is that we love the most out of all
You
of
wanna
the
start
Yeah, and maybe
characters.
we can even kind of wrap it up with some of our biggest criticisms of the show. Because everybody else, because
There
we've
are
been
none.
praising
It's
it up
perfect.
until now. Why not?
Yeah, we've done critical
just
stuff.
be fair.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but our personal biggest gripes. We go
Schlorm.
around.
Schlorm.
Schlorm. Schlimbus.
But yes, you'll find out on either part 2 or 3, if there's both of those. Muller is just the "Where's my mummy" kid from Doctor Who, all grown up. Changed my mind. And I can see why you'd think that. It makes sense. Sips from the mug very obnoxious. Silco was amazing. It was so nice to see a villain that... yeah...
every single one.
Also,
Super chats have not been that hard before.
the artwork, music, voice acting were all top-notch. Hi to any and all guests. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hello.
Does that
Hi.
include Rags?
Also, love the mini backstory for different characters. The OST, not the songs, are also pretty damn good too. I really like the OST. I'm also a fan of a lot of the song choices. Like I said, I either I like them or tolerate them.
There was one that I felt like I probably wouldn't have liked too much on its own until it was like, played during the scene itself. That just really made it happen. But we haven't gotten that far, so we'll get there later.
Is it episode 7?
Nope.
Vi gave Powder the old Fat Geralt special in episode 3.
Wow.
Wasn't quite that level of epic, but
I recently had a dream where some retcon turned Darth Vader into the biggest asshole in the galaxy in relation to him telling Luke he was his dad, and you guys were tearing it apart. It was weird. Turned him into an asshole in relation to him telling Luke he was his dad. He was kind of an ass in that scene. He chopped his hand off. But I'm not sure. Maybe they're talking about the Obi-Wan show. Who knows what we're gonna get out of that? Does that excite you, Theo? You gonna watch that one? Obi-Wan and Darth Vader are gonna be in it. Your favorites.
No more Star Wars. Kill it.
You've seen kill it.
Done
Oh
with
my
this
god.
shit.
Why are you so violent?
Because good Star Wars content consists of 2 films and a game. And then the rest is shit.
That's probably a hot take to someone in chat. You guys go ahead. Anyway, it's better. It's better than it has any right to be, is what somebody said that made me want to watch it. It's what everyone's saying, I think, because we base a lot of our expectations on production, creation, and connections for IPs, and I think everybody associates League with cringe. They just tend to, in the same way that Fortnite has it now, and in the same way that the Rick and Morty fanbase had it, and still kind of has it. If they said, a Rick and Morty movie's coming out, and everyone's like, okay, but then everyone starts saying, you need to see it. You'd be like, really? And it's like, you need to see it. It's that good. You'd be like, why? Okay. And yeah, I will say I was a victim of that too. I put off watching Arcane for a while. Not like super deliberately, but I was just like, I'll get around to it. I still remember, I was fucking shocked, Theo, that you were like, can you watch it so I can see what you think, please? I was like, what the fuck? Theo hates everything usually. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's League of Legends content. Well,
I had to think how weird it would be a Fortnite TV show. And it's like amazing.
And that's the thing, we could end up in that reality. What if Fortisha like commissioned to make a Fortnite TV show and they end up making it this good?
People forget about the Lego movie, right? The Lego movie, it's like, really?
Oh yeah,
and then you watch it, it's an actual story. Someone had an idea for a story they wanted to tell.
Absolutely.
And it's really strong in terms of its connection to the brand, right? Like the point that it's going for.
It's a thing, because I defend League of Legends a lot, both on the gameplay side and on other sides. Mostly because I think, regardless of what you think of the game, the stuff they put out around it, like the cinematics and some of the lore, is like they haven't really missed yet, rather substantially, other than I guess a few cases in terms of character laws. But even I was still expecting this to be garbage because it's a full-on TV show, not an animated short. That's a lot more of a burden to put on a studio, and that's a lot more writing that has to be done. And when you're not making a book, when you're animating something, that's so many more things that are having to work together.
Yeah.
Then they still pulled it out. Riot does not miss much when it comes to things around League of Legends.
Proxy Doug says Fortnite has some cool inventive events. It's not 100% cringe. Yeah, I mean Fortnite is it's a work of pure brilliance, to be honest with you. Still cringe.
Because that's the thing, cringe it's an element that can be put into anything.
It can still be cringe and be good.
Such an
Spider-Man
insane
swinging is
marketing
fun in
machine.
Fortnite. It legitimately is.
Madness.
My favorite part about the show is the other worlds seeping in, and this person and this person are my favorites. That is a fair choice, person who said that. As for worlds
Very
seeping
nice.
in, maybe we will talk about that as we talk about the only criticism I don't understand that I've seen so far is people saying the music is bad, but I thought whether you liked it or not, it fit the story really well. Really going to be up to the individuals, right? Like, I don't know. We will try
It's
and
always
hash
weird
that
with
out.
music.
I'll try and highlight all of the significant songs and then ask what people think of them. It doesn't bother me if you think that they don't fit, because I don't know. We'll try and take the conversation as far as we can, but it's, it can only go so far. Thoughts on analog horror? Do you have a favorite ARG? I think someone asked this before.
That's a super topical question for me because I got super into that because I started watching Nexpo and the other people. And I watched one today, which was the Gemini home entertainment thingy. He did like a 2.5-hour video about that, and that's like super interesting stuff. So for people who don't know, ARGs are wait, what is it? Alternate reality games. That's how you.
That was just my favorite sentence.
It's basically.
Those who don't know, it's wait, what is it?
Yeah, just realized. I was so sure to just nail it immediately, and I was like, wait, shit, what was it? There's a lot of horror stuff in there, and it's pretty cool because they just do it, for example, with found footage stuff, or in the case of this Gemini thing, they do it with found VHSs. So it's like survival guides, but they have like really weird stuff on it, and it's like aliens, and they take over the world with fake humans, and yeah, there's some fun stuff out there. I don't know if I have a favorite one yet, because the ones I've been seeing are still ongoing. But there's one from people probably know that guy, Nathan Barnett. Does that ring a bell to someone?
No.
He has one that's just called Dad, and that's like with like virtual reality and cyborgs and stuff. It's quite interesting. There's a lot of work put in. There's like really good ones out there. But yeah, it's fun stuff. I just recently got into it, and I didn't even know that's a thing that existed. That's just out there online.
I don't know really anything about it. It sounds like an interesting genre.
I think you would dig it because it's not like jump scare stuff. Like it's just eerie and the tone, the mood that's going on. And it's just
I love flare flashes.
fear flashes. And yeah, it's mostly mystery as well. So people just put clues together and see what was actually going on and theorizing. It's like a whole community. It's pretty neat. I didn't know it existed up until a little while ago. It's pretty cool. Go check out Nexpo, for example. He does like some really good videos on those where he goes through the different things. He also does like Reddit mysteries and unsolved mysteries that are out there. Some good stuff there.
Sweet. As someone who doesn't know anything about League, I couldn't tell who were and weren't actual playable characters. So, that's actually something that Jay brought up when I was first watching the show with him. He was like, after the episode 3 was done, said, I'm guessing Clagger and Milo aren't in the game. I was like,
Oh man.
Fair.
You know what?
but
Maybe they're not.
it highlights something I've seen people criticize the show for, and that is, I know all the game characters are invincible and the ones that aren't. So, what do you guys think of that criticism?
Doesn't really mean anything if you haven't like played the game, so I don't see how that's a flaw.
That's
Well,
one
it's like,
counter.
are you just not allowed to tell a story with these characters now, since they're video game characters, and therefore they can't be killed? It's like you just can't tell their story now.
I don't
Doesn't
know
mean
that
they
there's
can't
any
suffer.
reason.
I don't know if that's even true.
They
Like,
So-
the
Yeah,
story is still
exactly.
ongoing. They can still be killed.
So my counter is just, they suggest an experience is had because of information we have, and I respond, I have that information, I didn't have that experience.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what
What
to.
happens
I
now?
can't help you with that. I actually worried for several different people's lives when watching
Same here.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There's a specific point in the last episode.
yeah,
Yep. It's
It's like,
yes, I was going to ask.
I was impressed that the show. Sorry to cut you off. I was just impressed that the show won my trust to the extent that I
Yeah.
actually wondered if they would.
Yes.
exactly.
yeah. Like, do we ever
I-
worry that Boba Fett will be shot? It's like, no.
No.
Yeah, so I kind of expect a main character to die next season. Like we don't need to be specific, right? But would it surprise you at all if one of the main characters died?
Absolutely not.
Not at this point.
I've said this around the Discord a bunch, but my expectation in terms of champion killing is that they will not commit to killing a champion until that champion has reached their state in the game, if that makes sense.
I think you're right. They're not gonna. So,
Yeah.
How do I say this without? I guess we'll just take someone who hasn't been used. So it's like, Fiddlesticks. If he was to turn up in this, I'd be like, we gotta see Fiddlesticks ulti before they can kill him, or that he's not gonna be in the game. We have to see that. Like, until they do that, he's safe.
Yeah.
It's too iconic.
Oh God,
to the people who played
Fiddlesticks
the
ulti
game.
would look so good. It would
I don't
look
even.
so good.
Could you fucking imagine how they would animate that? I don't even know. It would look incredible, probably. Because I very much trust these people at this point. But yeah, the other element, I suppose, like, so we just talked all about Warwick, right? But ignoring that, I would argue Vander's story has reached a level of completion here. We can track him. He did everything he could to prevent the same fate of other people that had that as a result of his goals, fueled by like revenge and violence and stuff. And so like, point being, like, I believe he is dead here, but then if he was to be experimented on in some way and maybe comes back as Warwick, that doesn't like ruin it for me or anything necessarily. It's gonna be how they handle it, but the same goes for whether or not I believe they will kill anybody at any point. I don't know for sure. But it's worth keeping in mind, like, there are some characters in the show by the time you reach the end that I feel have reached a lot of their payoffs, and that, I don't know if Theo's kind of making this point or not, but just the more boxes those are ticked, the more it feels like their plot armor is disintegrating. Then you're like, you could die very soon.
That's what I'm getting at. That once certain conditions have been fulfilled for these characters and they've reached approximately the right state that they're at in the game. Because a weird thing about League of Legends characters is they don't all exist at the same time anymore either. So characters are just depicted at like their prime essentially. So I expect characters, they will reach that point, but after that I sincerely hope that they will be fair game, and I actually have faith that they probably will be once Caitlyn's sheriff and all that, or whatnot.
But honestly, if someone said to me when watching up to this point, they were like, I knew Vi wouldn't die, she's in the game, I'd be like, honestly, man, I feel like it's more likely you should just criticize her that she's one of the main characters and that's why she's probably not going to die. I feel like it's in the same vein of complaint where you're just like, okay, but what
are you
is
supposed to
now?
do
What? Like, I figured
I
Frodo
totally could have
wouldn't
conceived
die.
of Vi dying.
No,
I don't-
but that's my point though. Is that they're saying it as though it's a criticism, but really it's nothing at all. It's just like, all right.
It
Oh, this is something.
almost feels like bad faith engagement
right
with the
there.
media to me. I don't know if I want to level that accusation completely, but it feels like you're not even like trying to meet it halfway in any sense.
This is something I meant to say when we were talking about the actual episode 3, but I forgot. But there was an effective episode 3 for me that was kind of like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, where it's like, okay, they'll just do whatever the fuck. Like, the general my general expectations of like plot armor and tropes and whatever just kind of went out the window. And basically for the entire rest of the show, I was totally entertaining the idea that things you ordinarily wouldn't imagine as being possible are actually possible in this show. Like, it really wouldn't have surprised me that much if Vi just fucking died, and
Well,
it's like, we don't have to go into detail, but there's something that happens at the end of episode 7 that is really brutal, way beyond the past of what I would have expected, right? Normally, but it makes sense given that this is the show that does stuff like that, right?
If you remember, because I can be nice and vague, but one of the choices Marcus makes, quote unquote, one of the choices he makes, I thought it was for real when I first saw it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I was like, and I think it's just because of the fact that this episode puts me in a position of they might, you don't know. But like being immersed into it and then analyzing it in post is very different. I would be like, well, yeah, when you've got so many other things narratively to do. Because like I've always hated the argument as well that people make where they're like, Milo and Clagger were clearly for the fucking Reaper when you don't have much time with them compared to the other two. I'm just saying, like, fuck off. We have plenty of characters that don't get as much time. Both of them were characterized. Both of them were cared about.
We didn't know how much time we had with them until they were fucking dead.
I think that's fair, yeah. But I
didn't
will
know.
I will give them
They
some
were gonna give me a
slack
time jump.
in that neither of them got like a POV scene, dare I say? I don't think. And I honestly, I'm not trying to be like, you need to do this to make the show better. But maybe it would have been neat to have had a scene where Milo and Clagger talk to each other about something, just those two, and they share some of their feelings about stuff, and maybe Vander actually gives them a bit of a, a talk to get, and so it can convince you a bit better.
Dude. Vander trying to convince like Milo to be a little bit less rude would be ooh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot we can do with it, and I think it would alleviate those issues. Did I say ameliorate?
Yeah. As long as you lift your pinky while you say it.
And so, yeah, but the thing is, for me, I was already enjoying their characterization enough to believe that you didn't have to kill them. You could have done lots with them narratively. You know?
Oh yeah.
The idea that it's like, oh come on, they were kind of just hollow characters. Of course they're dead. It's like, okay.
Hey,
So,
I liked
You
Milo.
can say a lot
I
about
like
those characters.
Clagger. Clagger's like a really good guy from the very few things we know about him. He's just
And he's voiced by Sonic the Hedgehog.
He's like this strongman boy who's just there. He's obviously there as circumstances that are out of his control, but he's just trying to do the best he can for everybody. Milo is much more of your standard sort of. He seems almost like a trickster or a guy who's just like, he's happy to help, but he's also more so in it for himself than anybody else. Still a good person. Yeah. And yeah, just having the tension of him desperately trying to get Vander out of there with his literal like main skill they need him for. I felt for that guy. I was like, you can do it, buddy. Get him out.
And as much as it's fair to rag on him for his treatment of Powder, there is also the very real fact that he's a child who probably doesn't understand the effect his words are having.
Absolutely not. And he's got reason to be complaining about her.
Yeah, she does jinx every job.
And maybe she shouldn't be fucking coming on the jobs yet. Maybe she's not old enough to be going on these jobs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because his opinion isn't that even that she's not old enough, it's just that she's just not good enough. Because they were good enough by her age, according to him. I know super chats. I grew up surrounded by super chats. They've super chatted that twice.
I think I saw it even more than twice, so I think there's gonna be a couple of those.
I'm kind of curious. On my first watch, I was pretty skeptical on episode 1, and by episode 3, I was like hooked, and I really enjoyed it. my expectation was that on my second watch through, I would be less enchanted with it. That's usually what happens. Like the first time through, it's great. Second time through, you start to notice more problems. But actually, the exact opposite thing happened, where all the things that I thought were problems, I found like the reasons that they weren't problems the second time through. And it wasn't until my third or fourth or fifth watch that I actually started to notice legitimate problems with the show. Did you guys feel the same way? Where, like, because I never had that experience when I'm like trying to seriously critique a piece of media, basically.
No,
My-
kind of got better for me.
For me, it both happen. So, but typically speaking, it's like say for example, if I rewatched Boba Fett, I would find more problems. I know I would. If I rewatched whatever Mike Flanagan makes, the Fall of the House of Usher, I guarantee you, if I rewatch whatever he puts out, I'm probably gonna find more things I like rather than dislike, because he's a details person. This show, I was pretty convinced before I started to rewatch it that I was probably going to find stuff that helped line things up because of how deliberate a lot of the storytelling choices are, that I probably didn't get everything that was put down. I think I've highlighted a few of those things as we've been going through, that there's stuff I missed that I was just like, how the fuck did I miss that? Hell.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is legitimately like it could be communicated better. Like, God, we haven't gotten to it yet. It is so hard to talk about this with the restriction of only going up to this point. This is excruciating.
Trust me, it'll
guys.
help
Come back
future
next week.
conversations, because we wouldn't...
This is
when
what
you...
it was like in the week between Act 1 and Act 2 coming out. I was
Oh
there.
god, yeah. That's pain. Because I just watched it all in one go, almost one go. I told Fringy, it was funny, Fringy was like, if we watch it all, I will be able to do less work on the Boba video. And I was like...
Yeah, I actually stopped after 3 was finished, and I had to come back the next day because I was like, oh my god, I gotta compartmentalize all this shit.
Kept nudging Fringy. I was like, oh, let's see what happens next.
You were nudging me as well. It's like, why did you watch? It's like, I need to do stuff. I'm sorry. I want to watch too.
It's because I was convinced you fucking hated it, because you...
I mean,
here's maybe a somewhat specific question, but it's not a spoiler. Do you think a character is going, like a major character is going to die in the first scene of the next season?
I suppose you could say that's spoiler free by saying I would be surprised if that was not the case. We can talk about that. Jay referenced it, but I remember I've talked about it with Jay and someone else. There's a scene I almost want. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but there's a particular thing I think they could do that would be really fucking cool, and we'll talk about that in 2 weeks from now, maybe.
Fuck.
Hey,
damn it.
I'm glad we got everything out about episode 3 at least. That's something.
World's
That's
gonna
true.
implode.
That's good.
2 or 3 FAPs in a row with positive stuff. Like, what the fuck? What's happening?
This one
sold out.
This one is all for Rags. They want the Rags to say something specifically, so I'm just gonna have to keep it. We will get that sorted if he returns within the... Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Are you a sorcerer?
What? I am a sorcerer, but in what way do you mean?
Did
I
you
do
hear
have
anything
magical
just
powers.
now?
No. What's up? I just got home. What's going on?
Hey Rags, pull up
I
the
gotta warm up.
stream and rewind by about 30 seconds.
All right. Let's see here. A second.
Let him enjoy that for a second.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be good.
Now he's muted. Well, now we can talk.
Okay. that was shockingly good timing.
I mean, it was the timing. I don't think it could have been timed any better. Like, it's on the dot. Any second now.
It's nice Rags is back.
Rags is never late nor early. We're gonna have to ask him what he thinks about everything that he's
Dude,
missed.
Chat the whole time has been like, good point, Rags.
Now let him talk about the episodes for 3 more.
They want me to say something specifically? Someone wants me to say something specifically?
We were mainly more so just wowed by the fact that that was a super chat I was reading and you came back literally on it.
Oh my goodness.
Like Mueller said something to the effect of like, if Rags comes back, and then like within less than a second and a half, you came back and you were like, "Hey, what's up?" It was
It's all a
perfect.
cosmic
It was all meant to be.
That's what we call bad writing.
Apparently.
It is bad
Yeah,
writing.
basically.
Insane coincidence that allows for dramatic things to occur.
Anyway,
It
Rags,
is
how much
pretty
did you hate
funny.
episode 3?
I really liked episode 3 a whole lot. That was
Well-
really what I guess you're on episode 3.
Well, so yeah, to catch you up,
Um,
Ranks, we've gone through episodes 1, 2, and 3 in excruciating detail, and we've decided that since we were at 7 hours, that we'll do super chats, which will likely lead up to fucking 10 hours, and we're gonna have to do part 2 at some point. We only did 3
Well-
episodes. We tried. I'm sorry.
Didn't get the Squid Game treatment, I see, but I'm
Apparently,
not
we have more to
surprised.
say than with Squid
This was a better
Oh.
show. What can I say?
Yeah, the show's
I mean,
jam packed
because
with stuff.
The show doesn't have one plot line that's kind of arse, so
That makes me cry.
I am not surprised at all.
Uh,
This show does not waste time. It is dense. This is a dense show.
Well, and on that
Mm-mm.
note, I suppose I know this is a weird question to ask because, like, what are you even gonna say? But I mean,
Blue.
is there things you wouldn't mind saying about your experience with the show for the first 3 episodes? Obviously, because it's just that it's all done now.
Oh, so yeah, so for the first 2 episodes, well, I gotta get my thoughts in order here. For the first 2 episodes, I was on board and I really liked a lot of the stuff. Mostly setups for the first 2 episodes. You're learning about the characters, the world, you're establishing who's who and what might be happening. Though the way they do that is engaging, I felt. Everyone was in different places. You go to different places. You see different things, and that's expanded on as the show goes forward. You never get set fatigue. There's a lot of variety, not only in the characters and what their characters are, but in where they are and what they're doing. So by the time episode 3 rolled around, I was on board. I was along for the ride, and I was legitimately liking it, and I wanted to see more. But I feel like we were still doing those setups. And then when episode 3 rolled around, I really see why they were taking all that time to establish all the things that they were establishing. And I was really glad that they were willing to sort of go the route that they're willing to do, as if they're saying everything's on the table now, and pretty much anything can happen. We're willing to do this, we're willing to do that, and if it happens, it happens. You don't have to feel like, oh, that's a such and such, it's a kid, so they're going to be a-okay, or oh, that's the dramatic thing, so they're going to be okay. You really got the feeling that the gloves were off in a sense, and this was not a kids show. That this was some good stuff, and that they would commit. Got really Game of Thronesy, I suppose might be a word for it.
certainly in the early days, Game of Thrones' plot armor was staggering as it was.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. By the way, the super chat actually, I'll just post it. They wanted you to say that.
Jay, do that again. I wish nobody knew about the goo except for me and Metal and you.
Oh, that sounds like it's gonna be about No Way Home or something. Like the spell of forgetting the goo. I don't know.
Oh, if it's a No Way Home, then I should rephrase it. I should say it differently. I like I am Peter Parker, and I am discussing this with Jay, who is a magical sorcerer. Uh, he is a gay wizard.
Mhm.
I gotta say, Jay, do that again. I wish nobody knew about the goo, except for me and Metal and you.
All right.
Rags, do you know why we're talking about goo? Were you here for the
Because Fringy's here,
his-
and it always comes up, and then he has to get super defensive about it.
Well, it was this time. It was Mauler who was the cope.
Oh, Mahler, what about is your goo
Yeah,
finally
I,
entering into the EFAP lore?
I brought up goo and he got really upset.
He does. He does. He does a lot.
Yeah.
What goo did you bring up?
Well, we were
Um,
debating. We were
Shimmer.
debating whether or not Silco was bleeding his eye because he needed it, or if he was injecting it with shimmer goo. When we said goo,
well,
Fringy's like,
that was the
"Excuse me."
contention. He was upset that Shimmer was
So I
regarded
didn't
as
say
goo.
it like that. What I said was, look, all right, guys, just to be clear, shimmer is not goo. Just because it's a liquid doesn't mean that it's goo. That was what I said. And then you guys just lost your minds.
Oh, you
It's
were much more
goo.
aggressive than that.
Look,
It's
I beg to differ.
goo-like.
It's just because it's a
it is
liquid doesn't mean that it's
it
goo-like,
is
Rags,
at
okay?
least
Fringy, would you like to bet $20?
goo adjacent.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Goo adjacent for sure.
Well, liquid is
It
goo
is-
adjacent, yeah.
It is similar to goo.
Liquid is similar to goo. That doesn't mean that they're the same thing.
Somewhat, but the do we get some confirmation of its viscosity is a constant throughout the show?
Well, it's not
It
water.
looks
No,
a
but we did
lot more
discuss
like-
its viscosity.
It's more liquidy than
Yeah.
like,
Exactly,
thick.
which I would say makes it a liquid, not goo. And that's all I was saying.
Would you say that because the I can't believe I'm here, but on the League of Legends.fandom.com
Oh my God.
wiki, Shimmer it says Shimmer is a potent and corrosive techmaturgical serum-like substance. So I don't
Ekmaturg?
know.
What is that?
It seems to me more like
I guess
juice.
it's their name for it's like it's like techno. I don't know what the word for it. God, there's a similar thing in Guild Wars 2 where it's like they mix up magic and technology into a word in like its own. Like if you make a golem, that's
I thought it was like
techno
metallic.
magical.
Oh.
It's like it sounds like
metallic?
metallurgy. Does it mean metallic?
It's
Techmaturgical?
probably a combination of technological, magical, and
Magitech?
metallic.
Metallurgical?
Magitech?
Yeah, yeah, metallurgy, technology, and magic. So
Hmm.
Yeah,
techmaturgical.
Magitech.
Yeah, obviously.
So,
Play the
Duh.
game too.
properties. Shimmer is an extremely potent liquid, and its potency is so great that just slathering on the skin is enough to stimulate the amount. I don't know.
Does it say anything about its
hmm.
viscosity?
Well, it says here that it can be used as fuel, and sometimes fuel is thicker than other liquids. But we're not sure for certain. I think
on.
so far it is similar to goo. I think that it's, but I
I
don't
think
think
that
it's.
we
I don't
should
think it's
err on
goo
the
quite
side
yet.
of, like if we're saying it's similar to goo, I think we should default to it not being that until it's proven to be goo,
Well,
I
the funny
need
thing
to- I
was,
need to
like,
go
it is a
back.
liquid, so we can all agree that it's a liquid. That's not in contention, but then there's a threshold you need to cross to become goo. I think that.
I mean, if we wanted to be like super technical, I guess you could call it a juice. But to be honest with you, I was just saying goo is a joke.
Hmm. Oh, this
Yeah.
this settles
You
something.
can't
It says
joke
that
about
Silco
goo,
injected
Dad.
Shimmer into his left eye.
Apparently not.
I was
Did
I was
inject it
going to
into his eye,
also.
That's right.
I was going to say it's an injection as well because if you were draining it, I don't think you'd use the center of the eye to drain it.
Oh, I have no idea if it's a fantasy
Basically-
disease.
Shit,
Yeah,
dude,
it
Fringy,
looked like
wait.
he was.
Hold on,
Uh,
Fringy might be right. Okay, so the turbo chem tanks, they have a gaseous form of the fucking of Shimmer, which makes
Yeah.
which means the viscosity is lower. So Fringy's probably
Exactly. Yeah.
right. Fuck.
Well, again,
Yeah,
we
You
weren't.
can have
right.
you can have well you can have few if something in a gas form, there can still be a more gel-like or goo-like form that it has.
I didn't
Well,
actually know.
again-
You can't boil like a goo into gas? Is that not a thing you
I
can
imagine
Yeah,
you
surely you
could, but at
can,
much
right? That
higher,
doesn't have-
higher
it just
temperatures.
means-
right?
Are there any examples
All
of
this
that?
well, all this means is that it can have multiple forms, and goo can be among those forms as far as we know. But it
Well, and
has
again,
a gaseous form.
We weren't
This
like
doesn't
really
rule out anything
stuck.
goo-wise.
The rest of us weren't really stuck on it being goo in the first place. We were just kind of using a word like how we say flumps
Yeah,
and
you were
stuff,
using it
you know?
inaccurately. And
I was pretty
As
hung
a
up on it being goo.
joke.
Look, all right, I'm just saying.
It's very defensive about his goo. It's
Mhm.
very
I
important.
guess so.
That's
We'll
okay,
call it
that's
juice
okay.
then. I am very sorry. Okay?
Goose.
We'll call it juice.
Well, I think, Fring, you want us to call it a liquid, right?
Yes, it is a liquid, not goo necessarily.
All right, and
It's referred
chat,
to as a
I'm watching
serum,
you. You better
so-
call it a liquid too, or that's a ban.
Yeah.
Someone said a goo is a goo. You better context. That's
I'm
fine.
Someone
But
just said
Get out,
goo.
get out, get out.
the door is right
Oh,
there.
look, 11 months. 11 months. See ya.
Make that gives him more of a boner for some reason than bad people. I just never understood it. Also, Fringy, favorite Bully Maguire quotes, please.
Oh, damn, there's so many choices.
I feel like "Gonna Cry" is mine.
I think
Cry?
mine is "I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye."
I do love that
close
one, yeah.
second is "See You Chump." That's a close second.
See a chump. I think everybody just wants to see Bully Maguire turn up in the portal scene. Was it too much to
Hey,
ask?
look, he might show up in Doctor Strange.
I think honestly that's one of those things you can jokingly ask for, but if they actually put it in, it would be cringe as fuck.
Well, Sam Raimi's directing it, so
Maybe that would be why
Who
it wouldn't
knows?
show up, right? Like he would be like, no.
nah, no thanks. I'm good.
Or maybe they would force him.
No,
Yeah, I
but-
don't know. We'll see. You
Well,
have
who
to
knows?
have
It-
Bully
listen,
Maguire.
If Dave Filoni directed Into the Universe of Madness or whatever the new one's called, then you'd have all of his cartoon characters showing up. You'd
Oh,
have
yeah.
Ahsoka would show up, and maybe Cad Bane would show up, and then we'd say, oh, it would just be madness. It
I
would be
think
madness. They'd all show up.
the awkward part for me is it's like I'm cool with like seeing Cad Bane. But I think the meta is kind of seeping in terms of how I feel about it all.
Oh,
Well, because I like Cad Bane. I
Well,
think
so
he's
wait, to
cool.
clarify, you thought that our problem was just seeing him at all?
No. No. I think because I mean we talk about the scene. How the hell did he get there? Like for starters,
funny.
What is his prerogative? Why is he acting this way? It's a lot of like he's on a surface level. It's like, oh, it's cool, but I'm not sure that it really follows that well. I guess what I mean is that I don't object to the idea of Clone Wars characters showing up in Star Wars. I think it's just the meta is tainting it.
Yeah, I
Especially
figured.
when it is like the Book of Boba Fett, and we spent like the first half with Luke and Ahsoka, and we just keep finding ways to get more characters who aren't Boba Fett in to like steal the spotlight.
Yeah, I figure what Rags is talking about is like he would, if he were in charge of an IP that has the possibility of bringing in references, just like he's got no limits. He'll just be like, go, 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 everyone through, go, 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 go,
A
just say
little
hi.
bit, yeah. Throw
Meanwhile,
everything in there and see what sticks.
yeah.
if I show them thing from show, they will clap.
Well, because you
Um,
want it to be a little bit more than that, not just oh look, it's Cad Bane. It's like oh look, it's
Well,
Cad Bane,
you want
and
that, and I want that.
it was really it makes sense why he's here. And man, isn't it going to be interesting to see how he conflicts with Boba Fett in terms of their approach to doing bounty
Well, it'll be
hunting and their
fascinating to
values.
see
feels to
these
me
very well written characters interact.
feels to me to a degree, right? That you got like
I can't wait to see Cad Bane shoot Mando's armor many times.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's gonna be
Cad Bane
great.
ain't dying. He's
none of them are
definitely
fucking
gonna live.
dying, man.
Yeah, no one's ever really gone.
Keep him alive forever and ever and ever and ever. They could
Like-
never escape.
Because No Way Home and Arcane have both done it, where they're like, we know what you want. You want to see all three of them doing a big old swing, and but need to set the stage. We need to justify. We need to tell you what's happening. Show you what they're thinking about. And it's like a kid sees, you know, like a raw chicken cooking, and they're like, I want it now. And the mom is like, you gotta just wait. You're gonna. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love
It's
it.
two
Trust me.
marshmallows. You want two marshmallows later or one marshmallow now?
And that's the thing. Waiting will make it hit harder. Trust me. When Victor finally shows up, okay. Like, just
It's gonna
saying.
be great. A slow boil, whereas here it's like we're not. We gotta throw everything in. We gotta throw everything at the wall.
The thing I appreciate with Arcane is even when it is indulging in its fan service, it always pulls it back as well
Mhm.
to something more befitting the show's tone, I guess.
I know
to speak in
exactly
vagaries.
what
Yeah.
you're referring to.
Yeah.
We'll get there in several weeks from now.
Mhm.
The highest episodes
apparent-
rated of Book
Oh,
of Boba
I was
Fett.
about to read that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people sharing pictures out of the Discord. So the ones without Boba Fett are the highest rated by far.
There's no reason why that should be the way that it is. If in an ideal world,
I would
in an
argue.
ideal world, all we need is Boba Fett.
I would argue it's not the lack of Boba Fett; it's the inclusion of all your favorite characters doing things. That's it. Like
And the production value.
absolutely, yeah.
production
Like
value.
Boba Fett could
The
have
show
been there the
puts
whole
it down great.
time, saying like, "Whoa," and "Oh, neat." "Oh my god." "Oh, nice to meet you, Ahsoka Tano." Like he could have been there doing all of that, and they probably would have the same fucking rating. Because it's not about nobody cares about him, and they've really done an excellent job of securing that.
The fact that we've spent 2 episodes without him in his own show.
Mm.
And not just that it's not about that he's not in it. It has nothing to do with him. Like episode 5 has nothing to do with him at all.
I saw a thread
It's
arguing
entirely...
it's all to do with him. And to give you an example, they said
Okay.
what viewers aren't picking up is that take Luke Skywalker, for example, this incredible fucking growth he's having while teaching what is essentially a spiritual successor to his master. How meaningful that is. None of that could have happened if not for Boba Fett. Think about it.
What are they? Because
What?
he...
And you're like,
He was involved in some
He was
way in a different
involved in
show.
the
the
events.
Jedi? Yeah.
they
That's
literally
such a low
cite
bar
that had
that-
he not captured Han Solo and delivered him to Jabba, Luke never would have done all of those things, and then everything would be different. And it's just
Man.
like, okay. And then the end of the thread argues the book of Boba Fett is about all of the people that Boba Fett has affected. It's just like,
Some people they have to, they
Oh.
absolutely have to come up with ways to make it all make sense, and it's all great and it's all amazing because Star Wars. So
I
it's
need
got
a
to be
bigger
good. It's got to be amazing.
Oh man, that one is like
If
my
it was-
brain is just.
I need a bigger dose. I need more.
I-
copium.
Just anything can be called anything now, and everything is relevant to everything else. There's nothing
Oh.
irrelevant anymore.
Man,
Well, yeah, and you know
I
for a
don't know
fact
what
that
to do with that.
if it were just about him and no one else was in it, they'd still be like, no, this is good. It doesn't need to be about anyone else.
Yeah,
The
this is
book of
very good.
Boba
Yeah,
Fett, of
'cause-
course it's about him.
Yeah, didn't you read the title?
You'd be like, right, okay.
Can you
It's
not
just
read?
Mando season 3, episode 1, and part of episode 2.
The Luke Skywalker show, a little bit of that.
Because we're not going to see Baby Yoda or Luke in the next episode. We are going straight back to the finale of the Book of Boba Fett with the Pikes. We've spent like man, that show is bizarre. That
We
show is
spent-
odd.
Wednesday, you could rant all about it in our last episode.
In the very last one, yeah. I don't know if I want to rant. I want to get it over as quickly as possible.
It is
Tired of
crazy.
that show.
I've never seen I've never seen like an enemy that was, I guess so. I don't understand why they're the enemy, and I don't really know what they do that's bad. And I feel like this last episode had to catch up with that.
Mhm.
Like, they blew up this building. They're bad. See? Oh, they sent Cad Bane to tell the people, the cowboys, not to interfere. They're bad. Because before this, we were just like legitimately, have they done anything bad? What are they doing? What's the big problem? I don't. Why are they bad? What? Why are we trying to stop them? I don't get it. So confused. Sure is important that Boba Fett stops the the Pike Syndicate, because if he doesn't,
That's
that
probably why
will
they
be
had the explosion to
bad.
make us. He's gonna use the explosion as a reason why he must stop the Pikes. Because up to this point, we've been like, "What are you trying to stop them from doing? Trading spice?"
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had to catch up on They had to make up for lost time.
Well, I guess they could have told us
really had to
why
pack in
trading
these random
spice is
scenes.
evil. Yes, they could have done that, but no. Instead, they're just like, they're blowing stuff up. Get them.
I think the only thing that they have said is that the spice mining uses slave labor.
I think one of the
And
things
that's-
I've said is that the trading of spice is resulting in violence, essentially.
Of course,
That
it's
as long
just
as spice is being traded through Tatooine, there's just going to be violence.
Still seems a bit vague.
Which
doesn't
there
it?
wouldn't have been violence if they just took a different route through the Dune Sea.
Mm-hmm. And there's
Or
not
if
going to be
the-
violence anymore anyway,
Well,
because there are no more Tuskens.
I was gonna say, is spice the only
Nice.
thing that's violently traded? Like,
In the
Yes.
Star Wars universe, I doubt it.
Mm.
On Tatooine.
exactly.
On Tatooine,
What about-
an already
I want to know
pretty
about
dangerous
the
place.
I want to know about the death stick trade. Surely people die in the trading of death sticks.
You'd think. Very
Yeah, sticks
subtly
of death.
named. Job, George. Death stick.
Well, maybe
Just
Boba
another
Fett will go
banger from
home and
George
rethink
from
his
the
life.
prequels.
I would hope so. You wouldn't be tricked by some mind trick, right? He's an intelligent, strong, focused man.
Yeah.
So
I
anyway,
haven't watched it, but I've heard that Book of Boba Fett pulls the fucking PT shit of Luke making the baby choose between its attachment to Mando
makes-
and being a Jedi.
yeah, I don't understand that at all. I don't know why Luke would be furthering that after everything he did in the OT.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Attachments are what gave him victory. I don't understand.
Thank you, prequel trilogy, for that one.
Is it even the prequel trilogy's fault when they're based before, and thus it's up to you to decide what Luke does after the sequel trilogy? And for some, well, the OT, and for some reason they conclude, yes, he's going to teach baby Yoda, a baby, that you should forego your attachments. It's horrible to watch. It really is.
This child can't comprehend the idea of arm wrestling, and therefore it is being given objects in order to make a choice after one day of training.
Seems good.
I just people clap at this. People think it's good. People think this is
Scream and
good.
shout.
It is the most depressing thing in the universe. This is worse than the Holocaust.
You know, I guess at the very least it is Cad Bane, because he was, I think, the closest thing to a character in the Clone Wars. So
you're telling me they'll stop doing this now, right?
They're getting dangerously close to having a character in this show.
Well,
That
he
would be
was
nice.
like, his brain functioned every 3 scenes, I think, or so, which was like record setting.
That's not bad.
Oh, nice. That's really awesome.
So, next up, that Imagine Dragons music video was cringe as fuck, though. I haven't seen the music video.
I don't know anything about music
Video's
video, and I will die not knowing what the music video is about.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Watched due to Drinker and EFAP, so thank you. Wonderful show. Amazing animation. Beautiful soundtrack. Never been so invested in a new series. Yay.
Good Schleems too.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too. Being able to
Another-
watch this and being excited to see what happens next, that's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Instead of going, next week we have to watch another one. At least I can laugh at it with my friends. Instead, I get to go, ooh, let us watch the next one because I want to see what happens.
Yeah, meanwhile, the finale for Boba Fett will be like, let's get this. Who dies, who lives, who blows up, who does the stuff, who's the cameo.
Yeah, who cameos?
Can't wait to find out. I'm super invested. Please kill me.
I know super
Whoa, was
chats.
that
I grew up
Star Wars?
surrounded by super chats. There it is again.
There it is again.
Oh my God.
Again.
That's
I'm
got
so
somehow Palpatine returned energy.
Oh well, so the reference, in case you don't know, Theo, is when water is brought up as a concept. Boba says, "I grew up surrounded by water."
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Thank you, Bubba.
Water.
Anyway.
I grew up surrounded by water.
I'm so excited for the chat to say you guys are coping. I think chat has been mostly in agreement with us, right? Today? They haven't been that.
To a certain extent.
other than a
I
couple
heard
of
it
bad
a
eggs.
lot. I saw it a lot, though. And so.
But was it from
They're
one
already
account?
there.
Because at that point...
It was just one guy, mostly. Almost entirely.
Yeah, it was just one guy who kept going. He said, although he said he was making a video on it, so
There you go.
Very cool.
you best send it on over when it's done. I would love to see it.
I disagree with
I
literally
wouldn't.
everything you said. Damn, that was directed right at Das.
Nice.
Fuck, Mary Kill, Silco Singed, and that retarded fat old guy on the council. I don't even...
Jesus Christ.
Help.
I can tell who he's killing.
Morally speaking, you gotta wipe out Silco. He's the most damaging out of the lot, and then probably marry the fat retarded old council guy because you can get some influence. And yeah, there you go, done.
Yeah, man, he's
Even
got
though
influence, and I bet he can.
Singed, he seems to care about his family. You know, some horrible tragedy happened, and you wonder what happened.
I was gonna say we'll try and avoid that one anyway because it'll involve assessments that go into the later episodes. We've kind of partially done spoiler-free, Rags, in a sense. You know, we've avoided a lot of details.
I see.
Yeah, we're just
I
staying
see.
with what's been shown to us so far.
Yeah.
Point is, you want to marry yourself into a position of authority.
Okay. Anyway,
Hey y'all,
You'd marry Satan to stop him from doing evil. Maybe, I don't know.
that's an option. Made my risky move in the name of love, but the odds were against me. I had to admit defeat. Thank you for wishing me luck. Y'all are great, and your content keeps me going. I'm hurt as hell, but I kept my courage. Got paid today and want to give back. Thank you, guys.
Well,
Well,
it sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Sucks to hear, dude.
Hey, it'll be for the best. You'll meet the perfect one.
Sometimes you gotta take chances, though.
Be glad you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got your feelings out there. You're gonna make it. Mauler, played the Bloodborne PSX version on PS and PC. I've seen it. It looks really
I've
cool.
heard. It's been cool. Yeah.
Mel,
Already downloaded it in case it gets nuked.
I was gonna say,
So
I
have
thought it did
on
get
my hard
nuked,
drive.
didn't it? But
No,
Mel,
it didn't, but you never know.
Mel, you play it, and then if you say you gotta play it, I'll be like, okay, I will.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing it at some point.
I do really like that in the same way that 8-bit and 16-bit art styles have kind of been accepted as like this is a way of expressing this is its own style and it has its merits, that early like 3D PlayStation 1 and 64 is starting to be embraced as like its own style too. Like that's really cool.
Yeah. Off topic, but what are y'all favorite video games, shows, and movies as of late?
As of late.
As of late,
Wait, is it just-
I'm
Oh, go ahead.
favorite as of late. Like lately, have I played something that played or watched something that could be considered favorite other than Arcane?
I was about to say we can all submit that our show that's a favorite as of late would be Arcane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Movie,
Agree.
I would
As for
probably pick.
games,
Oh well,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
games. I don't know. What games have come out recently?
I'm
Well,
starting to.
GTFO, GTFO on
Hades?
Steam came out into full release as of this year, and I still really like that game. It's fucking hard as hell though, so you want to bring some good friends. That's the one I've been playing a whole lot lately.
I can't get into that game. I have been going back into Dying Light, the first one, because the second one came out, and that's fun. But it's not like favorite material. But it's just like a new one I've been playing lately. I think
Only
that's the
new
only one that
game.
really. Yeah.
The only new game I've been playing recently is Rogue Tower, which is like a tower defense with roguelike elements, which is kind of
Oh,
neat
is that
in
is that
itself.
good?
Yeah, it's
I've heard
pretty
about
chill.
that.
Pretty neat. I think it's only like
Which
20
game?
bucks. Rogue Tower.
Rogue Tower.
It's like a
Yeah,
tower.
the art style is kind of cool. Because I
Yeah.
like roguelikes and tower defense, so.
If you want to see the gameplay, I streamed it a bit, so that's on my YouTube VOD channel if you want to see gameplay.
Oh, base.
I've been playing a new game that came out recently. It's League of Legends.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
I
no.
think I've been playing a bit of that one.
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Yeah.
Mahler, what lane do you
Fine.
play?
ARAM.
ARAM.
Mid.
Okay. ARAM's pretty based, honestly. I like ARAM more than Rift. To be
That's all
completely
I
honest.
play.
Yeah, it's pretty much all I play.
I like Rift more, but I like ARAMs because they're very chill, and you get to just you get to just fight people. It's very nice in that way.
As for movies, I guess The Father would be as of late quite a favorite.
Yeah, that was.
And
that
as
was
of
pretty
late,
the
game
best
from me
new one that came out recently.
that I would heartily recommend to pretty much anyone I talk to is I played Disco Elysium just at the end of last year. That game is
Oh, I've heard
absolutely fantastic.
Oh, right. I'm curious if Jay played it.
I've heard a lot of great things about Disco Elysium. That's one that I own it, and I played a little bit of it, and I stopped.
Damn.
But I should. Well, I think the reason why I stopped was because I somehow got myself into like a force lost situation where I couldn't like escape. I'm not sure if that was because I was unfamiliar with the mechanics or if that is not meant to be possible, but it happened.
It might have appeared that way, but I don't think that's actually possible.
I don't see how it could possibly be.
It is in like very fringe cases.
Right. Yeah,
like
it's
incredibly fringe. I mean, because you'd have to fail like a shitload of rolls repeatedly.
well, this was early in the game. I remember it was I went to talk to some dude, and then for some reason, and then when I talked to him, the guy got stressed out and lost health and died or something. And
Oh yeah.
I just,
What did he
I
bring
did
up
not have
goo?
enough. No, I didn't have enough health to deal with it. I will go back to it though. It's that game's got a pretty gorgeous art style.
Mm.
And I've always heard nothing but good things about that game. That it's like fantastic, especially in terms of its writing.
It does a lot of things that specifically appeal to me in terms of RPGs, which is partially involves getting away from this like massive world-ending calamity kind of story to do something a little bit more personal with an RPG, which for some reason the RPG genre doesn't really like doing. More personal stories don't.
You think it
Like-
might just be because a lot of RPGs are speculative fiction? They're usually science fiction or fantasy. It's not often that you have like an RPG that's just set in a regular contemporary world.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's a big part of it. And they're often like, I'd say the lingering shadow of Lord of the Rings has something to do with it too.
Maybe, yeah.
A fun comment I saw in chat. Molly, you should have done a long form individual video. Could have avoided all this blubber fat chat. So,
Sorry.
for the past hour and a half, we have been in the super chat section, which functions as a Q&A, which is filled with all different kinds of questions, topics, and tangents. I didn't choose to engage that as opposed to making a long form video on Arcane. Those weren't it wasn't that or the other thing. I don't know why you would have thought otherwise.
Sheesh.
If I was to make an Arcane video, that shit wouldn't be out until several years from now. I got other long form things to finish.
I do like the idea that you should drop whatever you're working on right now to do that
Well,
instead of an EFAP.
Yeah.
I prefer the idea of like, guys, you ready? And you're like, yeah. And I go, I've actually decided I would rather make a long form video tonight. Bye. Just like, what?
Mr. Streamer, can you cover the content that I want you to cover in the way I want you to cover it?
Well,
And only do it like
Streamer,
that, please, Mr. Streamer.
hello,
you know,
hello.
I know they want
People actually do that a lot.
They want more videos.
They
They'll
do.
get them. You'll get more videos. Don't worry. Coming. Hopefully you were enjoying at least the Boba Fett ones as a sort of. Me and Frank
You know those
worked on
don't
those.
count.
Real hard. We clicked button, all kinds of things.
You clicked and pressed buttons.
So this next super chat, from so Neo2266, you've asked a question. I think it's a very good question. Can't really address it yet about this show. We need to get a lot further. So, good question. If I don't remember you said that, we will definitely get onto it as a topic. Come up with basically everybody that I've talked to. Don't worry. This person is expressing who their favorites are. And I feel like it's gonna trigger someone because they say who their least favorite is too.
Oh, it's probably me.
So all I'll say is just try to avoid spoilers. You know? Just say, you know what, I think, or you know what, I disagree with your assessment.
There's a super chat that likes Caitlyn. That's what just happened.
Victor and Silco might be
Really?
my favorites, but Jace is my least.
Oh.
I'm curious why they would like those two, but then not like Chase.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know. That seems odd.
I don't. They didn't say.
Seems like a new member.
Wait, that
of
is
the
really
Rock
weird
Opinion
because like,
Club.
well, the most unlikable thing about Jace is probably like his sort of turn towards corruption, right? But
Why
then
would
they
you
like
even
Silco.
begin to say that?
Oh, right.
Like you knew as you were saying it slowly. Like I'm gonna drop it. There
No,
it goes.
I
If I say
no,
it slowly, they don't hear it.
I haven't slept in about 22 hours. Okay, I'm trying to hang it.
All right, I'll forgive you.
Rip.
Hey, Massive, have you guys ever watched The Count of Monte Cristo? Not sure how the robot would feel about it, but has always been a favorite. Hi, Rags.
Hello. I don't think there's been many adaptations of The Count of Monte Cristo. I don't think I've seen any of them. I read the book a long time ago,
I
but
honestly don't
I haven't
even
really seen
know.
any movies.
If I ever
Didn't
saw
know
one of
what.
them, it would have been fucking ages ago. I'm very unfamiliar with The Count.
Yes.
Yeah, unfamiliar. Sorry.
Same,
Chloe. I know
Maybe
Super
we can
Chats.
have a Count of Monte Cristo arc where we watch multiple Count of
Every
Monte
one of
Cristo
them.
movies.
Every one of
Then we
them.
The
rank
most
the Count of Monte
esoteric
Cristo
of
movies.
arcs.
The Count of
Yeah,
Monte
he's the
Cristo
Resident
arc. Everyone
Evil.
wants to see it. I know that.
The
I
Count
feel
of
like
Monte
everyone sees
Cristo
that pops
arc.
up and they go, "What?"
Count of Monte Crimbo.
Takamka.
Even though I think that is actually kind of a neat premise for a series kind of thing of
I
comparing different adaptations of the same source material.
I know. I'm full of amazing ideas.
Yes.
I grew up surrounded by Super Chats. There it is again.
There it is again.
I grew up surrounded
Told
by
you there's
ideas.
more of those.
I was looking forward to this episode. I don't know which one they were. That's got to be episode 1, I assume, because that's how far back this is. But I don't know. Hello,
I guess
Das
just
Bullsh-
this episode of EFAP in general about
Oh,
Arcane.
right. That's probably it. I'm pretty dumb for not realizing that.
You are pretty
Hello.
dumb, but it's okay.
Oh, that's bullshit. Any ETA on Batwoman? No pressure. Just curious. All the best. Cheers. I like that.
Oh,
no
No
pressure.
pressure,
Well,
he says with a
I
smile
do
and a
feel
gun pointed at
pressured.
you.
Minor spoilers. I did submit one
For
episode
Batwoman?
recently. Yes.
He has.
I
We have.
submitted an
Spoil Batwoman.
episode a couple weeks ago.
Wait, not
another
for us, right?
episode. Huh?
No,
Max,
the
when you
spoilers aren't
when
for
you
us,
when
right?
you talk, it means that people can't hear what Das Bullshit's saying.
Yeah, but
Yes.
he said spoilers, and I wanted to make sure. I think that's
No,
an important
it's
thing.
for them.
Okay.
I feel like you would already be privy to the information.
All right, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. I just don't want to be spoiled on Batwoman. And I think it warranted
Yeah,
the
I'm not.
just
No.
making
I'm
sure.
not. I'm not talking about the show itself. I'm basically saying
He's doing
yes.
a meme.
A Batwoman episode is finished. It did take me a little while to get the schedule ironed out for my day job, but second episode is all cut up. And then I'm just gonna put in the funnies, and then I'll have another one in. It's just that right now what's going on is we're just gonna try and get through the Book of Boba Fett first before we start submitting the episode. So I'm gonna try and stack up as many as I can with the schedule getting weird on me. And
Well, I will say it's funny
yeah,
with
so-
Book of Boba Fett. It's like one of the shortest TV shows at 7 episodes. So I say that a lot of British ones are 6. It's just weird. It feels weird that it's 7 episodes. You're like, oh damn, they didn't even reach 10. You're like,
yeah, I can't promise that you're gonna have like a shitload of episodes ready to go once Book of Boba Fett is done, but I'm
Mhm.
doing my best.
yeah. We've got one, but it won't be coming until the Book of Boba Fett arc is done, which will be weeks from now, probably. I guess. Yeah.
Mhm.
But we'll
2 weeks.
I
It'll
hope
be
to have
1 week.
another episode done in that time. But yeah,
it'll be 1 to 2 because I don't know if we're going to be doing anything about Boba Fett post that. Like, I don't know if we'll do an EFAP stream or not.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Probably not.
I
unless-
don't feel particularly passionate about talking about it. I will
Well,
say.
it just depends on if someone puts out a fucking video that's like, this was the most genius thing that's ever been done. You know, just stuff that's worth talking about or not. It'll depend. But I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
we'll have talked it to its.
I'm totally happy to move on from
deceasement.
Boba Fett. I want to get
Yeah.
back to being able
it
to
sounds
watch-
like such torture.
Well, the big part of it
Dude.
for me is that doing it's like so a couple of days a week dedicated to editing that rather than editing and alternatively working on other stuff.
Speaking
I'm looking
of,
forward to be able to go full tilt again back on the big project.
yeah, we can't guarantee it'll be out tomorrow because I've not even come close to checking its copyright issues.
And I still have a bit more to chop up this afternoon.
But of course, it'll be out either Sunday at normal EFAP time or Monday at normal EFAP time. What I will say is you might not see this EFAP episode on time because I have a feeling when I re-upload this, it's going to be like ding, 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 ding. And I'll be like, great.
Yeah.
I tried to cover it up, okay, chat? I did. And I saw some people being like, well, the copyright cover's not up when you're doing this part.
Look
What are you
out.
doing?
I do know this pain now too with Metal Sport. It's like I want to show this, but
Yeah.
eh.
There are ways to be safe, but I really, for this show, was like, I've got to show you some of the expressions. I got to show you, like, fucking
Absolutely.
this, that, and the others. But it'll just mean I have to keep what I did with some people don't even know the last episode. I put a comment on it to tell you, but I had to re-render it like fucking 5 times because it kept fucking pinging us with CinemaSins' video, not our like anything.
It's always insane to me when it happens in a video coverage and the thing that's getting dinged is the video you're covering that's apparently or supposedly fine already because it's uploaded. And then copyright system is like, nah, it's not fine anymore.
So,
Right.
I don't know if anyone else got this vibe, but yep, that's a thing that we will cover. For sure. It ends with high rags.
Oh, hello.
But don't worry, that is a subject like the other one. We're definitely going to be going over that. There's so much more for us to talk about. Just because we've had 6.5 hours of discussion does not mean we've covered even 1% of the show.
Damn.
Thoughts
Part
on the
1 of
design of the
36.
enforcers? I love it. Yeah, I think they look great.
Yeah, awesome.
I like the contrast of how they look when they are entering the Undercity versus how they look around Piltover.
Yes.
And the
I
lack of
agree.
the lack of the helmet and mask really contrasts how the police look to the good neighborhood versus the bad neighborhood.
Yeah, they also look like Mueller, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They were a kind reference. They paid me a lot to take that, but I was like, that's...
Yeah.
Someone said, why can't you just put the logo over top the whole thing? So that kind of defeats the fucking point, doesn't it? Like, that was why it could take some time, because it might hit me for particular bits where I tried to show you guys something, and if it does, I'll try and find a way of covering up a little bit before and after so I can get it through. But yeah, it could take some time for the Arcane episode to get up. But this will be unlisted, and for some reason, when you've streamed it versus uploaded it, sometimes there's different rules. Like, this might be unviewable by the time it's processed, but it also might still be available. So hang on to it if you want to re-listen to it or go back or whatever.
It's really weird and dumb.
Yeah. Unbridled praise when, I assume that regards this show. I don't have any intention of doing that anytime soon, but I could definitely see myself making a video on this someday. I enjoy it. You may have been able to tell this.
Frankly, I feel like just doing the EFAP streams will like say everything.
Oh, they will, but like, I think that a lot of people will want... It's kind of hard to explain, because it's a good point you just made in terms of like, why would you want to watch a video by me about Arcane after seeing my coverage of every single episode? And it's like, I don't know, I guess because you can be more pointed, you can use visuals to support you immediately, make comparisons
And I
to
guess
other
the
media
format
easily.
the format probably is ideal too. Like, you know,
Yeah,
nice script and everything.
Yeah, that too, and just as an experience, it's quite a different thing. So, LOL was just the advertisement for Arcane.
I was some vision in the fucking marketing then, yeah.
So awesome if that was the truth. They were like, we're gonna make a TV show. It's so awesome.
Mark
No.
Merrill and like the founders of Riot, they just sit down like, look, 10 years from now, okay, it's all gonna pay off.
But
you're gonna
very
have to trust
bold
me on this.
advertising strategy, but we are going to build a fan base through a different medium. We're going to funnel them into the TV show automatically so that we can have a fan base immediately. Trust us.
Hey, if we're gonna do this, shouldn't we put the characters who are gonna be in the series in the game first? No. See, that's the good part.
That's
Is
the
we
long
wait to
game.
put the characters in the game because when we put them in the game, we'll have better technology and better artists, and then they'll look better, and that'll get more people interested. You see?
Nice.
Yes. Been looking forward to hearing you massives talk about this. Always nice to watch a show and not get stung for caring. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Yeah, I completely agree. The best example of the show utilizing the fact that it's animated is probably the thing that happens on the bridge. A fair one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oof, we'll talk about that scene for a while. I know Super Chats. I grew up surrounded by Super Chats.
Number 4.
This show revived my hope for good content. Love you all, or love all of you here. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Thank you. I'm glad you're having fun and such. Neat animal I found. The satanic leaf-tailed gecko.
Oh boy.
Satanic. I
Is-
like it already.
I was gonna say.
Satanic leaf-tailed gecko. Oh, okay. Well, that explains that.
Holy shit, is that its actual name? Europlatus fantasticus?
Yeah, I just wanted to...
That's awesome.
Yeah.
No, Europlatus.
Hey,
How
that
dare
is
you.
a
So let's
that
see.
is a neat creature. Look at that guy.
Yeah, he looks like a leaf.
Hey.
That's legit. That's like really impressive. Wow. And not only does it look like a leaf, it can also look like bark on a tree
Yep.
or other things.
Yeah.
That is really interesting.
What a mad lad of a
Creature.
lizard.
Yeah, I agree, Mel.
Thanks. Thank you.
I forced my non-gamer family to watch Arcane. I told them to wait for episode 3 and they loved it, even though they never heard about LOL or even played a video game. That doesn't surprise me. It's really not reliant on that at all.
Nope.
Trying to think of what is. What is like an adaptation into movies or TV from a game that requires you to have played the game? It's like, that's actually very much uncommon, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure some manner of Final Fantasy probably would do it. Like, did maybe because didn't some of the Final Fantasy movies kind of require you to
There was
have
a
played the game
Final
before?
Fantasy 15 movie I remember that came out that was like tied directly into the game. I didn't watch it, but that's what I think it was tied directly into the game, like Kingsglaive or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, and then like people did kind of complain that it like didn't make any goddamn sense, and it kind of needed the
That's
game in
Final
order to make any
Fantasy.
sense.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
I guess the more interesting one is it's off-sided, but when Halo 5, like if you want to understand Halo 5, you need to read a ton of books, you need to watch like the Halo Nightfall TV show, you needed to
Right.
listen to these it was like this audio series where it was like Hunt the Truth or something, where you had to listen to all the audio files and read the comics, and it was just like, holy shit. It used to just be that you'd start the game and you didn't need to know anything else, and the books would just enrich the experience for you, not required.
Yeah.
It's violently frustrating to hear about. I fucking hate that shit. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
want to read your
it's
stupid books in
well,
order to be able to play the game, you know?
I think I
Yeah,
say
do
even
your
if the books
homework.
and stuff were really good, and I'm not particularly big fan of those books, at least some of them. Even if the books are really good, I still should not be required to read books to play a video game.
That makes you sound like such a Chad. Like I shouldn't be able to read books to play a video game.
That's right. That's the Sigma male grind set. Don't read books, play video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have like the
nerd,
virgin
bro.
book reader versus the Chad video game enjoyer.
Yeah. With his little dinky book. Sitting there crying.
I'm pretty sure
This
he'd be
takes
like,
me-
there are books in my game. In my game. So
That's right. Yeah.
A complete breakdown of Arcane? It must be my birthday. Oh wait, it is. Also, happy birthday, Metal. Also, hi Rags.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's part
It's still
1
Metal's
now.
birthday. That's amazing.
It's about one now, yeah.
It will be
Also,
expanded.
I shall leave now. I'm getting sleepy.
Hooray.
And
Oh.
also, Mum's coming over tomorrow for my birthday, so I'm gonna get up at some point, I'm afraid.
Mom.
Bye, Mom.
Yeah.
Want to come on
Yeah.
stream?
Yeah, your mum can
Yeah,
talk
bring your
about
mom
Arcane.
on
One of our
stream.
guests. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just want to talk
sure.
about Arcane? It's awesome.
It's great. Fantastic.
But as we mentioned, chat, if you want some more Arcane discussion, Metal has a Forge episode.
I do, yes.
Type Metal's
It's
Forge
not nearly
Arcane,
as
or
detailed.
use
not nearly-
the link in the description.
Yeah, go check it out. It's not as detailed. I did a little bit less. A little bit. I mean, in the time we made episode 1 here, I was done with my stream, so it's a little more condensed. I took some things I liked, and then I talked about those ones. So there you go. You can check that out. Also, you can see my thoughts because I won't be here next week because I'm busy, Heimers.
Damn.
Yeah, and the next Metals Forge will be on Binding of Isaac, and I'm going to be joined by Weekend Warrior, so that should be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
And also, the birthday stream from yesterday is going to be up on the archive channel as well.
We
So,
played Gothic Phone, everybody. Anyone
yeah,
see some
and when you
Gothic
guys were gone, we
Phone?
also played Pummel Party. Yeah.
Oh,
So that
Pummel
was
some
pretty
people.
fun too. We did pummel everyone. But yeah, that's that for me. Thanks. Thank you everyone for watching. Goodbye.
Bye.
goodbye.
Bye bye.
There he goes again.
You don't like the song? Bye, Rags. Oof.
Correct opinion, however.
Maybe it's that they're
Despite how
saying
you feel
bye
about
because
it.
you kicked them out.
I
Maybe
stand
they're
with
talk. Maybe
Rags
it's
on
another
this one.
song like "Bye Bye Bye," like In
Oh, yeah.
Sync, who is
You would have
slightly
loved
less
it if
cringe than
NSYNC would
Imagine
have
Dragons.
turned up. NSYNC aren't cringe at all. They're chads, man. They're just
That's true.
perfect.
They really are.
Everything they do, it's all gold.
Plants is perfect.
Do you guys think someone like Tarantino would be able to incorporate pop music well? Pretty sure he has done. I'd have to check all the tracks
Yeah, I
he's
think
used, but I'm
so.
pretty sure he's used pop music before. Tarantino's known. I think it was a YMS video that first pointed this out and made me think about it. He's like, Tarantino has some kind of insanely great ability to just whatever song he's got at his hand, he'll use it really fucking well in a movie. And sometimes it'll just feel like when you look at the origin of the song or the genre and then the scene, you're like, how the fuck did this work? And it's like, well, kind of like James Gunn, I guess. They must both listen to a lot of music and very much pick them deliberately, I guess. Love Arcane, the Sting song and the rest of the music, but FVCC. What does FVCC mean? Does that stand for something?
Fuck?
FECC.
FVCC.
Oh,
Is that a censored
FVCC.
fuck?
Oh, that's
That's
yeah.
Flathead Valley Community College.
Oh, well, I think they might be saying fuck because then it follows up with Imagine Dragons. Fuck that tacky song and fuck everyone who really vibed and headbanged to it. Oh no.
Yeah,
It's a bit rude.
that's yeah,
That's cruel and mean and cruel.
seems
bit.
accurate.
Hello all.
The Sting song is the right choice, though. That shit is fantastic.
If
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the Sting song's fucking. If y'all plan to have a Halo Infinite breakdown, could I suggest getting LN Gaming, sorry, Halo Canon or Installation 00 on for the lore portions? Just curious, stay long, and send my love to Wolf. So here's the problem.
I don't care about lore.
Springy's possibly the most invested Halo person here, and he hasn't finished the campaign. Now, what do you think that means for me and Rags?
Oh no.
I had a friend who's really, really into Halo, and he finished the campaign, and he's like,
That's what
he was really keen on it at first, but then I guess it soured on him pretty quick.
I almost started it, but I didn't, and then nobody talked about it. So I was like, oh, just sitting on my shelf, my virtual shelf. But yeah, the fact that if Fringy can't bring himself to complete it yet, then it ain't happening. There's not enough passion. And that's the thing. You could be like, what? You won't talk about that, but you will talk about Boba Fett? It's like, well, so yes, because the passion is enough, and the requirement is to watch 30 to 40 minutes per week, right? Like, the problem with the Halo campaign right now is that that's a lot of hours that myself, Rags, and to an extension, Fringy would have to pack in and note up, and then to do like a good episode on it, instead of just like, well, rather cover other stuff at the point passion-wise.
Yeah.
As someone said in chat, it died. Yeah, it seems that way. Nobody's really talked about it.
Well, player base has certainly fallen sharply. And there is no, currently I think they're working on it, but right now there is no roadmap for what's coming next. So, no clue what I'm meant to be.
Yeah, a friend of
looking
mine
forward to.
who has beaten it only complains about it these days, if ever it comes
Yeah.
up. So it's just like,
My
Well-
friend does the same thing. Yeah.
I still occasionally jump in to play some games, but I'm having a lot more fun playing Mario Kart like I am right now.
careful announcing that Nintendo might come after you.
Nintendo.
Did you
bust
say the
down
name of our
door.
characters? Copyright strike.
Did you
No fun
stream
allowed.
that in any way? And you're like, maybe.
I
Never
streamed
gonna
it to
hear
my
from Fringy
my
again.
eyeballs with the protons.
Wow,
of not
banned.
protons, photons that hit my eyeballs.
Enjoy your ban.
No.
No.
I thought it said the
No.
player base is dwindling getting around 30,000 people. It's just funny to see 30,000 is dwindling. It's like, I guess it is
Well,
relatively,
by
but
comparison to other games,
No, of
yeah, like
course.
Apex Legends on Steam has like 120,000 people playing. It's a much older game.
What's
By
the
comparison
most
to
played
itself too, right?
on Steam right now?
I'm pretty sure it'd be Dota 2. Typically is Dota 2.
Hmm.
And then CSGO usually is the next one. Let me double check though.
Really? Like Dota 2 is still top dog. I was curious if any like battle royale shit has knocked it off. Or...
I mean, I'm pretty sure that yeah, so number 1 is Counter-Strike, number 2 is Dota, and Dying Light 2 is number 3 right now, then Apex. So
that's interesting to me as like if you had called what was the most popular genre before the MOBA ones came in, you're like, oh, probably FPS, right?
Well, it'd probably be MMOs.
Well, I guess it depends on what era. Because when was FPS's like top dog era?
Like 2009, 2011.
And yet, because kind of what I'm getting at is like the remnants of that is still more than present with CS:GO being fucking number 1. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. But then I mean, you look at the list. It's like, so we got Apex and PUBG are up there, Rust. And
That's so funny to me that Apex is on Steam now.
It is a bit funny, yeah. And Team Fortress 2 is still in the top 10.
Yeah,
Team Fortress 2
I thought it was
still
an
there.
EA.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nope, it's on Steam again.
Rainbow Six Siege is still up there. But then you keep scrolling down. It's like, yeah, you don't get to Halo Infinite until 38. So it is below Gary's mod. It's below Warframe. It's below Payday 2 and Rocket League and Valheim and FIFA.
I don't know if you know the answer to this between you, Theo, and Frankie, but what about LOL's player base? Where's that sit?
I'm pretty sure that's not public, but I think it's typically about 8 million.
What? Fucking hell.
Or like,
yeah,
I think
LOL has a...
Yeah, something like that.
You also... It depends on how you account for China, because we don't know Chinese player numbers. I type LOL player base into Google, and I see League of Legends player count has reached a total of 180 million monthly players in 2022.
Oh wait, better question then. Player number, like average player, active player number. Is there anything like that you can find?
I have no idea.
I figure
I'm
this.
pretty sure
Yeah.
I imagine this is the monthly player base. Because...
I think concurrent is about 8 million though, or something along those lines. But the figures aren't public like they are on Steam.
Man, imagine being like all those companies that are just like, I want to make a game like that where it's successful forever. It's like,
well, that's what everybody wants. That's the model. That's what they wanted to do with Battlefield, and look at how well that's turned out.
Well, I was just thinking, like, imagine being Halo right now. You're just like, fuck.
Well, I have no doubt that that is a conversation that is being had right now. It's like, ooh, this is lower than I think we wanted. Though I guess, damn, it's gone. It was an observational on this top. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think there was an article that apparently Sony wants to do live service stuff too. Well, you groaned, but it was inevitable because I get that. I'm pretty sure that even with Halo Infinite's dropping player base, that it made more money in a couple of months than like God of War ever did, and that's like one of the best-selling games on PlayStation. It just ain't the same profit margins. It's not the same margins. It's not the same amount of content, like money over long term. I'm sure they'll still keep making those games, but yeah.
And I said, the director at 343 tweeted that, hey folks, in November I said we'd have a Halo Infinite update regarding the roadmap, seasonal roadmap, co-op, and Forge in January. We need more time to finalize our plans. And it's just like, dude, you've already ran out of steam. Like,
well, that's the problem. Is it's like you're running out of time. You may well have already run out of time to capture that player base. They may have moved on.
Yeah, it's like
they have in large numbers.
It's like putting an IV in, right? Like, it's like you can do that, and it might bring them back, but I don't know.
I didn't. The reason I didn't play more is because I just didn't. The monetization just felt really scummy to me, and I didn't want to play the game. I just didn't feel like it respected a sort of investment.
Simple as that.
I think that's the thing. Maybe Forge is what they need. Maybe Forge will cause a long-term resurgence in player base, because it means that you've just got user-generated content.
Maybe.
And then there's not as much of an issue with the amount of... But Forge seems to be well far away. They don't even have a roadmap to tell us when it's coming out. Like, it's probably months away.
All these years, and we didn't get a game that launched with Forge.
Because the development was not smooth, clearly.
All these years.
Yeah, 6 years. In chat, you said it's not coming till late May this year. No, campaign co-op, I'm pretty sure, is not coming until late May this year. I think Forge is later than that.
Great.
Because we are technically in the season right now, which I've already completed. So I got 3 months where the only things I can unlock are a few things in the Samurai event, and that's Cyberpunk stuff. That's it. There's no more progression, no new content or maps. We're still missing certain game modes. No King of the Hill, no Bomb Assault. I don't know.
Ninja Knot or Juggernaut.
No Infection, just as like
No
a base
Infection.
one. That one blows my
Yeah,
mind.
it does seem like it's just lacking in modes and stuff and maps. It just feels lacking.
Yeah. And maps are a lot harder to add in quickly than, hey, we added in tactical or SWAT. SWAT's a lot easier to add than one where you're trying to integrate like objectives or, alternatively create a brand new map. I don't know. Yeah.
I like the show, but couple things. Why does a city with such advanced technology like teleporters have their troops using lever-action rifles? So, Hex Tech... Ooh, is this spoilery?
They kind of cover that in like the 4th episode, I believe.
Well, let me be vague enough so that they can understand it. Remember what Victor's reaction is when Mel in episode like 8 suggests weaponization.
Mm-hmm.
That should tell
Also,
you
the
what...
ability.
Go ahead.
It's easy to make things, in a sense, especially new technologies. We see this a lot. It's easy to make things big. Oftentimes, to scale things up is often easier than scaling things down and making them very small. But if you think about like the hex gates, they allow for an insane improvement on something that practically didn't even exist. Long distance travel. That's insanely just it's almost like it's an entire new thing. It revolutionizes travel. But making a hex tech version of a gun would just give you a hex tech version of a gun. So
It's not a new thing.
yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be a new thing. It might not even be as good as using bullets, especially when the infrastructure for creating all those things currently exists, and it's an offensive weapon is also, a big story point and character point relating to it. And
I think they may have to answer that question when we hit season 2, though, with what's happening.
they might have to, yeah.
To add to that, before the development in episode 4, I guess, that development, I think it's Victor specifically says that it allows them to create portable devices.
Yeah, we'll get into all of that. I know there were criticisms of the world building between 3 and 4. We'll totally get into all of it. Also, we will talk about that. They brought up something else. I'm aware of that one too. They're highlighting a plot armor instance. We will talk about it. Well, it'll be talked about. First 2 seasons of Castlevania are good. The other 2 are really bad. That's what I've heard. Everyone else has heard the same.
I haven't seen season.
That's what I've
liked
heard.
the first 2 seasons, but I didn't watch after that.
I've
like I
heard
like that.
friends disparage parts of season 2, but I haven't seen anything for myself, so I can't comment. I do know that they were like big Castlevania fans.
I didn't
so
have a
wonder
very
if that had anything to do with it.
strong attachment to Castlevania. I just remember like a lot of the fights were pretty cool. Honestly, Castlevania was something that was Monitor 2 content for me. I honestly probably didn't absorb it as much as I could have.
I mean, I do intend to eventually watch it. The prize is the first 2 seasons. We need a season 2, given there are character arcs and interactions yet to be resolved. Cautiously optimistic, the next one is as good as season 1. Agreed. Fuck, if they can
We'll see.
get it to be as good as season 1, that'll be more than happy as far as I'm concerned. Making it better? Whoa.
Can you imagine?
That'll be nice. Chance for an EFAP movies for the 1993 Bob Hoskins Mario Bros. Movie with a new one when the new one comes out? We have tooled with that idea. It will depend on what we're up to at the time. I love the idea of
Yeah,
watching
it's
those
a
back to
maybe.
back. It would be hilarious to see 93 versus 20 whatever they
22.
Oh shit, really?
It's coming out this year. Yeah, it's coming out around Christmas.
What a great gift.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Chris Pratt Mario
Yay.
movie.
Whoopee, and better yet, fucking Seth Rogen Donkey Kong.
Oh, that's gonna be really
and Charlie Day Luigi. And
That's so funny though.
that is very funny.
It sounds like it was made just to fuck with people, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, but it's Illumination.
Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Springy, why are you a bird?
I'm not a bird, I'm a plague doctor. Jeez.
Plague doctors are birds.
They're not birds.
Yeah,
they just
you
wear
have a
a
beak
mask
and birds
that
have
looks
beaks.
like
We've
a
been over
bird.
this.
We've been over this, but also there are animals
proves
that
you were a bird.
have beaks that aren't birds. We went over
No,
that
they have bills.
octopi.
They have bills and
No,
chitin.
we covered this, and you
Yeah,
were
we
wrong,
did. We
and
established that other. Yeah, they have
we-
bills.
it was
not
absolutely
beaks.
established that you were wrong on that one. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Is it possible for me to create a character that is both a bird and a plague doctor?
Yeah, of course. You could have a Chozo plague doctor. They'd be both a bird person.
Yeah, that
and
could be your
a plague
furry
doctor.
OC.
Oh, baby.
What, a Chozo plague doctor?
It could also not be your furry OC.
Yes, let's
Yes,
not.
that's
about
true.
that?
Definitely
It could
your
also
furry
just-
OC.
I
That could
could
be your
also just be Fringy the
fursona.
plague doctor.
Your plague doctor bird is your fursona. Ooh woo.
Ooh, woo.
Oh.
So there's an episode of
Goo
South
Woo.
Park that you should watch. Rags.
Goo woo.
It's, the episode is called Fish Sticks. And in that episode, we explore how Cartman, his interpretation of events just gets warped. Like he earnestly believes false things because of his ego.
Do you
and he really
identify with
struggles
him?
to I'm saying that I would recommend that you watch that episode, not only because the fish sticks joke is really funny.
That's the one with
I
Kanye
just
West.
think, yes, it is. They
Yeah.
recently did an orchestral rendition
Orchestral,
of his theme song.
Oh my god.
I'm a gay fish, motherfucking gay fish. I'm a fish, yo.
A pretty good song. Like this whole thing's
It is.
talking.
It's a pretty
They
good
did the
song.
main South Park theme as well, and a bunch of others.
They did a whole bunch. I wonder if they should do the one where he was singing, where they had Kanye West return to reprise his iconic role, and he was singing about how Kim Kardashian isn't a hobbit. My girl ain't no hobbit. That was a Quizno, and that bitch went to rob it because she got that ham that she rubs on her cellulite while she's drinking her grog and singing those merry songs at night. My girl ain't no hobbit. Please, God, tell me I'm not engaged to no hobbit. And then you had the little group in the background. She is not a hobbit. While he's there looking around, awkwardly as the realization sets in.
Hey, nothing wrong with being a hobbit, you know? Hobbits are...
In the main South Park theme orchestral thing, the absolute cast iron will on the person having to sing Kenny's line.
Kenny's line,
Like,
exactly.
How did you do that with a straight face?
I'm sure it took many takes. I'm sure they did another one too, because I think they did the San Diego Jacking It in San Diego. They did that. And I think they did Carl's Mom's a Bitch. Which is kind of an interesting one because it was already an orchestral in its original form. I'm sure we've never talked about it on EFAP because it probably never come up. South Park, like the movie, is like a really good musical.
Oh, I love that movie.
It's a remarkably strong musical. Well, it's not even remarkably strong because they've proven again with like the Book of Mormon that they're incredibly talented at creating musicals.
Mm-hmm.
Blame Canada won an Oscar, I think, for Best Original Song. I think it won. Yeah, it won. Or at the very least, it was nominated.
What's the worst piece of media, craft-wise, that you have near unequivocally enjoyed watching? Infinitisms, probably.
Yeah.
One of the worst fucking things I've ever seen, but man, it was pretty funny.
That's definitely up there.
When they went to the beginning of time to battle the giant space monitor man, that was...
Oh, that's up there because it's like a 1 or a 2 or it's a 1,
I think it's a
right? Yeah, I
1.
think that's a 1.
Definitely a
I think
1.
that's our 1. A Wrinkle in Time was kind of a mind fuck. That was enjoyable in a strange way because it's also a 1. It
Mm-hmm.
often gets forgotten,
It's pretty
but
enjoyable. There's a lot of... The Cabbage Monster was pretty good.
the Cabbage Monster and the big uh Oprah, just the weird shit.
Trying to make a little kid a villain.
Oh god, that was... and then they say, what is the largest enjoyment / quality show you've seen? Now, I assume those are 2 questions, because I would split them up. Largest enjoyment I've gotten out of a show will be the Buffyverse. Doesn't surprise. Best quality show I've seen, I usually opt for Breaking Bad when I give one for that.
Yeah, safe choice.
But yeah, I'll just go with that. What other answers we got going here? They're not the same.
For just generally most enjoyable content you've had?
Most enjoyed TV show versus what you think the best TV show is, quality-wise.
I don't know what the best is. I really like Chernobyl a whole bunch. Of course, I really like Arcane. But I'm not huge into TV shows. Don't watch many of them. So I don't have nearly as big of a pool to select from. I don't often sit down and watch them. It's definitely the exception when I do sit down and just watch a show. I've been watching a series of lectures on ancient Egypt on Wondrium. That's neat, but not quite the same thing. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not a big show guy. Not a big show guy.
Yeah, same. Kind of takes a level of commitment that sometimes you just don't have time for.
Doesn't help that a lot of TV is
Crap.
not great.
Terrible.
Yeah,
Horrible.
crap. Let's go with that.
No good, very
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
All right. Maybe Duma, do you have anything to add to this wonderful conversation? Hey.
Nice.
Sorry, but that's all we got for now. Who knows what'll happen in future? For that question I meant. Unless you got...
I'm trying to think. Best probably just goes to Bly for me. Either that or Breaking Bad. I want to put Better Call Saul in
Yeah,
there as
Bly's
well. 'cause
really
I
good.
like that show a lot.
Yeah.
Favorite is not to be disclosed here.
Well, you know what? That's fine.
All right.
Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Have you guys seen the trailer for Run, Hide, Fight? And if so, what do you think? That is the
I do.
school shooting film, right?
That makes sense based off of the name because that's
It's...
generally what they tell you to do now.
Yeah. I think Daily Wire produced it, and so some people are very curious about what you thought of it.
Oh.
I saw the trailer, and I think I came away thinking to myself, I mean, it could be good. I don't know. But I haven't seen it. That's all I got.
Wasn't there like another one by them with Gina Carano?
Yeah, I think they're making another one. I don't think it's out yet though. I don't know. But yeah, I think she's up with them in some way.
Yeah. I forget what the name of the film is supposed to be. I don't really follow too closely.
But yeah, I don't think anyone's seen it, right? I'm not even sure how many people here have seen the trailer. I know I did, but
I did not.
I did not see the trailer. No, I don't want to. I want to go into Run, Hide, Fight without any expectations. I just want it to wash all over me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi ho. It's
Hi ho.
off to Singapore we go. Very true.
Hi ho.
If you're thinking about getting Dying Light 2, it's glitchy as hell.
Yeah, I played the prologue. The prologue is 2 fucking hours, by the way.
Jeez.
And yeah, there was already like a whole lot of jank that was pretty present in the first game too. So like, very familiar
The
turf.
first one's a bit. Oh, it's got some jank in there. It's got some jank.
I still enjoyed the first one. Don't get me
Me
wrong.
too.
The first one is a good bit of fun, but yeah,
I would
jank's up
definitely
there.
recommend the first game quite a bit.
Yep.
I really appreciate that it's mature in a respectful way, not like the boys. I think they're talking about Arcane, and
Yes.
I agree. That's one of the things that hit me with this at the ending of episode 3. Like, how mature of you, which doesn't really.
Oh, I'm mature.
I don't find myself saying that about stuff that often.
No.
Seriously,
Arcane respects you as a viewer, which is
Yeah,
nice.
it respects you big.
It's such a strange thing to say, but when Vipe hit her, I was like, "Oh, how'd that happen?
Oh, shit.
All right."
Punch that kid.
I guess, just want to push back a tiny bit and say, like, I think we should reserve a show's right to be crude if that's what it's trying to be. Like,
Are you referring to when it can just like the boys, where it's just like fuck, explosion of meat?
I suppose so. Yeah.
It's not like but I don't think that's what that means. I don't think it's like
Yeah,
you
that's not what I
can't
was thinking of.
can't do it. They're gonna be. I'm trying to think of examples. There are plenty. I would go as far as saying I enjoyed the Invisible Man explosion that happens. I forget his name because I haven't consumed boys content in so long now. But it's episode 2, I think.
Yes.
There's a lot to say about that scene that works really well with that. But as was pointed out to the fucking writer, that doesn't make any sense because it should be that the explosion is impacted. Like it should be that he goes and then falls over because it wouldn't pierce or break any of his skin because the whole point is that it can't be broken. And he just said, yeah, but it wouldn't look as cool.
I remember that was a. You just reminded me of something. I remember in Luke Cage, it was specifically a plot point that they used like a Chitauri bullet that could actually penetrate Luke's skin, and because of that, it was very difficult to do surgery to save his life because there was like nothing that you could penetrate. I think they had to use his eye, like a part of his eye, and it was like a whole plot point. You can't establish it as a thing that protects somebody and then not consider the ways in which it screws them over. That's just like basic balancing of like your powers and your characters.
That's the thing. And it's a bit of a like letdown when that happens. But like the point I was trying to make was more so that you could call that crude and something I enjoyed and I think was suitable.
Right. Wait, what's the question?
Oh, so the person said that they're happy that Arcane was respectful in like it was mature in a respectful way rather than the opposite being something like The Boys. And I think what we took from that was they're saying that The Boys is much more like we're mature. Fuck.
There is absolutely. There is absolutely a conversation. I've said it so many times. I feel like a broken record, but like Arcane is an anomaly in terms of Western adult like animated shows. There are most are trying to be comedies, and of the ones that are trying to be comedies, most are edgy or crude.
I think crude is the word. Yeah.
I think crude is probably the word because it's like you go through the list and it's like so I guess the problem is that when I think about a lot of the ones that I like, it's like, well, a lot of them aren't. I don't really think Archer is like crude. I guess there are aspects of it that are crude, but I feel like it almost downplays how intelligently written it is. It's like the same for The Simpsons, and I guess South Park would definitely be described as like a crude show, but you know, it's smart, right? Like it's not. I guess it would be more so that when we talk about it, feels like just that the ideas that people have in their head of what an animated show can be is a little bit narrow. Maybe in part because of the still existing problem that people like cartoons are for kids, and so like it's almost this knee jerk in the opposite direction. We are so not for kids. Like this is so much for an adult. See, look, he said fuck. You know?
Yeah, that means we're for adults.
I hope that Arcane sort of
I think Arcane had one F word.
Yeah, exactly. I think
2.
In any case, it's just man, I do hope that what people pull from Arcane is like, please, you don't have to just be a comedy. You you can just make a drama. You can just make a drama and have it be animated. It's animation. It's a medium. It is not. It tells you nothing about what kind of story you have to tell or how you have to tell it.
Yeah. Just to go on defense a little for Crude. That's why I brought up Translucence Explosion. It's like that was something I enjoy, and it's done for. And as was mentioned in chat, the Pulp Fiction head explosion is fucking fantastic. But you can absolutely say that's Crude. And it's like, well, yeah,
I mean,
part of the.
When Cartman shoves food up his butt and craps out his mouth, that's Crude. It's funny.
We would talk. So I assume if we were to add like a caveat onto the statement, I am assuming they're just saying that The Boys does it in a way that's really fucking cheap a lot of the time.
A lot of the time, yes.
Yeah, Sausage Party. That's something that comes to mind.
I'm very cautious about closing doors in terms of writing styles.
This might be controversial because I laughed at Sausage Party a lot when I watched it the first time. I remember
had trouble with it because I just fucking hate Seth Rogen, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I think the premise was so amusing to me that it helped carry me through the whole thing. Even though the premise doesn't really follow much at all, right? When do they become alive? Like, does a sausage become alive when it is turned into a sausage? Or
I'll let you know when a sausage comes alive.
Yeah. Damn it, I'm trying to have a serious discussion about the world building of Sausage Party, Seth Rogen's comedy movie.
World building of Sausage Party. A video essay by Fringy.
No, never.
Search your heart, you know it to be true.
Well, they followed it with saying, I hope we get more like this rather than The Boys. It's like, oh, 100% that.
Absolutely.
Easily.
God,
The Boys is
I can agree with that 100%.
Easily.
Because maybe Crude stuff would actually hit way better and harder if there wasn't so much of it compared to not at all crude, mature stuff.
It's really oversaturated at the moment.
People complain the most about all the Netflix animated shows. Like, in BoJack's favor, it tries not to be like a lot of the other Netflix animated shows where it's just like knockoff Family Guy.
Yeah, because
it's terrible in its own
they're
way.
all. You're right about that.
Knockoff Family Guy. That is really common, actually. You're right.
Very common. It's
because
so
Family Guy,
common.
They it makes them think, because like it's very much like Family Guy's fault that they're like, I'm gonna have a young character who swears like crazy. I'm gonna have a really old character who swears like crazy, because you just wouldn't really expect that. Isn't that crazy?
A talking dog. When have you ever seen a talking dog or a talking fish?
Well,
that's true.
Gave up at the
there
first
is one
turtle.
talking dog here, but talking dog. I don't know, but now it seems like Rick and Morty has become the new one. That is getting. It was Star Trek Lower Decks. That's Rick and Morty Star Trek. That's what that is by the looks of it, anyway.
And the comedy looks so fucking weak.
Yeah, and Hoops has a similar art style to Rick and Morty as well. Yeah, that's become the new thing. It is so interesting how it's in trends. First it was The Simpsons, then it was Family Guy, now it's Rick and Morty.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, happy birthday, Metal.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Metal. Is it your birthday?
This I still have a little bit more on this topic as well, because it's something I've thought about. Something that is a little bit frustrating about Family Guy and the influence it's had is that Family Guy's animation has deteriorated significantly to a style that is incredibly bland. And when we talk about like movement and animation itself, it's so limited and static that it almost feels like a computer makes it. And unfortunately, a lot of the ones that then try to do the Family Guy thing have a similar issue in terms of the animation, where it's just so limited. It's not bouncy at all. It's the same poses. It's arms by the side, one arm up, two arms up, but a little bit closer to the chest. Arms hanging forward, so they got their arms up and like T-Rex. It's like those same 4 or 5 arms that they do over and over and over again.
And then don't forget the knockout pose.
Friends.
No, Smiling Friends is just a strong example of, again, what you can do with animation, where you have a bunch of crazy, wacky characters and this kind of weird clashing of styles that blend together somehow. That it just somehow works as this weird, surreal thing. Yeah. There's
3D
so much you can
squelching.
do with animation. It's like that Harry Partridge cartoon. With animation, you can. It's a really good video. It just establishes the point very clearly. You can do whatever you want, so do it.
Hey, y'all remember Go Animate?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
talking about the cheap
Go
Family
Animate?
Guy
Harry
style.
Partridge again. Harry Partridge made a cartoon shitting on Go Animate, where he just makes the point like in Go Animate, can you is there a canned animation that transforms your hand into a gay lobster who's excited for the new Captain America movie? It's like, yeah, exactly. You can't.
Go Animate? Yeah, I've never.
Yeah, it was
heard of
like some
this.
web-based, like browser-based animation, like
Software that had
Oh
canned
program.
god, this just
animations.
looks like Family Guy.
Well,
It
yeah. So
does.
This look.
with Go Animate was basically you could like drag and drop canned animations and stuff. So like it's not really you're not really like it's you're
You're
not animating.
directing pre-done animations.
Well, it's
Yeah.
just like I don't because people shit on tweens, but like you can use tweens really well. Rick and Morty uses
Wait,
tweens. It's a really great.
tweens?
Yeah, so like you know how like when you think about frame by frame, like usually when you think of animation, you think of like frame by frame, which is like what the Disney animated films used to be like, where like
I
each
guess, yeah.
individual drawing and then you filter through those
Then
drawings.
another
That's
one,
like
then another one.
yeah, but they're all individually drawn. Whereas with tweens, you create like objects that you move around. So you might make the hands little objects. And
Okay.
so instead of
Oh,
drawing
there's
them
a lot of the
again,
early internet stuff was that.
a lot of early internet stuff
Yeah,
used
yeah,
tweens,
Flash
but
animation, big time example right
Yeah,
there.
Legendary Lily
tweens.
Pad and all that.
but the thing is it's common now in general, like for television animation in particular, to use tweens. But that's the thing, like tween is a technique. Like you can use tweens and make something really cool. Not everything needs to be frame by frame animated, though I definitely have a preference for that. But like that's kind of like what Go Animate was leaning more into, is like it's not really, you are moving images, so like it is animation technically, but it's kind of like you've lost the spirit of what animation is meant to be, or what I think it ought to be. Part of the reason why Arcane is so cool as a project to exist. Is part of the reason why, like, when you look at a project like a Fox in Space, where it's like all hand drawn, 2D animated, looks like an 80s cartoon, and is really expressive, and no single frame, like it's never the same. It's constantly changing and dynamic. It's just
God,
it was one of the
praising
wonderful
Arcane
things
all
about-
stream.
well, I'm about to praise 101 Dalmatians. One of the most fun parts of rewatching that film was just how expressive and fluid and bouncy all the characters were. And it's just something so charming about it. I love it.
Also, I can't wait for a Fox in Space episode 2. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that. I'm keeping an eye on it.
You know how long it'll
such an
be?
awesome project. I think
Well,
it's
it's
going to be
looking
about
like it's going to be
25
feature
minutes.
length at this point.
So I think it's going to be about 25-30 minutes. Last I checked, which is about 2.5 times as long as the first one, and I believe that the creator has said that there are like twice as many frames now in terms of the animation as well, compared to the original, which is insane to think about because the original was already going above and beyond for what you would expect of a one-man project, essentially.
Yeah, as far as I know, now he's got a staff and he's using like Blender and shit too.
He's using Blender now, yeah. Which is, from what I hear that Blender is really great, and that and the big thing that works in its favor is it's free, but that it is kind of a steep learning curve. There's a lot to learn. It's like it's not for 2D animation. It's more so for 3D modeling.
But he's blended the two like seamlessly very well. So he's done a great job of that.
He absolutely has. I will happily wait for those projects. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Blender, you know, it was nuts because I remember Blender was first up and coming, and it was like kind of like what you would expect of like maybe the Windows Movie Maker of 3D software at the time. Now it has basically dethroned Maya. It's like,
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Wow, it dethroned Maya.
To be fair, I used Maya once upon a time.
Oh wow.
Well, that's another story. But I just want to read this out specifically to Theo. Theo, you ready?
Yeah.
feel like you may already have read it, but the Clone Wars walked so that Arcane could run.
Ugh. Ew.
Oh my
No.
god.
Don't. Well, I have said I'm gonna use comparisons to Arcane to gaslight Clone Wars fans because it's everything the Clone Wars wishes it was.
Oh no.
I feel like it's not an apt comparison. Like, first of all, Clone Wars was like semi-serialized. It was not like a hard, like, serialized TV show. There were
No, it
arcs
wanted to
and
be.
stuff, but yeah.
Hmm.
Why would they be saying that though? Like the Clone Wars,
Well, one of them's animated, and
and the other
is
one is also animated, so that might as well be the same thing.
Yeah. One of them is the forerunner for the other, despite one
Yeah,
of them being terrible
I
and
would
the other
just
being great.
expand it at that point and be like, oh yeah, Batwoman walked so that Arcane could run.
Oh yeah, I Love Lucy walks so that Breaking Bad could run. They're both
Maybe that's
shows with
true,
people
Friggy.
in them.
Maybe that's true.
Well, I guess to a certain extent it's true. All creative work is derivative in like some sense, but I don't. Yeah,
Listen,
I don't see the
the
comparison.
Iliad walked so that the Clone Wars could run.
No.
Yeah, how far back do we want to trace all
We
this?
got back-to-back comments. Theo is right, you know. Calm down, Theo.
Go
No.
Animate is the precursor to Arcane.
I'm sorry, but I need to, like, the Clone Wars art style is fucking repulsive, dude.
Oh
It's
my-
hideous.
I
don't like
don't
it.
agree. I don't agree.
I
don't
really
mind.
It's
hate
not
how it
I don't
looks.
think it's repulsive, but I don't like it at all.
The moment I started looking at how bits of characters' bodies like connect, it started to terrify me. Like the easy one is Ahsoka's shoulders are like sharp. They are straight up right angles, and you look at the way her jaw connects to her
That's
neck.
what a real
and
woman looks like.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
That is true.
I
Well,
don't
have you
think there
seen
are-
Rosario Dawson?
Is she orange?
Yes.
The
Shit.
right angle shoulders.
Hmm.
The Epic of Gilgamesh.
Not on
walks
this
to the
level.
Arcane.
Epic of Gilgamesh crawled so that Batwoman
Cavemen
could soar.
rambled on at the fireplace so that Arcane could run.
That's
Yes, they
right.
did.
Yeah, dude.
I don't think that the Clone Wars. I think that I don't think like it's a great art style, but I think that it's fine. I think
Well, I was about to
I'm
say,
certainly biased against it.
the
but
problem you
I
highlight
find it
isn't with the style at that point, right? It's just the use of that style. Like specifically, like because this sounds like a problem that could be solved. The body being weird, right?
I think. Well, I would call that a problem of the art style because it's arising from the sort of caricatured way in which they're trying to do things.
But
Everyone
I
has to be
assume you would
I would
say
agree with
that's
that.
an instance where it's not working. Meanwhile, there are instances where it does.
Would I say it's like? I guess depends what you mean by working, because I guess Obi-Wan looks alright.
I guess that's what I mean.
I don't think anyone looks good. I wouldn't say any part of it looks good. I don't think.
How much do we
Uh,
think it is relevant to talk about budgetary limitations?
That's a tough one. With
'Cause-
3D animation, it's probably more of a factor than I
With
guess.
all animation, it's a factor,
Oh,
really.
yeah.
How much money? Like Rick and Morty clearly has a big budget for its animation compared to other shows.
Oh,
and it's
certainly
like,
as the seasons
well,
went on.
How
the-
fair is it to compare?
The fifth
Yeah.
season was almost obnoxious with how it was like time for a huge action scene with all of our animation going crazy, and you're like, yeah.
Well, I remember listening to because I have the first 2 seasons on Blu-ray. I remember listening to the audio commentary about how hard it was to in the Total Recall how many characters they had to design and
Yeah.
find a way to integrate in. It's like, yeah, it's so much work.
Mm-hmm. Ellie was gay. Hello, Goo Man. Happy birthday, Moodah. Also, hi, Rags. Arcane is a masterpiece.
Hi. A masterpiece.
A piece of the master. Elusive, this master.
Mystère.
Collecting him. Have you guys watched the TIE Fighter short film by Ota King Animation? It's an excellent one-man animation for Star Wars. A bit rough for the animations of people, but is otherwise excellent.
Oh my god. I've heard it's pretty darn impressive for one person, but I don't know much about it myself.
I don't
What
think I
was it
ever
called,
watched
sorry?
it, but I've heard of it. It's called TIE Fighter Short Film.
Yeah. I remember that. That was incredibly impressive for one guy. I remember. I think the same guy did an animation for Warframe that was really cool, like 100 Days of Warframe. Yeah, no, that's a cool one.
I have to agree with Rags in that the vocal tracks for me came off as super distracting. Honestly, I would have loved them as instrumental. Note, I don't mind when it's the song where the band is framed. Oh, I guess they're saying they don't mind it when it's in universe. I think a lot of people find it the reverse. I don't know. We'll get there.
Yeah.
As for instrumental, hell yeah, I'd be totally on board with it, making an instrumental in the intro. I still don't know that I'd say it works, but I think it would work better. Though you lose the lyrics at that point, which do have meaning for the images they're attached to. It's a complicated thing, you know.
Yeah, again, I feel like it would have been remedied if they had used the intro in the second episode. I think it would have been fine then.
Certainly would have been better not pairing it with that prologue.
Yeah.
He hates me. He lied to me. The Spider-Man wants to be my enemy. Why would you post this?
He hates.
It might be the worst thing. Just why did you do that? Like
he's sitting there next to right next to Hans, and he's like, "All right, Mr. Z. All right, here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna. The lyrics are: He hates me. He lied to me. Electricity.
no.
You think that's good? Think that's a keeper?
Are you sure about the hate on me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Mario, man.
Oh no.
Wahoo!
The best part about having never played League before watching is that unlike my friends, I was never sure who was going to live or die in any given scene. Joke's on you, I felt the same way.
Haha.
And a lot of them were really shocking because of it. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Look, we've been over it, so it's not a spoiler. I didn't think Clagger and Milo were going to get fucking killed. I knew they weren't in the game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
'Cause
I didn't think they'd just die off that hard.
Yeah, I just didn't.
I had suspected that one of them was gonna die because I got the vibe of it, circle of friends, and they're showing that they could go a little rough here. So we got our 4 character. One of these guys, they're gonna fucking die.
I remember you saying
I didn't.
you thought maybe that
Yeah.
would be what ranked the stakes, right? You were saying that
Yeah,
soon that's
one of
gonna
the
be
kids dying.
Mhm.
And then it went better than I even expected.
You got
2 of them
2.
got
Yeah.
fucking killed. 2 of them got
Both
fucking
kids
killed.
and their dad.
Pocket sand. That's
It's
true.
not as much fun when an adult dies, though.
When it comes to women, would you rather give them equal rights or equal lefts? Appreciate you all massively. How about we give them both?
Well, we've tried equal rights, and that clearly was a mistake. So let's try for equal lefts and see how that works out.
I don't even know what it means, but I'm all for it. Give them both. I only
Give 'em
have
both.
one big qualm. It's that scene from later on, and
No.
I thought
I think meant with women.
I thought a thing, and then it turned out the thing wasn't the thing. It had me confused. That will be discussed 100%. We're going to be missing that topic. I always hate how people say that the beginning of something is boring. That's where you do most of the setup. Look, I get it. I do.
Don't have to be boring.
I get it. I understand when people were saying that 1 and 2 were but 3 was oof. It doesn't even. I would never describe 1 and 2 as bad. It's just that, dare I say, pacing wise, and this is gonna happen where you're just like, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. And the thing is, when you get told, it might be to do culturally with like how much recommendation it gets, because you watch those 2 episodes and you're just like, this show is fine. Don't really understand why everyone's so passionately telling me to watch it. I think that's a completely normal reaction for everyone to have, but I would hesitate in, like, I don't want to be too critical of them for that. The thing is, as Rags has just said, which is very true, they don't have to be that way. Now, I don't want to claim like they're just not engaging, because I was engaged.
I guess I was just set expectations in a particular place. But you know, like I always cite the pilot from Breaking Bad, where it's like, holy shit,
that was a great pilot.
it was
wow.
a movie's worth of content in one episode, and it sets the stage for the entire season. I don't know that they could have like nailed it more in terms of engagement. Holy fuck, what a good job. Could Arcane's first episode have been that? It's like, maybe. And would that be better? Maybe.
Sometimes I guess that's just kind of the folly of having a show with lots of characters.
They had a lot of work to do,
You got to
and I think they
establish
did
a
it
lot.
well.
You got a lot of work to do, yeah.
So you know, it complicated, but I still absolutely you would have watched us presumably gush over how good the first 2 episodes are for like 5 hours. So you know we think they're good. I just understand that a lot of people weren't quite jazzed until episode 3 of watching a drama unfold. I know super chats. I grew up surrounded by.
Number 5.
New Zealand is here. Hi. Oh, hi, New Zealand.
Hello.
Riot's handle of LOL's lore is atrocious. They retconned lore and made it terrible. That's why I quit 6 years ago. Reject LOL. Rejoin Bionicle.
That's why you
Bionicle.
I was gonna say, you quit 6 years ago, so it's not even the same story anymore, right? Like, probably?
Yeah. Like, they changed the law, but they had good reason to do so, and there was a long period of retconning, but it's stable now. Like, other than the stuff that they haven't yet got around to updating to the new law.
They ended it with
Like-
SRB, by the way. Serb.
Serb. Yep. Serb.
Pop music doesn't fit the Victorian era aesthetic. I wouldn't even cite that as the reasoning. There's probably a lot of pop songs that might work, depending, especially because it's like steampunk and sci-fi fantasy mixed in with Victorian. Like it's this whole mashup. I think you can mash a lot of things in with it, including pop music, or maybe rap music. Who knows what they might try?
Heaven.
I don't know that I would ever want to call an entire genre wouldn't fit with Victorian style or influence. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable saying that because it's just, especially, I'm not one to like stand for pop music. I don't really care about pop music that much, but I mean, it's a pretty big.
Mahler's lying all the time in our calls. He stands for pop music.
It's usually something I have to get out of the way before we can talk about anything else.
Yeah, so it doesn't come out during the
He
stream.
won't tell
Yeah.
you this. He won't admit it. But
No.
Radioactive by Imagine Dragons. He loves that song.
It's funny, everyone was like saying that was the song, and I was like, which one is that? Because there's too many pop songs that I'm familiar with.
Welcome to the new age. To the
Yeah.
best one.
There's so many of those songs that I don't know who made them or what their names are, you know? A great example of that is the
I don't know which one.
Jeremy Renner song. Like, because people were like, Jeremy Renner sings. And I was like, really? And it's like, yeah, listen to his most popular song. Is it not the most fucking generic pop thing you've ever heard? And you listen to it, you're like, wow, that is just pop song. It's the formula. It's so interesting to think about. But yeah, I don't, as if I know anything about pop music as a does that literally just refer to music that is popular? How does it work?
I think that is. I think that is how the genre is defined.
Imagine Baggins.
So, like,
Imagine Baggins.
well, I guess it's interesting because pop songs from the 80s, like out of, like it's called Out of Touch, right? The damn it. What is that called? Yeah, that's the song. Yeah. I really like that song. That one's pop song, but it's like, is it pop song in the same way that Imagine Dragons Radioactive is a pop song? Because they're very different songs.
Yeah, and at that point,
just
you can imagine there's gotta be some songs in that genre that you can pick from to match certain events.
Yeah, sure.
Gotta be.
Won't you tell me, boom, 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 what works so hard for you?
So yeah, like I said, we'll try and talk more about the song choices as we go through, but I think we're past the most controversial one being Enemy.
So hard
that shouldn't be controversial. It is terrible.
And all to give
okay, Rex.
Money.
First super chat here, mutually. Am I the only one who thought that Heimerdinger sounded like Voxus? Oh, and hi, Rex.
Hi.
I suppose you can kind of, yeah, there's something
little
there.
bit.
The only thing is, I
I heard Heimerdinger extensively before I heard of Voxus at all. So like he just evokes Heimerdinger to me, if you know what I mean. But I can totally see how you connect him to Voxus.
Throat my 300-pound cock, dear boy.
Oh no.
You think Heimerdinger is Hungerdinger?
Hung a donger
He's
at
a-
that point, right?
Hunger Donger.
He is known as the Donger in the game.
Mhm.
The Hunger Donger.
Yeah.
He bet
Relative
him.
to body size.
Alright, in season.
Oh, he'll
He's
make
got-
a turret.
He's a Hyman zinger.
Oh my god. This next one says, I grew up
Hyman
surrounded by
Zinger.
super chats.
No way, really?
Yeah. In Runeterra, each nation has their own money like countries IRL, but they seem to follow gold greater than silver, greater than coppers.
Oh, they actually do have their own. I didn't know they'd actually done that.
I guess then at that point, the idea is that the currency in the League of Legends is like a universal one that it only applies to League of Legends then, or something like that.
They're like Republic credits.
Well, what I'm
except
trying to
they're good
imply
here.
is maybe that's how they square away that we wouldn't be seeing that money in this show, and they've created a different look to it or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm surprised they tackled that because issues of coinage in again pre-modern societies is kind of a bitch to tackle. I wrote an essay on it recently for uni stuff, and
Oh, look at me! I'm in
like,
uni, nerd.
Yeah.
Look at me! I'm young and I have
Uni's a-
dreams.
Uni sounds gay.
What conclusion did you reach? That it was pretty odd.
Coins were shit in the medieval era generally.
Wow.
Silver content declined constantly. There was never enough to go around. The different denominations and fractured systems as regional locations, had their own currencies working, made things even worse. And then it all just went to shit when we basically just ran out of silver and nobody could mint coins anymore.
When did we figure it out? Or did we never figure it out? It's always been shit.
We figured it out when standardization became a lot easier and the process got more automated, and also when we got shitloads of gold and silver from the New World.
Neat. Thanks, New World.
America to the rescue again. Oh my goodness. When will
we
it end?
appreciate it. Speak of alcohol and he shall appear. That was pretty funny, Rags. Drinker came in literally on the scene with
I was here for that
pouring
actually. I
drinks.
was actually here for that. That was funny.
Well, hey, that's that means you were here for. That's a lot, right? That was like 3 hours.
I was here for a while.
I can't my mind is like melted where I don't even know what happened. I just remember talking about Arcane, which was fun.
It was fun. I like that show. We should do an EFAP on it.
I reckon we should too. Yeah.
Might be a good idea.
Hey
Maybe
guys,
more.
Glad you're all covering Arcane. I really felt for Powder in episode 3. Well, I think this. I was about to say it pretty much hit everybody, but I was like, no, there were some people in chat who were upset at that scene being ruined by plot armor or whatever. But it's just like, yeah, it hits hard for a lot of people. It's the scene I think that's.
If I didn't die too, I'm mad.
It jump started the word of mouth. I think that scene, because if you guys remember, Arcane. Maybe it was really smart for them to release it in 3s. I wonder if there's some kind of definitive best way to do it, but they were like blasts of recommendations for Arcane instead of it being like, if it all came out at once, probably would have gone for a while, but then petered out. It was one episode at a time. The recommendations would have probably come in at episode 3 rather than 1 and 2. I don't know. I was just thinking about how, because it came out in 3s, right? Which is a very strange way to do a show.
Well, think of it this way: if 3 is your big stinger, and you kind of know that it's the big early episode, releasing them in 3s is really maybe only in service just to get that first third out. Like, it doesn't really matter if the other ones are released in 3s, but getting that initial third one released, that's the big one.
I think so.
The attention started.
I think it makes a lot of sense to have released these 3 as a one thing.
Yes.
Decent choice. Vander's teaching methods come across as teaching what he wishes he knew at Vi's age. 100%. I think it's not a spoiler to say from what we've seen, Vanda sees himself in Vi, and Silco sees himself in Powder. It's pretty neat job they did. Yo EFAP crew, please do not do a Kong Fap. It sounds like a terrible idea and it would be your worst episode yet. Oh.
I feel like it could be cool.
I think it would be a fine episode.
I
I feel
also
like being
believe it would
reverse
be a neat
psychology.
episode, but I mean, if someone said it might not be.
Then I guess that's the end of the discussion.
Well, what they don't realize is if one super chat had come in saying an Arcane EFAP sounds pretty cringe, we wouldn't have done it. We can't risk that.
Not if it might be cringe.
Yeah,
Look,
that's
that's the way to go through life. Just bow to. It's not even really peer pressure. One person says, "Hey, that's dumb. Just give up. Give up on everything. Your hopes and dreams. That's dumb. Quit.
Everyone
Stop
needs someone in their life to say that's dumb, give up whenever they have an idea.
This sounds like a super villain origin story. The that's dumb. Give up, man. What happened to him? What dream got crushed of his?
Oh.
He's like, I am now the crusher of dreams. The Dark Souls boss. Give up. The crusher of dreams.
Is That's Dumb Give Up Man a superhero?
In a certain
like
sense,
Captain Hindsight,
he protects people from ever failing. In
By
a certain
by
sense.
preventing
You never
them from
try, you never
trying.
fail. You never... I think that was the Frowning Friends. That was a joke that they had.
Yeah, I
if you
think
try
so.
to do something, you might fail, so don't.
Yeah, they told 3D Squelton that, right?
But I can't remember what they told the "get out of my head, man" thing. But I definitely remember his reaction. I don't know what to think no more, man. I don't know what to think no more. Get out of my head.
I love how much people love that character. It's so great. Like...
Well, I think the reason that secured the love for him was when it was Lyle McDouchebag voicing that Fox guy, and he's just like, I don't know what to get out of my head. Get out of my head!
He just turns into him.
Get out of my head, man! You're in my head, man! And then Charlie tries to take the gun, he can't get it, runs away. DJ Spit, that's right.
If any of you didn't hear us the last few times we've done it, go watch Smiling Friends. We recommend.
Go watch
Yeah, it's really good.
Smiling Friends. The Renaissance Man, it's worth it just for the Renaissance
Just for the Renaissance Man. Hi all. Episode 169 was great rat and would love more. What did we do on 169? Was that the storytelling one?
I think it was, because, wait, was that 3 weeks ago?
Great.
169, and then we did Boba Fett. What did we do last week? Oh, Suicide. Yeah, it was 169. Yeah.
All right, yeah, okay. They go on to say, Trungos and Chickpea Grumbo, I think, nearly killed me in 170. I'd love to stick around for Arcane, but not finished it yet. Have a great time. Also, hi Wags.
Hello.
The Chickpea Grumbo was perfect on top of it being called Trungos. I'm very glad that was there. But yes, hope you have fun with the show. We had a super chat come in semi recently saying that they actually stepped out to watch the whole show and they're back now. What did you think? I grew up surrounded by super chats. Another one.
Number 6 or 7.
Look, I'm not upset about that, okay?
I don't think any of us are. It's fine.
Yeah.
3 hours and almost done with episode 1. I love EFAP. Yeah, we got 3 of them done. That's a record. Sure of it. And you know what? It's interesting to think about because we've gone further with this than we did with Squid Game, Falcon the Winter Soldier. You know, like, and you'd be like, oh, well, why? And it's like, I guess, what else can I say? That there was that much shit we wanted to talk about that's in this show. It's got to be a sense of something of a praise for the show that 3 episodes can take us for a full big episode.
And it's worth noting that it was a restrained conversation as well because we were refraining from linking forward too much.
Which, yes, that'll explode the longer we go. In a good way. Check out Locke and All Is Lost. They're single actor movies. The main character of Locke is quite an interesting character. Interesting. Cool character. Yeah, if that sounds interesting, check it out. Shimmer in this show is very relevant to our world's opioid/drug crisis. It's shown to have very useful medical properties.
but it causes addiction and violence in a community. Yes. We can
Damn.
talk more about that as well, especially when we hit episode 6. Yeah, I think it's a lot of that. About damn time. I knew you Dumbos would love this show, and I knew you couldn't resist a full breakdown, although I didn't expect a 2-parter. But since it was mentioned, I predict a second part is imminent. A shame I don't appear as a prophet on this Super Chat catch-up stream, though. Well,
Yeah.
play
Bad
DDLC. It could very well be 3 parts. It'll really depend, because there'll be a lot to say. It'll just depend. IJ, go ahead.
I imagine with all of the groundwork laid, we may be going quicker, but who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows, really?
Could also mean we're going slow. I don't know.
Yeah, because we're linking back.
Yeah, we'll do a lot of linking back. Hi Jay, I've rewatched your video about 6 times on the weird guy who doesn't pee in a bottle. 'Twas good. Hi Rags.
Hello.
Hi Morla. Thanks for being alive. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Hi.
Good job on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jay's video, for those who don't know, released an hour-long sort of breakdown on React content, and well, Jay's perspective on it being done right and being done wrong.
I saw that video. It was a good one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Jace must have made the sandwiches first, then went to the Undercity, then picked up Caitlyn, then planned to eat the 2 sandwiches together. I'm assuming the sandwiches are for him and Caitlyn. I don't know.
There are 2 of
He
them.
just-
Yeah, it
He
does
left
make
the
sense.
sandwiches in the room because, you know, what if I
Yeah.
come back into the room and I'm hungry?
Yep. Were they even on a plate, or were they just there on the
They were
table?
just sitting on
there.
some maps.
I don't know what happened.
Well, you
What
see,
if I'm
he eats
hungry?
his sandwiches in the scientific method.
See. He eats them in
Boo.
theory.
Shut up.
I grew up surrounded by nuggets. Hassan. See that being the thing that he's... Morla, Fringy, Jay, Theo, and Drinker are all on together, and are from the city of England. England is their city. This is awesome. Komodo hype.
Yeah,
I'm gonna agree, of course.
I love the city of England.
Of course.
The Xander dude who debated Rags on the Ion Fury all those years back was in Jay's last vid, and Duma beefed with him on Twitter. Small world. And hi, Rags.
We
Hi.
talked to Xander Hall once.
Yeah, I think he
I
was.
think so.
He was
A
called
long
Pig
time
Puncher at the
ago.
time.
What?
I don't
Pig
remember much
Puncher.
about it.
Pig Puncher.
He certainly hasn't impressed me.
Well,
Pig Puncher. Was that his username?
it was, yeah.
What? Now, why? Why?
I don't know. I'm sure it's harmless. I don't think
Is
he
it-
wants to actually punch little cute little pigs
Or
doing
is
their
it the
thing.
capital? Is it a meme of like punch? I actually don't know why anybody would ever leave the pigs alone.
Don't punch pigs. What's wrong with you?
That what is wrong with you? You punch pigs. What are you doing?
Oh, Friggy's about
You
to
know,
start a war.
Unless one is charging at you to eat you, but otherwise,
Well, maybe
Yeah.
maybe you deserve.
Like,
it.
Typically,
I
don't
know.
boars do that? Boars ain't pigs at all.
I guess
Boars are
Violence
pigs.
necessary
that-
to prevent pig punching.
I don't know. I just think that's not a
He's
nice
not a
thing to-
bright lad.
Well, I was going to say the spheres are kind of interesting, actually. There's just spread all over the place, all these different people who know all these different people. Because I'm sure someone has said to Jay, like, you understand that ER has been on EFAP, right? And he literally killed the whole world, so... Isn't that something that you should consider? You know, just like there's all these different strange connections with different people all over the place.
entangled. You know,
Yeah.
this bizarre
If you
entanglement.
remember when ER did that.
Well, and the thing is, like, everyone meets each other in different ways, so, you know, it can easily be an antagonistic approach or just a friendly one. You never know what's going to happen. So it could be that your nemesis, best friends with your closest friendo, and then a big drama war
That
happens.
sounds like a Shadow the Hedgehog origin story.
Probably is. No, not here. What else does
That
he
would
say?
be-
They're like, isn't it like a name of
He
a
says Maria. That's
Maria? Sounds
yeah.
like
I think.
fucking- I don't know, man. Yeah, like there's. I
and
just
then
remember all the
Sonic
memes.
bumped into it. He's like, "Oh, you're Shadow and you're a hedgehog. They must be mistaking me for you going around being a criminal.
Oh wow. That sounds so awesome.
It's great. They have a conflict and they fight. And then
Sounds
they
nice
go to
and
a
subtle.
space station and then he falls down to Earth. What I'm talking about. Oh,
Yeah, I could picture his like spaceship being called the Crystal of Death or something like that, and he like crafted from the bones of dinosaurs or something. You're just like, what? But I'm sure that's not it. It's fine.
It's important to the character, I'm sure.
Yeah. The first problem I found was the team getting down from Jace's blown up apartment. How did they get onto the street without being caught, and why? Well, so the fact that they showed us them climbing up buildings to begin the adventure sort of thing, I assume
they can climb down.
yeah, they'll find ways to get down, and they probably didn't come down from that building. I imagine they crossed over to different ones first. But then they said, and why? So are you asking why they would have come down instead of staying up? I assume because they want to try and get back to the Undercity.
I assume that they know hardcore parkour.
Yeah. My girlfriend wouldn't watch the show with me because of the character's eyebrows.
what?
Eyebrows.
I don't know.
Pretty solid reason to not watch a TV show.
I don't know if anybody has an explanation for that, or can think of one.
Eyebrows?
Like,
Eyebrows?
Just the person doesn't like eyebrows at all.
but is that all we've got? I guess it is.
Yeah.
Are they anti-eyebrows in general, or
I'm trying to
just
think,
these
like,
particular eyebrows are unacceptable?
Is it like they were
Maybe it's
moving
just
too much?
animated eyebrows.
A couple people are saying, is it Milo's? Like, Milo has big eyebrows, but I don't know.
Milo is just a goofy-looking person.
He is a bit. Well, I actually
He's just
think
a strange guy.
there's a reason they made him a little goofy looking. I think that would become more clear as the episodes go on. But that's for later, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know
He's
why.
a rat-human hybrid.
He's Twitch. Why do people keep calling Fringy a bird? He's clearly a mosquito.
That's way more defamatory. I'll take
Fringy's
bird over
racist.
mosquito.
You heard it here.
There's probably at least
It's
one
just
friendly
inaccurate.
mosquito out there, right, Fringy?
I'm sure that there are plenty of friendly mosquitoes.
Disney
I
needs
ain't
to make
one,
that
though.
movie.
The friendly mosquito.
Manny Mosquito.
I'm
Manny.
Mr. Mosquito. This is my show. I eat the blood.
I suck the blood.
But only like
This is
bad
correct,
blood. It
but-
gets it right out and saves you.
Yeah, that's right.
He sucks out your AIDS.
Exactly.
I ate the blood. I saved your life. I love you.
And then when the guy's like, "You're fired," he just sucks him totally dry, just like, and then turns into a
Oh, God.
skeleton in a second. All the skin turns to dust.
Also, bonjour to Rags.
Oh, bonjour.
And Leather
La
Commander and
fromage.
Critical Eater. Neither of them are here now because we are at nearly 10 hours, so.
Yeah.
Leather Commander.
At Rags, do you think that...
Hey.
Ooh, is that a spoiler? Let's see. Okay, I think we're alright. Just don't, the answer doesn't need to regard anything but the first 3 episodes. Rags, do you think Powder being a marksman is contradictory to the gang seeing her as useless to the team? She seems pretty useful to me.
I don't think that if you were a group like that, I'm not sure that you would want to be going out with guns to shoot people. That seems like it would cause far more problems than it would create. Is it strange that someone that young with a gun that doesn't appear to have sights just has insanely good accuracy? Certainly unlikely, but
No, we brought that up too. That especially having a nail every single shot when we first see a shooter.
How amazing!
It's the kind of thing I wouldn't expect Arcane to do. They usually like with Vi, they usually show like, look at her talent and skill doesn't mean she's invincible. And in the equivalent with accuracy, I would feel is like boom 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 boom. Oh, you hit 80% of them. Nice.
Unless it's a minigun, and then she ain't hitting shit.
I think that she tends not to miss with like the pistol, but she still misses with that later on as well. Honestly, I think the worst instance of it is literally when she was a kid. Which I just see as the anomaly, and I don't know why they did it that way, other than to sort of just be like, look, she's pretty good with that. But I agree. I don't know how much that would come in handy in their usual antics. The fact that she's a good gunslinger.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be many guns. You don't see many guns in the I almost said the underworld, the down in the lanes as much. So, yeah,
Um,
it's fine.
you gotta fuck, marry, kill, but it's regarding post episode 3 things, and so we'd have to talk about characters, and so we're just gonna give that one for now, I'm afraid. But you'll
Oh my goodness.
perhaps get an answer as we go on. Looks at Mengele plus unit 731 unbound science equals scary.
Like Dr. Mengele?
Oh,
Is that an SCP or
Mengele.
something, or?
No, that's a Nazi scientist.
Oh, sorry, I meant unit 731. I don't know what that
Oh
reference.
no, that's some lovely
Unit
Japanese shit.
721.
Ah,
Yeah, that's they did some crazy bad things.
Little bit fucked up.
Metal, did you know that
Just
birthday is your city? Really strange sequence of super chats. The person who keeps saying they're talking about cities, but okay. I hope you had a wonderful 40th birthday, Mel. I'm sure he did.
He seems to have enjoyed it.
Drinker, did you know that Scotland is your city? Alright.
What's the game here?
I don't know. Haven't played LOL, but I thought Victor would be a stereotypical bad guy because of his Russian accent. Laugh my ass off, I get it. Glad I was wrong. He's much more cartoonish in the game, but he won't be if they provide all of this fucking flesh I like using as a word in regards to him.
He used to be in the lore. His dynamic with Jace used to be a lot more black and white, and they knew that that was an issue, so they tried to
Spruced
grey
it
it
up.
out a bit.
Hmm.
And that's where a lot of what my understanding of Victor as a character is informed by, where like he's not some evil mastermind and take over the world or anything. He just wants to do his job. He just wants to do his job, and he has some strange opinions, perhaps, on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he wants to do more than his job, but I think like he really does want to be more than just an assistant to Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has dreams, and well, we'll talk about that. It all comes up. I don't think Mola knows the England is my city meme. So the thing is, whether or not I know that meme doesn't actually really make much of a difference when all you say over and over again is England is your city. You're just like, okay. It would be like posting peanut butter
England.
jelly time over and over again. I'm like, okie dokie then.
Yo.
It is, in
Peanut
fact,
butter jelly
peanut butter jelly
time.
time, I guess.
Does anyone else
Who wins,
think...
peanut butter jelly time or Dr. Tran?
Dr. Tran.
You haven't over 3,000 of Dr. Tran's. That's all
Guess
right.
not.
No, that's all right. That's fine.
Does anyone else think Dashlu's voice is sexy? That would be Grayson's voice.
Who? Grayson? Sexy? I don't think sexy. By the way, Grayson's one of my favorite characters in the show. It's a very recognizable voice. I wouldn't call it sexy, but I wouldn't
agree.
call it unsexy necessarily.
Well, I would go as far as saying I love the voice. Not really what I would
love
call
the
sexy.
voice.
There's a pleasantry to it.
Yeah, like a grandma. Like it's very matronly, which I like quite a bit. I could see it in a sexual context working, but not generally. No.
In episode 3, when Powder says, "My sister left me," then Silco looks at Vanda's body but doesn't say anything. That said so much to me. He was/is so well realized and characterized, it's unreal. And it's the kind of shit we advocate
we were
for
commenting on that
constantly. Just take the chance sometimes to understand that your audience will figure it out.
Yeah.
They'll catch on to more than you think, probably. and if they don't, they will eventually, because someone else will, and they'll tell them.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it sounds bizarre. It's actually something that Blinkett has brought up before. Sometimes you'll pick this shit up and enjoy it, and not even like consciously have put it together mechanically. It's a very strange
May not have
experience.
noticed, but your brain did.
But your brain did.
Honestly, it kind of fascinates me because I've been noticing it more and more with stuff that I enjoy. I'm like, man, I really like this scene. Why? And then I think about it for a while, and I'm like, oh, is it that? Is it that? Is it that? And then my brain is like, that was what it was. Yeah, you figured it out. I was like, oh,
Did
brain.
it? Yay! You solved yourself out. You figured yourself out. Good job.
Literally, yeah. The same thing happens with like shit stuff as well, right? Where like a scene happens and you're like, wow, I hated that. I'm not even sure why yet. And then your brain is like, let's have a sit down. Hey, brain.
Why don't you have a seat right there?
Oh god. Fringy is totally into Goo Girls, sometimes literally. Well, he's not denying it, so the only way we can
There's
discover
something
truth.
to this guy. He's on a list.
Several. I just watched 171, and for your information, in August, James Gunn confirmed on Twitter that Waller saw Flag as a sacrificial lamb. I hate it. Thoughts? Hi, Rags.
What?
So, that's fine that you want to get it to that point, but I feel like you have to earn that, surely. You have to give us something. Because, you know, that means that the interpretation would be that she really did know that that team was being sacrificed. Which something
seems like it's pointless. Yeah.
This is the thing, we could talk for a while about how that's kind of just shit. Why wouldn't you just send like 3 of them then and send the rest with the actual team? What's the point in wasting so many people? Secondly,
And it kind of betrays how she acts in the scene.
I think so. I'd have to rewatch it to be sure about that. Because I always thought that it could go either way depending on what.
I'd have to see it again too, but I am pretty darn sure that when she gets the news that the first team is being ambushed, she is not pleased with that. She's kind of like, she's like surprised.
Like, she seems to be pretty fucking upset that Weasel's drowning as well. It's like, why would she give a shit then? Because I just assume that fucks the mission up to some degree, but whatever. What I wanted to say was just that I think that I don't like Suicide Squad, alright? But I think Rick Flag deserves something for why she would kill him. Like, you can't just go, nah, she'll kill him. It's like, well, but why? Like, it seems really unnecessary when he does everything she says. And he's like the only one there that can be trusted more so because the rest of them would kill her if they had the chance. I don't know.
Wait, what's that? What are we talking about? Suicide Squad?
Yeah, so apparently James Gunn confirmed that she was indeed sacrificing Rick Flag at the beginning.
No way. Death of the author.
Well, I was talking more so that if he's correct, well, so this is the thing. I see it as a flaw at that point, if he's correct. Because I don't think that you've explained that at all to it. You can't just have a character betray someone else and just be like, oh, they betrayed the... Like,
well,
okay.
it's this simple, right? The utility of betraying them needs to exceed the utility of not.
I'm not even talking about that. I need to know why. Like, why the hell would she do that? It doesn't make any sense that she would do that. I don't think because if you had like any kind of scene to give it to us that he's been sort of more and more like sappy lately, and he hasn't been taking the orders, and he's been kind of compromising missions, and he's even threatened something about, you know, the way Waller conducts missions, and you could even have that like through he's like, Waller, we're made, and then she's like, you know, she says something that you could interpret as either threatening or engaging, and you could have him like realize what she's done to him, sort of thing. You'd be like, oh, that can work, and you can maybe have him talk to Harley about it, because fuck me, she should have been with the characters, talking to them about things. Those two have been in the Suicide Squad since it was created. Just kind of reminding me of how there are things I don't like in that movie.
Yeah.
How does this play in with Waller's willingness to kill all of her own people in the first movie?
Yeah,
oh,
right.
Fuck yeah,
that definitely
was so stupid.
Because that's the thing. That comes to mind because it's so stupid, and it just makes like no sense whatsoever, and it's just the dumbest fucking thing just to show that, wow, she is bad. That I don't even know how to factor something like that into a discussion like this. Like, how do you take that and just do anything with it? That's nuts.
If you have an eye infection that's... Oh, wait, we read that one out at the time.
It's a
Eye?
syringe. He's letting toxin out of his eye.
No.
Nope.
Alright, I'm trying to
I
figure
think
out the
he's
sentence first. Hang on. So it's a
Alright.
syringe. He's letting toxin out of his eyes. He's had since episode 1 before Shimmer was a thing.
I always assumed it was injecting something, not
Yeah, he is.
relieving
It
it.
is injecting.
So
I don't know
It's
that
not even a debate.
I don't know that we've seen it before Shimmer was a thing. I think we had a proto Shimmer of some kind that he could have been using.
he had the device, so I assume there was some process he was using.
There
Maybe he was using other
absolutely is.
medicines before Shimmer. Like,
The only question I have left to make sure this does line up is when she injects him 2 times.
It goes floopy. It goes a little floopy when she injects him.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah, it
Okay,
doesn't
well-
just prick. There's a bit of a floop and a purple flash.
Yeah, because I haven't seen that scene long enough, like a whole day, so that I can't quite remember anymore. Cool. Bringy, did you know that Simpsons is your city?
I mean, I don't
Is
know
that
what
with a
that
P?
looks like, but
The P is silent. So remember.
Oh, okay.
Silent, like when you write it as well. Silent letter in written.
Oh, okay.
the
Well,
Simpsons.
everything's silent when you write it, right?
No, I
Oh,
mean a silent letter when you
You'd
write it
hope
means you
so.
don't write it.
Okay. I see what you mean.
Like,
We're just having
We're
some
having a
fun.
little.
We're
We
having a
have fun
gas.
here.
Have a
on
little
the
fun.
chat.
We're having a little fun with our literature and our writing.
What was
Wordplay
the
and everything.
what was the quote? We're jesting until we laugh. Something.
Yes.
That was terrible.
I'm laughing on the inside constantly.
Yeah.
On the outside,
A bit of laughter.
a little bit, a little giggle, wee bit of a giggle.
Way big. I
Senor Giggler.
I grew up surrounded by 4 bulls on the edge of a cliff.
Oh no.
I remember that.
I do remember that. How could I forget?
I mean, dude, there's lots of ways to
I had to
forget,
hear
right?
it that many times to try and decipher what it meant, and I still don't even know.
Also, when Jinx stabs his face, blood comes out. I mean, that can happen with either.
Who stabs his face? Yeah.
Like if
'Cause his face
if you're
is blood in
injecting
it.
something versus bleeding something, blood can come out in both of those. So that's not really definitive.
Yeah, if you have a syringe and you were to get jabbed by it in your face, you
Well,
you would bleed.
vaccines, right? I mean, they put a little thing on you to make sure it doesn't bleed too much when they pull it out. So it makes sense.
If vaccines make you bleed, but they're good for you. I'm just saying the science doesn't line up. I'm very skeptical.
Well, I've heard that you're supposed to eat food to survive, yet has anybody lived past
What?
like 150? I don't think so.
What if food is just slowly poisoning us and it takes like 80 years for
Let
it
me
to work?
tell you, man, I've been thinking about that. Food, it's just
What
bad
other
for you.
lies have the Jedi told us?
I've been having a look at oxygen too. I don't think that's getting away with it. I'm very curious about that one.
Oxygen is definitely a
Okay, so this says, it goes to show how awful a father Vander was to have Powder so overreactive to staying home for a job. Never even talks to the girl.
He never even
Excuse me?
talks to the girl?
Don't know that, so he talks to the lot of
Is there
them when he first is giving like a comment, but it's he considers Vi to be leading them, so we see specific advice scenes with him and her, but I don't think we're supposed to assume he never speaks to Powder. I doubt that.
Don't know why we would assume that.
I would also assume he does actually talk to Milo and Clagger, and it would have been nice to see those scenes, but I don't know that, you know, the show owes me those scenes or anything. I can interpret that they're there. I'm not, you know, I have to infer a lot of stuff. Her reacting that way to staying home for a job, dude, we went over it. There is so much more happening mentally in that scene than simply, I can't go on a job. Got the first time ever by her, like, most supportive element in her life has confirmed that Milo is correct in that she is not good enough to take on a job that's actually, like, matters significant degree. She's not ready.
Self-doubts, they were right.
Exactly. Like, there's a lot more going on there than simply, you can't go out today. And also, he's not going to be able to talk to her about that part, because he's currently kidnapped.
He is.
Was
That
a
wouldn't stop a good father.
yeah. Was a big
He
fan
is
of the
not being
last
kidnapped.
Frongo/Wumbo stream. It was it's a bit childish, but I enjoy silly bullshit talk. Please cover CinemaSins again
There's
soon.
nothing childish about Trungos. You take that back.
I'm more than happy to say that Trungos is a child at heart because they know how to have fun and enjoy things, but ultimately they still operate in a society very effectively.
That doesn't mean they're childish, but a child at heart. I can see that there is a little child in all of us.
I think a bit childish. Yeah, that's
No, unacceptable.
fine that you're being a bit childish right
I'm not.
now.
You're being a
Please,
bit childish.
and I'm more than happy to be so. Fun to have a little bit of childish nature. Mystical. Fantastical. Makes
The
life
mystical. I
that
think
much
there
more
was.
enjoyable.
I need to find that C.S. Lewis quote where he said something.
Something about the worry of being childish makes you childish and whatnot. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Let me see. Critics
Or
who treat
something
adults.
to desire being grown up for the sake of being grown up, something along those lines.
He said, critics who treat adults as a term of approval instead of as a merely descriptive term cannot be adult themselves. To be concerned about being grown up, to admire the grown up because it is grown up, to blush at the suspicion of being childish, these are the things that are the marks of childhood and adolescence. And in childhood and adolescence, they are, in moderation, healthy symptoms. Young things ought to want to grow, but to carry on into middle life or even into early manhood, this concern about being adult is a mark of really arrested development. When I was 10, I read fairy tales in secret and would have been ashamed if I had been found doing so. Now that I am 50, I read them openly. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up.
I like it.
This is a good one.
I like that
I
quote.
give it a
I like
thumbs
that.
up.
I like that. I give it a thumbs up. If he was dead, I would pull him up on the telephone, that modern marvel, and I would say, I agree.
Nice one, C.
CS. Well, I wonder what do his friends call him?
Mr. C.
Maybe he didn't have friends because he was always going on about wisdom and childishness and growing up, and so everyone's like, "God damn, CS, we just want to have lunch at Trungo's. Why can't can you just tell him what you want? Just read the menu. Ah, yes, the menu." And he would go on and on about something.
Oh, there he goes again.
There he goes again. You know what? Just give him the ham sandwich with chips on the side, and I'll have an iced tea, unsweet.
They said please cover
Plants
CinemaSins
on the
again so that we can hear some more of Trungos. I don't think CinemaSins is responsible for Trungos.
CinemaSins does. Trungo exists outside of CinemaSins.
In spite of, Trungos doesn't like CinemaSins. Pretty sure. Godspeed, Avicide Squad, and beware the big gay. Echo and the Firelights were the coolest design faction. I'd like to have seen more of their story if the plot had the time to. Also, Skyboards. Pretty cool.
Skyboards.
Imagine studying League temper tantrums so closely in order to animate Powder's tantrums so beautifully. That's dedication. Yes, they could have gotten that from any of the players, it's true. Hi EFAP crew. How do you objectively critique movies that rely harshly on symbolism, such as many art films or the work of David Lynch? I don't know, the quickest answer I can give for that would just be when you're facing a scene that can have multiple interpretations, and just talk about each one being the potential. Like, you know, a character walks into a room and then butterflies come out the other end. It's like, okay, what happened? And you're like, what does it mean? And I think you can talk about how this world has that as a capability, and that what it is to be drawn from it refers to this, that, and the other. We talk about themes all the time, which are oftentimes, in a certain sense, outside of the
Similar
content
to
itself.
symbolism, yeah.
Yeah, like we'll talk more about that the further we go on with Arcane, but like it's not necessarily a something that's narratively like. How do I put this? It's just something that can
exist outside of it, but if it were disappeared, like none of us knew about it, the story would still function just fine. So you can, we talk about it all the time regardless, the parts where you do interpretation. I think you can do that while trying to be reasonable. Like giving, like, someone's like, when he comes out the other end as butterflies, I'm pretty sure that's capitalism. It would be like,
Try harder.
I wouldn't even say that. I'd just be like, what are you even trying to do? Like, what is the goal here? But when you have like references that are much more solid, including you can have a reference to the creator's intention, I would just go as far as saying, okay, that's a neat confirmation that they tried to do the thing.
Yeah, it needs to be in the thing is most important.
Yeah.
But we can appreciate things, and a lot of things don't fall into the objective category. Some things just don't factor into it.
Mhm.
So don't feel that everything needs to, because some things just don't. Some things are just kind of out there, and there's no way to really evaluate it in that sense. But they can be talked about, discussed, appreciated. You could still get your references and get your explanations, but sometimes you just can't do much with it otherwise. But you shouldn't have to, because there's a lot of value in it already. Just being able to discuss it and talk about it.
Yeah. It's my birthday, but no Trungo's Grumbo, just work. Oh.
Oh.
You'll get that
What's a
Grumbo one
birthday
day.
without Trungo's gumbo? I had to think about that before I said it.
I think it doesn't make much sense that she puts in 3 gems when she knows what 1 did to a whole building. Scene still great. Love her joy. Hi, Ragu.
Hi.
So I suppose the problem would be that this is a child who's imagined that he needs a powerful blast to be able to hit the enemy team. I think you can allow for that's a mistake she's made. I think it's all encompassing in the fact that it's a huge fucking mistake because she didn't think it through. To be fair, I think you could make this argument even if she used 1, and I think it would still be the same response, which is just she did not think that through.
Yeah, honestly, she's just kind of a kid that's just dumping things into things to try and make some things happen. Like you saw how she just hastily just dropped a bunch of nails into a can and everything like that. She wasn't really thinking, how many nails does it need to only stun this guy? She's just drops them all in there.
All of them.
As much as she can, she's spilling some on the floor, but yeah, she just doesn't really care too much. She just needs it to work, and she'll just drop a bunch in. She's just good. Who
But,
doesn't think about these things too much.
Do we know what wall it hits in episode 1 in relation to the building?
I'd have to go back and look. You might be able to tell, but I'm not certain. I know the orientation of her and the platforms and the rooms, but the
Yeah.
outside of the building in terms of like northeast, southwest, I don't know.
I'm trying to, because like obviously Vi is still in the building when it explodes, and she does survive easily as well, and they all do, and they're just outside. So I'm curious now, like, if it went off in the room that Powder was in, but I'm trying to, like, it's hard to know, is it on the wall facing the outside, or is it the... It's hard to tell from what we see. And it's also hard to tell how much is explosion and how much is smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at it now, and it's like, it's unclear. It looks like it would have blown up a room, and then that the rubble and the destruction from. Yeah, I think it is in the room Powder was in. I think that's what we're supposed to assume. And then like a bunch of the rubble as a result of the explosion comes down on the sidewalk. I think.
Breaks the structural integrity of the place.
Yeah. But we should also assume that you know what, I'm looking at it, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that it's bouncing. It's going to hit the window side of the room that Powder was in. So that room's wiped out, Jace is knocked out, and Vi almost, like, I think she fell over. So maybe Powder concluded that that explosion won't be big enough to knock out Silco and his goons, especially the Shimmer one. You'd have to just imagine that's what she thought.
That's the best I got. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Just she definitely made a mistake by putting in any explosion. The first explosion hits the exterior wall where the door that Jace is at is located. I don't think we're supposed to think that it hits next to that door, because the explosion looks like it goes off to the right side of Vi, but maybe I'm wrong. It's a little bit hard to tell. You just like to see Powder suffer. Oh yeah, she could have become Spider-Man.
I just all children.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they did end it, by the way, with still a great scene. Love her joy. Hi, Ragu.
Hello, that was a really good scene.
It's what makes it super tragic, is she thinks she's about to be celebrated for, you know, mattering and doing well. Ain't that. Fringy, did you know London is your country?
That doesn't sound accurate. London, the country? I think you got to get your
London
facts
is my
straight.
country.
Go. That's his response. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about
Have
that.
a friend in London. London is a friend of mine.
He's not. Lie on this stream.
I have a lot of food, and I will eat it up. I will chew, and then I'll poo, and then I'll... It's fine. Wait, stop.
Finally, a piece of content. No, not content. Art that actually commits to the drama and stakes it sets up. No punches pulled. Blessed are we, truly. Oh. High praise once again.
That is high praise.
Just using this as a platform to plug God of War on PC. It's an excellent experience, and you owe it to yourself to play it. Also, hi Rags, if you're back. He is.
Hello, I am back. I am now, absolutely.
Speaking from experience when dealing with loss, people don't act in character, especially right after. Your mental foundation is ripped from under you. I don't think you don't even need to cite personal experience. When you see someone go through something like that, and the culprit is right in front of them, and you say, yes, but the culprit is the one they love. It's like...
Uh-huh.
Like, that doesn't help that I am extremely pissed about this situation.
Well, now that I know that it's the person that I care about, that makes it much better that everyone else is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Fringy, my Australian AU.
Oh, hey.
So Clagger and Milo got fridged for the sake of the Whammers development. What a disgusting racism. 0 out of 10.
That's an interesting one. Not really, because fridging I don't care about, but more so in the meta again. Like the people who are really anti-fridging, what do they think about Arcane? Are they actually going to take a hot take that they don't think it's good?
That's the thing. We talked about it sometime on that stream, but I just like, if they actually said, well, yeah, that's fridging, that's bad. It's disrespectful to the characters of Milo and Clagger or something. I should be like,
what does it mean for it to be disrespectful for
events
events to play out as they do?
They go out doing the best they can to help people they love. Like, I wouldn't... Top tier respect.
Yep.
Hey guys, got a movie suggestion. Belle, a modern retelling of Beauty and the Beast. Gorgeous animation, great score, well told. The themes aren't original by any stretch, but executed in such a way that keeps you invested. Alright.
Belle, huh?
Powder fell into a Sarlacc pit. She's a jinx now. Simple as that.
Well,
a pretty interesting comparison, right? 3 whole episodes.
Well, I feel like they put just as much work into Powder turning into Jinx as they did Boba Fett turning into whoever the fuck he is now.
I was gonna
Exact
say,
same
what were
amount
you
of
gonna
effort.
say? Like Boba Fett Vision 2
turning into
John Fett.
Uber Fett.
Uber Fat, I think a lot of people call it.
Yeah.
Booby Fat.
Booby feet.
Fart.
One of the problems I have with Arcane is that factions like Silco's Goons or Echo's group should invest in guns, and they don't.
Powder's group should invest in guns.
I feel like that assumes a lot of things.
Well,
That assumes their ability to get them and their if I was in their group, I would not want guns. If I get caught, I don't want to be caught with a gun, and I don't want to use a gun because I feel like in these situations that would cause way more problems than it would solve.
I'm trying to think of.
Like I don't need to be going around killing people.
Well,
Like
so
beating them up is one thing, but going out and killing people?
the thing is, this is going to be talking about things that are much more post episode 3. Obviously, someone in Silco's group is using a gun constantly, a big one. So I suppose the question is, why wouldn't want more guns around with different people if you're going to allow her with one that's, catastrophic potentially. As for Echo's group, I don't think they're interested in guns. The fact that
No.
I'll say this, Echo's opening gambit, if you will, for the fight is to freeze everyone, not kill them. Looks like he's willing to kill people if pushed to that extent, but I don't think he wants to kill people. As for Silco's goons, we can talk more about that when we get to those episodes, I suppose. But I do agree, though, with Rag's point as well. It's if you're just a goon, just a good old-fashioned goon, you might get roughed up by enforcers when they come around here and there. But if you're a goon with a gun, you might get in quite a bit more trouble.
Yeah, it escalation that you don't necessarily need at all.
Yeah,
I think
that
it's more
exists.
likely to yeah, I think it's likely to hurt you than it is to help you out.
But I think it's a fair thing to ask, and we can talk more when we get more references. When will you guys be covering the Legend of Vox Machina? I feel as though if the show is the opposite of this show, but everyone is giving it blind praise. I've not even heard of it.
Me either.
This is that show being made based on a D&D campaign or something, right?
I don't know anything
I
I
don't
really
really
have
know
no
anything
idea.
about it. I just know that's what I've heard.
like a like a book you'd buy for D&D, one of the, like the mini campaigns you get. I don't know what they're called. Because for whether it's Pathfinder or D&D, you could buy like mini adventures that come with all the characters and all the like settings and stuff, so that you could sit down and play them, and it's all pre-made. Is it like one of those?
I think it's supposed to be a homebrewed campaign. I don't know. Probably shouldn't say anymore because I don't actually know.
Neither do I. Are y'all gonna talk about Cad Bane doing the Bully Maguire dance in Book of Boba Fett? He put some dirt in Cobb's eye. Really stings, doesn't it? Little Sheriff Junior.
That'd be pretty funny if he was doing the Bully Maguire dance.
You'll get our coverage of Cad Bane soon enough.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow might be that might be optimistic at this stage.
Try.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, after this stream ends, whenever that is, I'll get to work on it.
Yeah. The long boy.
Yeah.
You should check out the Just Stop vid on Rick and Morty and its inconsistencies. I'd love to see him on here someday. If that
I've
might be
seen
a
that
video
pass through my recommended a lot.
I might be halfway through it. I'm not sure if it's made by Just Stop, but I was interested about it. His thesis, Fringy, is that the show falls apart from the season 3 premiere.
No.
He has some arguments that I
Disagree.
found interesting.
Well, that I'll certainly be up for listening, but that is certainly not a perspective I hold right now.
What I would argue at the very least is because his whole point is that the show's become more inconsistent as it goes along. Whether or not that is true and that it begins at the season 3 premiere, I would still argue the quality of the jokes doesn't deteriorate until later. But I still think it's very important that they remain in character. Well, I think it was pretty jarring, right? Like some of the episodes I showed you versus some of the newer ones. Like, good
amazing,
God.
yeah.
It's like
And
everything fell apart. Yeah.
There was shit. It's like new people decided to write it. I don't even think I cracked a smile once.
I just noticed because I clicked over to Discord, you've got your animated doggo back up.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Profile.
Seems thematic.
Mega thematic. I've had him up, but of course I had to head out for a while, so Didn't do a lot of talking if I wasn't here.
You did a
True.
lot of staring into my soul, though.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's in character.
Yeah.
Something about Rick and Morty?
Yes. Like I said, I found the arguments interesting, and he does say as well that he believes that they made the decisions they made to keep the show going, instead of reaching some kind of more logical endpoint. So what I would say to him is just like, oh yeah, that's probably that. If I agreed that they were inconsistencies, that at least there's a motivation that's like better than not a motivation of all just incompetence, in terms of like can't write jokes because you're not fucking funny, you know, which seems to be the epidemic that show is experiencing. But yeah, if that's the video, then I recommend people check it out. It's an interesting perspective on Rick and Morty, and he seems to be like really into the show. Because I was definitely against the ideas at first, and then I was like, oh, I'm seeing something here. All right. I haven't finished it yet though. I'm curious what he has to say about the later season.
Interesting.
He really hates Pickle Rick.
Okay.
And his argument is about the therapist specifically. He thinks that like everything you could draw out of the show yourself is put like front and center and written directly to you.
I'm inclined to agree with that.
I remember enjoying what she said, but now looking back, I'm like, maybe that is true. That's like just the writers being like, this is the character, by the way.
Well, it just feels like an acknowledgement. It's kind of, I remember it was like a meme that they had that only a show this smart could be this stupid, and it's like that's kind of a fun way to describe Rick and Morty. Is it's kind of clever and it's also kind of stupid at the same time, but it almost feels like that was the point when they started to realize that that was the interpretation people had of the show, and maybe it influenced the way that they approached the writing.
This says,
but like it could never just be a dumb little premise, you know. There always had to be some broader point.
Yeah. This says, for realism, they locked Powder's VA in the booth. Now, I don't know if that's a joke or not, because it's not that crazy. I'm just like, what are you saying? Like, is that a joke, or is that like they did it to try and do something? I don't know.
The ends justify the means.
I don't know how that would factor in necessarily.
I started rewatching an episode for the soundtrack, got so absorbed in it that I forgot I had other arrangements and kept watching the remaining episode. We'll never get a rat like this anytime soon. Well, appreciate them as they come, right? That's what we're here for.
Yep. Be happy you got them at all.
Wow, do you guys hate anything? It's just funny because if you're following EFAP right now, you'll get back-to-back coverage of Arcane and Book of Boba Fett for a little bit. That's just the most... they're different. They're built different, you know?
Tale of opposites.
A little bit. Big ups, Liquid Richard. Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was alright. Definitely worth my Saturday. I enjoyed the characters more toward the end, but still didn't feel enough. I guess fine. We just won't develop it. They say that they felt Vi wasn't developed enough.
Really?
Oh, sorry. This is a quote, and they said this is from a future ex-friend about Arcane. Oh.
Nice.
Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Does the new control mode in Apex excite you, Rags?
Control mode? I don't know anything about it, honestly. Oh wait, is that the 3 teams versus 3 teams one? I think it is. I'm not sure. I haven't given it much thought at all. I don't know. I don't really care. Maybe it'll be neat. Maybe it won't. I just don't know. I just don't know. I haven't thought about it.
You know what, Rags? It's fair. That is your perspective.
Yeah. Hey, it's all right.
Speaking of musicals, have y'all seen 1776?
Nope.
No, I haven't. No. What's that about?
I can guess, but
I can guess as well. No, I haven't seen it. No.
can't say I have.
Afraid none of us have seen it. I apologize. In political news, okay, there's no commas here, so I don't know how I'm supposed to read this. In political news, Rags, or in political news, Rags has not responded. MPBUH? What the fuck does that stand for? Anyone?
MPBUH.
All in caps, so I assume it stands for something. Is it an organization?
MPBUH. Standard reflexive response whenever the names of Allah or Muhammad are uttered. Family chart of the Holy Prophet.
Isn't it peace be upon him? Isn't that what the acronym means?
May peace
oh.
be upon. Oh yeah, that would line up. Oh yeah, everyone
Yeah.
saying it in chat as well. Okay, yeah, all right. So in political news, Rags, may peace be upon him, has not responded to the greetings from the Real BBC on Real BBC, leaving many highs unragged. Do not trust GoFundMe. Okay.
Oh well, no, you shouldn't trust GoFundMe. But also,
What's
I
happened?
was
Well,
they, yeah.
oh sorry. Wait, did you want to know? I'm assuming you want to know the context for GoFundMe. So I was going to explain
Yeah,
that for Real
what's
BBC. So go ahead. Like, never mind. I'm not even sure I know the GoFundMe one. Is it? Oh, is it the truckers thing in Canada?
The trucker
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So there was a fund for the Canadian truckers and everything, and then GoFundMe just decided, I don't like them, so we're going to take your money and we're going to donate it elsewhere, wherever we choose. And I think
thought they
like
gave it
later
back.
on they said they were going to do that after people were all like, okay, what the fuck, dude?
Well, yeah, because that's
And then they said, okay, now we're giving it back. And
Yeah,
I think, but I feel like if nobody raised a stink, I think they probably would just straight up donate it wherever
absolutely,
the hell
they
they
would
wanted.
have.
Yeah,
And it was like
that's-
9 million that they took. It was a huge amount of money that they were just gonna pass out to charities
that
that
is
were
super fucked up.
approved. Yeah,
Yeah,
they basically collaborating with local authorities to. Oh yeah, we're just gonna take just unfund the whole thing.
That is
And you're like,
I would never touch GoFundMe ever again after shit like that.
yeah,
Mhm.
never touch GoFundMe again. That is some like spooky shit that fuck that.
And they
Fuck
play
GoFundMe.
favorites like that. It's like, nah, fuck you.
As for the thing about Real BBC, it's just funny. There's a lot of Real BBC super chats that literally will just be about a comic or whatever subjects come up, but they'll just end in high rags. And
I'm more than happy to be on the Real BBC to answer all of the hellos and greetings and salutations.
you'll
but
have to do it like a machine gun.
from here, yeah, I'll for all of those that I missed, hello. But I wasn't there, so that's what happens. Unfortunately,
It's all right.
wish I could have been there to say hello to all the people, but that's all right. That is a-okay.
Thoughts on the metaverse, Paul?
Their stock fell.
I don't have anything to say about it, really. What about you guys?
I don't know anything about the metaverse
I know
myself.
their stock fell by like 20% in one day.
Yep.
Because Facebook is now losing users for the first time ever.
I heard that. Yeah, nice.
Nice.
To be fair, I would say the same for Twitter and whatever else. It's all...
yeah.
Tell me how Fortnite isn't the metaverse. You can't. I don't really know what the metaverse.
I suppose like it's everything.
They are like major pop culture pandering, like big time pop culture pandering. You can play as Rick and Morty, and you can get Swifty, and
oh man, cool.
I will say though, I've seen
can
videos
dab.
of Spider-Man in Fortnite, and it looks pretty cool. Like they've got better web swinging in Fortnite for Spider-Man than they did for Spider-Man in the Avengers game.
it's true.
It's better. It just is.
Yeah, my favorite thing in video games ever is to do Spider-Man swinging and using grappling hooks. So when that was announced, I'm like, okay, god fucking damn.
So you
All
bought
right, I need to try
Fortnite.
it. No, you don't buy Fortnite. It's free to play.
Shows how much I know about.
I mean,
besides, I had a Fortnite account that was extremely old, and so I jumped back in. Like, yep, swinging on the webs is a lot of fun. Damn it.
Wow, I started watching the whole series 30 minutes into this EFAP, and I just finished it, and you guys are still talking about it. Don't you have lives, JK?
Apparently not.
No.
Yeah, what
No.
did you like it? I find it super interesting, the idea that you start watching the stream and you're like, I want to do this now. Come back and you're like, it's like, oh, okay. What a legendary experience you must have had. Possibly. I did see someone say they watched it and didn't think it was very good as a result of this.
Well,
Wait, what?
It was that's,
Arcane?
Yeah, it's
I want to
possible.
know.
Really? I would legitimately be curious to hear someone who didn't like it, because it's fine to not like things. There are things about Arcane I don't like, and that's okay. But
It's so solid to the point where you're all like, yeah, I really do want to hear the opposite end of things.
yeah, I'm curious which parts you don't like, to the point that you didn't like it, like, in general, I suppose. Because there's a lot of variety here, not just in visually locations and places that things, happen in, right? You don't get set fatigue ever. But I am curious because the characters and what they're doing are so different. Jason Victor's issues and the council issues are far different than the stuff other characters might be doing. They're totally different in terms of how they feel and what's happening. So, with the incredible variety you get, I would be curious to see
Mhm.
why they didn't like it.
Well, maybe as time goes on, we will find more insight. Mola, please read the Wings quotes for Rags. Thank you. Very well. Quote 1. I am a 450-pound man that can barely walk. My life can't get much worse.
Yeah, that's the iconic one.
Thanks. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that quote? I feel sorry for him, but then I realized, well, he really is to blame 100%, isn't he?
He might be
Yeah,
the
he
one that's
kinda-
responsible for it. We can never know. Maybe someone's
Yeah.
injecting
I'm
him with.
sure he doesn't
like,
think so.
What is it in? It's American Dad, right? They're injecting his salary with fat or something. Maybe
I'm sure he doesn't think so. He often does cite Call of Duty as the reason why his life sucks. Like he
Call of
hates
Duty
Call
made
of
me
Duty.
fat.
Well, he says that Call of Duty ruined his life.
Yeah.
And it's just and one of the things he gets really mad about is that when he wants to play like Siege or something, less people watch than if he's playing Call of Duty. So he feels compelled to stream Call of Duty because more people will watch it. Now, of course, you can stream whatever you want, regardless of how many viewers it will get you. But yeah, it's Call of Duty's
People
fault.
really, yeah, it's like people will indeed just watch you for a certain thing you stream.
Yeah,
A lot
but
of
that's
Smash
okay.
streamers wind up in that trap.
Well, it is a trap for sure. It's something that happens when you focus on like one game. But I mean, ultimately, you can just take the hit and have less viewers for a game that you prefer.
Yeah, you
Always
could
want-
just
Build
do
up a
something that
newer
makes
viewer
you
base.
happy, that you enjoy.
Mhm.
He's the worst person to stream who still does it stubbornly.
Probably
That's
he
him.
is yeah.
The other quote, Ranks, is, I was in perfect health at almost 500 pounds.
No way. Is that real?
I'm pretty sure it is, actually. I might have heard that one before, because that's why it was so funny to me. It's like, I think that one is real. I think he said that. You agree with him,
I can
Rags?
believe it. That's the thing. I could totally believe it. As to whether I think it's real or not, I'm going to say that's real. I'm
Mhm.
going to say that's real.
I don't
That's a
think-
real
yeah,
Wings
like
quote.
true or false.
I don't think the
that's-
Wings quota would lie to us. Like, that's a important and respected job.
I think
Yeah.
the issue here is that if you are a Wings quoter, you don't have to make up dumb shit.
Nope.
You can just take the things he said.
To be fair, I think there's a
Yeah,
lot of
it's like
people that
Movie
fulfill
Bob.
that. Like, Darkside Phil is one of them. There's a lot of...
yeah.
Oh, the camera was on the whole time. Hello.
I remember I watched a video. It was he was talking about buying used cars and stuff, and it was really funny. Just a lot of the things he was saying, that it was a buyer's market for cars or something. It's just like, what are you talking about? A buyer's market for cars. And then something like he never got the BMW that he leased serviced for as long as he had it.
Yeah.
And the reason why was because BMW cars apparently have a diagnosis computer that tells you when you're meant to get service or something. It's just really
Genius.
bizarre.
Just watched EFAP 93 for the 12th time. It's a good EFAP. Lord of the Rings is good. Have some money. Thank you very much. Lord of the Rings is good. Yeah, I think it's one of the most rewatched EFAPs of all time, along with the Rise of Skywalker one. Never quite crack exactly how that happens. The OT
Crack a lackin'.
The OT walked so that TLJ could fucking shoot itself. I guess so.
Yeah.
That got trending the other day, and I saw those people being like, "Are people finally recognizing it's a masterpiece?" It's like, no. Long ever. Hitler gassed the Jawas so that Arcane could run. Also, there were 0 Hitler mentions from Rags this stream. You're losing your grip, doggo.
Well, to be fair, in my defense, I wasn't here for a huge portion of the stream. So, there you have it.
Mm-hmm. Had to peer review an essay for English 1102. It was so incoherent it started giving me a headache, not to mention he had about 1.5 billion commas. Yeah, it can happen. A lot of people.
Comma,
Sometimes the sentence gotta
comma
keep going.
overuse. It's not the worst grammatical crime, especially if you're keen on typing as one might speak. Because I like my commas and ellipses to kind of give character to text, but you could go overboard with things, of course.
Yeah, maybe too many commas like create run-on sentences. Maybe.
I think that's usually what it ends up being. With too many commas, you end up.
When
with,
should this sentence end and another one begin?
Mhm.
Why are we're trying to pack so much into this one sentence?
Mm-hmm.
And it just gets exhausting to read.
So just said Charlie's takeaway that Pim kissed his dad. Yeah, that part's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Funny part of the story where he's like, "Wait, what? You kissed your dad?"
You kiss your dad on the mouth?
I grew up
Real
surrounded by
constructive.
super chats. Oh, look.
There it is again.
I grew up surrounded by
Seven.
super chats.
So this is a strange one because it all makes sense right up until the end. Anyone else notice that Silco uses makeup? He uses foundation on his eye. He loves.
I think so.
So I did eventually notice it. I did not catch it on the first run through, but yes, you'll find that his skin sometimes a lot darker in the parts where he's got the wound, but a lot brighter in times where he's managed to apply it. It's pretty damn cool. There's a little thing that's happening.
Didn't notice that at all.
I just don't
It's
know
really
that.
sweet.
Well, there's one scene. I think it's the scene where he's told, basically, when the episode ends, saying, someone is alive when he thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. He closes his like little thing he's got foundation in with the mirror in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it ends with he loves. I don't know if they're going to make another point or not, but John, sorry.
He does love.
He does love.
He loves.
Not sure if you guys have talked about it or not, but have you finished season 2 of Kingdom? I don't hate it, but it feels super off compared to 1. Weird contrivances and the characters get dumber. Love yous. Bring it. Do you want to take that?
I think I appreciate that. I have not seen any of Kingdom.
Super Shadow, you basically summarized exactly how I and Mola feel about
Season 1 was like this building up to be like, this is gonna be so fucking cool, and then it like was for a bit, for like an episode and a half.
And it became a very different, very, very different show.
It really felt like the people writing it switched teams or something, because
but we know
got
that's
weird.
not true because it was all written by
We
one
checked,
person.
Yeah. There was a lot of choices made that were downright sad to see in terms of what a waste. Okay, I guess that's just what you wanted to do. There was still some good bits in season 2 that I really liked, but I was very disappointed by it, and it was of a particular quality that makes it so that when season 3 comes around, I'm not going to watch it. I'm out. There's also a movie, apparently, that me and Fringy could see, but we didn't want it.
Nah, I'm good.
I guess I would still recommend season 1 and the first episode of season 2. There you go.
Yeah, just stop there, and then you're fine.
Imagine what the ending was from there. So regarding her sharpshooting, she could use a slingshot. That rags.
I'm sorry, say that again with a slingshot?
They're saying that you know, like her usefulness with sharpshooting could come in handy with a slingshot.
Those are two entirely different skills.
I was gonna say that if you wouldn't. I'd be like, shooting a pistol accurately and shooting a slingshot accurately. I feel like those, they may be something transferable there, but that feels like very too.
Yeah,
Two
they
quite
work.
different
Yeah,
things.
different.
They work off of hand-eye coordination. However, the application of that is probably wildly different.
Yeah.
I don't have much slingshot. So even depending on which slingshot you're referring to, as in like the little fork with the band on it that you put things on, or the swingy one like a sling.
Yep.
Both of those are more, at least as far as I know. Like with a slingshot, you will like throwing things with a sling. You look at your target. It's kind of like throwing a frisbee. You look at your target when you throw, and you just kind of get used to how it feels in your hands and your timing and whatnot. I don't know slingshot in terms of like the rubber band style slingshots. I don't know what your eyes are really looking on. I assume that it's kind of using both, but I don't see how the skills would be transferable. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Been watching
Do not shit.
Been watching Arcane during the stream. As a straight guy, I found Caitlyn extremely attractive. Just found out the truth. Reality is often disappointing. What he's talking about, but to be fair, she never actually existed. She's all not a real thing. Then no opportunities missed. You'll be fine. Yo, bisexuality isn't off the table. There's hope. You know what? That's true.
That is true, yeah.
Who is best girl in Arcane and why is it Caitlyn? Suppose we'll give an answer to that.
Yeah, all in good time.
Vander for sure cares for every one of his kids. He's just a man of many responsibilities and as such is needed often for the sake of the underground. That's something that's worth considering. That man is busy. He's got shit tons of things to do as well as taking care of them for. I think that's why he relies on Vi as a sort of, you know, leader for them as well. Comfortable with. First super chat. Really liked Arcane, but I really wish Silco said, she's not your sister instead of Powder. Felt like a bit fast of a turn for her. Don't think so. I think Powder saying that after what's just happened makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I
been
think it
abandoned.
sways Silco into really realizing, like, oh wow, we kind of got the same plate going on.
Keep in mind, she is desperate for Vi's help. Like everything that Vi said to her earlier, plus being desperate at that point for her sister to look after her, and she gets punched in the face and then abandoned. I really feel like that's enough from her POV to say that person is not my family anymore.
Especially still in the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I do think that if Vi came back an hour later and she was still just on the floor sad, like, come on, let's go home, I feel like that would... There's a lot more to Powder being set on a particular path than simply Vi leaving for a second and her saying that. That's important. It's the festering, I think, that's going to really inform a lot of what she'll be thinking. Will there ever be another recording similar to the Not So Great debate, I assume they're referring to? On any new medium in the future that's preferably frustratingly meh? Who is going to be the third co-host besides yourself? Hi, Rags. I am so confused by both of these questions.
What are they asking? I'm
Who
legit.
could
Yeah,
the
like
third co-host
what are you
be?
talking about?
So, best assumption I have about what they're saying here. Will there ever be another recording similar to the Not So Great debate? So, possibly. I doubt it,
I
but
guess
maybe.
if we find someone who really wants to debate us on a topic, and I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but you'd have to find a special individual.
But then you got, as like an add-on to that after the question's asked, on any new medium in the future that's preferably frustratingly meh.
I don't understand.
No
that.
idea
You
what that
mean
means.
media by medium?
A medium that's preferably frustratingly meh.
If they
Like
meant, I thought they
I
mean
think
maybe
they mean
hosting the debate on like a different platform or something, but then maybe they're talking about media.
I don't know why we do that.
Yeah, I think they mean a different, some given show or film or whatever.
Hmm.
But
And then
that one's a riddle.
the final one is who's going to be the third co-host besides yourself?
Who
It's
could
like
they be?
third co-host. Technically, we're all co-hosts, so there's already 3. But if we treat it as though Rags and Fringy are 2 co-hosts, is there going to be a third one? Then why would you say besides yourself?
I don't
I'm
understand
very
it on
confused by
multiple
this.
levels.
Maybe Fringy
Yeah.
could be a co-host.
Let's do Fringy
No,
for a
that'd
bit.
never
See how
work.
that goes.
Maybe.
Think so?
But the ending makes sense. It
Alright.
says hi, Rags.
Oh, hi. Finally, some sense in this crazy, mad
Yes.
world.
We did it. I grew up surrounded by super chats about growing up surrounded by super chats.
Number 8.
And then, hi, did Rags read the lines? Yes. If you pop back to, I think 2 hours ago, you'll be able to tell by scrolling. It'll be when he unmutes. Soon after that, he reads them.
Yes.
Also, sad they probably won't explore Cad Bane's hate for the Empire. He fought for the CIS. Maybe he secretly liked freedom. Look, dude, if they give us any substance at all, just drink
It'll
it
be
up
shit.
and run away. Don't let them take that from you. Just let you have
Yeah,
some
the
substance.
tiniest little bit of actual character in this show is something to be treasured.
David.
It is precious.
When I saw pointed out about the Book of Boba Fett's, certainly the last episode, was that like there are so few conversations, and then you just think about like when 2 characters explore a fucking concept. How many times in our coverage of the first 3 Arcane episodes did we talk about a conversation between 2 people and what they said and what it means and the subtext? Like, so much to draw.
Many?
We did many, yes. Obviously, sorry, you weren't necessarily here for a lot of it, so. But yes, we did many.
Oh, I mean, like even like just referencing the amount of conversations that take place. For starters, they exist and they're constant because characters are characters, and that's what characters do with other characters. They talk about things and they have perspectives.
Yes.
Boba Fett and the Mandalorian, to pretty much the exact same degree, they are just astonishingly lacking in just conversations about things. It's either exposition or
They're really quick.
just
Is
here's
like,
what we will do.
they're really fucking quick. And the thing that this person highlighted was some of the longest conversations are between Luke and the baby. You know, like, yeah, where there's just like nothing you can draw out of it because
It's Luke at the baby.
exactly. And even weirder is the fact that Luke is doing that weird fucking please take this choice shit. Don't be doing attachment though. Why is he doing that? Why is there any tension whether the baby's gonna pick up a sword or armor? I can't believe we're at this point. It's a very strange world we're in.
Choose the sword or the armor. This seems like the kind of decision that you would give to someone after years and years of training, and even then, you're like, I don't know, why do we have to adhere to these old ways? What are we not reforming a little bit? Do we not see where not allowing people to have attachments can sort of like fuck us over? Like,
you know, like you're saying, because Ahsoka barely says fucking anything in the episode anyway of note. But one of the things she says is something like, "You remind me of your father," something like that, right? Which is
something like that.
To me, like it frustrates
your
me when she
father,
says shit
yeah.
like that because I'm just like, you haven't fucking earned that. Go away. Like, you're just stealing a line that you know will work, and of course it worked. People shared the fuck out of that line. They're like, "What an amazing line!" Blah, blah. Compared to like Arcane, because that's what we've been talking about. When Vander says, whatever like they end up fucking up on you, and we said like immediately as an interpretation, it would be talking about his self as a leader of the Undercity as well as them
his
lot.
mistakes in the past, yeah.
But that's not like just randomly said, and then we talk about that. It's like you're thinking about everything that's happened up to this point. Her role as the leader, her fuck up in regard to not, properly performing this job, and that Powder has exploded a thing and is causing all these other problems. There's a lot. The fact that he has to take everyone out of the room to tell her this very important piece of information because he's seeing himself in her. There's all these layers and elements that are coming into why that being said is really meaningful. You have so many lines in the Boba Fett show, well, just anything made by Disney these days. It's just we were half expecting, it's what does Cad Bane say? And someone's like, oh, he always says Pawaz when he kills someone. Can't wait for him to say that in this show. You're just like,
ATST, ATST.
and he does.
That he does, and everyone goes, "Oh my god, that was so amazing!" Wow.
And so yeah, there's no, oh, maybe the finale will be good or anything like that for me, because it's just well, just look at the rest of the season. We're in for some garbage. Will always be garbage. They just don't take any time to develop or grow anything. They just bonked. They just want to keep you busy until the next thing comes out. Which is why, yes, appreciate Arcane while it's here. It's one of those kind of neat.
One of them gems.
I wish that Javicia Leslie had left Batwoman so that they could outdo themselves for season 3 and put in a trans woman. I mean,
that would be a step up. That's the next step up.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. That would actually kind of line up. They would do that.
I think
maybe actually, I don't know, because I wonder on the scale.
She's Muslim.
I'm trying. I don't know what the highest oppression points winner would be, but people are talking about that for the Doctor.
I think it's trans these days.
Have you got any?
They go in and out of Vogue.
That?
It was Muslim for a while, but I think it's trans now.
Yeah.
Who knows what to expect from Batwoman? We are gonna obviously. Some people think the Batwoman stuff is over. It's it ain't. It's on hiatus for now because just lots of things happening at the same time. We're gonna be But that's
trust me. If it were up to me, I'd already be up to season 3 and everything like that. But it's not. So, I mean, it is up to me. But if I could, keep my schedule behaving itself, we would have been there already.
But that's the last super chat that I just read, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh wow!
At almost 11 hours, we're able to bring this stream to a close. I was gonna say, well, Duma would be the first person to talk about what's going. I don't know if he's here. I think he might have died.
He might have died.
Might have died.
Oh,
I hope not.
I hope he's fine. But there are links to the channels, which if you may have interest in checking out. Our plan is, since we only got through 3 episodes, to do this again, but with the next 3 episodes, and maybe even do all 6 in one EFAP, or we'll do 3 and super chats and then 3 and super chats again.
Depends on our speed.
Yes. Now, That's Bullshit and Theo are 2 of, I think, the only guests who don't really have anything to promote at the end of a stream. So
nope, not really.
Which means
Theo, tell us what show you're gonna ruin next.
Do it.
Which show am I gonna ruin next? Is there anything that I can't think of any spicy opinions I have right now, I'm afraid, in terms of shows.
It's not fun.
I'll come back with one.
Yeah, there'll always be more.
Just do you have any that you've been saving for a rainy day or for a sunny day, I should say? You have any rain clouds you've been storing to rain on people's parades?
I mean, I can grumble about the Matrix some more, but I feel like that's
That's
tired
always
by
fun.
now.
Matrix grumbling.
Yeah.
I didn't get to grumble either.
So what I'll say is that the Big Chungus project video is just being worked on, and the Book of Boba Fett is being worked on, and there's plans now for theoretically the next 3 EFAPs. It wasn't exactly intentional, but there's plenty of things on the way that we're all going to be interested in, as well as Wednesday catch-up stream. I couldn't do it this Wednesday because I was in an interview with Drinker and Jason Fleming. If you Google that, YouTube it rather. You'll be able to find it. I believe it is on the Outcast. Oh, fuck, I've forgotten the second part of their name. It's the Outcast something. I don't think it's Collective. It might be. Yeah, that was some fun if you want to check that out. But other than that, I will see you in a pre-recorded format of Boba Fett, and then on Wednesday in stream format. Ringo, Rago, is there anything you guys would like to say before we run sunset?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I'm really tired. I've had a longer day than I thought I would.
Didn't you do
So
a
I don't want
dog
to
bites
keep.
on the whole Peter Dinklage thing?
Yeah, I did. I actually have it's like a 40 something minute one that I just recorded because I found an article that was funny and I just went through the article. It's rendered and everything. I just need to publish it, but it seems like every day around noon or so. I'm just tired. I've had a wonky sleep schedule. I think maybe it's the weather. It's been like icy and stuff here and really cold and I'm lethargic for whatever reason. I don't know. We'll get that taken care of though. Oh, I can release it tomorrow. I can do that around noon tomorrow, around about an hour before EFAP time. I can go ahead and release that. That should be fun.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and people saying I should have mentioned, yes, there is a catch-up stream for Drinkers Open Bar tomorrow that I'm there for. I think Fringy might not be here, unfortunately, and so...
Oh, that's a
I
shame.
am here. Whoops, I forgot I was muted. Yeah, I am here. Got nothing to report at the moment, just working on them projects. The Chungus video, the comic. We're doing other
Just a
Cosmos
little
this
bit.
week. I missed last week,
Just
but
a
we'll be
little
back
bit.
on it this week. And that's all I got right now.
Very well.
I'm
Okay.
also very
Alright.
tired.
The Outcast Creative, that's what the channel was called, and the James has linked the link to the podcast, or stream, I guess I should call it,
Oh.
in the chat. Other than that, I shall read the other two that came in. Unbreaded Stream Massives, thanks you all so much. No
I
problem. Thank you.
hated this show and this stream, but no hard feelings. Bye. Jesus. Well, nobody can fault you for not being
Man.
honest.
I was gonna say, that's a long time. You gave it a chance, and that's what I appreciate. You gave it a good chance. If the stream on the show didn't earn your engagement, I don't know. That's fair enough. One more. That's it. Love y'all. Thank you very much. That said, thank you all for watching. We shall see you the next time we see you. Goodbye.
Yeah, we will.
And we're going to have so much fun. This show's
We're gonna have a great
fun.
amount of fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll see you then, everyone. Thanks for showing up and listening to us talk about something we hate.
Bye,
Because we
boy.
don't enjoy anything.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
Toodaloo.